Elsewhere, the scene shifts to Yang, north of Hunan, a bustling town with traditional architecture. The villagers murmur amongst themselves, their expressions a mix of curiosity and concern. The crowd continues to whisper, their voices a low hum of speculation and unease. A figure sits in the center of the town square, surrounded by onlookers. He remains still, lost in thought. His brow furrows, a single bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he contemplates. The time also passes, as the villagers continue to observe him with a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. He looks up, his expression unreadable as he considers his next move. There's a sense of foreboding in the air, as if something significant is about to occur. The atmosphere is thick with anticipation, the air crackling with unseen energy. He sits amidst the fallen leaves, muttering to himself, a dark resolve hardening his gaze. Nothing remained. The words echo in the emptiness, a stark declaration of utter loss. Without thinking of the sky's height, he jumped around the whole world, a whirlwind of destruction. Swords, stained with blood and something else, lay scattered amidst the carnage. A hand grips a bloodied sword, the instrument of annihilation, slick with the cost of victory. The world shattered. Without hesitation, he destroyed everything, leaving only desolation in his wake. He stands silhouetted against the ravaged landscape, a lone figure surveying his grim masterpiece. Every enemy was killed. The memory flashes, a brutal montage of relentless slaughter. A face splattered with gore screams in silent agony, a testament to the horrors witnessed. Chaos reigns. A storm of blood and destruction consumes all, leaving nothing untouched. And the world was played. A game of annihilation, with everything as pawns. That was the story of how he earned his title. The unstoppable demon god, a being of immense power and destruction. He found it all rather boring. The title was given to the strongest man, but at what cost? He walked away from the carnage, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. Standing on a field of ice, he seemed surprised by something. A flicker of something crossed his face. Determination hardened his gaze. The sky stretched endlessly above. The 8 immortals, protectors of the Central Plains, stood as a symbol of hope. They were a silent, watchful presence. He lamented that he could not overcome his murderous nature and committed horrible acts. He is surrounded by a blue glow, his expression unreadable as he stands among fallen figures. A man in a hat looks out, lamenting that he became someone who couldn't stop killing. He reflects, saddened by the fact that no one could kill an evil man like himself. His eyes glow with an ominous light, a testament to the power he wields. A group of people surrounds a large crystal, their faces etched with concern. It is revealed that he was trapped in the deepest place of Daunting Lake. The crystal pulses with energy, a prison holding immense power. The scene fades to black, hinting at the passage of time. The darkness continues, emphasizing the isolation and length of his imprisonment. Eventually, 1,000 years passed, and he remained trapped. He was trapped in the ice by the 8 immortals. Though they had fancy names, they were just people eating and playing. He was backstabbed by those kinds of people. No, it was his fault, he thought, the memory still haunting him. The scar on his face seemed to burn with the memory of betrayal. Now, there is no one who knows it, he reflected bitterly. He turned his back on the feasting immortals, the memory a constant ache. And no one is still left here, he thought, the weight of his solitude pressing down. Because there is no one who can live longer than 1,000 years, he mused, the truth a cold comfort. I have no place to go or stay, he realized, his bandaged hand a symbol of his broken past. He just had to follow the clouds and the winds, walking on the traces that time has passed. Like a lost spirit, he thought, adrift in a world that no longer remembers him. His face, marred by blood and scars, reflected the pain of 1,000 years of solitude. That which still lives in the past weighs heavily. He has changed much since being trapped for 1,000 years. His expression is somber, a reflection of the weight of his long imprisonment and the changes it wrought. The great Dan Yohayan remembers his former glory, a stark contrast to his current predicament. The world outside remains indifferent to his internal struggles, the trees reaching towards a distant sky. He continues his journey, his footsteps echoing softly in the desolate landscape. A young girl lies prone on the ground, seemingly injured and vulnerable in a harsh wilderness. Duan Yuxian pauses, his gaze fixed upon the fallen girl, an unexpected encounter in his solitary travels. He observes her closely, his expression unreadable as he assesses the situation before him. The girl weakly questions his presence, her voice barely a whisper, a beggar. Duan Yuxian checks her pulse, his touch gentle despite his hardened exterior. It's weak, but there is still a pulse. He determines her condition, his words offering a glimmer of hope. I don't think she will die now, but it will take only 2 hours at most. The girl sighs in relief, her expression softening as she clings to the hope of survival. He studies the girl, his expression a mix of concern and determination. The great Dan Yohyan holds her close, his red eyes scanning her pale face. He glances back, thinking she should consider herself lucky to be alive. The unstoppable demon god cradles the injured girl, his brow furrowed with worry. The injured girl remains unconscious, her face pale and still. Duan Yuxian considers using his life force, believing it will keep her alive, but he knows there's a problem. A low growl echoes through the air as he looks down, considering his options. He stands over the injured girl, a silent guardian in the desolate landscape. He knows that his life force alone won't be enough to sustain her physical needs. Duan Yuxian realizes there's nothing to eat around, his gaze falling upon some pills. He holds 2 pills in his hand, wondering if they're still potent after 1,000 years. He hopes they're okay, otherwise she might just get diarrhea. He considers that if he does not act, she might die. Whatever he does, she will die if she is left alone. Meanwhile, heavy footsteps approach the prone girl, drawing ever closer. The girl gasps, struggling to draw breath as she lies helpless. A voice declares that everything depends on her luck. The unstoppable demon god sat beneath the trees, still recovering from his battles. His expression remained stoic, despite the lingering pain etched on his face. A large, steaming dumpling sat nestled in a cloth. A child approached him, carrying the dumpling with both hands. The child's eyes widened, presenting the offering with a cheerful expression. Duan Yuxian, his face still bearing the marks of battle, regarded the dumpling with suspicion. "What is this?" The child looked up, offering a simple explanation. "Dumpling." Beaming, the child held the dumpling aloft, eager to share. He looked down at the child, pondering the offering. "Not that. I mean, what is the meaning of giving me this?" He is met with a bright, beaming smile, the child's face full of innocent joy. He wonders if she's trying to repay some unknown debt with this persistent offering. The little girl giggles, her expression hinting at a secret amusement. The child holds out the dumpling once more, offering it with unwavering enthusiasm. He is not used to such pure expressions, faces devoid of fear or ill intent. Next day, the scene repeats itself, the child offering the dumpling, Duan Yuxian observing with a stoic gaze. Another next day, the little girl sits in his lap, still presenting the dumpling with the same unwavering cheerfulness. 2 weeks pass in this manner, the child's persistence unchanging. That naughty-looking smile of the child looked strange to him. Something felt off about her constant offering. Elsewhere, a traditional building stands, its architecture hinting at a place of significance. He watched the scene unfold before him, a familiar tableau of village life. The crowd milled about, their expressions a mix of curiosity and judgment. A furious voice erupted, the accuser's face contorted with rage as he screamed, "Hey, you bitch!" Duan Yuxian's expression remained unchanged, his gaze steady as he observed the unfolding drama. The accuser, brandishing what looks like a wooden rod, declared, "This isn't your first time. I will scold you." The crowd murmured, the situation appearing really bad as the accuser stated, "This isn't the first or second time I caught this kid." The child, kneeling on the ground, whimpered, "What are you going to do now?" "I'm sorry." Duan Yuxian listened as the accuser raged. "Why the hell are you stealing the dumplings from our family store? I will get paid for everything you have stolen until now." The accuser continued his tirade, yelling, "You are still young but have already learned to steal. I will scold you." Duan Yuxian's eyes narrowed slightly as he considered the situation. Was she giving me the things she has been stealing? He wondered. The sound of a beating echoed as the accuser declared, "The thieves should get beaten to learn. Call your parents, right now." The accuser kicked the child, the force of the blow sending the child sprawling onto the ground. A man's face contorts in a yell, spittle flying as he shouts. He is grabbed roughly by the collar, the man's face twisted in rage as he screams. A child lies on the ground, clutching their arm, exclaiming about the pain. The great Dan Yohyan runs through a crowd, muttering about dying. His feet pound the ground as he sprints forward. He continues his headlong dash. The child smiles, holding dumplings, as Duan Yuxian stand beside them. Duan Yuxian runs, declaring his displeasure with the situation. He couldn't quite put his finger on what was bothering him. The scenery blurred as he moved, lost in thought. Each step crunched softly on the verdant ground. He paused, realizing he'd wandered far without truly paying attention. The unstoppable demon god's robes swayed gently as he stood still. His sharp gaze narrowed, focusing on something ahead. A familiar feeling washed over him. The serene landscape of the lake stretched before him. He stood on the precipice, recognizing the place of his imprisonment. Daunting Lake, the name echoed in his mind. He stood silently by the water's edge, memories resurfacing. This was Dan Yohyan, once hailed as an unstoppable god who ruled the world. He found himself sunk down in such a quiet place, the silence almost deafening. There was no way the great Dan Yohyan was ever going to see Daunting Lake again, he thought, resigned to his fate. A rustling sound drew his attention. The unstoppable demon god glanced down, spotting a child hiding in the bushes. The child, covered in leaves and dirt, looked up with wide eyes. I found it, she whispered. The child stood, revealing a simple white dress, her small frame seemingly fragile. Her bare feet were planted firmly on the ground, a stark contrast to the delicate dress. Duan Yuxian frowned, remembering a past encounter. All he did was cure her once, but why was she going overboard? He looked down at the child, his expression unreadable. Why did you follow me? He asked, his voice low. Tears welled in the child's eyes, her expression a mix of fear and desperation. She stammered. Her voice trembled as she confessed. I don't like to be alone anymore. With a sigh, Duan Yuxian reached down and gently picked up the child, holding her close. His expression softened slightly as he looked down at the child in his arms, a silent understanding passing between them. He had always been alone, a solitary figure in a vast world. And lonely, even as centuries drifted by like falling leaves. The landscape remained unchanged, a silent witness to his eternal solitude. Turning his head, Duan Yuxian spoke, his voice a low murmur. What's your name? A small child peeked out from behind a curtain, calling out, Wasomi. A thought crossed his mind. If this relationship with his kid was destiny, perhaps this child will make the place where he has to be. The child looked up at him, smiling. Okay, I'm Dan Yohyan. A new path opens before them. Let's go together. Duan Yuxian and Dan Yohyan stood together, ready to face whatever lay ahead. The fire crackles, a constant companion in the quiet of the woods. Elsewhere, a young child sits near the water's edge, lost in thought. He considers asking her to live with him, but they don't even have a place to stay. Then he guesses it cannot be. Duan Yuxian holds the child close, a new determination hardening his gaze. He has to build a house. Ever since he was young, there was a house where he wanted to live. Is he finally going to achieve that dream? The child, Dan Yohyan, ponders something, a slight furrow in his brow. His eyes reflect a deep curiosity. A traditional building stands amidst lush greenery, bathed in soft sunlight. He kneels, working on a stone structure, while the child Dan Yohyan watches him intently. The child's attention is drawn to something nearby, prompting a surprised reaction. The child Dan Yohyan looks around, confused by something he sees. The child points out that there's a house, and Duan Yuxian confirms its presence. The child Dan Yohyan finds it weird, sure that it was there yesterday. The child explains that it was there yesterday, but he fixed it a little because it looked old. Dan Yohyan states that there was one, his expression unreadable. Since he is saying this so seriously, Duan Yuxian seems to be pondering the situation. The child Dan Yohyan is sure he is right, wondering why Duan Yuxian would lie about this. It will be hard to find. The child Dan Yohyan exclaims that it's cool and really big, like a villa. He asks if the child likes it, mentioning that it was quite hard to build. The child Dan Yohyan looks confused, questioning the word build. The child walks away, seemingly uninterested in the conversation. Dan Yohyan smiles, finding the situation amusing and fortunate. The protagonist's expression darkens as he wonders why the house doesn't have a fence. The child Dan Yohyan, approaching the house, wonders if that's why it's abandoned. The pair approach the building, their footsteps silent. Next day, the scene shifts to the following day, the house bathed in sunlight. The child Dan Yohyan stands before the house, a sense of anticipation in the air. He is shocked, stuttering as he notices the fences. The child Dan Yohyan is overjoyed, confirming that it was really there. He hadn't said anything yet, but the child Dan Yohyan was already impressed. It was really high, he thought, looking up at the structure. The boy's eyes widened, taking in the full scale of the building before him. Dan Yohyan sat down, a small ha escaping his lips. Duan Yuxian stood silently behind him, observing. The child looked up at the red-haired man. He started to speak, calling him Ajusi. Duan Yuxian's golden eyes narrowed. He thought to himself that it seemed quite empty, lacking flowers or trees. Next day, the scene shifted to a view of a large tree, bathed in sunlight. From above, a pond was visible, nestled amongst the landscaping. Dan Yohyan looked surprised, exclaiming that yesterday there hadn't been a pond. Duan Yuxian stood behind him listening. The child Dan Yohyan approached the pond, marveling at its presence. Duan Yuxian glanced sideways, his expression unreadable as he remained silent. The boy thought about the many things that still needed to be done. The bed, of course, and he had to start making some rooms that they might need later. He sat by the pond, contemplating their meager existence. On top of everything else, he realized he needed to fish so the child wouldn't starve. Despite the hardships, it wasn't so bad to live a busy life like this. Duan Yuxian, his hands wrapped in bandages, seemed content with their simple life. Dan Yohyan looked up, surprised. Ajusi, but he started to say. The child quickly put a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Duan Yuxian smiled gently. Don't say anything, he whispered. The man's bandaged hand hovered near the child's face, a silent understanding passing between them. Bare feet stepped into a wooden tub, the sound echoing slightly. Ajusi, a voice called out. Dan Yohyan, standing on a makeshift platform, watched Duan Yuxian working below. He tilted his head. What are you making? Duan Yuxian's bandaged hand rested on the edge of the tub. A tub where we can take a bath. The man confirmed, yes, for washing our bodies. Dan Yohayan looked down, his expression unreadable. He sits on the edge of the bath, as Duan Yuxian tells him to stop right there. The child explains that he bought some clothes with the wild boar and trees he got yesterday. Duan Yuxian tells Dan Yohayan that if he's going to wear new clothes, he should get his body cleaned. The protagonist remarks that the child looks cool, even if he doesn't take a bath, chuckling to himself. Duan Yuxian picks up Dan Yohayan, who insists that he does bathe, but the protagonist does not. The child protests, claiming he is really clean, as Duan Yuxian carries him closer to the bath. Even if he doesn't wash, Duan Yuxian seems determined to get him into the bath. Duan Yuxian scrubs at the bath water, preparing it for the reluctant child. Duan Yuxian asks how long it has been since he has taken a bath to end up like this. The child is now in the bath, though he doesn't seem to know how he got there. The child is now clean, surrounded by flowers. Now he looks like a human, as he has taken a bath. Duan Yuxian watches the boy, inquiring if the cloth fits him well. He beams, exclaiming that he has never worn a cloth like this one before. Duan Yuxian admits it's fortunate that it fits him, confessing he was worried it might not. The child Dan Yohayan, delighted with his new garment, twirls around happily. He says it's okay even if it won't fit. Dan Yohayan declares that he would even wear much cheaper clothes and starve. Duan Yuxian observes that he is still young, yet quite good at talking. Duan Yuxian wishes they can just live peacefully like this. A voice declares that they can do that. Dan Yohayan smiles brightly, surrounded by flowers. Duan Yuxian, watching from afar, says it would be really great if that happens. He stood, the fabric of his dark robe rustling softly around him. Whispers carried on the wind. Tales of a new manor near the daunting lake began to circulate. One voice questioned the validity of the rumors, while another dismissed them, claiming to have seen nothing during a recent visit to sell goods. The gossiping townsfolk found the situation baffling, adding fuel to the already rampant speculation. Accusations of drunkenness flew as the question lingered. Were these rumors actually true? The man in traditional clothing listened intently, his expression unreadable as the rumors swirled around him. The intricate details of his attire hinted at a position of power or influence within the community. The man in traditional clothing admitted he hadn't confirmed the rumors himself, but acknowledged their existence. The smirking man dismissed the rumors as absurd, but decided to investigate the manor himself, eager to enjoy the cool air. Elsewhere, night fell, casting long shadows over the trees as the rumors continued to spread. The governor stands with his subordinates, the flickering torchlight dancing across their faces as they discuss recent events. One subordinate comments that the present governor doesn't seem to be at his best these days. Another suggests that there's a reason for that. The governor's subordinate explains that a group of bandits has been roaming around the area of Hunan region. The subordinate continues, stating that even the royal family has been pestering the governor about the case, and he is surely concerned. Another subordinate asks if the situation is so bad that no one is taking any action to stop the bandits. The governor's subordinate reveals that all of this is because of Jang Bek-san. The governor's subordinate questions the name, Jang Bek-san. It is revealed that the current head of the bandits is Jang Bek-san. A figure stands amidst a field of bodies, his expression obscured by shadow. He is said to have first-class martial arts skills, so much so that not even the assassins dare go near him. Not to mention, his cavalry skills are outstanding, and he's capable of retreating even when being chased by better horse riders. When they sent him the heads of his family members, it made Jang Bek-san, a grudge, now rampaging, has become entirely uncontrollable, threatening to overwhelm everything. Two figures observe the unfolding events. One hopes that the situation will be resolved swiftly. The man with a pensive expression reflects on a year, finding it to be particularly restless. An eye widens, pupils dilating in shock and disbelief at what is unfolding before them. The landscape shifts, the air thick with an ominous presence, hinting at the supernatural forces at play. An eerie atmosphere permeates the scene, with swirling clouds and distorted architecture adding to the sense of unease. A group of people stand before a building, their figures small against the looming structure, seemingly unaware of the impending doom. A character exclaims in disbelief, questioning the reality of what they are witnessing as the supernatural event intensifies. Looking up, the character realizes the manor is indeed real, confirming their worst fears about the supernatural presence. A foot steps down heavily, the sound echoing as the supernatural force makes its presence known with undeniable force. The people begin to pray, chanting Amitba, Amatyas, seeking divine intervention in the face of the encroaching supernatural horror. The character begs for mercy, terrified by the ghost they now believe to be real, pleading for salvation from the supernatural entity. The governor, adorned in regal attire, urged haste, insisting there was no other option but to proceed. A looming presence, wreathed in crackling energy, cast an ominous shadow over the unfolding events. The air crackled with unseen power, a silent exclamation hanging heavy in the atmosphere. A bead of sweat trickled down the governor's brow, his expression a mixture of apprehension and grim determination. Standing in the courtyard, a figure awaited, seemingly unfazed by the supernatural aura permeating the air. He regarded the newcomers with a cold stare, remarking that he didn't recall inviting any guests. The governor felt a murderous intent emanating from the man, a palpable threat hanging in the air. Duan Yuxian inquired if the man was the owner of the manor, his tone laced with a hint of challenge. The governor stepped forward, introducing himself as Yiyang's present governor, Hong Wenchang. Hong Wenchang declared that he wouldn't be overwhelmed, asserting himself as a person serving the nation. Duan Yuxian revealed his identity, confirming that he was the one who built the manor. He states plainly that he didn't build it, clarifying that he merely repaired a ruin. Hong Wenchang points a finger, his face contorted in anger. He demands to know if Duan Yuxian is joking, declaring the land belongs to the state. The governor continues his tirade, asserting that no one can build or live on this land without his explicit approval. He asks if Duan Yuxian didn't know. His hand clenches into a fist, knuckles white with building tension. Hong Wenchang reels back, utterly shocked, blood now smeared across his face. He stammers, unable to comprehend what just happened. The sound of a sharp impact echoes through the air. The protagonist's expression is unreadable, but he speaks, commanding someone to close their eyes. Between them, a small white rabbit lies motionless on the ground. He looks down, his gaze intense and focused. A voice booms out, ordering the immediate arrest of Duan Yuxian. Guards surround him, their swords drawn and glinting in the dim light. Someone thinks it's best to wait and see, relieved that Somi is sleeping soundly. He surveys the scene, red eyes narrowed at the assembled guards. They surround him, weapons drawn, their faces grim. One of the guards steps forward, his voice echoing in the hallway. He declares that Duan Yuxian has picked the wrong person today. Duan Yuxian's eye glows with a dangerous light. He warns them that they have cajoled him, and he won't let them go easily. Duan Yuxian scoffs, stating that this governor won't finish with just being tortured with drowning. He'd rather make it out alive. One of the guards looks up at Duan Yuxian, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. He is clearly unnerved by the demon god's gaze. Another guard thinks to himself that he should get rid of Duan Yuxian fast and take some rest when he gets back. He wonders what Duan Yuxian is. The guards stand their ground, unsure of what to do next. The tension hangs heavy in the air as they await Duan Yuxian's next move. The guards shift their weight, their hands gripping their swords tightly. The air crackles with anticipation. One of the guards shouts, demanding to know what Duan Yuxian is doing. He accuses him of wanting to defy the law all this time. Suddenly, a guard is struck, the force of the blow sending him reeling back with a choked gasp. Duan Yuxian stands amidst the fallen guards, his expression unchanged. The guards lie defeated at his feet. Governor Hong Wenchang is caught off guard, questioning what is happening around him. A blinding burst of energy erupts, the source unknown. Two guards, wearing similar hats to Governor Hong Wenchang, shout in alarm at the unfolding chaos. A disembodied question hangs in the air, punctuated by a sharp, questioning tone. Governor Hong Wenchang cries out as he is struck, the force of the blow evident. A blade pierces through another guard, the sound of the impact echoing. Blood rains down, a grim testament to the brutal efficiency of the unseen attacker. Governor Hong Wenchang, now bound, stares in disbelief as a man with long black hair stands behind him. The aftermath of the attack is revealed, a scene of carnage, littered with the bodies of fallen guards. Governor Hong Wenchang's face is etched with terror as he witnesses the slaughter. The man with long black hair laughs maniacally, looming over the captive governor. A figure with fur trim around his neck stands before a legion of shadowy figures, questioning their bravery. A figure in dark robes stands ominously, their presence dominating the crimson-lit space. Sweat beads on his brow, the governor's eyes wide with a dawning, horrified realization. He stammers, barely able to speak. The governor's terror becomes clear as he recognizes the figure before him. It's Zhang Bexan, arms crossed, a grim expression on his face. The forest was dark, the air thick with unseen menace. Zhang Bexan stood amidst the shadows, his arms crossed. He wondered aloud if his guest was brave enough to be walking around outside. A figure remained still, shrouded in darkness. Sweat beaded on Hong Wenchang's brow, his eyes wide with fear. Zhang Bexan's gaze was intense, his expression promising violence. A hand clenched as the name of Zhang Bexan was uttered. The voice declared that today, life would end. Hong Wenchang's name was spoken, a prelude to something terrible. An enormous foot descended, threatening to crush those beneath it. The governor's face contorted in horror as he muttered a single word, damn. More than half a year had passed since his family was killed. The weight of that loss still hung heavy. He hadn't expected an attack at this time. Duan Yuxian glanced at a sleeping child, thinking the situation was not ideal. His only weapon was a single sword. He drew it, the steel whispering from its sheath. He knew he couldn't fight dozens of people with just this. Duan Yuxian stood defiant, facing the assembled crowd. They were a group of first-rate professionals led by Zhang Bexan. One of the men urged, "Boss, let's kill them." Another voice promised, "We will get revenge for your wife." A third man added, "Exactly as he says, boss. I will cut his limbs and give it to the dogs to eat." An oppressive silence hangs in the air, thick with anticipation. Governor Hong Wenchong, cornered, begs for mercy as a hand reaches for him. A voice booms, relishing the moment. He has always wondered when he would hear those words. The blow lands, sending Governor Hong Wenchong reeling from the force. The old man with the white beard erupts in laughter, declaring there will hardly be a more joyful day. A monstrous face with burning red eyes vows to see that frightened face forever. A hand tightens around a throat, the speaker lamenting that he cannot, because feet loom over a fallen figure, the end drawing near. A demonic figure proclaims that today will be the day of someone's funeral. Governor Hong Wenchong gasps, struggling for breath as the situation grows dire. His face contorted in terror, he can only manage a strangled H-heek. A voice commands that he be taken away, promising a taste of hell. He is carried roughly, slung over the shoulders of his captors. Governor Hong Wenchong cries out, desperate for salvation. Elsewhere, Duan Yuxian gazes into the distance, his expression unreadable as he contemplates the situation. The governor's pleas grow more frantic as he promises anything for rescue. His captors remain indifferent to his suffering. One of the captors asks Duan Yuxian what should be done with the captured governor, awaiting his command. Zhang Bexan watches the exchange, his arms crossed, his gaze fixed on Duan Yuxian, awaiting his decision. The camera focuses on the governor's bound hands, a symbol of his helplessness and captivity. An older man observes the scene, his expression thoughtful as he considers the situation. He simply states, "I see." Duan Yuxian's hands begin to glow, the restraints seemingly dissolving as he remarks that the governor should consider himself lucky. The older man, surrounded by his subordinates, tells the governor to consider himself lucky, his tone laced with amusement. Duan Yuxian rubs his wrists, now free from their bonds, a subtle expression of relief on his face. Once again, Governor Hong Wenchong desperately pleads for someone to save him from his predicament, promising anything in return. Duan Yuxian scratches his head, seemingly unfazed by the governor's pleas, his thoughts elsewhere. A voice echoes through the mountains, calling out to someone, referring to them as furry. He stands silently as a man confronts him, his face contorted with rage. The angry man demands to know if he's being spoken to, his voice dripping with hostility. His face is a mask of fury, every line etched with barely controlled rage. Duan Yuxian acknowledges that he is indeed speaking to the man and asks what he intends to do with the governor. Holding the governor, Zhang Bexan declares he will kill him in the same way his family was killed. The bandit's face is etched with hatred as he recalls the many people he has killed. Duan Yuxian observes that the governor is being used to avenge those killed by him, if not more. The men behind Zhang Bexan are shocked by his words, questioning if he's lost his mind. The bandit's expression is intense, his eyes narrowed as he prepares to answer. Zhang Bexan asks Duan Yuxian if he wants to save the governor or what his intentions are. The governor is crying, while Duan Yuxian remains silent, contemplating his next move. His gaze burned with intensity, a silent promise hanging in the air. Duan Yuxian stood firm, surrounded by approximately 50 watchful figures. The governor, Hong Wenchong, was asked a simple, yet terrifying question. Did he want to live? Hong Wenchong's face contorted in fear, his eyes wide with disbelief at the question. The great Dan Yuhaian offered a condition for saving his life, never question anything concerning his manner. Flanked by imposing figures, the governor was clearly shaken, muttering about the crazy bastard. The image of a manor hung in the air, a silent question mark hovering over the scene. Hong Wenchong wondered if he meant that manor earlier, pondering if it was a good offer. Desperate, the governor begged for his life, promising to do anything if saved, but was quickly silenced. Duan Yuxian declared that if they stood back, they wouldn't get injured, his words carrying a chilling weight. A scarred man questioned the statement, his expression a mix of disbelief and anger. Zhang Bexan's face was a mask of fury, his teeth bared in a silent snarl. He is immediately met with a swift retort. A massive foot descends, threatening to crush the unstoppable demon god. Zhang Bexan's face contorts in rage. He screams a vile insult as he brings his foot down. The bandit leader prepares to strike again, his sword glinting in the dim light. His eyes narrowed, Zhang Bexan focuses on his target. Duan Yuxian is sent hurtling through the air amidst splintered debris. The force of the blow is immense, shaking even the fur on Zhang Bexan's coat. The air crackles with energy as the battle unfolds under the pale moonlight. The bandits gather around the fallen Duan Yuxian, their faces grim. With a mighty yell, Zhang Bexan spins through the air, scattering his men. Meanwhile, Governor Hong Wenchang's eyes widen in disbelief at the unfolding events. One of the bandits exclaims in disbelief, stating that Zhang Wu is one of the top 3 among them. An old man observes that he couldn't even see his movements, as Duan Yuxian stands silently by. He eyed the figure tied in the background, wondering why someone of that caliber had been subdued. His thoughts turned to the one who stood before him. This brat. The dragon loomed, and a thought crossed his mind. Duan Yuxian might be stronger than him. The great Dan Yohaian stood tall, the dragon a silent guardian behind him. But Zhang Bexan surveyed his forces. Now it was one against many. His golden eye narrowed, a lifetime of battles flashing before him. Hadn't he survived against countless opponents who were stronger than him? They had a numerical advantage. The men advanced, their footsteps echoing in the tense air. A cruel smile spread across Zhang Bexan's face, sweat beading on his brow. He resolved to end this quickly. It was better if he killed them right away. A crimson haze descended, a prelude to violence. Zhang Bexan roared, his face contorted in rage. Kill him. Duan Yuxian's, I reflected the impending storm. He is wreathed in crimson energy, the power radiating from him in visible waves. The figures shifted, their robes rustling with each subtle movement. A feral grin stretched across the face, saliva glistening on sharp teeth. The unseen speaker resolved to end the fight with a single, decisive blow. Rage contorted the character's face as he screamed his intent, death. His gaze narrowed, focused with murderous intent. His eyes widened, pupils dilated with fury. A piercing scream echoed, signaling the start of the attack. Duan Yuxian stood firm amidst the chaos, facing the incoming threat. A figure stands amidst rising smoke, their presence commanding and resolute. A thought appeared in the mind of Duan Yuxian in that brief moment, as he looked upon the battlefield. The imposing figure looms, a silent observer of the events unfolding below. His expression remains stoic, almost detached, as he considers the task ahead. Killing doesn't even need effort. His hand, wrapped in bandages, glows faintly, a subtle hint of the power he holds within. He muses that they're all opponents who will die in one blow. However, the thought of seeing blood again, something that makes him disturbed and doesn't make him want to do it, lingers in his mind. A smiling girl holds a flower, her innocent joy a stark contrast to the impending violence. Duan Yuxian's gaze hardens, a flicker of resolve in his eyes as he steels himself for what's to come. A surge of power emanates, crackling with raw energy as the moment of conflict draws near. The energy coalesces, forming a vortex of immense power, ready to be unleashed. The raw power explodes outward, a blinding flash signaling the start of a new phase in the battle. Below, Zhang Bexan could only manage a stunned silence. Above, a figure seemed equally taken aback by the unfolding events. The air crackled with unseen energy, a prelude to the storm about to break. He descended with terrifying speed, a crimson comet aimed directly at Zhang Bexan's forces. The hunter's gaze burned with focused intensity, each movement precise and deadly. It was over in an instant. Zhang Bexan could scarcely believe what he was witnessing as he fell. After throwing his sword, the world seemed to tilt on its axis, the momentum shifting irrevocably. The blade blurred as it sliced through the air, an omen of the carnage to come. A cry of pain echoed as the first of Zhang Bexan's men fell victim to the onslaught. Duan Yuxian, having discarded his sword, began to hurl stones with supernatural accuracy. The stones rained down, each impact shattering not only bone, but also the very weapons of his foes. The force of each strike was devastating, leaving no room for resistance. Soon, Zhang Bexan's underlings were utterly annihilated, their defeat etched on his face. If it were a regular person, they wouldn't even be able to comprehend what was happening. Is this something a human can even achieve? Duan Yuxian is on a whole different level from all the martial artists he's met. What revenge is he even talking about? If he moves even a little, he will be killed instantly. The moment Zhang Bexan realized that, he shouts, "You rascal!" He started running with all his might, leaving his defeated underlings behind. For the first time since his birth, he moved his legs with all his might. The bandit leader flees. He continues to run away. He wondered if the figure was running away, an action that seemed unlike their usual demeanor. Duan Yuxian, face marred by a scar, shouted for someone to stop Zhang Bexan from escaping. The great Dan Yohaian pleaded, his voice echoing with desperation, begging for someone to catch him. Duan Yuxian's hand shot out, grabbing the arm of a nearby figure, his grip tightening with urgency. Zhang Bexan's crimson eyes narrowed, his expression hardening as he muttered a single, cutting word, coward. A small figure continued to flee, a thought bubble revealing that chasing someone running for their life was not in his nature. Elsewhere, Duan Yuxian stood firm, clutching a tree trunk, realizing that he needed Zhang Bexan to finish the manor feud. The unstoppable demon god could only listen to his demands, the words hanging heavy in the air. Jang Baeksan looked up, his expression unreadable as he gazed into the distance. The world stretched upwards, a dizzying array of trees and sky, a silent witness to the unfolding drama. A sudden burst of light shattered the darkness, a visual representation of the power that was about to be unleashed. Energy crackled through the air, the very atmosphere charged with anticipation and impending conflict. The world blurs into streaks of color, a chaotic canvas of unseen forces. A single hand dangles, a desperate grasp at a reality that's slipping away. Hanging upside down, the figure is limp, seemingly unconscious amidst the swirling chaos. His face is contorted in pain, a silent scream etched into his features as he hangs suspended. Duan Yuxian's eye twitches, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. When did he? The hanging figure plummets downwards, pulled by an unseen force into the abyss. Bandaged hands clench, a desperate attempt to hold onto something, anything, in the face of oblivion. A distorted face screams in silent agony, energy crackling around it like a cage. Tiny figures scatter across a vast, empty landscape, fleeing from an unseen terror. Darkness descends, swallowing the world in its inky embrace, leaving only faint stars behind. Elsewhere, Governor Hong Wenchang looks down, his expression grim, a sense of foreboding in his eyes. He plummets downwards as someone calls out, "Hey, Governor." Under the light of the full moon, a deal is about to be finalized. He hangs upside down, defeated. The great Dan Yohaian declares, "This is the end of our agreement." Duan Yuxian leans in, his expression severe. He states, "I assume you understand what I mean." Hong Wenchang, face to face with the unstoppable demon god, stammers, "Why yes. Of course." Duan Yuxian's eyes narrow, a silent warning. "Keep in mind," he seems to say. Hong Wenchang trembles, sweat beading on his brow. "If you ever raise another question about the manor again." He is warned. The great Dan Yohaian continues, his voice cold. "Also, you will have to remain silent about everything related to me." A chibi figure appears, urging him to smile. Everyone is scared when he is expressionless. The great Dan Yohaian's voice echoes, devoid of warmth. "It's good that you understood." A sinister smile spreads across Duan Yuxian's face, a chilling contrast to the chibi's advice. Hanging upside down, Hong Wenchang is terrified. He wonders, what on earth is someone like him doing here? Hong Wenchang resolves to comply. "I should give him what that monster wants. I will not go near the manor. No, not even near this mountain." The north of Hunan, Yang Marketplace, bustled with activity. A merchant meticulously counted coins, adding them to a worn leather pouch. The marketplace teemed with people, their voices creating a constant hum as Duan Yuxian moved through the crowd. Two women gossiped, relieved that Jang Baeksan, who had been active around the region, was finally caught. Duan Yuxian's expression hardened as he recalled, "You were scared, even though you were with me?" A bandaged hand clenched tightly. The thought echoed, "But he's been caught now." A white cloth obscured the figure's vision, the world reduced to muffled sounds and faint light. The blindfolded figure navigated the crowded street, relying on other senses to find their way. News spread quickly. The bandits had been captured, and the one fussing about the manor had disappeared. Duan Yuxian's red eyes narrowed, a flicker of determination in their depths. The figure's hand rested on a sword hilt, a low voice murmuring, "Now all I need is..." A vendor offered candied fruit, the sweet aroma filling the air as the figure considered the treat. Various skewers of food glisten, promising a savory experience. He stands beside a crying child, whose wails echo through the air. Duan Yuxian seems less than pleased by the child's outburst. "Doesn't it?" he asks, his expression unreadable. He reflects, realizing he had forgotten something important. "Come to think of it, I forgot about it." The great Dan Yohaian considers the financial burden of raising a child. Money, he thinks, is needed first and foremost. And a lot of it. He walks through the town with the child, surrounded by passersby. He held a small object in his palm, a sudden thought surfacing in his mind. The protagonist considered the weight of responsibility. Raising a child, he mused, required a great deal more than he initially anticipated. The protagonist walked through the town, a small child following closely behind. He reflected on his past. When he was alone, he was comfortable with very little. He had always satiated his hunger by hunting. A crude drawing of a pig-like creature carrying a bag was shown. The protagonist admitted that, having lived that way since childhood, he had no idea how to earn money. But to be responsible for a life, a large amount of money was essential, he realized, observing the crowded scene. He wonders why he remembered it so late. The child suggests they go back, and he agrees. He needs to think as people browse a shop. Duan Yuxian and the child walk together. Elsewhere, the child exclaims at the sight of the landscape. Duan Yuxian stands in a field, wondering what is happening. The child runs towards him, calling out to wait a moment. The child says it's almost done as he approaches. Duan Yuxian wonders what the child is up to, suddenly on their way home. The child wants to bring this flower home and plant it. Duan Yuxian asks if he can do it. The flower appears to be firmly rooted in the earth. Somi declares that she is strong and can handle the task. Duan Yuxian observes Somi, who is blushing slightly as she looks off-panel. Someone notices a footprint, realizing it doesn't belong to them. Hanging upside down, Somi strains to pull the flower, noting they're the only ones going through the passage towards the manor. Duan Yuxian notices that the weeds around the flower have been removed, causing him to grunt in thought. The thought occurs, was this flower deliberately planted by someone? With a shout, Somi manages to pull the flower free from the ground. Somi proudly states she told him she could do it, but then notices a strange pouch attached to the flower. Somi and Duan Yuxian examine the flower and the mysterious pouch. Somi attempts to open the pouch, but a voice suddenly shouts, furious that she would dare touch it. A blade is swung with deadly intent. She barely has time to react as a figure descends from above. Somi's eyes widen, silent, escaping her lips as she looks up. The figure hurtles towards her, fist raised, ready to strike. Nearby, a discarded knife lies glinting on the ground. Duan Yuxian intervenes, his voice sharp. What are you trying to do? The figure's arm is poised to strike, a silent question mark hanging in the air. Duan Yuxian's expression hardens, demanding, what's with this guy? Suddenly, the figure's hand crackles with a strange, blue energy, eliciting a cry of pain. Duan Yuxian's eyes widen in disbelief. What is this ridiculous strength? A close-up reveals the attacker's intense gaze. The figure's grip tightens on Duan Yuxian's arm. With a cry, Duan Yuxian is sent flying backwards. He is sent hurtling backwards through the air, away from the small girl. His eyes widen in shock as he realizes the force of the blow. The unstoppable demon god crashes violently into the ground. Dirt and debris explode around him as he hits with tremendous force. Dazed, he lies amongst the broken earth, wondering what just happened as Somi looks on. The little girl stares, her eyes wide with fear and confusion. She looks down at her hands, clutching the potted plant tightly, still reeling from the attack. A hand reaches out, its intentions unknown. He wonders if Somi fainted from the shock of the attack. The great Dan Yohaian scoops Somi up into his arms, carrying her away from the danger. His expression hardens with fury as he realizes someone dared to target Somi. He vows that anyone who tries to harm Somi will face his wrath. He was cut off by a sudden attack. The speaker believed they were trying to scare Somi and make her run away. The man with the scar considered the situation. At least they had a proper mind, he thought. He wondered what was inside the pouch they wanted to protect so much, holding it up to examine it. The man rotated the pouch in his hands, carefully inspecting it. He held the pouch close, his expression unreadable as he continued to study it. With a sharp blade, he cut into the pouch. This. The man with the scar was suddenly on the ground, seemingly struck down. He lay prone, vulnerable after the unexpected attack. Someone carried Somi away from the scene, a sword strapped to their back. A voice declared that this bloke is going to be quite useful. Meanwhile, Somi lay in bed, groaning softly. She was recovering in a traditional-style building. He groans, stirring from a fitful sleep, lost in the throes of a nightmare. A sudden jolt throws Duan Yuxian upright, his eyes snapping open in alarm. He finds himself in an unfamiliar place, and a voice calls out, asking if he is awake. Duan Yuxian's brow furrows, a question forming on his lips as he tries to understand his surroundings. His eyes widen, a gasp escaping his lips as the reality of his situation begins to dawn on him. He stares at the figure before him, a silent question hanging in the air between them. The figure answers his unspoken query, declaring, I am Dan Yohaian. Duan Yuxian's eyes reflect a mix of shock and disbelief at the revelation. Suspicion flickers across his face as he studies the man who claims to share his name. The air crackles with tension, the gaze of the other Dan Yohaian, radiating danger and murderous intent. Suddenly, a massive serpent constricts Duan Yuxian, as the other Dan Yohaian accuses him of attacking Somi. The other Dan Yohaian's voice drips with malice, revealing his desire to have killed him on the spot. He lay in bed, exhaustion clinging to him, when the other Dan Yohaian spoke, changing the subject. He wondered what the other him was getting at. The great Dan Yohaian admitted he didn't know, as the child pressed him, asking how much he thought his life was worth. He really didn't know how to answer that question. Dan Yohaian declared that he thought it was worth 1,000,000 yangs, seeking confirmation. The child's expression remained unreadable, his intentions unclear. The child Dan Yohaian remarked that his value was quite high. Duan Yuxian stammered, wanting to believe he was worth that much, but the child seemed unconvinced. The child's words cut deep, as he stated that Duan Yuxian looked like all he did was theft, and that he'd price him at a silver niang at best. The words stung. The child paused, giving Duan Yuxian a chance to choose his worth. The weight of the decision hung heavy in the air, the silence deafening. The child Dan Yohaian, confident in himself, declare that then his life shall be worth 1,000,000 niangs. His eyes gleamed with an unsettling certainty. The child Dan Yohyan then added 1,000,000 niangs for forgiving his crime of attempt to kill Somi, bringing the total to 5,000,000 niangs. The accusation hung in the air. Duan Yuxian's face contorted in a mix of shock and fear, the weight of the accusations and the impossible some crushing him. The child Dan Yohyan stated that was the amount he had to pay up if he wanted to live. The ultimatum was delivered with chilling finality. The women thanked someone for their hard work, offering the governor some food. Governor Hong Wenchong mused to himself, stating that he will kindly accept their feelings only. The governor stated he still had work left undone and that he'd better get going. The governor suddenly fell to the ground. The governor lay sprawled out on the floor. The governor adjusted his hat, thinking that this was burdensome. The governor knelt on the ground, thinking that people looked at him differently now. It was only natural since they thought he had caught the notorious Jiang Bexan. The problem was that it was excessive, and everyone considered him to be a hero, as the women looked on with a gaze of envy. It was reported that the golden Buddha had disappeared from the palace. The theft must have been the work of an outstanding thief, they speculated. Governor Hong Wenchong stated that since this case needed to be highly confidential, he was thinking of asking for help. Another official remarked that it should be easy for him, since he arrested Jiang Bexan, even after his subordinates were defeated, all alone. The governor, with a forced smile, assured them that he could do it. Governor Hong Wenchong internally cursed, thinking that if someone stole it, they should have done it in a way that no one knew. An outburst echoed, questioning who on earth was such a stupid thief. A man stood with a broken broom, his expression downcast. The man with the broken broom wondered why the heavens gave him so much ordeal and hardship. Yesterday night, the man with the broken broom pondered how to get 5,000,000 niangs when adding 1,000,000 niangs and another 1,000,000 niangs, as he had never touched more than 1,000,000 niangs in his life. The man with the broken broom looked up, a pained expression on his face. The great Dan Yohyan studies the man before him, his expression hardening. He doesn't believe the man is joking. The kneeling man begs for mercy, promising to repay the debt later. His hand trembles on the ground. The man continues to plead, offering to do anything that is asked of him. He bows his head in supplication. He is willing to clean, do laundry, anything to satisfy the debt. His desperation is palpable. Duan Yuxian wonders why he has this feeling. His eyes narrow as he considers the situation. He has a feeling that if he defies this man's words, there will be severe consequences. A small figure seems to represent his fear. The man believes he would be killed without a second thought. Blood splatters emphasize the danger. He cannot die yet. The words are stark against a backdrop of implied violence. Meanwhile, a child offers food, but the protagonist seems lost in thought. He wonders if she is cooking. The man with the scar is holding onto the other's belongings until he repays what he owes. His expression is stern. The threat is clear. If he tries to run away, the amount will be doubled. There will be no escape. Duan Yuxian thinks of the man as a corrupt scammer. He vows that things will not go as the man wishes. A voice echoes with a desperate plan, hoping to escape the current crisis. The scene shifts, returning to the present moment. Duan Yuxian toils away, forced into servitude. He reflects on the relentless work given to him. A figure curses a chubby kid, seemingly blaming them for the current predicament. Somi peeks through a doorway, regretting her actions. She laments the enormous debt she's in. Duan Yuxian knows time is running out. He must retrieve the stolen item before the black marketer arrives. The golden Buddha sits nestled inside a bag, the object Duan Yuxian risked his life to steal. The stolen object, the golden Buddha. Somi and Duan Yuxian are together, their expressions unreadable. Someone comments on Somi's skill, suggesting she's better suited for this than thievery. She's asked if she liked it, while someone thinks of her as a thief. The great Dan Yohyan seems to be enjoying something, stating that it is good. The person offers to set her salary to 3 silver niangs a month, thanking her. The unstoppable demon god's eyes narrow, a hint of scheming in his gaze. Somi declares that she has found out the location of the item, and now only needs to find the right timing. A bandaged hand rests on a table, the sound of tack echoing. There's a saying that no matter how many times Sun Wukong reincarnates, he still remains the palms of Buddha, as Somi asks, really? The great Dan Yohyan is sure that she knows that too, right? Somi confirms that she does, thinking of poor Sun Wukong. Did you know? If it weren't for that golden headband Sun Wukong had, he would be able to escape Buddha's reach. Somi's hands are shown. She wonders if she is a person who should be cleaning and doing laundry. Somi declares that she is the greatest thief of all time, stealing from the palace no one could ever do. She confidently fries the food, declaring himself incomparable to the petty thieves of the world. The cook pauses from his work, considering the possibility of running away from his current situation. A clatter echoes as something falls to the ground. Somi curses under his breath, frustrated by the mishap. Crouching low, Somi questions why he is giving up so easily, regretting his moment of weakness. Somi's eyes widen in alarm. It has been 3 days, and the black marketer should be arriving soon. A bead of sweat trickles down his face. If he is late, he is sure he will die. Elsewhere, Duan Yuxian's expression is unreadable as he contemplates the situation. Somi thinks that even if he is caught, he is not worried since Duan Yuxian is here. He relaxes on a pile of treasure, justifying his life of theft as a means to a comfortable existence. Somi is startled by a voice calling out, "Hey, are you there?" He rushes toward Duan Yuxian, who stands with a child, exclaiming that he is here. Somi worries about leaving the house unattended, knowing they will be gone for a while. She waves goodbye as Duan Yuxian prepares to leave, a sudden opportunity presenting itself. It seems someone has let their guard down after several days of good food, a rare opportunity indeed. Someone off-panel is assured that the manor will be kept clean, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Duan Yuxian is told that forcing her to run away is only going to double the amount, but he questions what they're talking about. Someone declares there is no way they would disobey his words, but he doesn't mind her running away. The smiling character thinks that she will see why Sun Wukong can't escape Buddha's palms. Someone says yes, of course, and then bids farewell. Finally, Duan Yuxian and Somi are off, walking away from the manor. Someone says goodbye forever. Meanwhile, Somi calls out to Duan Yuxian, addressing him as a Jussi. Somi wonders why they are fishing all of a sudden, pointing out that they still have a lot of food. Duan Yuxian says it's nothing. He told Somi to continue fishing, explaining that he had business to take care of. The girl asked if he would come back soon. Somi agreed, double-checking that she only needed to stay within the circle. The girl stood happily within the circle, arms outstretched. Duan Yuxian affirmed that she was smart, thinking to himself that he needed to place a formation there. It would keep any wild animal or human from seeing the child. Somi promised that she would come back soon, declaring that she would catch tons of fish. He said he was looking forward to it, a small smile gracing his lips. Elsewhere, a disembodied voice wondered what on earth they could do on their own. Someone held a mask, their expression obscured. Duan Yuxian admitted that this burden was killing him, for real. A figure seemed surprised, questioning who the other person was. Duan Yuxian stated that he had a good case for them, a smug look on his face. He charges forward, a taunt escaping his lips. Does his opponent wish to continue this fight? A golden statue sits prominently displayed, as someone expresses their desire to be rid of it. The merchant states that the statue is difficult to sell, offering no more than 200 niangs. The customer agrees to the amount, but seems to have something else to say. The merchant waits for the customer to continue. A man with an eye patch comments on the customer's ability to survive after stealing such an item. The customer seems unconcerned by the man's comment. The customer is warned to be careful, as the government's office is on alert after Zhang Bexan was arrested. Things could be a close call. He is the reason everything has been turned upside down, they say. The name Zhang Bexan hangs in the air. Since Zhang Bexan was the mighty bandit, he ruled the entire region of Hunan, or so the rumors claim. Thanks to that, word has spread that the governor of this place will be moving to the central position. One man understands, assuring another not to worry. Even if he gets caught, he won't say a single thing about him. Someone is stepping forward, seemingly unafraid of the situation, even laughing at the prospect of danger. A sudden announcement shatters the calm. There's a problem, and the atmosphere shifts with palpable tension. Confusion erupts as someone cries out, demanding to know what's going on amidst the growing chaos. Panic sets in as another man shouts about the officers, his voice laced with fear and urgency. The officers are everywhere, their presence overwhelming as they flood the scene, a clear sign of impending trouble. A man with an eye patch realizes the gravity of the situation, suspecting that someone ratted on them. The question hangs heavy in the air. Who would betray them, setting off a chain of suspicion and paranoia? A close-up reveals the concerned expression of a man, his eyes reflecting the growing unease and uncertainty. He cheerfully bids farewell, seemingly unaware of the trouble brewing behind him. The man left behind realizes his wallet is missing, fury rising within him. A sealed letter is clutched tightly in a gloved hand, its contents unknown. Someone plummets from above, a voice wishing them luck as another curses their betrayal. Duan Yuxian sprints away, a determined glint in his eyes as he makes his escape. Feet pound the ground, the sound echoing through the corridors as the chase intensifies. The door bursts open with a resounding crash, and a voice commands the immediate arrest of everyone. A man is seized, a pained grunt escaping his lips as he's restrained. A hand grips another man's neck, cutting off his air as he cries out in pain. A man in elaborate attire strides through a crowd, seemingly unaffected by the chaos around him. A golden statue radiates a soft, ethereal light, its significance yet unknown. The man's eyes widen in surprise, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he realizes something. The golden Buddha statue radiates a soft, ethereal light, confirming its presence. Holding the statue, the man demands to know who betrayed them. He is told that he doesn't need to know. Zhang Bexan, his face contorted in anger, glares with a palpable intensity. One man curses, refusing to let things end easily. Another dismisses the threat as ridiculous. The theft of the palace's Buddha statue carries severe consequences. Escape will not be easy. The man holding the statue realizes that returning the precious item could earn him the trust of the royals and the emperor. He stands with his back turned, his long hair tied back, a sense of determination radiating from him. Someone reflects on having carelessly followed words, but ultimately finding the real thing. Duan Yuxian wonders who that man is, his expression a mix of curiosity and suspicion. The man finds the situation awesome, stating that it doesn't even compare to the Zhang Bexan case. Elsewhere, a distant landscape stretches out, the sound of exertion echoing through the air. The soldiers press their pursuit, shouting orders to prevent his escape. He cursed, sweat beading on his brow as he scrambled forward, desperate to gain ground. He wondered why they were so persistent, frustrated that the weight of the gold hindered his speed. He tried to focus, reminding himself that this was real, that his life was on the line. The thought of capture sent a shiver down his spine. He knew the consequences would be dire, involving torture and execution. He pushed onward, telling himself he only needed to go a bit further to reach safety. He knew he needed to reach the cliffs, his only hope for escape from the relentless pursuit. Huffing, he finally saw the cliffs looming ahead, a daunting but welcome sight. His hand reached out, finding purchase on the rough cliff face. He leaned against the cliff, finally able to catch his breath, if only for a moment. He barely managed to give them a slip, but they came later than expected. Duan Yuxian is sweating, breathing heavily, and barely holding on. A scream echoes through the air, signaling the dire situation he's in. Zhang Bexan sits perched on a rock, casually observing Duan Yuxian's struggle. He asks what Duan Yuxian thinks he's doing. Zhang Bexan smiles, confident in his victory. He tells Duan Yuxian that Sun Wukong will always remain in Buddha's palms. Duan Yuxian looks up, surprised by Zhang Bexan's words and the situation he's in. He can only manage a huh in response. He struggles to get up, but the enemy's words weigh heavily on him. Duan Yuxian realizes he can't get away. Caught in a place like this, Duan Yuxian is sent tumbling through the air, losing his grip on the terrain. He sits on a rock, looking out at the distance, perhaps contemplating his next move or accepting his fate. Driven by desperation, Duan Yuxian refuses to give up. He declares that he'll never. Zhang Bexan taunts him, calling him a fucker and laughing at his futile attempts to escape. The edge of a cliff looms, marking the end of the line for Duan Yuxian's desperate escape. Duan Yuxian plummets down the cliff face, his fate hanging in the balance as he falls into the abyss. The sound of a fall echoes through the desolate landscape. He plummets toward the earth, already planning his escape upon impact. Zhang Bexan watches him fall, offering a cruel farewell. Just before he hits the ground, a hand snatches his foot. He is caught completely off guard. Zhang Bexan holds Duan Yuxian upside down, dangling him precariously over the cliff's edge. A sinister smile spreads across Zhang Bexan's face as he looks down at his captive. The protagonist notices the state of his attire. He manages to escape Zhang Bexan's grasp and flees. His clothes are in tatters, leaving him exposed and vulnerable. He wonders what is wrong with Zhang Bexan. He finds a place to clean himself and finds new clothes. Zhang Bexan is seen riding away on horseback. Wherever he goes, he is determined to survive. He couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, a presence that seemed to permeate everything. The landscape blurred around him, a silent testament to his current predicament. The man in the white robe stood over him, calmly stating that Duan Yuxian was inside his palms. The defeated warrior could only curse his situation. Duan Yuxian smirked, remembering the debt he owed. It had doubled to 10 million yangs for running away. The man with red hair grimaced, hearing that even with the 2 million paid back, 8 million remained. He screamed in frustration, calling the other man a damn asshole. The man in the white robe held a pile of money, as Duan Yuxian looked on with a mix of anger and resignation. Duan Yuxian suddenly remembered something. He had forgotten to collect the reward for Zhang Bexan's head. The red-haired warrior looked up, a new thought dawning on his face. He considered buying Somi's snack with the reward money. A faint smile played on his lips as he contemplated the possibilities. Meanwhile, bamboo swayed in the wind, framing the imposing structure where the young Dan Yohyan was held captive. The child swept diligently, muttering about how annoying this all was. The house was so shiny, he thought, staring at the door. The governor paid him only 3 niangs, which came from the money he had taken from the boy in the first place. The child thanked his master, thinking to himself, geez, my life. The governor sat on a bench, while the child Dan Yohyan looked on. The great Dan Yohyan trudged through the remote forest, clearly annoyed. Why was the manor in such a secluded area? He wanted to return before his master came back from his hunt. Even using the light feet technique, which allowed martial artists to lower their body weight for faster movements, he would barely make it back in time. Duan Yushin paused, sensing something was amiss. He turned his head slightly, his eyes narrowed. Elsewhere, a young girl ran through the forest, making soft pattering sounds. She was focused on something ahead. Duan Yushin stopped abruptly, turning to face the source of the sound. The young girl peeked out from behind a tree, her eyes wide with curiosity. Her small feet moved quickly, kicking up dust as she continued her pursuit. The young girl looked up, startled by the voice from above. Duan Yushin loomed over her, asking why she was following him. She stammered, unable to get her words out. Duan Yushin looked down at the young girl, his expression unreadable. She gazed back up at him, her face a mixture of nervousness and anticipation. The young girl hesitated, her eyes wide as she tried to explain herself. Because, she began. She smiled shyly, her cheeks flushing with a faint blush. Duan Yushin scolded her, telling her not to laugh or follow him, and to just go back inside. His tone was stern, but not unkind. He adjusted the child on his shoulders, warning that if anything happened to him, the child's head would not be safe on his neck. The child nestled closer, confessing that he didn't like to be alone. Duan Yushin looked up, concern etched on his face. He questioned if the child even knew where he was going. He sighed, his breath visible in the cool air. The child responded that he was sorry, but Duan Yushin couldn't take him to a place with a lot of people. He promised to follow well by his side. Duan Yushin's expression hardened, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. He thought to himself that the bastard who went out hunting would soon come back, but it wasn't right to leave the kid alone. On top of that, there were many wild animals around here. Looking up at Duan Yushin, the child insisted that he really had to stick by his side. The child affirmed that he would stay close. The child, perched on Duan Yushin's shoulders, pointed excitedly at some fruit, exclaiming that there was fruit. Suddenly, the pair were sent running as a large boar charged towards them. The child called out that it was pretty and to come here. He sleeps soundly, unaware of the dangers ahead. The unstoppable demon god's brow furrows with concern. A figure stands with their back turned, observing the surroundings. Two figures walk through the market, one excitedly announcing their arrival, while the other urges silence. Duan Yushin glances warily at two seated figures, their expressions unreadable. Carrying the child on his shoulders, he navigates the bustling marketplace. The child thinks to himself, this place seems more dangerous than he imagined. The market bustles with activity, but whispers of a caught black marketer linger in the air. A man with an eye patch believes the caught black marketer must be beheaded by now. Duan Yushin's eyes widen, a sudden realization dawning on him. Wait. He carries the child through the marketplace, the boy perched on his shoulders. The child wonders aloud what will happen if they are caught, and who actually stole the item. Suddenly, a large hand reaches out, grabbing the child. Duan Yushin's eyes widen in shock as he realizes what's happening. A booming voice echoes through the marketplace as the large man declares he will take the child. The large man swiftly carries the child away, the boy exclaiming at his speed. Duan Yushin's gaze hardens, a fierce determination burning in his eyes. Panic sets in as he realizes the gravity of the situation. He knows he will die if he fails. The large man continues to flee with the child. Duan Yushin shouts after him, calling him a bastard. A voice booms, questioning if the kidnapper has any idea who he is taking away. Duan Yushin's expression is grim. He wonders if the man also knows how to use the light feet technique. Another voice shouts, demanding that the man stop. He dashed across the bridge, the wind whipping through his red hair. Something felt off about this pursuit. Was it a trap? The thought gnawed at him. But why would they lure him here of all places? If he just let things play out, that bastard would come to save the girl anyway. But that wasn't an option. The horned figure declared that if he allowed that to happen, he would also lose his life. So he lost his kid? The running figure screamed, lamenting his damn, fucking life as a giant hand loomed over him. The regretful face thought it was his fault for bringing that kid in the first place. Why the fuck did everything have to go wrong? Calming down, the foot prepared to use his light feet technique, confident that he wouldn't lose to just anyone in speed. Before he got trapped, the determined face resolved to catch up on him and take Wasomi. A burst of energy crackled through the air. The determined face prepared to strike, surrounded by crackling energy. A man held the child protectively in his arms, shielding them from the impending danger. Someone shouted, "Hey, you fucking bald head! Give me that kid right now!" Duan Yushin demands, his face contorted with rage. Wasomi smirks, advising him to check his surroundings before acting cocky. Duan Yushin's eyes widen in shock, his expression shifting to disbelief and dawning horror. Through the forest, a group of figures flees, carrying a child away from the manor. Damn it, when did they? Duan Yushin curses, realizing the kidnappers have already made their escape. The group continues to flee through the forest, disappearing into the dense foliage. A splatter of blood stains the ground, hinting at the violence that has transpired. Meanwhile, bamboo stalks sway gently in the breeze, framing a traditional building in the distance. Inside the building, a man stands silently, gazing out the window with an unreadable expression. He sits down heavily in a chair, lost in thought as silence fills the room. He wonders if the manor was always this huge, a question hanging in the air. I used to think that being alone is normal, a voice echoes, tinged with melancholy. He had grown accustomed to the noisy days, though now it seemed Somi followed Jang Samtae towards the downtown area. That place was really dangerous nowadays, and, just in case Somi might be in danger, a brawl breaks out. A foot comes down hard, impacting someone's face. Someone watches, marveling at his endurance. How much longer can he withstand this torment? A man with a beard grits his teeth, his expression a mix of anger and determination. Behind him, another man looks on. One of the men kneels, observing the scene. He comments on the injured man's persistence. A group of people surround Duan Yuxian, their faces obscured. They seem to be discussing the importance of a child. Lying injured, Duan Yuxian hears a threat. Someone vows to cut out a woman's skin, little by little, in front of him. Duan Yuxian's eyes narrow with fury. Elsewhere, a girl lies prone, seemingly unaware of the danger. A faint voice calls out, repeating a familiar word. Appa. 5 years ago, the child lies in bed, looking up with wide eyes. He asks what someone is doing. The child is awake, a bandage on his face. He thinks to himself about calculating the things he stole today. A collection of stolen goods lays scattered, evidence of a successful, if risky, venture. He gazes upon the loot with a wide smile. Wow, there's a lot. The other child's expression is one of concern. Isn't it dangerous to steal this much? He asks. Dan Yohayan smiles reassuringly. Why do you worry about that? Since our parents passed away, from now on, I will protect you. The other child blushes, his eyes sparkling with gratitude. You don't have to worry about anything and just stay healthy. Until you die old, I will be responsible for you. The other child nods, agreeing to the promise. Dan Yohayan presents a beautiful blue cloth. Wow, Appa, this cloth is really pretty. There was quite a rich merchant on the street today. Dan Yohayan explains his actions. So, I took it from him. It was the most expensive-looking item he had. Dan Yohayan holds the cloth up, showing it off. The other child reaches for it. Dan Yohayan looks down, a hint of sadness in his eyes. It seems like those bastards are really brutal. Sorry, but you can't wear this for at least 1 to 2 months. The other child pouts, clearly disappointed. Let's just wait until those guys go away. Dan Yohayan looks at the other child with concern. The other child looks down, frustrated. Okay, but I want to brag about it right now. He chuckled softly, realizing he needed to conceal it well from prying eyes. Meanwhile, that night, his younger sister did not return home, leaving a void in his young life. Her hand lay still on the cold, tiled floor, a stark reminder of her absence. Tears streamed down Dan Yohayan's face, his expression a mixture of fear and desperation. His sister, whom he had searched for throughout the entire town, was nowhere to be found. She was lying down in a narrow alley, a place where people rarely ventured, vulnerable and alone. It seemed she had found the cloth he had hidden and worn outside, a small comfort in her final moments. After that day, Duan Yuxian began hating kids, his heart hardening with each passing moment of grief. He embraced Dan Yohayan tightly, his face contorted with sorrow, a silent promise of protection. Because they don't listen, the consequences of the item he handed over now weighed heavily on his soul. After their boss was executed, the men vowed revenge, declaring they could do much worse. One of them grabbed Dan Yohayan. The man carried Dan Yohayan away, the child struggling and yelling to be let go, but his captor told him to stay still. A hand clenches the fabric of his robe, holding him captive. Duan Yuxian, injured and on the ground, curses his captors with venom. The bound man struggles against his restraints, demanding to be released. Elsewhere, Duan Yuxian holds Dan Yohayan, who calls him slave Ajusi. Dan Yohayan's eyes narrow with a sudden, fierce determination. With a yell, he kicks the man holding him, sending him sprawling. Duan Yuxian lies defeated, as Dan Yohayan stands over him, breathing heavily. The boy's hand reaches out, as if trying to grasp something just out of reach. Duan Yuxian lies prone on the ground, as Dan Yohayan stands defiantly before him. Dazed, Duan Yuxian looks up, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. Dan Yohayan stares down at him, questioning his actions. Enraged, Duan Yuxian brandishes a sword, furious that the boy dared to bite him. He shouts, demanding to know what the other is doing and ordering him to run away. Dan Yohayan looks down, a soft no escaping his lips. The child stands alone in a field, seemingly unafraid. Duan Yuxian is injured, a bandage on his face, sweat dripping down. Tears stream down Dan Yohayan's face as he says that he might die, too. Dan Yohayan looks shocked, his eyes wide with fear. Duan Yuxian thinks that if he does that, Dan Yohayan would be left here all alone. Duan Yuxian laughs, calling Dan Yohayan a crazy brat who must be doing a drama. Someone grabs Dan Yohayan from behind, their hand outstretched. The word die is displayed prominently. Duan Yuxian stands with another man, a sword raised high. Duan Yuxian cries out in pain, clutching his arm. He lay on his back, staring up at the sky with wide, fearful eyes. The child called out, his voice filled with desperation as he spotted someone nearby. A Jussie. Dan Yohaian's expression was one of pure, unadulterated fear as he looked up. A fierce battle raged nearby, the sounds of combat echoing through the air. Duan Yuxian's face contorted into a sinister smile, his eyes gleaming with malice. It seems you guys. A young boy stares upwards, lost in thought. He wonders about his sister. A memory surfaces, tinged with loneliness. Hated me waiting all alone in that old house. The man's brow furrows with concern. Something has caught his attention. A young girl's voice pierces the air. Slave Ajusi, are you awake? She asks. The sound of slap echoes. The young girl looks up at the man, her expression unreadable. The man's face is etched with worry. Are you okay? He asks, his voice laced with concern. A wave of anger washes over the girl. Your cheek. What happened here? The young girl's voice rises, laced with frustration. This is why I told you to run away. Why did you step in? You should have just ran away. A close-up reveals the man's eye, filled with a mix of pain and determination. Slave Ajusi. Despite her own injuries, the young girl focuses on the man's wounds. You're injured more than me, though. The man's eyes widen in surprise. Ah. The sounds of the forest echo around the traditional building. The young girl gently tends to child Dan Yohaian, urging him to stay still. She reflects on the events of yesterday. Elsewhere, a standing man in a robe looms over two kneeling figures. One of them addresses him, fear evident in their voice, calling him sir. The person with the ponytail coldly orders someone to take her and leave. The person with red and black hair issues a chilling ultimatum. Either get up or die here. Back in the room, child Dan Yohaian recalls running with all his might, but remembers nothing after that. The young girl calls out a questioning hey as she holds a container. Child Dan Yohaian insists that his life is more important than someone else's. The young girl looks surprised by his statement. Child Dan Yohaian asks, what? But the young girl refuses to accept his words. The young girl declares that she will do it again in the future because she doesn't want to lose her family. Child Dan Yohaian thinks to himself, realizing that she knew about his plan to run away. A voice declares that they will never do such a thing. Another voice vows to become stronger and protect everyone. A young girl, holding something pink, looks determined. He lies in bed, retorting not to say things like that. A crow perched on a branch wonders if it was scolded by a child. A verdant landscape stretches into the distance. Dust motes dance in the air. Figures carrying torches advance through a fiery scene. A figure in red walks away, leaving an unknown scene behind. The man worries that nothing is working out, as group fights occur near the village. The governor is informed that there was a strange report attached to it. The figure in red asks what the wounds of the injured are. The observer notes that all of the fallen men have sunken left cheeks. The rogue stands in silhouette, his form a dark omen against the red backdrop. A man begs for mercy, his hands outstretched in a desperate plea. A bloody hand lies still, a testament to the violence that has transpired. Duan Yuxian stands amidst the chaos, a silent exclamation point in the aftermath of battle. An official shouts, demanding to know how anyone dares to act in such a way. A figure recognizes the approaching man, surprised by his sudden appearance. Duan Yuxian's gaze is intense, his scar a permanent reminder of past battles. The official identifies the fallen as bandits who attempted kidnapping and murder. The official orders his men to hurry up and arrest the perpetrators, though one guard admits he doesn't recognize the man. The figure realizes it's Governor Hong Wenshang, the one who caught Zhang Bexan alone. Duan Yuxian recalls finding the stolen golden Buddha statue with superpowers. He wonders why someone is being so friendly with a known troublemaker. An intense gaze pierces through the shadows, questioning the recent actions. The words hang in the air, Black Sword Society. Why would anyone mention their name? The Black Sword Society, one of many organizations in the Central Plains, is unusual for its membership of criminals and vagabonds. For years, the Imperial Palace has been troubled by the existence of the Black Sword Society. They have been committing all kinds of crimes, each more sophisticated than the last. Duan Yuxian notes that the rascals and the black marketer are informants for the Black Sword Society. Governor Hong remains silent for a moment, listening intently. The governor's expression hardens. He says, "Don't tell me, it's that society." Duan Yuxian, his gaze fixed on Governor Hong, declares that he has to repay them something. Governor Hong responds, offering his assistance, "So I'll be lending you a hand." The peaks of Mount Hung rise in silent majesty. Lush greenery thrives in shadows. The man on the throne wonders what is happening, questioning why there is still no contact. His attendant assures him they will arrive soon. Yang Haixeng, leader of the Black Sword Society's Hunan branch, knows the higher-ups are already fussy. He thinks about the money and time invested in that black marketer. From above, the man on the throne declares there cannot be any mistake by them. A hand grips a neck, applying brutal pressure. The chibi character, holding a golden statue, thinks it's not even enough to twist that thief's neck. Recently, Jang Baek-san was watching whose back got caught. Moreover, the black marketer who he favored so much ended up that way. Things seem to go against him. A figure stands amidst debris. A close-up shows a neck and robe. The man in the black and gold robe reels back, his eyes wide with disbelief. He shouts, questioning the unfolding events before him. A cloud of dust and debris fills the air, obscuring the scene. The source of the disturbance remains unseen, hidden within the haze. Duan Yuxian stares intently, a scar visible on his face. His expression is unreadable as he surveys the aftermath of the unseen event. The man with pink hair narrows his eyes, his expression intense. He seems to be contemplating the situation with a focused gaze. Blinding streaks of light fill the panel, suggesting a rapid movement or a powerful force being unleashed. The air crackles with energy. The man's face contorts in pain, a visible wound marring his cheek. He grits his teeth, enduring the agony of the unseen attack. The man in the light brown robe commands his guards to arrest the fallen figure. The guards respond with a resounding, "Yes, sir." Whispers circulate among the onlookers, questioning if the arrested man is truly a member of the Black Sword Society. One comments that they're lucky to witness such an event. The man in the black and gold robe lies sprawled on the ground, surrounded by scattered gold coins. He is clearly defeated and vulnerable. Duan Yuxian's eye reflects shock and disbelief. The events unfolding before him have clearly taken him by surprise. A small, cute character trembles, seemingly affected by the tense atmosphere. A man stands in the background, observing the scene with concern. A disembodied voice speaks, its words hanging in the air. The speaker remains unseen, their identity a mystery. Two figures loom over someone hunched and seated, perhaps inspecting their work. The seated person thinks to themselves, wishing they had money to buy snacks for Somi. The man with brown hair, laden with bags, announces that he will be going. From a background, a well-wisher calls out, telling him to take care on his way. And just like that, to raise Wasomi and Jang Samtae properly, Dan Yahayan decides to rake in money. 3 months later, the seasons have changed. Summer has arrived, thanks to the items received at the Black Sword Society. Life has become more affluent than ever for him. But the problem is, he sweeps the ground, his expression unreadable. A girl prepares food near the water while he stands in the background. A child gazes into the fish tank, finding the carp appealing. The problem, Dan Yahayan realizes, is that Wasomi and Jang Samtae have gained too much weight. In reality, the root of this cause lies in the actions of the protagonist. He clears his throat, acknowledging his part. Dan Yahayan thoughtlessly bought and brought every food he saw for them, creating a feast. Every day, every penny he earned went to 3 meals a day, and this was the result, the children growing rounder. Usually, the more they have starved, the more they want to eat. And Jang Samtae, being a great cook, made the food into such delicacies. They are ordinary people with no heavenly harmony. If this goes on, their health will be in danger, Dan Yahayan realizes with concern. Dan Yahayan calls out, asking the 2 children to come to him. They respond with a "Yes, sir." Jang Samtae is surprised, as Dan Yahayan announces he will be teaching him martial arts from today on. Wasomi is happy and says she likes it, as Dan Yahayan addresses her as well. Jang Samtae says okay, but then tells the master that the things they sell on the streets are worse than third-rate. That's why he's telling them to go buy them. Dan Yahayan replies with a smile. The child, clearly pleased with his progress, jumps for joy, his face beaming with excitement. Scrolls lay scattered on the ground, their secrets waiting to be unlocked. It was only this much. The great Dan Yahayan observes the scattered scrolls, a thoughtful expression on his face as the child looks on. Tai Chi and Tai Jijian. He's heard of it, but doesn't seem to recall. You don't know? It belongs to the Wudong sect, one of the pivots of the 9 great sections. Haha, Wudong. Jang Sambong, what an amusing name. You're the only person capable of saying that. If the Wudong's ascetics heard this, they most definitely will put their life on stake and take out their swords. Let's see. Yes, sir? Okay, let us start. Yeah, I Huff. Why on earth do you move like that? Well, because that's how it's written in the book. He seems displeased, as if the current training isn't meeting his standards. Enough of following what is in the book. It's no fun. Originally, there was no path in martial arts, so people made their own. The great Dan Yahayan instructs the children to move in a way that makes them comfortable. That is how they can pave a path for themselves. One of the children responds with enthusiasm, affirming that they understand the lesson. Yes, sir. The children continue to train, their heavy breathing echoing through the training grounds. One of the children collapses, exhausted. He cries out that he can't do it anymore, begging to be killed already. Another child strikes with a stick, the sound of the impact echoing through the air. Adjusty. The strike connects, sending another child sprawling. It makes the sound of a wind. Duan Yuxian watches the children, a pleased smile gracing his lips. He tells them they're doing great and that he can see the martial artist in them. The great Dan Yahayan reflects that he had no intention of teaching Somi martial arts. He only wanted her to move her body more and become healthier. He believes that if they follow well, they will regain their previous selves in no time. Duan Yuxian's expression is unreadable as he watches the children train. The children gather around a table laden with food, ready to indulge. One of them exclaims that they deserve to eat all they want a day. With shining eyes, one of the children eagerly devours a skewer of golden treats. Another child stuffs a large, saucy piece of food into their mouth, cheeks bulging with delight. The feast continues, with the children happily consuming the vast array of dishes before them, as Duan Yuxian watches over them. Gazing out at the distant palace, one of the children mutters a frustrated, "Damn." After their intense training, the children manage to return to their normal weights. One of them cheerfully declares they could eat the amount they lost. Something shatters, the sound echoing as fragments fall. A figure strides forward, the sound of his footsteps reverberating in the distance. The man's ornate robe hints at a position of power. Samacan, Lord of the Black Sword Society, is revealed. Samacan looks down, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. What on earth is it now? Two older men discuss finances. Zhang Bexan and So Chuyum. Do you even know how much money they use to present us each year? A man with black hair appears startled. Well, of course I do. But dash. An attack unfolds, the victim reeling from the blow. A group of men surrounds a bound individual. In the Hunan's branch, I lost contact with all of them, including the ones I sent to catch Jiang Samte. A dead man lies amidst a scene of carnage. Hunan was the calmest province so far. Samacan smirks, his eyes narrowed. Not only was it powerful, but the location was ideal for moving and all. The rampage of Zhang Bexan had unintended consequences, making it easier to suppress other rising powers. A lone figure on horseback, sword raised, charged into the fray, a crimson aura surrounding them. Hooves pounded the earth, the rider's purpose unknown, but their presence undeniable. A window shattered, a sign that someone was interfering with carefully laid plans. Samacan, his back turned, expressed a keen interest in identifying the meddling individual. Orders were given to take action against Governor Hong and Jiang Samte, who sought a deal with So Chuyum. Two figures moved swiftly, one carrying the other, their destination unknown but their urgency clear. The man with the green hat commanded his subordinates to capture and torture their targets, expecting valuable information to surface. Meanwhile, a serene temple stood bathed in sunlight, a stark contrast to the turmoil brewing elsewhere. A man sat in meditation, but his inner peace was shattered by an unseen force, causing him visible distress. Blood trickled down a person's face, their expression one of grim determination despite the evident injury. The air crackles with unseen energy, a harbinger of change. Heavy breaths fill the silence, a sign of exertion. The exhausted man groans, already feeling the weight of the day. Sweat beads on his brow as he lies, sprawled among scattered books. He blinks, momentarily disoriented by the rude awakening. Another figure stands over him, urging him to wake Somi for breakfast, but he is too tired. The exhausted man remains prone, unwilling to move. He reluctantly agrees, his voice barely a whisper. Meanwhile, a small bird chirps merrily, perched atop a tree. The young girl, Somi, sits in peaceful meditation, a bird resting on her head. The standing person observes Somi, realizing she is already awake. He tells her to wash up, as breakfast will be served soon. She's being carried, wrapped in bandages. The person carrying her says, "Sure you do." The downcast person looks off into the distance, lost in thought. She asks the person carrying her what is going on. The person carrying the food notes that it seems to be very windy today. One person seems pleased, while another wonders what he is talking about. Jiang Samte is told to check for any changes in Yiyang. Someone complains that they haven't even eaten breakfast yet, but is told to go check it out right now. The person yells, expressing their frustration at not being able to eat. Meanwhile, the location is identified as Yiyang, north of Hunan. A person is shown eating meat on a stick with relish. Bang Chugok, representative of the Black Sword Society's Whirlwind Squad, stands between two hooded figures. A table is laden with food, and people are seated around it. The woman with white hair relays information. Governor Hong will be transferring Zhang Bexan to the Imperial Palace tomorrow, a development that seems to concern her. The man with dark hair finds it strange that Zhang Bexan was detained in Yiyang for 3 months. He seems to be pondering the situation. The man in traditional clothing speculates that the governor might have wanted to extract information through torture, hinting at a darker motive. The man in the dimly lit area declares that the Black Sword Society will not yield to a mere governor, suggesting defiance and resistance. The woman with white hair acknowledges that taking Zhang Bexan to the palace could be troublesome, as the people there are no match for the governor. The woman with white hair wonders what the chances are of bailing him out, indicating a possible rescue attempt. The stark choice is presented: rescue him or kill him to eliminate any evidence. The stakes are clearly high. Two figures ascend a staircase, and the order is given: kill him. The decision has been made. A face with sharp teeth responds with a fierce eye, confirming their readiness to carry out the deadly order. The woman with white hair states that disposing of already caught people is easy, and now she only has Governor Hong, Jiang Samtae, and someone else to deal with. The man standing in the room is identified as the very hermit who caused this messy situation, suggesting he is the root of the current problems. The woman with white hair wonders what kind of person an outdated hermit could be, questioning his relevance and capabilities. Someone shouts that it's him, identifying Jiang Samtae from the wanted poster. Duan Yuxian observes the situation, noting that things are proceeding as expected. Duan Yuxian considers the high probability that Jiang Samtae knows about the hermit as the man with white hair flees in the background. The crowd begins to move, chasing after Jiang Samtae. The crowd surges forward, their expressions a mix of determination and excitement as they pursue their target. A foot presses forward, indicating the relentless pursuit. Jiang Samtae, running headlong, realizes he's reached a dead end. The sound of a sudden stop echoes. Jiang Samtae abruptly changes direction, attempting to escape. Jiang Samtae is shocked, wondering where his pursuer disappeared to. Someone exclaims that's what happened, though the details remain unclear. He notes that the atmosphere in downtown feels unusually strange. Elsewhere, a man with long brown hair, stained with blood, carries a child. He is certain the Black Sword Society won't leave him alone. Jiang Samtae demands to know what the Black Sword Society actually does, pressing for a detailed explanation. The Black Sword Society was established around 50 years ago. The society was founded by an unknown man. It is said that the Black Sword Society was founded 50 years ago. The origins of the Black Sword Society are shrouded in mystery. The leader of the Black Sword Society was an unknown person. Some say that someone from the demon cult founded the society, but in the end, they were just rumors. Jiang Samtae reports that they have no leads. The man confirms that no one paid any attention to them until now. Jiang Samtae considers that their leader must be quite capable. The sudden appearance of the Black Sword Society must have made them feel threatened. It's true that the Murim Alliance had to step in because of pressure from the great families, Jiang Samtae thinks. The Murim Alliance was said to be made up of key members from the Justice factions. If the leader of the Black Sword Society managed to hide from them, he must be quite smart. If it was in the past, it'd have been impossible, but now, even when it's the same Murim, it's very peaceful. In his days, if there had been talks of vagabonds forming a group, it would have been crushed immediately. In that sense, the current Murim is so peaceful that it's no fun at all. Then what should they do? The governor must be in a lot of trouble. Elsewhere, birds perch on the bare branches of a tree, their silhouettes stark against the pale sky. Jiang Samtae is bound and bloodied, his expression a mix of pain and defiance. You must be Governor Hong Wenchang, a figure asks, looming over the injured man. The white-haired figure smiles. I think you have a rough idea of who we are, so let's skip the formality. Jiang Samtae is bound tightly. He thinks, how careless, he already expected something would happen during the transport of Jiang Baek-san, but to think they would act this quickly. To know? He couldn't understand it, no matter how much he considered the possibilities. Even if Jiang Baek-san and the black marketer had been working together, it still didn't make sense. That their Black Sword Society branch would fall at the hands of someone like them seemed impossible. Jiang Samtae was sure there had to be someone else behind these bastards. The man with dark hair and a scar on his face remained silent, looking away. His eye widened in shock, blood dripping down his face. Jiang Samtae mused that he must have remembered something, asking if he would tell him while he was still being nice. The man with dark hair looked up, bloodied and injured. Surrounded by corpses, the kneeling man insisted he didn't know anything. Jiang Samtae stood over a pile of what appeared to be large pots. The injured man, resigned to his fate, thought he would probably die here. He grits his teeth, blood dripping down his face. Despite the pain, Jiang Samtae's eyes burn with determination. But the character with light hair smiles, stating that they will take this secret to the grave, and that a man must keep his promise. There's no helping it then. Hong Wenchang looks pretty strong on the outside, but he has no martial arts at all and is weak-minded. He'll die easily from the shock of torture. One asks, do you know what this is? The character with light hair uses some kind of power on Jiang Samtae, who reacts in pain. Drug. A hand holds a dark object. Someone looks down at the scene, exclaiming, damn. If that guy dies in a place like this, things will get complicated. Damn it. If it wasn't for the master's order. One of them declares that they need Hong Wenchang. The other asks what he means. He reiterates that they need him. The other figure acknowledges, understanding what he meant. Duan Yuxian falls silent, lost in thought about the situation. He reflects on the consequences of his actions, fearing a beating for even questioning the situation. Duan Yuxian contemplates saving someone first, but struggles with how to accomplish it. His expression hardens, resolving to take action despite the risks. He steels himself, deciding that his fate is sealed regardless of his immediate actions. Energy crackles around him, a visual manifestation of his resolve. He bursts into motion, running down a corridor, propelled by his newfound determination. A figure with white hair looks on in surprise, questioning what is happening. With a yell, Duan Yushin launches an attack, his movements a blur of motion. His attack connects, sending someone flying with a resounding thud. He decides that a surprise attack is the only option available to him. And with that thought, he bursts into action, moving with incredible speed. The great Dan Yuhain grapples with his target, engaging in close-quarters combat. Someone recognizes the figure before them, exclaiming that it's Jang Samtae. The pursuers are closing in, determined to catch their target. Chaos erupts as someone cries out in frustration, while others are caught in the fray. A desperate plea echoes, begging for rescue and expressing disbelief at having to rely on another. Meanwhile, under the watchful gaze of the crescent moon, a figure stands, gripping a sword. The grip tightens on the sword's hilt, a silent promise of action. With a resolute cry, the figure raises the sword high, preparing to strike. The figure advances, each step deliberate and purposeful under the moonlit sky. A flicker of determination crosses the figure's face, a silent vow etched in their eyes. A voice cries out, the sound echoing in the empty space. He lies on the ground, blood staining his clothes. A voice booms, commanding that it's time to start moving. The injured man lies prone, a soft groan escaping his lips. His vision swims as he stares upward, a gash visible on his forehead. A figure looms over Jang Samtae, hand outstretched. He warns him to be quiet. Someone wonders who they are. Another man asks if it's him. The standing figure introduces himself as Jang Samtae, Mr. Dan's subordinate. The man recognizes Jang Samtae. Jang Samtae smiles, acknowledging that he is alive thanks to the other man. Jang Samtae reflects on how many times he's been helped and considers what he should say to Somi to make her more comfortable. He decides that if he's going to use the man, he needs to get out of this place safely first. Jang Samtae anticipates being chased to the death and focuses on escaping to get his revenge. He knelt, heavily wounded, as the figures loomed over him. The ambush had been brutally effective. His eyes widened in pain and disbelief. The attack had caught him completely off guard. He was struck again, crying out in frustration. Damn it, why does everything go wrong? Meanwhile, under the pale light of the crescent moon, the ambush continued to unfold. He lay prone, gasping for air as one of the figures approached. His vision blurred. He looked up, sweat dripping down his face. Damn it, I have no other choice. Despite his injuries, Jang Samtae rose to a fighting stance, his expression hardening with resolve. He shifted his weight, preparing to meet the next attack head-on. Every movement was agony. Suddenly, a figure stepped between Jang Samtae and his attackers. You rat-like bastards. The attackers descended, blades flashing in the dim light. He looks up, spotting a dark figure plummeting from above, closing in fast. Bracing himself, Jang Samtae prepares for the impending impact. He shifts into a fighting stance, ready to meet the attacker head-on. Jang Samtae shouts, goading his unseen opponent. Damn it, if you're going to attack, go ahead. The sound of impact echoes through the air. A figure with white hair watches with concern etched on their face. The dark figure continues their assault, striking with force. They unleash a blast of yellow energy, intensifying the attack. The figure with long black hair watches intently, their eyes glowing ominously. More figures plummet from the sky, joining the chaotic fray. A figure in a hooded cloak demands, "Who are you?" The masked figure responds with a confused, "Huh?" He collapses to the ground, the impact echoing around him as the figures loom above. A figure with pale hair watches, a single tear tracing a path down their cheek. The words hang in the air, "Unstoppable God." A foot descends, the narrator stating that only one person in history has earned such a title. The panel lists Sanfeng, founder of Wudong, and Dalai Lama, who built the system of Shaolin. Even the heavenly demon, who made the demon cult and reached the peak of 100 evil warriors, couldn't get such a title. The light-haired figure wonders what kind of martial art they are witnessing, masters who shook their generation. But only the unstoppable spirit has never lost. That is why he became a legend. One of the figures asks what took so long, while another complains about the noise. One of the figures declares it's a fault, while the others wonder what they even did. The dark-haired figure asks if they are from the Black Sword Society. They confess to being members of the Black Sword Society, fear evident in Jang Samtae's voice. He wonders if they will still be stopped. The figure's body tenses, sweat beading on his brow as he prepares for a fight. The dark-haired figure declares that even a collected lump of trash is still trash. Jang Samtae insists that they're not trash. The figure's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing as he states, "If you don't agree." Jang Samtae, visibly shaken, is told to prove his worth. He trembles slightly. The white-haired figure sits beside the dark-haired warrior, thinking to himself that he is a really great warrior. The dark-haired figure unleashes a flurry of attacks, his movements swift and deadly against unseen opponents. With a fierce cry, The warrior brings his blade down, the sound of impact echoing through the air. Standing amidst the carnage, the dark-haired figure is covered in blood, a testament to his brutal efficiency. Elsewhere, the moon hangs high in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the landscape. The dark-haired figure is called a monster, not a human. Jang Samtae is shocked by this revelation. The warrior questions Jang Samtae's audacity in speaking ill of his master, calling him a low being. He is questioned about forgetting who saved him, the accusation hanging heavy in the air. The warrior restrains Jang Samtae, his grip firm. A curse escapes the lips of the man being held. Duan Yuxian declares that Jang Samtae needs to be taught a lesson. He adds that he has never seen such a nosy person. A voice commands them to keep quiet, the words appearing in a speech bubble. The warrior and Jang Samtae stare intently at something, their expressions a mix of anger and concern. Elsewhere, a figure with white hair is covered in blood, the scene suggesting a brutal attack. The bloodied figure's torso is visible, the extent of their injuries still unclear. The warrior tells Jang Samtae, "Let's go home," his tone suggesting a need to escape the present danger. Next day, in the early morning, the officials were panicking, their voices echoing through the halls. Most of the prisoners who were held captive had been killed, their bodies left in a gruesome state. Even the people who survived were in a state where death seemed imminent. Without a trace of entry, the governor had disappeared. Eventually, to find him, a search troop was formed, ready to scour the land for any sign of the missing governor. The whole Yang got noisy as word spread. "It's the Black Sword Society again," whispered among the people. One man says he's sure the governor is dead somewhere around. Another man tells him not to say such things. "He was a great man," one of them says. "Even if he knew what the Black Sword Society would do to him, he still tried to raid them. It's true, he was really upright." One of the men reveals he is also planning to join the search troop today. They can't become someone great like him just to get killed by the Black Sword Society, though. Right, the other man agrees. Just thinking about it makes him cry. A desperate plea echoes, wishing for the Lord Governor's safety. The imposing architecture of the governor's estate stands in silent contrast to the whispered anxieties. A man cradles a young child, their gaze fixed on something beyond the confines of the room. Another man observes them from a distance, whispering about the child's possible identity. The child seems shy in the man's arms, perhaps sensing the weight of the situation. Hong Wenchang introduces himself with a hearty laugh, mentioning he has a son of similar age. Hong Wenchang suggests that the child and his son would make good friends. The man observing them thinks the child is cute, musing that she would be great as his daughter-in-law. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a man stretches, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding events. A serene landscape offers a moment of tranquility amidst the growing unease. A man reports, confirming contact, his tone suggesting a delicate situation. Another man expresses concern, questioning if the prisoners were taken care of and doubting the mission's success given the governor's disappearance. He reports that they have searched the area, but the search team hasn't found anything. The news weighs heavily on him. The man with green hair raises a hand to his face, a grim question hanging in the air. Does he think they died? A man in a brown robe stands in a solemn room, acknowledging a small possibility that something might have happened to them. The man with green hair sits, his expression troubled. He voices the uncertainty. Could they have been killed by a hidden martial master or someone else entirely? Hong Wenchang leans forward, adding that the last message they received didn't mention anything about such a threat. The gravity of the situation is laid bare. If a hidden martial master truly exists, there's a strong chance they failed to kill the prisoners and kidnap the governor. The man with green hair looks up, his expression unreadable as the weight of the situation settles upon him. He wonders aloud why things keep going wrong, admitting he doesn't like anything that has been happening recently. Hong Wenchang and the man with green hair are seen together. Hong Wenchang declares that they will form a search troop once again. A disembodied hand gestures, emphasizing the need to gather experienced individuals to search the entirety of Hunan. A man orders Jang Samtae to guard the manor and keep watch over the man he has tied down. An unseen figure commands someone to return to Yang, retrieve the soldier, and secure the governor. He inquired about that place, specifically MT Tianzi. Hong Wenchang confirmed it was the main base of the Black Sword Society, information he'd heard from Bang Shugak. A voice declared a decision, stating, "I will go there personally." The character's expression hardened, a resolve settling in their eyes. Jang Samtae and another man looked on, their faces etched with surprise at the declaration. Jang Samtae reassured them, saying not to worry about him, but to look after themselves. He added that it was pathetic that they couldn't even beat such people. The pink-haired man turned away, resolving to at least train so that he wouldn't be beaten by anyone. Hong Wenchang, visibly agitated, cursed someone who always used himself as a reference. The scene shifted to a serene landscape, a stark contrast to the previous tension. Birds chirped in the distance, adding to the peaceful atmosphere of the landscape. Footsteps echoed softly, hinting at someone's approach. The character with pink hair walked, reflecting on how fascinating it was to come out here after staying in the manor for a long time. Jiang Samte looked up, a determined glint in his eye. He recalled his youth, a time when he would walk around this place all alone. Back then, the young Duan Yuxian only focused on martial arts, his fist clenched with determination. His open palm reflected a question. Why was he so obsessed with power at that time? The memory of his younger self, bloodied and determined, lingered in his mind. He considered that this, too, was a fun part of life as he walked with companions. Suddenly, a voice called out, interrupting his thoughts. "Hey, you there!" The voice seemed to emanate from the forest, unseen. A group of bandits emerged, demanding, "Give us everything you have if you want to get past this path." The young Duan Yuxian reflected that it had been a while since he'd been in this situation. One of the bandits asked if he had anything on him, warning him not to try to be. A blue-skinned figure screamed, "So you are the bandits who were disturbing this area?" The bandits seemed surprised by the sudden appearance of the blue figure. Footsteps echo through the forest, the hem of a long, flowing dress barely visible. The woman in the white and blue dress stands tall, her expression stern. "Aren't you ashamed?" she demands. Namgung Sohai, a figure of imposing stature, surveys the scene with a piercing gaze. Her voice rings out, questioning the supposed bravery of ganging up on a single, weaker opponent. She demands if they aren't ashamed of themselves. The group of men below look up, startled by the sudden interruption. They wonder what is happening. The men exchange glances, questioning if she intends to fight them all alone. They seem unsure of her intentions. Steel sings as a blade is drawn, promising swift retribution. The sound of steel echoes as the sword is fully unsheathed, ready for battle. Namgung Sohai stands poised, her sword gleaming, ready to face her opponents. A flurry of petals dances in the air, hinting at the swiftness of the coming battle. She halted abruptly, a sharp intake of breath echoing in the air. The sudden stop scattered fallen petals, a silent testament to the abruptness of the moment. Namgung Sohai lowered her gaze, a slight frown creasing her brow as she looked down. Her light blue dress, adorned with floral patterns, swayed gently as she shifted her weight. Namgung Sohai chided Duan Yuxian, telling him he was lucky she was there to prevent him from getting into trouble. Duan Yuxian seemed taken aback by her words, his expression a mix of surprise and confusion. Namgung Sohai questioned why he was staring at her face, her tone laced with annoyance. The moment shifted, both Namgung Sohai and Duan Yuxian drew their swords, the blades now pointed at each other. Duan Yuxian smiled, clearly impressed by her swordsmanship. Namgung Sohai seemed smug, thinking Duan Yuxian was just amazed by her great swordsmanship, used to hearing such compliments. Duan Yuxian knelt beside a fallen figure, searching them while Namgung Sohai watched, seemingly unconcerned. Namgung Sohai questioned what he was doing, as Duan Yuxian matter-of-factly stated he was taking money. He held a small container, its contents meager. The great Dan Yohaian figured the money must have been looted from others. He clarified that he was merely picking up the money. Duan Yuxian offered, stating that this was her share. Namgung Sohai's eyes widened in surprise. She seemed taken aback by the offer. Namgung Sohai wondered what the man was. She thought to herself that he was going to steal. Duan Yuxian yelled, his expression intense. He seemed to be responding to an unheard accusation. Standing beside him, Namgung Sohai demanded more. She insisted that was all. Namgung Sohai accused him of taking a lot. She argued that she was the one who did the work, so he shouldn't take the money. She wondered if he was ignoring her. Namgung Sohai clicked her tongue, annoyed. She questioned what she was supposed to do with just one niang. Duan Yuxian looked down at her, his gaze intense. He asked if she wanted just one niang. Namgung Sohai retorted that she had never starved, so she didn't know. She stated that he could fill his stomach. He offered her a small amount of money. The gesture seemed almost sarcastic. Duan Yuxian's eyes narrowed, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. He mused that was why there was so much arrogance in her swordsmanship. Namgung Sohai's expression hardens as she demands to know what was just said. Her anger intensifies, the sound of her rising voice echoing through the air. Suddenly, Namgung Sohai pauses, a flicker of confusion crossing her face. She utters a soft, her eyes widening as she looks around, seemingly disoriented. Namgung Sohai glances back, her hand instinctively moving towards the hilt of her sword. She takes a step, ready to defend herself against an unseen threat. In a town near Mt Tianzi, Hunan province, a person requests a bowl of noodles. The noodle maker prepares the dish, thinking to himself that he wasted his time on an annoying person. He stands, one hand resting on his hip, observing the scene before him. Elsewhere, the man with dark hair continues his work, focused and diligent. He pauses, wiping sweat from his brow. A sharp sound echoes as his hand strikes a surface. The man with dark hair walks outside, and a voice calls to him, "You, sir." Footsteps approach, each step measured and deliberate on the ground. The man with dark hair looks ahead, lost in thought, his expression unreadable. A sudden burst of energy or impact blurs the scene, a moment of intense action. He wipes blood from his face, his hand wrapped in bandages, a grimace of pain etched on his features. Duan Yushin watches. A close view reveals the details of his clothing and the tension in his neck. An ethereal energy swirls around him, a sign of power or a shift in the atmosphere. His bandaged hand is stained with blood, a testament to the battle he has endured. The swirling energy intensifies, hinting at a transformation or a surge of power. Footsteps echo across the ground, each footfall a heavy thud. The advance halts, boots grinding to a sudden stop. Namgung Sohai pauses, her expression unreadable as she stares into the distance. The back of a figure is turned, their posture rigid and tense. Inside a building, two figures stand in a room, their conversation unheard. Namgung Sohai's face is marred by a fresh wound, her hand pressed against her mouth. A swirling vortex of energy begins to coalesce. A bloodied, bandaged hand clenches tightly, a symbol looming behind it. Bandages wrap around a torso, stained crimson with blood, as the vortex continues to form. A stylized emblem hangs in the air. The blade pierces the wooden floorboards, a dark ichor staining the aged wood around it. The room is a charnel house, bodies strewn across the floor in grotesque poses. Blood paints the walls, a grim testament to the carnage that unfolded within the village. He recalls their suspicious glances. They really did something to his food. The great Dan Yohayan holds his sword, a flicker of concern crossing his face. It's a truly bizarre village, he thinks, the eyes of the people filled with a dying aura, and the environment feels creepy. An old woman reveals that the whole village is owned by the Black Sword Society. The unstoppable demon god considers this revelation, his expression unreadable. He stops abruptly, a sudden realization dawning on him. A group of figures, faces obscured by wide-brimmed hats, stand armed and ready. The great Dan Yohayan looks up, a grim satisfaction in his eyes. Finally, they are here. His hand rests on the hilt of his sword, prepared for the coming battle. He stood, his dark boots planted firmly on the ground. Within the headquarters of the Black Sword Society, a subordinate urgently reported, "My lord, we got a problem." The figure in the yellow robe turned, demanding, "What is it now? Did you find a missing guys or something?" He was told, "And no, it's not that. It's an ambush." The figure in the yellow robe questioned if some martial artists were causing a ruckus again. The subordinate stammered, "I don't know, but there is only one enemy." He continued, "But he is really strong." The figure in the yellow robe, his eyes widening, asked, "Are you?" His expression shifted to disbelief. "Expecting me to believe that?" The figure in the black cloak insisted, "But it's true, my lord. He has already beaten about 100 of our men, and right now, he is making his way, too." The sound of something approaching echoed through the place. The figure in the yellow robe stood tall as the subordinate kneeled before him. His eyes narrowed, a serious expression settling on his face. He walked through the aftermath, his footsteps echoing in the silence. Blood stained his robes, a grim testament to the battle he had just waged. The air hung heavy with the scent of iron and death, a palpable reminder of the lives lost. He continued his grim march through the building, his purpose driving him forward. It was all for. A brief moment of reflection crossed Duan Yushin's face, his expression unreadable. Elsewhere, the man with yellow hair and a green headband felt a growing unease. It was the man messing with the Black Sword Society. Had Duan Yushin eliminated all the men on the first floor? Duan Yushin paused, a strange feeling washing over him. Why did he feel like his existence was worthless? He stood amidst the aftermath, his blade dripping with the blood of his enemies. His grip tightened on the hilt, a silent promise of further conflict to come. The sound of impact echoed through the halls. Another body hurtled through the air, crashing through a nearby wall. Amidst the shattered debris, a disoriented voice questioned the source of the sudden attack. Elsewhere, the Black Sword Society headquarters stood as a silent testament to their power. From within its walls, a furious order rang out. Capture the intruders at once. The Lord Governor, face contorted with rage, commanded his men to secure the perimeter and apprehend the invaders. He identified the attackers as members of the Black Sword Society, reminding his guard that they were currently within the Society's headquarters. His subordinates responded with unwavering obedience, ready to carry out his commands. One of the guards expressed disbelief, questioning if the intruders were truly from the Black Sword Society, to which the Lord Governor confirmed, reiterating the order to prevent any escapes. Several members of the Black Sword Society are bound tightly to wooden posts. A messenger reports to a figure in elaborate red and black clothing. All of them have been captured, he says. The figure chuckles, finding it hard to believe even when seeing it himself. It's the same for him, he says. What of the imperial family? A figure in green clothing sits on a raised platform, while another figure kneels before him, head bowed. Duan Yuxian's face is set in a grim expression, the scar on his cheek prominent. And even what the Murim Alliance couldn't accomplish was done by a single man. Seriously, the figure in red and black clothing wonders who he is. A figure lies defeated on the ground. The figure in red and black clothing walks forward, humming. The figure in red and black clothing stands over the defeated figure. The character with the top knot pauses, a look of confusion washing over his face. His expression shifts to shock, his eyes widening as he takes in the scene before him. Lying prone on the ground is a blonde-haired figure, his ornate yellow clothing stained with blood. The injured figure groans, blood trickling from his mouth as he struggles to regain consciousness. The character with the top knot stutters, his voice trembling with a mix of fear and disbelief. He recognizes the fallen figure, identifying him as the leader of the Black Sword Society. A chibi version of the character with the top knot expresses admiration for a great warrior. One of the figures declares that they no longer have a reason to see each other. The character with long dark hair stands covered in blood, his expression unreadable. He states his intention to return, indicating that he made a promise. The bloody character is told that Somi will return early, and another character bids him farewell. One of the figures promises to visit after things get cleared up. Duan Yuxian, bloodied and scarred, gives a stern warning. He tells someone not to forget it. The man in the red and black outfit appears, surprised by the command. He seems taken aback. He quickly recovers, though, promising to ensure everyone keeps quiet about something. He seems eager to please. Duan Yuxian's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing. He clearly doesn't like what he's hearing. The man in red clarifies that he means the bounty placed on certain individuals. Gold coins and ingots surround him. The man in red acknowledges something, looking down with a slight smile. He seems to be in agreement. Bound hands are shown as a crowd cheers in the background. They finally got them. The crowd continues to cheer as the man in red is dragged along by ropes. Someone curses the captured individuals. It is revealed that he raided the Black Sword Society. The crowd seems pleased with this outcome. Two men discuss the governor's success, noting he might even get a position in the central government. The man in red stands on a rooftop in the background. Elsewhere, a woman with a high ponytail expresses her suspicion that something is weird. She looks concerned. Namgung Sohai, leader of the Phoenix Troop Murim Alliance, is shown in detail. A figure wreathed in flame stands before a silent assembly, their faces obscured by wide-brimmed hats. The man explains that the person mobilized common soldiers and eliminated all the martial masters of the Black Sword Society, which seems impossible. The man with the red hat sits down, his expression thoughtful. Namgung Sohai speaks, saying she is sure someone is behind all of this. A close-up shows Namgung Sohai, her expression unreadable. A question hangs in the air. What is the identity of that person? The Murim Alliance faces a potential crisis. The man with long white hair confirms that the rumors of the Black Sword Society are true. The man with long white hair is now sure that the governor has a skilled master close to him, an impossible feat for a governor to achieve alone. The man with dark hair and a mustache agrees, stating that it is very likely that the other's predictions are correct. The man with long white hair orders the Phoenix Troop's leader to investigate the case. The man with dark hair and a mustache acknowledges the order. The man with long white hair believes that if it's a hidden martial master, they will have to win him over, as there seems to be an uproar in Murim soon. The man with dark hair and a mustache thinks that if he's as skillful as the rumors say, it's worth having a conflict with him. The man with dark hair and a mustache is revealed to be Jaegal Un, a lion strategist. Jaegal Un wonders if he will be amicable towards them. The man with long white hair is revealed to be Sword Emperor Namgung Cheon, the leader of the Murim Alliance, who believes they will find out soon. Two figures clash on the stairs, while another sits, observing the fight from below. Her stomach aches, a painful reminder of her overindulgence in sweets. Namgung Sohai sits, regretting her choices. She thinks to herself how stupid she was to eat so many sweets. Back in her days, if her grandfather saw her now, he would definitely kill her. Namgung Sohai lies on the floor, wondering what she should do to alleviate her discomfort. A hand appears, offering her a white bun, a gesture of unexpected kindness. A chibi version of Namgung Sohai clutches the bun, her expression one of pure delight. Namgung Sohai looks up, a question forming in her mind as she stares at the offering. The chibi version of her is full and asks the person to have it. Her eyes widen, a soft smile gracing her lips as she anticipates the first bite. She can't believe there's such a kind soul. She stands, a small figure in a pink kimono, holding a white object close to her chest. Wasomi approaches, calling out to her. It's Wasomi. Wasomi comments on her beautiful name, Namgung Sohai. She asks where her parents are, stating she would like to thank them. Namgung Sohai looks away, a sad expression on her face. She says she doesn't have them. A large, bandaged hand gently pats Namgung Sohai's head, offering comfort. The man's hand rests on her head, his kimono sleeve partially obscuring the view. The man stands tall beside Namgung Sohai, his presence a comforting shield. The man looks down at Namgung Sohai, a gentle expression on his face despite the scars. Namgung Sohai looks up at the man, her eyes wide with a mix of emotions. Hwa-somi stares in shock, exclaiming that he is her dad. The man and Namgung Sohai stand together, a father and daughter united. Hwa-somi wonders if that is the reason there is so much arrogance in his swordsmanship. Hwa-somi's companion points an accusing finger, recognizing the man before her. She demands to know if he is the same man from before. Duan Yuxian glances away, a slight furrow in his brow as he seems to ignore the woman's question. Namgung Sohai stares intently, her expression unreadable as she awaits his response to her accusation. Namgung Sohai believes this encounter is definitely her destiny, a predetermined event she cannot avoid. Namgung Sohai's eyes widen with hope, believing the heavens have sent him to help her with her current predicament. As Namgung Sohai moves forward, she thinks this must be fate, another encounter with the same man. Duan Yuxian holds Hwa-somi close, but refuses to help Namgung Sohai. She runs towards them, desperate for assistance. Namgung Sohai has not said anything yet, but Duan Yuxian refuses whatever it is she's going to ask of him. Namgung Sohai begs him to help her just a little, but Duan Yuxian questions why he should help her at all. Hwa-somi remembers that he already saved her from the bandits last time, and realizes that Duan Yuxian is her dad. Duan Yuxian and Hwa-somi stand together, a father and daughter reunited after a long time. Duan Yuxian comforts Hwa-somi, a gentle hand resting on her head as she leans into him. She is held in his arms as Namgung Sohai speaks, saying that they should help her. His eyes narrow, a deep intensity burning within them. Hwa-somi looks up at Duan Yuxian, calling him Dad. The word echoes in her mind, a repeated revelation. Dad. Meanwhile, a voice calls out, demanding someone hurry up and asking if they're going to do the laundry all day. The mallet slams down with a resounding thwack. She shouts back, frustrated that the dirt is not coming off. She squats, working on the laundry. A man lies nearby, telling her that's not how you do the laundry. She looks down, exasperated, saying how many more times does she need to tell her to smash it harder. She asks if she wants to go at it, brat. She questions the overreaction, wondering if someone should be killed for trying to teach laundry. The character with the bandaged cheek smiles, holding a cloth to their mouth. Hwa-somi erupts in anger, exclaiming, "Damn you," through gritted teeth. The character with the bandaged cheek laughs hysterically as Hwa-somi lies defeated on the floor. Hwa-somi, sprawled on the floor, laments her treatment. Duan Yuxian states that he will pay them when they leave if they work there during their stay. Hwa-somi is upset, stating that all she wanted was a donation of a few silver niangs. An empty bag sits on the floor. A chest overflows with gold. Duan Yuxian is praised for successfully managing to prepare it in such a short period, referring to the gold niangs. The character in the red hat says it is nothing compared to what Warrior Dan has accomplished. The men discuss the high chance that those men will be transferred to the Eastern Bureau, so they're unlikely to make it out alive, as the royal palace sent people to transfer them yesterday. He sits across from a figure in a black hat, the two sharing a drink. The figure states that something is definite. The figure in the black hat continues to speak with Duan Yuxian, the sound of their conversation echoing softly. Elsewhere, a young girl in a yellow and green outfit dashes through a courtyard, holding a leafy branch aloft. The figure in the black hat is seen in a close-up, listening intently to the conversation. The figure in the black hat thinks that she is truly a kind, adorable child. The young girl continues running, thinking to herself that she knows that. The figure in the black hat asks if they shouldn't start preparing to send her to a school now. Duan Yuxian appears contemplative, a question mark floating beside his head. The word school appears in a speech bubble, superimposed over a rocky landscape. The young girl in yellow and green holds a large koi fish, smiling brightly. The man chews on a toothpick, considering the importance of education for children. Duan Yuxian wonders why kids are wandering around, unable to read a word. He knows a good village school and offers to introduce them. The young girl smiles, watching the fish. The man in the background says he'll think it over a bit longer. The man believes things are going well, confident that he's almost won over. He thinks to himself that she'll become his future daughter-in-law, so she has to at least know how to read. Elsewhere, a grand building stands tall, a testament to the power and influence of its inhabitants. The girl wonders if these are koi fish, noting that there are a lot of interesting things in the governor's manor. The man shouts, demanding to know who the other person is. The girl looks up, her expression a mix of curiosity and surprise. The boy in green trim is confronted, accused of trespassing. He is asked what he is trying to do. The girl in yellow sits by the pond, watching the unfolding confrontation with a worried expression. The boy in green trim is being questioned, the man's voice raised in anger. He demands an answer. The sound of approaching footsteps echoes, signaling someone's imminent arrival to the scene. A man in red and black robes arrives, scolding the boy. He is told not to raise his voice. The boy in green trim looks at the girl in yellow, who calls out to the man in red and black robes. The man in red and black robes thinks to himself, questioning if he taught the boy to make a little girl cry. The man in red and black robes is sweating, feeling the pressure of the situation. The man in red and black robes continues to scold the boy, saying he failed to treat a precious guest well and dared cause a ruckus. The boy in green trim looks down, admitting that he was in the wrong, his expression somber. The girl in yellow speaks up, saying that she is fine, trying to defuse the situation between the boy and the man. The man in red and black robes kneels, looking at the girl in yellow with a confused expression. He was asked if he was all right, and he replied that he was fine. The man with dark hair smiled gently at the girl as he spoke of a friend. A boy was told to hurry up and greet someone. The boy's face contorted in anger as he wondered why. The boy wondered why his father was treating the girl better than him, his own son. The boy ran, screaming that he hated his father. It was revealed that the boy from earlier was Hong Ajusi's son, and they wondered if she could be friends with him. Duan Yuxian walked with the girl, agreeing that Somi would certainly be good friends with him. Duan Yuxian suggested that she go to school. The girl asked if she could go to school. She expressed her desire to go to school. He agreed to the child's request to go to school. Meanwhile, a voice echoes through the school grounds. The school bustled with activity as Duan Yuxian sat and watched. Elsewhere, the woman in blue wondered if everything would be all right, given the Pine Tree School's reputation. Duan Yuxian sat across from her, listening intently. He asked if there was anything great about it. The woman in blue explained that the more famous the school, the more territorial the kids were. She spoke as if she had experienced it, and Duan Yuxian acknowledged that she somewhat had. Namgung Sohai recalled purposely changing her name and transferring schools, stating it was such a riot. Namgung Sohai smiled, stating that Duan Yuxian really didn't know a lot about it. She brushed off the past, saying it would be fine if it was Somi, as she was stronger than he thought. Even if there's something Somi can't solve by herself, Duan Yuxian resolves to take her place instead. A young girl, perhaps Somi, stands ready to fight, declaring that she is her parent. Namgung Sohai asks if he's confident that he won't give in, even in the face of great power. Namgung Sohai thinks that other than mastering martial arts, Duan Yuxian has nothing other than this manner. Namgung Sohai wonders if he will be able to win against renowned families or those official leeches, though this has nothing to do with her, since she'll be leaving soon. Duan Yuxian vows to protect that kid until the end, even if a close-up of eyes filled with rage and determination. Namgung Sohai thinks that everyone in this world becomes her enemy. Namgung Sohai asks if Duan Yuxian felt a strange energy earlier. Duan Yuxian replies that he is not sure. He didn't feel anything. That means Namgung Sohai thinks that bad energy could only be felt by a master like her. She stated that there was no mistaking that a master capable of destroying the Black Sword Association was nearby. A voice echoed, promising to find someone soon. A voice asked if someone felt that good. Somi exclaimed her agreement with a cheerful, yes. Duan Yuxian was told not to worry about Somi, and to just drop her off at school, as he had something to do in Yang anyway. Namgung Sohai thought that it was irresponsible of him, and wondered about being her parent and all, but that's not something she should be. Namgung Sohai assured someone that they would certainly meet good friends. Somi happily stated that she'd like that too. Somi was told that even if she met bad guys, she should just punch them all the way. Namgung Sohai looked on. Meanwhile, Namgung Sohai wondered if this naive and kind kid could endure it, as Somi said she'd be off. She paused in the doorway, a soft exhale escaping her lips. Namgung Sohai placed her hands on her hips, considering her next move. Shall I go asking around for a bit? She wondered aloud. With a determined stride, she began to walk, the sound of her footsteps echoing. The woman with long brown hair passed between two silent figures, their faces obscured in shadow. Hua Somi stands nervously, introducing herself to the class. She hopes they will take care of her. Somi stands in front of the class. The other students sit at their desks, observing the new student. The teacher encourages Somi to get along well with the class and tells her to take a seat. The other students watch. Somi glances around nervously. Somi looks up with a worried expression. One of the students thinks that Somi is definitely someone. Someone is recognized. The student realizes who Somi is. He clicks his tongue. The student is surprised. She declares that she has finally discovered who the martial master behind the governor is. The protagonist, Fishing, replies that he doesn't think she actually did. Somi insists that she did, explaining that she asked around and caught the guys whispering about those wiped out by the Black Sword Society. Duan Yuxian asks if she has ever heard about the 5 Swords of Hunan, even the Murim. Somi stands beside Duan Yuxian as he thinks to himself that he has never heard of the 5 Swords of Hunan. He notes that the Alliance wants to hire them if possible. Somi thinks that, as expected, they haven't been active until now, so the Murim Alliance must have failed to figure them out, or maybe they've been secretly working behind the scenes. A close-up shows Somi's outfit. A chibi-style drawing of Somi is shown. Somi thinks she can say goodbye to this tiresome life of a servant. Duan Yuxian says he'll come with her. A close-up shows Duan Yuxian sitting. Duan Yuxian says he'd like to check them out too, the 5 Swords of Hunan. She smiles brightly, reminding him to bring her with him and to bring back money. The memory plays in her mind. He smiles softly, agreeing to take a look around. The scar on his face is visible as he looks down. The high collar of his robe is visible, the fabric a light color. The scene is peaceful. Later, Somi learns something called the Thousand Characters Classic. She runs towards a temple under the moonlight. Somi admits she still doesn't know what it means, but it was fun. She expresses her relief. He sits with Somi on his lap. She seems comfortable and content in his presence. Somi also learned calligraphy, and it was her first time holding a brush. He gently pets her head, and Somi continues to learn new things. The temple is visible in the background, bathed in moonlight. Somi is sleeping peacefully, a soft glow surrounding her. She is wrapped in a blanket. He watches her sleep, thinking that she seems to like school. He is contemplative. Hong Jinrang stands with her arms crossed, wondering if the other person noticed something. She had talked a lot about what she did, but there was something left unsaid. The man's expression hardens as he thinks about how she didn't speak a word about her friends. Elsewhere, Somi stands in a courtyard, surrounded by people, seemingly unaware of the conversations happening elsewhere. The child looks down, her expression unreadable as she stands next to another woman. A woman lies down, a hand resting on her head, offering reassurance that things will be all right. Hong Jinrang states that she's going to the headquarters of Five Swords of Hunan, asking if the other person will tag along, receiving an affirmative response. Duan Yuxian, holding Somi, says that he'll move her first and then depart right away. A teapot and cups sit on a table, waiting to be used. Hong Jinrang asks if they're the Five Swords of Hunan. He inquires if they subjugated the Black Sword Society. The silhouetted figures stand silently, their intentions unclear as they remain in the shadows. One of the figures denies knowing what Hong Jinrang is talking about. They claim to have known everything before coming here. The woman in blue states she doesn't know where they heard that false rumor from regarding the Black Sword Association. One of the silhouetted figures tells someone to get lost. Another figure declares, "I'm Namgung Sohai, the leader of the Phoenix Troop." The woman in blue says she is aware that they are reluctant to reveal themselves to the world, their true identities hidden. A silhouetted figure states that the Alliance leader would like to meet them. Another asks if they're talking about the leader of the Murim Alliance. One of the figures confirms that's right and asks them not to refuse the meeting. They also mention the bounty for apprehending the Black Sword Society. Another silhouetted figure says they don't know where on earth they got that information from regarding the Black Sword Society. A voice declares that they're the ones who subjugated the Black Sword Society, revealing their involvement. A group of figures stand together, their expressions unreadable as the tension in the air thickens. The woman in blue asks if it is really true then, her expression a mix of surprise and anticipation. The group stands firm, their expressions unreadable as a question hangs in the air. But they are. Namgung Sohai clasps her hands together, a flicker of hope in her eyes as she thinks, "I hope." Lost in thought, Namgung Sohai wonders if they are truly the ones, questioning how they could possibly be first-rate warriors. She then asks what technique was used to subdue the leader of the Black Sword Society. The bald man, arms crossed, stares intently, his gaze unwavering. He asks if she could please show him. The bald man's posture exudes confidence, his arms still crossed as he awaits a demonstration. The bald man's expression is stern, his eyes narrowed as he focuses on Namgung Sohai, awaiting her response. A sudden burst of energy erupts, the sound of pop echoing as something unseen occurs. The ground cracks and splinters beneath the group, a display of power that leaves no room for doubt. The group is sent flying, their shock evident as they plummet downwards, uttering a silent cry of surprise. A voice booms out, questioning if they still doubt them, even after witnessing such a display of force. The bald man's expression hardens, his eyes blazing with intensity as he awaits their answer. Namgung Sohai marvels at the display, noting how they could collapse a tree without even the sound of wind, realizing their real abilities must be hidden. She's asked to return if she doubts them, but the bald man in the white robe insists he was just wondering about something. Namgung Sohai, however, is already running away, pleading for someone to wait for her. She sits on the ground, seemingly exhausted or defeated. A man with dark hair and a bandaged hand looks off to the side, his expression unreadable. The disembodied voice declares, "This is impressive." Elsewhere, the scene shifts to a building exterior where someone asks about the Five Swords of Hunan. After the downfall of the Black Sword Society, rumors began circulating about the governor having backups, a name that appeared out of nowhere. A bearded man sits at a table, eating. The bearded man, holding a cup, admits it's his first time hearing about the name. A man with black hair agrees, stating the same goes for them. A hand strikes a face with brutal force, sending blood flying. The attacker demands to know if the victim is in a position to joke around with him. He offers his apologies, sitting across from Namgung Sohai at the table. The air hangs heavy with unspoken tension. Namgung Sohai explains that there is a high possibility that the five swords of Hunan will defeat the Black Sword Society. Namgung Sohai erupts in anger, questioning if Duan Yuxian finds his lord's words sweet and accusing him of merely listening. A swift kick connects, the sound of impact echoing through the room as Duan Yuxian is struck. Namgung Sohai, face contorted with rage, declares that he can confirm it with his own eyes and orders his subordinates to go after those bastards. Duan Yuxian reflects, wishing for an opportunity to choose his own lord. His eyes glow with a fierce determination, a silent promise of defiance. A voice echoes, declaring, "I would never choose someone like you." A small bird perched on a branch chirps, lamenting the need to leave without informing Somi. Namgung Sohai expresses her regret, stating her desire to introduce the five swords of Hunan to the Murim Alliance as soon as possible. Duan Yuxian is told that his farewell will be conveyed to Somi. Namgung Sohai offers a bag to Duan Yuxian. Inside the bag, Duan Yuxian is surprised to find gold coins instead of the expected silver tokens. The light glints off the coins. Namgung Sohai comments on Duan Yuxian's changed appearance. Namgung Sohai expresses her gratitude for the time spent. A voice bids farewell, wishing them to take care. She walked away, leaving the courtyard behind, her footsteps echoing softly. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Wasomi, tugging on Duan Yuxian's sleeve, asked if she could no longer see Yuni. Duan Yuxian responded that if they were meant to be, they would meet again. If not, then they wouldn't. Wasomi, looking up at him, asked what that meant, her voice filled with uncertainty. Duan Yuxian looked down at her, his expression thoughtful as he considered her question. He told her that he didn't think this was the end of her relationship with that woman, and that she would meet her again soon. Somi, sitting alone, thought to herself. Wasomi rested her head in Duan Yuxian's lap, finding comfort in his presence. Wasomi, looking up, said it would be much better to just live together, though. Duan Yuxian responded that that was that, and asked if everything was all right at the school. Duan Yuxian's expression was unreadable as he spoke, his gaze steady. Wasomi is smiling brightly, clearly enjoying herself in the moment. A gentle hand pats Wasomi on the head, a comforting gesture. Duan Yuxian advises her not to think that the people she knows now are the only ones she will ever meet. The pair stand together, a father and daughter in a quiet moment. Wasomi clutches at her father's robe, reassured that she is his daughter. Duan Yuxian smiles, telling her that she is a strong child. He reflects that she is only 7 years old, but far more mature than her peers. Though it's not such a bad thing, he somehow feels sorry for her. Duan Yuxian tells her that his name is Dan Unhyan, and that she is Dan Somi, his daughter. He vows to protect her no matter what, and tells her not to be afraid of anything, but to grow. Duan Yuxian looks off into the distance, a determined expression on his face. He stood behind Wasomi, his arm gently reaching out to her. Somi looked up, a slight surprise evident on her face. Duan Yuxian pinched her cheek, asking if she understood. The towering trees reached towards the sky, their leaves rustling in the breeze. Elsewhere, the downtown area bustled with activity, its traditional buildings lining the streets. Footsteps echoed on the stone pavement as people moved through the town. A man with a towel on his head looked surprised, while two women whispered, wondering if they were martial artists. A group of people walked through the town, their faces a mix of curiosity and purpose. Duan Yuxian stood, eating his snack, a question mark appearing above his head as he looked at the man beside him. A bearded man looked on, muttering to himself. Duan Yuxian stood next to a muscular man, the scene fading into a soft light. He contemplates, a twig between his teeth, as he muses on the display of vigor. Elsewhere, a report comes in. The location of the five swords of Hunan has been found. The commander receives the news. They've been spotted 20 li north of Yeyang. A group makes haste through the forest, their destination unknown. And currently heading to Hubei, a woman dashes through the forest, sword at her side. The unseen commander decides it's time to see just how great they actually are. The commander's face contorts in anticipation, a cruel smile forming. A group of people walk through a town, the shirtless man drawing attention. A sudden impact echoes through the air. Duan Yuxian overhears a conversation, finding it interesting enough to eavesdrop. He ended up hearing some interesting things. He considers the information he has gleaned, 20 li to the north. Beyond the doorway, a landscape painting of mountains and trees hangs on the wall. Sunlight filters through the trees, illuminating the forest floor as someone breathes heavily. The woman in the blue and white outfit walks through the forest, her breath coming in ragged gasps. A group of people trudges along a path, their shoulders slumped with exhaustion. The woman pauses, her expression thoughtful as she considers their plight. She stops and asks the group, suggesting, shall we take a break? The group continues on, their heavy breathing a testament to their fatigue. The bald man in the white robe sweats profusely as he insists. If the young miss is having such a hard time, we have no choice then, though we can walk for 3 days straight with no problem. Smiling sweetly, the woman offers, "If you're not used to walking, shall we just go with Qigong then?" The bald man's eyes widen in alarm as he stammers, "And no, that's..." The woman smirks, thinking to herself, "As expected, they're suspicious." A flashback shows the group displaying their skills, the woman observing, "But I personally saw their skills." She harbored suspicions, more than one or two, in fact. But first, Wasomi resolved to set her doubts aside. Suddenly, a flurry of darts flew toward them. With a sharp cry, she reacted instantly, drawing her sword. The sword flashed, deflecting the projectiles in a shower of sparks. The darts clattered harmlessly to the ground, revealing the nature of the attack. Surrounded by her companions, Wasomi stood ready, her sword held defensively. The others looked on in shock. The group stood on a narrow path, the forest looming around them, the air thick with unspoken questions. She paused, her back to the group, sensing something was amiss in the surrounding woods. The light glinted off the polished steel of her blade, a silent promise of protection. Her expression hardened, her eyes narrowed, as she prepared for whatever might come next. Elsewhere, a man mused about the Yellow Marshal Castle, a group where only the best masters of the evil factions gathered. She realized that the attacker was definitely one of the top 50 in the Yellow Marshal Castle, the tyrant, Ma Dokjin. He was so famous that there's no one in Yurim who doesn't know about him. It was an honor to meet the famous senior Ma Dokjin. It seemed like even a young, up-and-coming talent knew his name. Ma Dokjin's expression was severe, his eyes narrowed as he stared ahead. She considered the implications of his presence, realizing the young man beside Ma Dokjin was also a threat. The text revealed the identity of a powerful figure, the Master of Blade, Quan Mujin. A figure stood tall, his muscular arm and flowing robes hinting at immense strength. Ma Dokjin demanded, his voice laced with accusation, "Are the people behind you the bastards that brought down the Black Sword Association?" The weight of the past settled heavily, the fall of the Black Sword Association casting a long shadow. Wasomi's eyes widened, a flicker of fear crossing her face. "These people," she muttered as the text proclaimed, "Why yeah, we're the Five Swords of Hunan." A group of men charged forward, their movements accompanied by loud shouts and the thud of footsteps. Wasomi's expression turned grim, a silent acknowledgement of the challenge ahead. "Perhaps it may be hard for me." The stark words echoed the dire situation. To survive today, dash. A few days earlier, the stage was set for a treacherous scheme. The bald man with earrings believed this was their chance to make it big. Ma Il-wung questioned who they thought their Hyungnim was, declaring that he was Ma Il-wung. He stated that he and Ma Li-wung, Sam-wung, Sa-wung, and Oh-wung were brothers. The man with earrings asked if they had ever failed at anything up until now. The group was told to take the reward for what happened to the leader of the Black Sword Association and run to the western region. The man with earrings scoffed, realizing their opponent was the Namgung family. Ma Il-wung proposed that they trick the entire Murim alliance. The group huddled, plotting their scheme, though coming across Namgung so high walking down the streets was a coincidence. For them, now knowing why she came to Yang, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity given by the heavens. If they succeeded in this operation, they would be able to live comfortably throughout their lives. She demands to know if they're the Five Swords of Hunan. The group stands silently, their expressions unreadable in the dim light. Oh-wung's face is partially obscured, but his gaze is intense. One of the men confirms that they are indeed the ones who subjugated the Black Sword Association. The woman's expression remains unchanged as she listens to their confirmation. Oh-wung states that he doesn't know where she got that information from, but he is confident that their strategy will succeed. He thinks to himself that they have come too far to fail now. Oh-wung's face contorts with determination, sweat beading on his brow. He recalls that they even tricked Namgung so high, so there's no way they can't trick Ma Dokjin. Oh-wung's expression twists into a furious snarl as he shouts, calling someone a bastard. Another man, enraged, questions how a small fry of the evil faction dares stand in their way. Several figures watch on as one of them declares his interest, boasting that he ran all the way from Shangxi to see them. A woman stands surrounded by a group of people, their expressions unreadable. One man calls out to Oh-wung, but he assures him that he will take care of the situation. A voice declares that death will come with a swing, questioning if they are prepared. Oh-wung holds his sword, ready to strike. Another man, wielding a spear, urges them to bring it on at once. Oh-wung advances, questioning if they truly do not value their life. A figure watches from shadows. Oh-wung's eyes narrow, declaring that if that's the case. The text proclaims, "Heaven and earth splitting sword dash." Oh-wung prepares to strike with his sword. A powerful impact resonates. She trailed behind a cloud of smoke, calling out to someone ahead. A bald man, eyes wide with panic, urged his companions to run. The group scrambled through the forest, their footsteps echoing through the trees as they fled. Wasomi's voice cut through the air, demanding they stop and wait for her. High above, two figures stood on a fallen log, observing the chaotic scene below. Wasomi, breathless and bewildered, wondered what on earth was happening. The man with the beard smirked, a hint of amusement in his eyes as he watched the unfolding events. The figure with the sword remained stoic, his gaze fixed on the fleeing group below. The man with the beard erupted in laughter, declaring that the Murim alliance must be approaching its doom. Wasomi's eyes widened in disbelief, her anger rising as she realized the situation was impossible. The man with the beard continued to laugh, finding the situation utterly hilarious. Her eyes narrowed, Wasomi seethed, wondering how dare they make her run on a fool's errand. A man's face fills the frame, his expression a twisted mask of glee. The scene fades, the transition hinting at a shift in time or location. Two figures stand ready, swords drawn. One commands, kill them, without leaving any single one behind. A figure is struck down, the impact sending tremors through the air. Yes, they cry out. The bearded man watches, arms crossed, a silent observer of the unfolding events. The bearded man speaks, his expression demanding, "You must at least entertain me." The woman in blue looks down, her words laced with threat. "Unless you wish to die quartered." A figure lies defeated, the narration box lamenting the absence of a rumored martial master. Owung looks down at the carnage, realizing the truth. Instead, we were fooled by such bastards. Another figure stands triumphant over the fallen, unleashing a furious barrage of attacks. Owung wonders, his expression grim. Damn, did they die in the end? He approached, his robes flowing behind him as the other man turned. The man holding the wood commented that the prank was interesting, but a pity. His hands were wrapped, perhaps from the prank he mentioned. The man with dark hair remarked that it had been a while since he saw such dexterity. The man's expression shifted to one of shock. He turned and fled, with Duan Yuxian in pursuit. The man with dark hair demanded to know who they were. His question echoed in the empty space. The air crackled with energy. A woman grunted as she wielded her sword. A man with a fur collar stood with his back turned. The woman with the sword was impressed by someone's one-handed swordsmanship. The woman with brown hair faces her opponent, marveling at his speed. The skill is worthy of being called the skill of a tyrant. The man with dark hair expresses his disappointment in the swordsmanship of the Namgung family. The man with dark hair prepares to strike. The woman with brown hair holds her sword at the ready. The woman with brown hair declares that her family is not weak. The swords clash. The man with dark hair boasts that the Sword Emperor belongs to the Namgung family. The man with dark hair is sent flying backwards. The woman with brown hair strikes the man with her sword. The woman with brown hair expresses her pain. The woman with brown hair lies defeated on the ground. She plummets through the air, the impact promising a brutal end. The woman looks up, her expression a mix of pain and resignation. A figure looms over her, declaring that Murim is where the strong reign, and the loser must respect the winner. Defeated, she requests a swift end. "Just kill me." The unseen attacker commands her to drop dead. The man's arm tenses, ready to deliver another blow. The air crackles with unseen energy. The sound of impact echoes through the forest. A silver coin falls to the ground, a reminder of a forgotten debt. "You forgot one piece of silver coin." The man's face is grim as he speaks of broken promises. "You said you were heading for Hunan, but you haven't been able to leave even Yiyang yet." The man in the brown robe stands firm, a silent figure behind him. "I told you." Greed has blinded them, preventing them from seeing the truth. A single silver coin clatters against the ground, spinning momentarily before settling. The man states that they were headed for Hunan, but haven't even managed to leave Yiyang yet. The standing man declares, with an air of finality, that he told the kneeling figure so. It is said that one's eyes were blinded with so much pride that they couldn't see anything properly. The bearded man wonders aloud who this person is now. Based on the way Quan Mu Jin was captured, it is said that he seems to be pretty skilled. The standing man looms over the kneeling figure, an air of dominance surrounding him. Ma Dakjin declares that to brazenly appear before him, one must have no fear at all. He walks away, his destination unknown. Quan Mu Jin wonders if he learned martial arts. She seems to have just realized something important. The woman's eyes widen as she thinks to herself. Wasomi recalls a past encounter. She remembers that he was headed to Mount Tianzi when they first met. Duan Yuxian walks through a crowded street. The people around him seem unaware of his presence. Not long after, the Black Sword Association was subjugated. Their reign of terror had come to an end. Wasomi looks up, a realization dawning on her face. She wonders if Duan Yuxian was the one who did it. The woman lies on the ground, injured. She wonders who her opponent is, questioning their identity. Duan Yuxian reaches for his sword. He calmly asks to borrow it for a while, his intentions unknown. Wasomi is shocked by his actions. She exclaims, questioning if he intends to face Ma Dakjin alone. Duan Yuxian holds the sword, radiating confidence. He assures her that he will finish this quickly. Duan Yuxian looks down at someone on the ground. He urges them to hurry and bring it on, his expression stern. The man's leg stands firm, ready for action. The scene is set for a confrontation. Ma Dakjin is enraged, his face contorted in anger. He calls his opponent an arrogant bastard. He glowers, demanding to know if his opponent is aware of just who he is. The figure stands firm, facing the imposing warrior. Wasomi shouts a warning, believing no amount of skill can withstand Ma Dokjin's broadsword with such a flimsy weapon. Ma Dokjin strains, convinced that his attack is impossible to endure or block. The man in the dark robe remains still, facing Ma Dokjin. The figure rises to meet the attack, a whirlwind of motion surrounding him. The impact reverberates with immense force. The man in the robe calmly asks if he is being asked if he knew who he was. The sword gleams, a testament to its sharpness. Ma Dokjin scoffs, questioning if his opponent is just a fool full of himself. The man in the robe blocks the attack with his sword. Wasomi is shocked that he blocked Ma Dokjin's large blade so easily with his sword. The broadsword descends, a strike carrying immense weight and force. He continues the downward swing, intent on overwhelming his opponent. The force of the attack is unbelievable. This turn of events makes no sense. The broadsword connects, a deafening impact echoing through the area. Ma Dokjin is shocked. He can't believe Duan Yuxian is so relaxed facing him. Duan Yuxian stands firm, his grip tightening on the hilt of his broadsword. His opponent scoffs, declaring that Duan Yuxian is too focused on speed and not enough on strength. The great Dan Yohaian remains calm, his eyes fixed on Ma Dokjin. Ma Dokjin realizes he started relying on the strength of the broadsword. Ma Dokjin questions what Duan Yuxian knows, calling it nonsense. Ma Dokjin, enraged, calls Duan Yuxian a little chick. He was overcoming that bottleneck, continuously increasing his speed to overwhelm his opponent. So that he could unleash his full power, the man's fist clenches tightly, preparing for the next strike. Ma Dokjin prepares to swing his broadsword with incredible force, like it was nothing more than a twig. The broadsword connects, striking Duan Yuxian with tremendous impact, sending him reeling. The force of the blow sends the great Dan Yohaian flying backwards through the air. Ma Dokjin is surprised by the impact, while Duan Yuxian kneels, struggling to maintain his balance after the devastating blow. How dare you? Ma Dokjin's face contorts in rage, his expression a mask of fury as he shouts, belittle the effort. His frustration boils over, as Ma Dokjin thinks, I've put all this time dash. The rage intensifies, as Ma Dokjin's eyes narrow and his teeth clench, ready to unleash another attack. The broadsword gleams, ready to strike again with devastating power. Ma Dokjin strikes again, the broadsword crashing down upon Duan Yuxian with immense force. Duan Yuxian, sword in hand, his expression unreadable, declares, I have never belittled you. The disembodied voice explains the distinction. Swords prioritize speed, while broadswords excel in raw, destructive power. Sweat pours from Duan Yuxian's brow as he faces his opponent, the glint of a blade reflecting in his eyes. Ma Dokjin's face contorts in disbelief, a silent question hanging in the air as he stares in shock. The voice echoes, dismissively declaring that all of Duan Yuxian's efforts have been utterly wasted. The clash of steel rings out as Ma Dokjin's broadsword meets Duan Yuxian's blade, a brief stalemate in their furious exchange. Duan Yuxian stands firm, his sword held ready, a grim determination etched upon his face as he prepares for the next attack. A flurry of blades descends, a visual representation of the overwhelming force about to be unleashed. The blade strikes true, impacting Ma Dokjin's face, the force of the blow evident in his distorted expression. Duan Yuxian's sword continues its arc, a testament to the speed and precision the voice described earlier. The voice taunts, commanding Duan Yuxian to return in 1,000 years for another challenge. Wasomi looks on in shock as Duan Yuxian lies defeated on the ground, his expression one of pain and disbelief. He coughs, blood splattering from his mouth as the unstoppable demon god struggles to rise. The world around him seems to blur, the aftermath of a brutal defeat settling in. Elsewhere, Wasomi kneels before a looming figure, his presence casting a long shadow. Duan Yuxian lies prone, defeated and bleeding, his body a testament to the battle's ferocity. Wasomi offers a sword, her expression unreadable as she says, take it. Her hands tremble slightly as she extends the weapon, the weight of the moment heavy on her. You, the man behind her questions, were you the one who got rid of the Black Sword Association? Wasomi remains kneeling, her head bowed as the man looms over her. Then why didn't you tell me? The man's expression is cold, his eyes narrowed. Don't bother yourself with trivial matters. Wasomi reflects on the times when one must pretend not to see or hear something, even when they do. The man continues, stating that she can just think of today as her lucky day. The man walks away, leaving Wasomi kneeling in silence, the sound of his footsteps echoing. The sound of footsteps echoes through the night. Bare feet pad softly against the ground, accompanied by a walking stick. The man with long black hair continues his journey, a figure with animal ears following at a distance. He pauses, turning his head slightly. Why are you following me? The man with long black hair stares intently, his expression unreadable as the other figure remains behind him. Please let me stay by your side. His eyes widen, a flicker of something unreadable crossing his face. His hands clench into fists, knuckles white with tension. A figure brings down a weapon with tremendous force, the air crackling around blow. The question hangs in the air. Who could possibly manage Ma Dokjin as a child? A fist clenches, determination hardening into resolve. He has finally found him. A voice cries out, seeking someone who can elevate them to greater heights. Duan Yuxian's red eyes narrow, a flicker of something unreadable in their depths. A figure clutches a staff, pleading to be allowed to stay by his side. The character holding the staff looks up, startled by something unseen. He is met with a cold refusal. The man is annoyed by the request. Rejected, the character can only sweat in silence, shame burning in his chest. He clasped his hands together, desperation lacing his voice. He begged to be taken in. The man in the light robe firmly rejected him. His expression was cold and resolute. Duan Yuxian's resolve did not waver. He declared that he would follow him, no matter what. The man in the light robe remained unmoved. He thought to himself that he would not allow it, even if Duan Yuxian insisted. Duan Yuxian continued to approach. He stated that if he wasn't taken in, he would rather. Before he could finish his sentence, a group of figures descended upon Duan Yuxian, attacking him relentlessly. The man in the light robe stood over Duan Yuxian's prone form, his expression unreadable. Lying on the ground, beaten and bloody, Duan Yuxian acknowledged the man's incredible skill, even at such a young age. However, the man in the light robe's gaze drifted down to the swords at his waist. The hatred in his eyes was palpable. It was as if he was looking at his past self. The man in the light robe's gaze was filled with a determination to rise above his past, no matter the cost. The man in the light robe stood, hands clasped, a complex mix of emotions swirling within him. He lies prone, the pride of a martial artist evident, yet that very pride hints at danger. The man with long black hair stands tall, his words a stark warning. Control your feelings, or you won't make it far. The man looms, a figure of imposing presence against the backdrop of the forest. A disembodied voice reflects on recent events, the words hanging in the air like falling leaves. Seen from behind, the man's stance is resolute, his gaze fixed on some distant point. He muses, lost in thought, as if gazing upon the Jianghu of a bygone era. The sound of impact echoes, a raw, visceral force tearing through the silence. A crater blooms, a testament to the devastating power unleashed. Duan Yuxian coughs, struggling to regain his composure after the brutal attack. He is told that he is awake, but confusion clouds his face. A group stands nearby, their expressions unreadable as they watch over the recovering warrior. He looks around, disoriented, trying to piece together what just occurred. A voice booms out, filled with rage. You traitorous bastard! The unseen figure continues his tirade, fueled by a sense of betrayal. I saw everything, you bastard. How dare you, ungrateful thing? The angry voice echoes, revealing a deep-seated resentment. I raised you when you were about to die, but you betrayed me and tried to follow that guy. The great Daniel Hyan looks up, seemingly confused by the accusation. What do you mean by raising me? The unseen figure recalls a past slight, his voice dripping with disdain. You tossed me away like some dog food and ignored me. I'm more famous than you, so it's just funny how you brag around so pridefully. The figure's anger intensifies, his words sharp and accusatory. You damn bastard. How dare you talk back to the master you serve? The great Dan Yohayan listens intently, his expression unreadable as the other man continues his rant. The unseen figure's voice rises, fueled by a deep-seated sense of injustice. Try to kill his subordinate. You're less than a bug. The figure's hand clenches, his anger reaching a boiling point. If that's how you'd like to be, I'll kill you in the most painful way. The unseen figure's rage intensifies, his threat hanging heavy in the air. The unseen figure's hand tightens, a sinister intent palpable. Blood splatters as the figure cries out, clearly struck by a blow. He clenches his fist, preparing to retaliate with a swift counterattack. The attacked figure, enraged, shouts, You bastard! You're still acting up until the end. He moves with blinding speed, a blur of white against the dark background. Swirling energy surrounds him as he attempts to calm himself, recognizing the enemy's weakened state. Let's calm down. His movements are slow because of his internal injuries. The injured figure, weapon in hand, prepares to strike. If it's now, he thinks. His face is set with grim determination, ready to end the fight. Rage burns in his eyes, a desperate need to win. He swings his crude weapon down with all his might, but Duan Yuxian dodges the blow. Blood splatters as the injured figure cries out in agony. In my eyes. My eyes. A bare foot steps forward, ready to deliver the final blow. The injured figure is surrounded by others, one of whom shouts, Damn it, what are you guys doing? Get him! Kill that bastard! He is surrounded by swirling energy, the aftermath of the recent attack. He drops to one knee, bracing himself against the unseen force. A furious voice echoes, filled with pain and rage. "Arg! You motherfucker, dash!" He struggles to breathe, each gasp a ragged, painful sound. His vision blurs, the world around him fading into a hazy swirl of colors. But he wills himself to continue. He knows he shouldn't stop, that a falter here would mean his end. I can't die in a place like this. His eyes narrow with fierce determination. He has to survive this. Blood drips from his face, a testament to the brutal fight. His body is battered and broken, but his spirit remains unbroken. He steels himself, resolving to become the best at all costs. She walks with another child, the sunlight illuminating the town. Somi is very happy to be friends with Jayak. Somi walks alongside Jayak and Jinrang, the three friends enjoying each other's company. Jinrang's hand reaches for a bag, a sound of grabbing echoing. Jinrang asks if they want to eat candied fruit and dumplings, offering to buy the candied fruit. Jayak questions why she should buy the dumplings, as they are much more expensive. Jayak says she wants to eat them, expressing her hunger. Somi thinks that dumplings will be enough. Jinrang expresses her thanks. An ajushi is asked to give 3 dumplings. Somi laughs, her expression cheerful. She hears some voice coming from this side, her expression curious. Somi peeks from behind a wall, her eyes wide with surprise. The dumpling seller sighs, seemingly tired. Elsewhere, the buildings are seen at night, lanterns illuminating the scene. He scans the area, a frown deepening the scar on his face. Something feels amiss in the night air, a subtle discordance. Nearby, 2 men converse, one mentioning it has been a long time since the school ended. He hopes nothing has happened. Duan Yuxian's expression softens slightly as he hears a voice calling out a welcome from a nearby establishment. Inside, a man in a red outfit asks Duan Yuxian if he has seen his daughter. He seems anxious as he awaits an answer. The man in red says he saw them in the dumpling store about 2 hours ago. He offers this information with a hopeful smile. The man in red confirms the dumpling store's location to the man in the dark uniform, who nods in understanding. The man in the dark uniform glances in a specific direction, his expression unreadable as he processes the information. It's revealed that the child came to have some snacks with her friends, suggesting a harmless outing turned potentially dangerous. Elsewhere, a young girl, tears streaming down her face, cries out for her father, her voice filled with fear and desperation. The scene reveals a gruesome sight, a body lying amidst shattered bottles and spilled blood, hinting at a violent encounter. Duan Yuxian stands over the scene, his gaze fixed on something below. A voice questions his presence at this time. A close-up reveals a leaf and branch resting on a piece of paper, perhaps a clue or a message left behind at the scene. He winces as a woman's hands glow, pressing against his bare chest. A desperate plea echoes from somewhere nearby. "Please help me, father." Duan Yuxian lies prone on the ground, surrounded by children. They huddle close, seeking warmth and protection. A voice, filled with determination, whispers, "I want to save this person." 3 children peer down, their expressions etched with worry as they observe the scene below. One of the children wondered aloud what they should do, noting that he wasn't getting any better, even after using all sorts of medicinal herbs. The children continued to tend to the injured man. Jinrang was told to get off of him, as they pondered how he got so badly injured and whether he was a martial artist. The injured man, lying prone, groaned softly, a grimace of pain etched on his face. A gentle hand touched his face, eliciting a slight flinch from the injured man. One of the children suggested that they should call the soldiers, fearing that he would die at this rate. The children discussed what the officials would do if they were called, concluding that they wouldn't step into a matter involving another martial artist. One of the children thought to herself that this person is just. The child continued her thought, comparing him to her past self. A full-body shot of the child lying down, perhaps reflecting on her own past. She looks on with concern. What could be the matter? A voice echoes, filled with resolve. Someone wants to save this person. Jinrong's expression hardens with determination. Duan Yuxian lies prone, injured and vulnerable. Jayak stands over him. The injured man thinks to himself, wondering who is present. Duan Yuxian's face is bruised and cut, his breathing shallow. Jayak, his expression a mix of shock and concern, wonders if he was Quan Mujin. A hand reaches out, perhaps to offer aid. Someone kneels, their voice barely a whisper, asking if they saved him. Duan Yuxian looks at Jinrang, who nods in response, confirming that they did. He lies prone, as a child asks why they bother to save him. The child comforts him, explaining that he looked lonely all by himself. Tears well in the child's eyes, stating that the injured man was scared and didn't want to die. The child holds the protagonist, seemingly understanding the situation. Jinrang tells the children that they've worked hard and should go wash themselves in front of the inn. The children embrace, overcome with emotion. Duan Yuxian stares off into the distance, lost in thought. From the shadows, a voice remarks that the brat is fortunate. Lying on the ground, tears stream down Duan Yuxian's face. Elsewhere, the moon hangs in the night sky. A building stands silhouetted against the night. He kneels, the child in his arms noticing his gloomy expression. The child wonders what's wrong. The child looks up, asking if that Ajusi will live. Duan Yuxian says he's not sure, but he did everything he could. Whether he'll survive or not depends on his resolve. The protagonist holds the child, who now lies resting in his arms. The child still hopes he lives. Duan Yuxian says if Somi will take good care of him, he may live. The child asks if that's true, and he confirms it. The child is described as being born out of good fortune. The child questions what good fortune is, tilting their head in confusion. Duan Yuxian chuckles, saying there's something like that. Duan Yuxian states that if that's the case, Somi will nurse him back to health. Footsteps echo. Duan Yuxian sits with his staff, wondering how he knows if she'll be heartbroken or happy if he lives. He lay in bed, heavily bandaged. If the man survived in his current state, someone was willing to give up their entire wealth. The man with the ponytail looked surprised. He questioned the statement, asking if he had heard correctly. The man was asked directly if he would really give up his entire wealth for the injured man's survival. Duan Yuxian's eyes widened slightly. He realized someone was striking a bet. Duan Yuxian stated with certainty that the person would definitely live, his gaze intense. The man with the ponytail dismissed the bet as a joke, but the other man seemed to find it a pity. A close-up of Duan Yuxian's face revealed a sinister smile. He predicted that someone would die soon. A child tended to a bandaged hand, mentioning someone born with providential good luck and asking what that meant. The narration spoke of a world where few people are born with bad luck. Others, the narration continued, are born with the blessing of a star. Among them, the ones who receive the blessing of the star carry providential good luck, the narration explained. The child continued to look at the bandaged hand, pondering the meaning of providential good luck. It was said that they would live a miserable life until their luck shined. Therefore, even if she might have lost her parents and was starving to death, after meeting this child, the one who carries the fate of the stars, her good luck started to shine. And whatever she touches will be blessed with good luck. A few days later, the moon hangs high in the night sky. Koi swim peacefully in a pond. He grimaces, his eyes snapping open. He lies in bed, his chest bare. The light fixture casts a dim glow across the ceiling. He is covered in bandages, his eyes darting around the room. Where is he? More importantly, is he alive? The girl's voice rings out, filled with relief. He is alive. His eyes snap open, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings. Someone stands over him, their features obscured. Dazed and confused, Duan Yuxian croaks out a question. Did someone save him? The girl beams, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She declares that she found him, but her father was the one who saved his life. The girl continues, relieved that he is awake. She says she will go tell her father and the slave Ajushi that Duan Yuxian has regained consciousness. The words echo in his mind, stirring confusion. Father? Slave? What does that even mean? Meanwhile, at the same time, under the watchful gaze of a full moon, a grand, traditional building stands silhouetted against the night sky. Within the building, a figure sits upon an ornate chair. The words Murim Alliance hang in the air. Seen from behind, a person with long, dark hair stands before the seated figure, their posture suggesting deference. The seated figure, Murim Lord Sword Emperor Namgung Cheon, speaks with authority. He demands to know if they have found the one who overthrew the Black Sword Association. The person with long dark hair lowers their gaze, a storm of conflicting emotions brewing within. There are times where you have to pretend to not see or hear something, even when you do. Someone overheard something, though the details remain unclear. He stood ready, his stance suggesting a practiced warrior. A bandaged hand clenched, perhaps in anticipation of a fight. The woman affirmed something with a simple, resolute yes. Another voice declared, I found him. Her gaze was intense, focused on a distant target. An exclamation point hangs in the air, a silent acknowledgement of some unseen event. The old man asks if she found the one who subjugated the Black Sword Association. He wonders why they return alone. The woman remains silent, her expression unreadable as she sits in contemplation. The old man presses, wondering if it was that person he's heard so much about. The woman confirms that the person won't come to the Murim Alliance, adding that there are times one has to pretend. The woman stands, her back to the old man, as she reflects on the situation. The old man, his brow furrowed, wonders aloud if the person in question is strong. It is said that he fought against Ma Dokjin and handled him like a little kid. The woman looks forward, a complicated expression on her face, as she considers the implications of the man's strength and absence. A flashback reveals the tyrant Ma Dokjin, one of the top 50 of Yellow Marshall Castle. Namgung Cheon considers that Ma Dokjin refused the Murim Alliance's recruitment offer. Is he from the demonic path, or is he trying to live a secluded life? He recalls someone saying that his sword is full of conceit. Namgung Cheon's words cause the woman to react with surprise. A fist clenches, the sound of suppressed anger echoing. In another flashback, a child named Sohai expresses her desire to become a strong martial artist like her grandfather. A dark figure fumes, angered that someone dared to say that to the child he raised. Namgung Cheon, seated, tells someone they did a great job and to go back and rest. The woman acknowledges his command. A hand lies on the floor, unmoving. The hand twitches. He is alive. Lying on the floor, he thinks that when he couldn't move, he thought he would die. He lay in bed, injured, but even in this state, he could still clench his fists. He was alive, and that alone was enough to fuel his resolve. He intended to raise his abilities by any means necessary, as a voice asked if he was awake. Seeing him move with relative ease, the speaker surmised that he must be all right. The man's robe hung loosely around his shoulders, revealing the bandages underneath. He was recognized as the man from back then. The man confirmed his identity, Dan Unhyen. Elsewhere, a girl identified herself as his savior's father, gathering medicinal herbs. Meanwhile, Duan Yuxian, wrapped in bandages, weakly asked if someone would save him. He was told to pay his gratitude to Somi, for without her, he would have died. He understood. Somi, holding flowers, expressed her gratitude and confidence that he would get better once she applied them. The speaker observed that, based on the patterns of his injuries, he must have been attacked by his own allies. He stares wide-eyed, bandages wrapped around his torso and shoulder, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. The words echo in his mind, a stark reminder of the brutal reality. Miram is a place where anyone would do anything to survive, even betray others. In a nearby room, a man in traditional robes stands with a child, the weight of the statement hanging heavy in the air. Back in his room, Duan Yuxian lies in bed, his body still recovering from the attack, the betrayal fresh in his mind. The words linger, a cold comfort. Don't take it personally. Figures walk away in the distance, leaving him to grapple with the harsh realities of their world. Duan Yuxian's expression hardens, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. He whispers, "I understand." The man in traditional clothing stands silently, observing the scene, his expression unreadable. Duan Yuxian's eyes narrow, a new resolve hardening his gaze. Forget everything. The words echo in his mind, a warning. If your heart is poisonous, your blade will also become poisonous. Lying in bed, Duan Yuxian reflects on the warning. And in the end, poisonous blades are destroyed most easily. I will keep that in mind. The man in traditional clothing advises him. Then, stay here to recuperate for the time being. Don't you think if you go out in this condition, you'll only turn into another corpse? He stands, back turned, as a voice-off panel reminds him of his obligations. Duan Yuxian's expression hardens, a resolve forming in his eyes. A voice insists that he earns his stay, and a hesitant agreement follows. Bandaged and weary, Duan Yuxian offers a quiet expression of gratitude. He rests, his body still recovering from the recent ordeal. Lying in bed, the protagonist stares up at the ceiling, lost in thought. Duan Yuxian remembers the names of those who showed him kindness. Dan Unhyen, Dan Somi. He wonders if anyone has ever shown him such kindness before. The next day, a new dawn breaks, promising a fresh start. The scene shifts to a traditional building, bathed in sunlight. A figure with dark hair and a white patch on their face looks ahead, seemingly waiting. Another figure, also with dark hair, glances to the side, their expression unreadable. He sprints forward, calling out for someone to wait. Something strikes him, and he cries out in pain. The source of the blow remains unseen. The figure with brown hair stands over Duan Yuxian, who is kneeling on the floor, questioning why he is doing this. The figure with brown hair demands that he stop nagging and do his job. The figure with brown hair states that his job is to watch over Duan Yuxian. The figure with brown hair smiles, declaring that he is Duan Yuxian's boss. The figure thinks to himself that he has been doing the household chores alone since that woman left. He reflects on how happy he was when a new slave came in. He thinks that the new slave is awfully bad at his job. Duan Yuxian is kneeling and doing laundry. Duan Yuxian wipes sweat from his brow, wondering why he has to do this when he is the servant. He is reminded not to be belittled and to remember what the Lord said. The senior speaks frankly, reminding Duan Yuxian that he is also a servant. He demands to be listened to. The senior declares that he is not going to listen to Duan Yuxian's orders. The senior challenges him, asking why he shouldn't win against him if he wants to be listened to. The senior orders Duan Yuxian to follow him to the back. The senior stands close, holding a wooden stick, and asks if Duan Yuxian thinks he'll cower if he says that. The senior exclaims that he's not sure about the guy the Lord picked up, saying he's rude and trying to kill him. The senior, falling backwards, curses at Duan Yuxian. Duan Yuxian falls downwards, surrounded by blue energy. The blue energy crackles. Duan Yuxian remarks that his Qigong is faster than the senior thought, and asks if he's shocked. The senior, looking up, says that Duan Yuxian is done once he gets him. He launched himself upwards, the force of his movement echoing loudly. An exclamation hangs in the air as he continues his ascent. Duan Yuxian faces a group of formally dressed individuals, led by a figure adorned in elaborate robes. The protagonist continues his advance, while someone wonders if it is Lord Hong. The figure in elaborate robes is identified as Jang Samtae. Another man shouts for the sinner to be brought forth immediately. The mayor receives the latest list of wanted criminals. The wanted list is prominently displayed at the town hall. The man with glasses sighs in relief that the Black Sword Association is gone, but wonders who is causing trouble now. His eyes narrow, focusing intently on the document in his hands. The man's eyes widen in disbelief as he recognizes the person in the drawing. Is this bastard? His hand clenches the paper, crumpling it. He won't let this person get away this time. The sound of approaching footsteps echoes through the hall. Guards rush into the room, alerted by the mayor's outburst. One of the guards looks on with a worried expression. The mayor shouts, demanding that the guards bring the sinner to him. Duan Yuxian sprints forward, shouting, his expression a mix of urgency and confusion. His footfalls echo on the stone floor as he continues his headlong rush. He wonders what the speaker meant by sinner, and if he's been caught for being a thief. Duan Yuxian stops abruptly, his arms outstretched, demanding to know what's going on. A figure in red and black robes points accusingly at Duan Yuxian, shouting. The figure in red and black declares his intent, drawing his sword with a metallic shing. The figure in red and black strikes Duan Yuxian with the flat of his blade, sending him sprawling. A man with long black hair watches the scene unfold, questioning the commotion. The man with long black hair looks up, his eyes wide with surprise, exclaiming, "Gee, Grandmaster!" The figure in red and black stands over Duan Yuxian, calling him a brat and complaining about the show he's putting on. The text bubble complains about the background not being clean enough. The man with long black hair continues to watch with a surprised expression. Something about him feels suspicious. The man thinks, his hands clasped in front of him. A man shouts, holding up a crude drawing. He demands that someone cut the crap and get away. The drawing depicts a person with short hair and wearing a robe, with some illegible text beside it. The man and a girl look at a wanted poster. The poster reads, name, Jang Samtae. The man exclaims that Jang Samtae is his name. The girl asked what was written there. The poster accuses Jang Samtae of crimes ranging from opium trafficking to human trafficking, calling him trash. Jang Samtae looks shocked at the accusations. The girl stares up at him, her expression unreadable. The girl insists that he is not trash, declaring that the slave Ajusi is definitely not someone like that. Jang Samtae looks down at the girl, thinking that if Somi sees this, she should know the painter must have made a mistake and that the slave Ajusi is not a bad person. Elsewhere, a man in a red and black robe stands with his arms outstretched, seemingly unaffected by the unfolding drama. Somi insists that they can simply have the same name, her voice filled with conviction. Jang Samtae looks worried, calling out to Somi, his expression a mix of concern and uncertainty. He tries to reassure himself, muttering that it's okay, just his voice trailing off with doubt. He declares that he will directly prove his innocence. Jang Samtae vows to catch the real culprit with his own hands. Somi states that she will also assist Jang Samtae. She believes they will work together and catch the real criminal. A voice expresses a sense of isolation, lamenting that no one understands them as they do themselves. The scenery shifts to a lush, green landscape. Somi speaks, addressing Jang Samtae. Somi looks up with a questioning expression. She asks where they're going. Jang Samtae carries Somi on his shoulders as they walk through the forest. The sound of their footsteps echoes. A voice ponders a question, prefacing it with, to be honest. Jang Sambi's expression is troubled. He admits to himself that he doesn't have any particular solution. Somi's eyes widen with determination. She reflects on her initial anger, but acknowledges it's her fault for bringing the young Somi out to catch a criminal. Jang Sambi's face is filled with a mix of concern and resolve. He thinks that he can't leave her now, as she's full of expectations. He examines a scroll, the drawing's composite features appearing eerily familiar. Did he really do all that? A sudden realization strikes him. What if he did it without knowing? Jang Samtae looks up, startled. He demands, "What on earth are you trying to do?" Elsewhere, a figure stands on a tree branch, looking down at another. The smaller figure calls out, "My lord." Jang Samtae's expression is troubled as he looks down, lost in thought. He steels himself, resolving to check out places like the gambling house. He wonders why he brought Somi along. Somi is being carried on someone's back. She asks, "Somi, come with me?" Somi looks up, listening intently. She is told, "We'll go together later once you are grown up." Jang Samtae's torso is visible, his expression unreadable. A man holds Somi, who is excited. She exclaims, "Yeah, let's do that." The scene shifts to a lush, green landscape. Somi says, "Let's go eat dumplings, shushy." The man with long hair looks back at Somi. He replies, Sure." He insists that he really didn't do it, his expression a mix of defiance and sorrow. Jang Samtae retorts, questioning if Duan Yuxian would even have the guts to do something like that. He then asks why it resembles him. Visibly angered, Jang Samtae calls him a bastard. Duan Yuxian, with a dismissive glance, claims it was just a joke. The focus shifts to a pair of boots, the wearer's intent unknown. The image depicts a perpetrator trafficking opium and even humans, a dark trade that casts a shadow over the land. Opium and human trafficking. It would be simple if they could catch and interrogate all the bastards involved in both of these. Jang Samtae, his brow furrowed, presses for clarification, asking what he means by bastards and if they are bandits. Duan Yuxian confirms that he is referring to the bandits who live in the mountains, who only stay hidden in one place unless subdued by the government. His gaze sharp and intense, Duan Yuxian seems to be considering their next move. The question hangs in the air. Where would the bandits be? The distant mountains loom, their peaks shrouded in mist, hinting at the bandits' hidden lairs. The mountains loomed, a silent welcome to the travelers. Mount Yuelu, their destination, stood tall and imposing. Footsteps echoed on the worn path, each step bringing them closer. Duan Yuxian surveyed the landscape. He remarked that the place was better than he expected. Jang Samtae continued onward, his pace steady and determined. Duan Yuxian suggested building a house there, but Jang Samtae sarcastically agreed, noting the bandit presence. Duan Yuxian noticed the sarcasm in Jang Samtae's voice. Jang Samtae muttered under his breath, clearly annoyed. Jang Samtae's fear was palpable as he considered facing the bandits to clear his name, even at the risk of his life. Jang Samtae lamented his status as a third-rate martial artist, contrasting it with Duan Yuxian's teaching of Somi and Quan Mujin. Jang Samtae continued his tirade, listing all the things he does for Somi and Duan Yuxian, feeling underappreciated. He was sweating, though he tried to hide it. The man with brown hair was eaten up inside with jealousy. The great Dan Yohaian stood firm, his fists clenched as he acknowledged the other man's efforts. You worked hard all this time. The protagonist then asked, his tone measured, if there was anything the other man desired. Jang Samtae is told that he has worked hard, and is asked if there is anything he wants. Jang Samtae pauses, considering the question. Duan Yuxian stands above him, his swords wreathed in a blue aura, as Jang Samtae looks up in surprise. Jang Samtae declares that he also wants to become strong, and Duan Yuxian tells him to become strong then. Jang Samtae is confused by the response, wondering if that is all there is to it. The sound of something falling echoes. The sound of something breaking echoes. Objects continue to fall. The falling objects descend from above. Jang Samtae stands with Duan Yuxian, looking surprised by what is happening. He looks up, his eyes widening in disbelief. Arrows are falling from above. He cries out as something strikes him. Another figure falls to the ground nearby. Someone leaps away, narrowly avoiding the hail of arrows. Jang Samtae cries out in pain, clutching at where he was struck. Arrows pierce the earth, a testament to the sudden and deadly assault. The ground is now a lethal field of sharpened points, each one a threat. An unseen figure curses their failure, their plan clearly foiled. The unseen figure laments that their target didn't die from the arrows, finding this turn of events troublesome. Jang Samtae, wounded and confused, wonders who is responsible for the ambush. A group of armed figures emerges from the forest, their intentions unclear. The armed figures surround the area, their presence a clear threat amidst the fallen arrows. The realization dawns on him. Bandits. They've been ambushed by bandits. An older man, face set in a grimace, brandishes a large, curved blade. He grits his teeth, realizing they've been caught sooner than expected, but assures himself that it's all right. Arrows strike Jang Samtae, who cries out, invoking divine protection as the ambush intensifies. The arrows find their mark, piercing his legs and hindering his movement. Duan Yuxian's expression shifts to concern as he witnesses the ambush. Jang Samtae winces in pain, acknowledging the severity of his injuries. Jang Samtae, now grounded by his wounds, explains to Duan Yuxian that he can no longer move. Duan Yuxian, putting on a brave face, shouts a challenge while whispering about the absurdity of the situation. Jang Samtae looks up at Duan Yuxian, recalling a past desire for strength. Duan Yuxian's expression hardens with resolve as he prepares for battle. The glint of steel signals Duan Yuxian's readiness to confront their attackers. With a fierce grip, Duan Yuxian draws his sword, vowing vengeance on the ambushers. He demands to know if they heard him, his expression a mix of anger and frustration. The undergrowth rustles, unseen forces moving through the dense foliage. Duan Yuxian's face is marred by a bandage, his expression hardening as he wonders if this is a real-life test. Elsewhere, Jang Samtae lies prone, arrows protruding from his body, his condition dire. Duan Yuxian notes that he isn't moving, wondering if he doesn't want to help at all. The enemies stand arrayed, a large group surrounding Duan Yuxian, their intentions clear. The enemies advance, their faces grim, as Duan Yuxian grits his teeth in anticipation. Sweat beads on Duan Yuxian's brow as he stares down the approaching figures. He realizes that there are at least tens of them, a daunting number for any warrior. Duan Yuxian acknowledges that this is too many for even him, a third-rate martial artist. Despite the odds, he vows not to back down without a fight, his resolve hardening. Duan Yuxian prepares to fight, his stance firm, ready to face the overwhelming odds. He continued forward, his sandals kicking up dust with each step. Jiang Samte spat, his expression one of disdain. Someone spoke to the prone figure, questioning why they wouldn't give up if they were going to fight it out. Another person, looking enraged, questioned if the figure seemed dead. Jiang Samte was merely closing his eyes, according to an unseen observer. A voice exclaimed about the nutcase. A figure plummeted from above, hurtling towards another below. A voice declared victory against a high-level martial artist, attributing it to their qigong. Before, a woman with white hair smiled, surrounded by others. A man with brown hair looked off to the side, his expression unreadable. Duan Yuxian's feet were planted firmly on the ground, ready to fight. He thought that these were mere bandits in front of him. A close-up of the mouth. Heeding the cryptic advice, he moved with incredible speed. The ground blurred beneath his feet as he channeled his inner power. Each step was a surge of energy, propelling him forward with unnatural grace and swiftness. Duan Yuxian struck with blinding speed. Jiang Samte was caught completely off guard by the sudden assault. Confusion rippled through the ranks of the remaining bandits. They struggled to comprehend where he had vanished to. He moved like a phantom, a blur of motion too fast for the eye to follow. The bandits were unable to react. The man with the beard watched, his expression a mix of disbelief and fury. He scoffed at the speed of the attack. The force of the blow sent blood flying. Jiang Samte cried out in pain as he was struck. Another bandit fell victim to the unseen assailant. The attack came from behind, swift and merciless. The bearded man roared in frustration, his face contorted with rage. He could not believe what he was witnessing. The bandits finally spotted their attacker. They realized it was the same man who had injured Jiang Samte. His fist clenched, ready for the next strike. He was determined to defeat all of the bandits. The man with the bandage on his face grinned. He had them right where he wanted them, and he was ready to finish the fight. He acknowledges his punch wasn't strong enough to inflict significant damage. The bandit's eyes widen, realizing the danger he's in. Arrows strike the ground, narrowly missing their mark. The bandit is shocked as the protagonist descends upon him with a glowing foot. An archer prepares to fire another arrow, his expression one of intense focus. He continues his descent, a blur of motion against the sky. The bandit cries out, realizing the attack is imminent. The bandit is struck, his face contorted in pain as he cries out. The protagonist's kick connects with devastating force. The force of the blow sends the bandit flying through the air. He crashes to the ground amidst a shower of leaves. The other bandits exclaim that their comrade is down, defeated. He exhales, his breath visible in the cool air. The man thinks that at this rate, things will go well. A smirk plays on his lips as he prepares for the next attack. The sound of rushing wind fills the air. His eyes widen, sensing danger approaching rapidly. A sharp hack sound pierces the air. He moves with incredible speed, a blur against the forest backdrop. The sound of impact echoes as he pivots, his red pants a flash of color. A powerful strike shatters the earth, sending debris flying. The bandits watch him, one exclaiming that he is nothing but trash who can only do qigong. Another tells them not to give him time to move. An archer prepares to fire, declaring it is time to move and yelling yes. Surrounded, he hears one of the bandits utter ugh. He hears the instruction, a disembodied voice commanding him, 2 steps to the right. His eyes narrow, focusing on the task at hand, trusting the unseen guide. Following the instructions, he shifts his weight, moving precisely as directed, 2 steps to the right. Elsewhere, a bandit swings his sword, a surprised exclamation escaping his lips. His feet continue to move, guided by the mysterious voice, each step deliberate and precise. The bandit shouts, telling him to stop dodging, as Duan Yuxian closes the distance, engaging in close combat. A swift punch connects, the sound echoing as the bandit's head snaps back from the force of the blow. He stands over the fallen bandit, victorious, the fight concluding as quickly as it began. A triumphant declaration bursts forth. He did it. The man with a bandage wrapped around his head tells Duan Yuxian to stop dodging. A fist clenches, ready to strike. The punch lands squarely on the leader's face, sending him reeling. Duan Yuxian seems surprised by the force of his blow. The impact resonates, and a voice declares, "I did it." The leader spits blood, clearly injured by the unexpected attack. The leader collapses to the ground. Duan Yuxian stares in disbelief, as someone shouts that the leader is down. A furious voice begins to utter an insult. Duan Yuxian looks up to see several figures leaping towards him, ready to attack. He surveys the scene, blood still falling, confident that this should be good. His expression is grim as he looks out at the battlefield. The sounds of impact echo as the battle continues elsewhere. A soldier cries out, seemingly in shock or pain. Duan Yuxian stands amidst the fallen, his sword at the ready. Two chibi figures discuss the battle. One exclaims, surprised that someone they thought was dead is still alive. The other asks if they would have helped at all. Asai escapes someone, unseen. Duan Yuxian collapses to the ground, exhausted. He thinks to himself that he managed to do it, and that a life-and-death battle is all about putting your life on the line. The soldier looks up, thinking that if he couldn't win and was about to die, someone wouldn't have helped him. Duan Yuxian reflects that if you want to become strong, you should not depend on anyone. He thinks that whether you're a master or an amateur, it depends on how you utilize your power, and laughs to himself. He looks down, his expression a mix of anger and something else. Elsewhere, someone confirms that the man seems to be their leader and needs to be woken up. Water is splashed onto the face of a man, jolting him awake. The man coughs, sputtering as one of his captors remarks that he is finally awake. Weakly, the man acknowledges his captors, barely able to speak. One of the men states that they don't have time for small talk and has some questions for him. The man is shown a drawing and asked if he knows the person depicted. He vehemently denies knowing the person in the drawing, calling his captor a bastard. The interrogator changes tactics, revealing they found opium on his subordinates and demanding to know where it came from. The man nervously replies that they got it from the back alley. The interrogator stares intently, clearly not believing the answer. The man looks up in terror as a fist comes crashing down towards his face, accompanied by a cracking sound. He stares down at the kneeling man, promising a fate worse than death if the truth remains hidden. An intense killing intent emanates from him, a testament to his incredible martial prowess. The kneeling man finally speaks, uttering the name of a powerful organization, the Triple Sword Association. Another man questions the mention of the Triple Sword Association, urging the kneeling man to continue his explanation. A man with a beard and headband seems to recognize the name, his expression thoughtful. Hidden figures begin to stir, growing stronger in the shadows, their identities concealed from the world. Elsewhere, the Triple Sword Association operates actively in Hunan, their influence spreading throughout the region. It is revealed that they are the source of the opium plaguing the land. The man with the beard explains that they are strong, trained in martial arts, and always wear masks to conceal their identities. The kneeling man confesses that he didn't want to deal with opium, but the Triple Sword Association forced him into it. It is said that more than a few bandit gangs have disappeared because of the Triple Sword Association. Duan Yuxian demands to know the location of the Triple Sword Association, his eyes filled with determination. He is being questioned, someone yelling, demanding to know if he knows anything. Another voice chimes in, stating that he doesn't seem to be lying. The questioning man continues to yell, his face contorted in anger as he looms over the red-haired man. A man with a beard looks up, confused, asking pardon. Another voice, filled with anger, demands if he did not hear them. A man demands all of someone's opium. A smaller, scared character says that they will give him all of their opium. Elsewhere, the sign reads, Yang, a city that may hold the answers they seek. The sign reads streets, indicating the setting of the next scene. A hand reaches out, desperate, thinking that they need more. A foot steps forward, the sound echoing in the air. A woman with a hat is saying, and give me more, her voice filled with desperation. The woman with the hat states that it's not only Yang, but opium is also circulating around countless villages of Hunan. The woman with the hat states that for now, there's nothing she can do, her expression filled with frustration. A woman tells a man that he should apologize if he bumps into someone, her tone sharp and demanding. He is confronted by Quan Mu Jin, who demands to know why he is here. A small hand reaches out, seemingly towards someone just out of view. Somi calls out to Yuni, but the situation is confusing, a strange combination of events. Elsewhere, a lone figure sits in a dimly lit room, smoke rising around him. A voice asks if things are progressing as planned, the silhouette of a man standing in the doorway. Someone chuckles, saying to just wait, it's coming soon, and then asks if they found the guy who destroyed the Black Sword Association. The silhouette asks if they're talking about Jiang Samte, but the man with scars says not yet. There is some news about it, but it's been quiet even when he disguised himself as that bastard. The scar man considers that either he's hiding deep or he's already dead. The silhouette exclaims in disbelief that the guy who destroyed the Black Sword Association is dead. He resolves to focus on making the medicine. The unstoppable demon god vows to find and kill the target at all costs. The scarred man questions if that is the only reason they joined hands. He demands to know if there is any other reason. The scarred man asks why he would join hand with trash. He is told to quickly catch the target and bring him. Duan Yuxian says he understands. The man in the robe notes that the governor found opium while subjugating the bandits. He questions if the bandits were subjugated by that damned governor. Duan Yuxian walks away, the conversation seemingly over. The cloaked figure continues to ponder the situation. The scar man insists they have to steal it again at all costs, fearing they may get caught. He worries they may catch their tail. Duan Yuxian thinks about his identity being revealed. He would like to rip that noisy bastard apart right now, but that man is still useful. The man in the robe simply states, all right. His expression is unreadable in the dim light. Duan Yuxian decides he will let the lowly people finish this. He seems to be delegating a task to someone else. A crowd of people stand together, many of them bearing bandages and wounds. They appear to be the lowly people mentioned earlier. Duan Yuxian remains silent, his expression unreadable as he considers the unseen speaker. His gaze is steady, betraying nothing of his thoughts. The woman in the veiled hat laughs humorlessly, her eyes shadowed with a hint of desperation. She wonders why she did what she did. 30 minutes ago in the past, Somi is seen dragging someone along, hurrying them forward. The child asks where they're going. Somi continues to pull the person along, urging them to hurry. The words echo with a sense of inevitability. End up coming here again. Tears well in the eyes of the woman in the veiled hat as she recalls Somi bringing someone to Duan Yuxian. She remembers Somi saying she met the person in the streets. Duan Yuxian's expression hardens as he is asked why she came here again. The woman in the veiled hat clicks her tongue, observing how he started talking as soon as he saw her. Before answering, the woman in the veiled hat asks if she can ask one thing. She demands to know why the great Daniel Hyan is present, calling him Ma Dokjin's subordinate. Somi declares that he is now family, a statement that clearly agitates her companion, who reminds Duan Yuxian of his past affiliation with the unorthodox faction. Duan Yuxian seems taken aback by the accusation, repeating the phrase, our family member, as he recalls someone saying they are his family. He warns her to watch her mouth, stating that he is no longer part of the unorthodox faction, and demands she stop making such a disgusting face. Duan Yuxian accuses her of spouting nonsense, questioning if her logic means he belonged to the justice faction before becoming associated with the unorthodox faction because of her. Somi grabs his robe, stammering that it's not like that. The man with the scar demands it is now her turn to answer. Somi looks down, her expression sorrowful. Meanwhile, not long ago, during the mission of Murim Alliance to chase opium traffickers, Somi reveals that the culprit originated from Hunan, and the situation is pretty serious. In a small village, all the people went crazy due to opium. The scene is one of devastation, with people lying on the ground, seemingly dead or incapacitated. Even large villages were not spared, as many people displayed the telltale signs of opium addiction. Somi asks if that's why he came to Hunan, implying that he was chasing someone or something. She confirms that chasing them brought her here, adding that this is truthfully a national issue for the imperial court. Somi notes that some sects affiliated with the Murim Alliance have collapsed due to opium addiction. The Triple Sword Association is what they call themselves, and their leader changes his face freely using appearance-changing art. Duan Yuxian stands with his arms crossed, listening intently to Somi's explanation of the situation. The protagonist walks away, a question mark hovering over the scene, indicating uncertainty or a need for further investigation. Someone exclaims about the shape-shifting art, noting that with it, he can change his face into something similar to another's. Duan Yuxian grabs the speaker, acknowledging that he knows this as well. Somi apologizes for not telling him, but says it's up to her to handle. Duan Yuxian thinks to himself, calling the shapeshifter a motherfucker. He asks what Somi is aware of, as someone has changed his appearance to mimic this guy and is trading opium. A hand holds a bag, revealing that this is the opium he sold. Somi realizes that this is not ordinary opium, questioning what it is. The opium, held delicately, appears specially made, far more potent than the usual variety. Somi questions how Duan Yuxian obtained the substance, but he simply states that he has his ways. She asks if he has a way to catch the bastard, confident she can at least catch his tail, if not everything. Somi inquires about his plan, but Duan Yuxian states that he requires proper compensation for the information. Somi asks what compensation he requires, as she requests the reward for killing the leader of the Black Sword Association. Duan Yuxian listens intently, his expression unreadable as he considers her request. Somi threatens to forget the deal if he doesn't want to, but quickly relents, stating she'll give it to him, but also has a condition. Duan Yuxian agrees, stating that he has a condition of his own to add to the deal. Somi states that they'll take all the credit after this matter is resolved, her expression determined. She continues, embarrassed to bring it up, but says that if this matter is settled properly, she'll be able to restore the Murim Alliance's honor, tarnished by the Black Sword Association. Duan Yuxian, with a slight frown, tells her do as she pleases, his gaze intense. He questions if she isn't trying to regain the honor of the Murim Alliance, which has become worse than the government after the Black Sword Association incident, wondering if she can read minds. He speaks, but his words are muffled, barely audible in the bustling environment. A man holding a staff appears surprised, his eyes widening as he looks off-panel. The scarred man, Wan Chong, speaks with a stern expression. Close up, the hands are bound tightly with rope and wrapped in bandages. A man in a black hat declares that they should depart to the king's mansion. Someone emphatically agrees, their voice filled with conviction. Duan Yuxian stands among a group, including the man in the black hat and a woman with bound hands, as they plead for mercy. The woman with bound hands wonders if they will really encounter those bastards this way. One Chong states that if they bring the opium to the king, they can catch the culprit. The woman with bound hands thinks that someone will try to stop them at all costs. One Chong listens as the man in the brown robe recalls a similar statement. He emphasizes that they must find the opium. Elsewhere, a woman's eyes widen as she thinks of the opium. The man with black hair thinks about someone, noting that this person is really proficient and acts accordingly. He continues, thinking that this person coldly draws the line, speaks arrogantly, and acts like no one is above him. The man with black hair reflects that even so, this person looks after and cares for his family members, and seems to be very trusted. The woman from before admits that she really has no idea what kind of person he is. The forest is still. Suddenly, the air shifts. Duan Yuxian is attacked, crying out that they are enemies. More enemies appear, attacking the group. A fist connects with a face. The woman is surprised, wondering how they appeared right away. The clash of steel echoes as a sword is drawn, the surrounding figures poised for battle. The enemy closes in, their numbers seemingly endless as they advance on the group. One of the figures shouts, enraged, demanding to know if they even realize whose path they're blocking. The masked figure dismisses the outburst, declaring that there's no use in pep talk. The man with dark hair prepares himself, a grim determination hardening his features. One of the figures addresses the group, his words laced with a dangerous calm. Another figure orders the others to capture their enemies alive, his expression cold. Duan Yuxian's eyes narrow, the scar on his face a stark reminder of battles past. The man with brown hair pauses, a thoughtful expression on his face as he considers their next move. Turning to his companions, the man with brown hair addresses them, his gaze firm and resolute as he prepares to issue instructions. The man with the bandage on his face looks up, his expression unreadable as he listens to the conversation. The man with brown hair gives the order, his tone brooking no argument as he commands them to capture their enemies alive. The text emphasizes the need to capture their targets alive, a question mark hanging in the air, hinting at the difficulty of the task. The woman with the ponytail stands ready, her sword drawn as she prepares to engage the enemy, while the man with the sword stands ready. The text explains that capturing people alive is more difficult than killing them, especially in challenging battles. The woman looks up at the figures in the tree, realizing that they are outnumbered and the task will be even more difficult. The woman with the ponytail questions the man with brown hair's intentions, noting his reluctance to fight alongside them. The man with gray hair observes that the first kid seems like just a handyman, underestimating his abilities. Duan Yuxian remarks that it would be a relief if the other kid doesn't get caught. Namgung Sohai, looking concerned, questions the plan, addressing the others. The man with black hair states that a cluttered crowd will only bring chaos. A figure is sent flying backwards from an unseen impact. The man with black hair descends rapidly, sword in hand, ready to strike. Namgung Sohai looks on in shock, while Jang Baeksan appears concerned. The man with black hair swings his sword with considerable force. A masked figure is struck, sending debris scattering around them. The man with black hair stands triumphantly over the kneeling, masked figure. The man with black hair smirks, pleased with the outcome. Namgung Sohai and Jang Baeksan are drawn in a chibi style, both looking angry. Jang Baeksan argues that they just need someone with an open mouth and that there's no need to capture. The character with short dark hair expresses his resolve. He mutters that they shouldn't lose. A figure wonders if the situation is manageable, at least when he is not around. Another character states that people don't die even if they lose limbs. Namgung Sohai smiles serenely, seemingly unfazed by the grim situation. The character with short dark hair insists that they just need to keep their mouths alive. A character laughs maniacally, their expression wild and unhinged. Two figures run together, one calling out for the other to join them. The character with short dark hair expresses his disgust. Elsewhere, a serene landscape unfolds, mountains rising in the distance. A character with long dark hair expresses surprise. The kneeling figures remain surrounded, one muttering about narrowly escaping death. Duan Yuxian listened, the scar on his face a silent testament to battles fought. He knew their captor would be pleased with the results. Jang Baeksan, standing tall, issued a sharp command. Very well. Take off their masks. A nearby soldier, spear in hand, affirmed the order with a resounding yes. A hand gripped a sharp instrument, the metal glinting ominously in the dim light. The soldier reacted with surprise, his eyes widening at the unfolding events. The masked figure remained silent, the rough texture of the mask hinting at secrets hidden beneath. A woman watched with a gasp, her hand flying to her mouth in shock. Duan Yuxian remained impassive, his gaze steady as he observed the unfolding scene. Jang Baeksan, toothpick clenched between his teeth, narrowed his eyes. Who are you? Jang Baeksan spoke, his tone laced with warning. Stop it, guys. Who gave you the orders? They won't open. The rumors that the governor found narcotics that you heard was only spread in Changsha City. He observes the kneeling figure, arms crossed, his expression unreadable as he towers over them. The hooded figure reacts, a subtle shift in their posture betraying their unease. The hooded figure is accused of having a base in Changsha, the words hanging heavy in the air. The hooded figure vehemently denies the accusation, declaring they know nothing and would rather die than speak. Duan Yuxian observes the scene, his gaze sharp as he concludes that these individuals are not part of the lower district sect. A new theory emerges. They might be from a clan, a possibility that hangs in the air. Bound and helpless, the hooded figure remains a prisoner, their fate uncertain. The woman with the ponytail expresses surprise at the mention of a clan, her brow furrowed in thought. Rage contorts the hooded figure's face as they unleash a curse, their eyes burning with hatred. The hooded figure draws a sword, screaming a declaration of death as they launch an attack. The blade flashes downwards, aimed directly at Duan Yuxian, a desperate attempt to break free. With impossible speed, Duan Yuxian intercepts the sword, deflecting the blow with his bare hand. He stands over the fallen figure, who collapses to the ground with a thud. The dust settles around their feet. Duan Yuxian turns to Namgung Sohai, inquiring if there is any place she could think of after hearing that. There is one. Namgung Sohai explains that, according to what she's heard earlier, there are exactly 3 clans. She continues, stating that they are all affiliated with the Murim Alliance. Namgung Sohai clutches her head, hoping that the alliance isn't humiliated like this again, and that it isn't the case this time. A nagging thought lingers. Why does the evidence keep pointing this way? Namgung Sohai relents, stating that she'll lend a hand this time. Her expression is unreadable. The woman asks if it's really true. Duan Yuxian confirms, adding that she shall not forget the price of that. Duan Yuxian stand with 2 other figures. The disembodied voice questions if the conversation is about money. Namgung Sohai agrees to the unseen speaker's terms, whatever they may be. Namgung Sohai declares that it is time to leave, her expression determined. Elsewhere, 4 figures walk away from an unseen location, their purpose unknown. Meanwhile, a disembodied voice expresses confusion about the current situation. 2 figures stand in a room, their intentions unclear as they await further developments. The figure with the dark face expresses outrage at the possibility of their soldiers being defeated. The figure with the beard chuckles, telling someone not to rush too much, referring to those guys. The disembodied voice claims to have made the drugs for the people and assures that they will return soon if they wait. Chu Bangji speaks, stating that it's not that he doesn't trust someone, but the figure with the dark face stares intently, his expression unreadable. The figure with the dark face stands next to an injured figure, their presence marked by a sense of foreboding. He seems to recognize the approaching figure, his voice barely a whisper. A woman stands, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword, a determined look on her face. He gasps, finally recognizing her. It's Namgung Sohai, though the circumstances of her arrival remain unclear. A foot descends, the sound echoing in the otherwise silent space. A woman with a high ponytail stands, her expression unreadable. She hoped that person's guess would be wrong. One of them is the sect leader of a small sect that belongs to the Murim. 2 men stand together, discussing the situation. One asks if the other means Namgung Sohai, the captain of the Phoenix Squad, questioning why she would be here. The other admits he doesn't know where the other person is from, but he looks familiar. The man in the red robe declares he will take care of the people who set up the trap formation outside first, and then interrogate them. The woman with the ponytail is surrounded by a group of people. Someone wonders if that person is Jang Samtae. The guy is very likely in league with the one who took down Black Faction. A figure launches a kick, the impact resonating through the air. The man's face is revealed, his expression one of rage. He shouts that he has finally found the bastard. The man's face contorted in anger, his teeth bared as he glared intensely. One man pleaded with the other, asking him to wait for more information. He insisted they needed to discover what was happening first. The man with the mustache questioned if the other man could tell that they had been caught. He wondered if their actions had been uncovered. The bald man walked away, muttering to himself as he considered the situation. The bald man stated that they just needed to kill them. He added that even the guy they had to kill had come to them on his own. The man with brown hair looked up, a question forming in his mind. The man with the mustache declared that if they didn't kill him here, they shouldn't expect him to help in the future. The bald man agreed, his expression resolute as he accepted the terms. The air crackled with anticipation. The sound of steel echoed. The sound intensified as someone prepared to strike. A voice muttered about taking down everyone who dared to ruin the reputation of the Murim Alliance. A woman drew her sword, the blade gleaming in the light as she prepared for battle. Somi is in the middle of a fight, but she realizes that there are too many enemies. She fears she might lose at this rate. A voice echoes, describing the precise angle of attack needed, a right diagonal slash. Somi's face contorts in pain, her expression a mix of shock and agony as she takes a blow. The force of the attack sends a figure reeling backward, the impact resonating with a sharp crack. A figure kneels, offering a quiet, almost defeated, "Thank you." A man, standing beside Somi, urges her to look elsewhere, suggesting something important has caught his attention. The injured man struggles to his feet, a sneer playing on his lips as he observes that someone has crawled out of hiding. The camera focuses on a pair of legs clad in loose pants and dark shoes, standing firmly on a tiled floor. Somi's eyes widen in realization. She remembers now, exclaiming the name Chu Bangji. A voice belonging to Namgung Chun chuckles, unsurprised that the Phoenix squad captain would recognize him. He wonders if they know Namgung Chun well. Somi, her face a mask of fury, shouts at someone to watch their mouth. Someone observes that the man in the middle is the one who used the face-changing technique to impersonate their face. He points, explaining that there are traces on a man's face. These traces, he says, indicate the use of a face-changing technique. Wonchong is offended by the implication. He is told that since they have to defeat him first, he will take the one on the left. Namgung Chun asks Wonchong if he wants him to do it. He seems to be offering to take on the task himself. Wonchong's expression shifts. He seems to be considering the offer, his face hardening with resolve. Wonchong thinks to himself, wondering why he is being asked to do this when there are so many others around. Namgung Chun stands behind Wonchong, watching him with a calm expression as Wonchong contemplates the task. An unnamed figure in black clothing stands on a rooftop, observing the scene below with an unknown purpose. Wonchong acknowledges his sturdy lower body. He guesses that he's pretty confident of his Qinggong because of it. Wonchong is told that other than him, he's the next fastest with Qinggong. He is asked if he can take him on. Wonchong is surprised and questions if he is really the next fastest. He seems to be doubting himself. The sound of swift movement fills the air. The focus is on his feet as he prepares to move. Wonchong declares that he will catch the guy who impersonated him. He runs forward with determination. He surveyed the area, confirming that they were settled on this side of the forest. The figure in red fled across the rooftops, and Wonchong considered his next move. A furious voice echoed, the man shouting accusations of Zhang Sambi's involvement. Pointing a finger, the man accused someone of taking down the black faction. Wonchong wondered what he would do if the answer was yes. Silence. The man's rage intensified as he claimed someone had taken away his refuge. His voice cracking with grief, he accused someone of killing his family and taking everything from him. A dark, ominous aura filled the air. Wonchong sighed, finding the situation tiresome. The crimson wind, a harbinger of disaster, swirled around a mountain of skulls. A figure stood silhouetted, embodying evil intentions and the capacity to inflict harm. He wondered if this was his fate, as a voice echoed in his mind, telling him to shut up. Elsewhere, a man's rage reached a boiling point, promising to rip someone limb from limb and crush everything precious to them. Duan Yuxian lowered his gaze, realizing that words would not get through to the enraged man. A resounding crash echoed through the area. A lone figure stood atop a building, observing the scene below with an unknown intent. Blood splattered across the tiled floor, accompanied by strange symbols etched into the ground. The bald man's eyes widened in disbelief, muttering about what the hell was happening. A man and woman stood side by side, their faces etched with concern as they witnessed the unfolding events. The disembodied voice declared that it had all happened too quickly, expressing disbelief at the impossible turn of events. Duan Yuxian looked up, his expression shifting to one of intense curiosity as he wondered who this mysterious figure was. The camera focused on the intricate details of a robe, hinting at the power and status of its wearer. The sounds of battle fade, and a moment of respite arrives. A figure stands on the rooftop, overlooking the scene below. Someone reaches up towards them. Blood splatters across the stone floor, accompanied by crackling energy. A hooded figure stands firm, surrounded by swirling white energy. The person in the purple robe looks on, muttering in disbelief, "What the hell?" A man and woman stand side by side, their expressions unreadable. Someone observes that events have unfolded with alarming speed. The man with long dark hair looks up, questioning the identity of the figure before him. Who the hell is he? The figure in the robe notes that things have finally quieted down a little. He lies still, life extinguished, surrounded by a miasma of dark energy. Another body joins him in death, the same dark energy swirling around the corpse. The unseen narrator reflects on the scene, noting a level of cruelty never witnessed before. The woman with brown hair looks on, her expression a mixture of concern and unease. The woman with dark hair recalls the events, having witnessed them firsthand. Fear gripped them so tightly that they couldn't even pull themselves together, succumbing to the terror inflicted upon them. Their energy flows were inverted, their internal energies reversed, causing their meridians to explode as they perished, all thanks to Chu Bangji's drug. The woman with brown hair stands near her horse, seemingly ready to depart. The man with long black hair states that he will leave the rest to someone else. A close-up reveals the intricate details of the man's clothing, hinting at his status or affiliation. A gloved hand grips a rough rock face, perhaps preparing for a climb or a fight. North of Hunan, Somewhere near Daunting Lake, on Gentleman Island, a figure ascends the steep cliff face. A hand reaches out, fingers splayed, making contact with the rough, uneven ground. The man is Sa Gukjung, a mystery hunter. 1,000 years ago, this place was strictly off-limits to people. But he came here because it recently became permissible to visit. Sa Gukjung stands at the cliff's edge, a large bird soaring past. He wonders just what is there. The mystery hunter's expression is one of curiosity and anticipation. Suddenly, Sa Gukjung is surrounded by a powerful, glowing energy, rocks floating around him. A blinding flash erupts, the force of it unknown. A scream pierces the air, a sound of pure terror and agony. The towering cliffs stand silent, indifferent to the unseen horror. Lines streak downward, suggesting a rapid descent or impact. The world fades to white. A man lies injured, a bandage wrapped around his head, muttering in pain. He awakens, finding himself inside a cave, the night sky visible through the entrance. He wonders aloud if he is alive. The man sits up, cradling a large, round object. Relief washes over him, but he wonders where exactly he is. Before him lies a massive scale, shimmering with a golden hue, hinting at something ancient and powerful. Sa Gukjung's eyes widen as he looks up, a sense of surprise and perhaps fear creeping into his expression. The back of his neck prickles with unease, a primal instinct warning him of unseen danger lurking nearby. He recognizes the traces of the legendary Amugi, a creature of immense power and ancient origins. The red glow intensifies, reflecting in Sa Gukjung's wide eyes as he stares up at the source of the Amugi's power. Holding a torch aloft, the man's face breaks into a wide, excited grin. He finds the situation awesome. His eye gleams with avarice as Sa Gukjung contemplates the wealth he could gain by selling this information to the Murim Alliance. Deeper into the cave, Sa Gukjung discovers 3 robed figures, their forms hunched and still in the dim light. Upon closer inspection, he realizes that these robed figures are not what they seem. The skeleton speaks, its voice raspy and faint, questioning if they are truly humans before him. A skeleton sits, its empty sockets staring into the gloom. Sa Gukjung squints, realizing something is amiss. The skeletons were waiting for someone, he realizes. The skeletons remain still, as Sa Gukjung holds his torch aloft. The thing that is engraved on the wall, he thinks, might hold the answer. The inscription reads, "Honor the martial god, and look at the place where he started. Honor the martial god as you praise his achievements." The inscription continues, "Honor the martial god as you lament over being unable to protect him. Honor the martial god and allow the ancestral tablet to rest." Sa Gukjung squints, trying to make out the name on the ancestral tablet. Dan Weiyun. The tablet glows with an ominous light. A blinding light erupts. A woman cries out, feeling the intense heat. She sits at the table, a plate of dango before her, and sighs in annoyance at the sight of the farm workers. She wonders why they would do farm work on such a hot day. She thinks they have enough money to hire someone to do it. One of the farm workers responds, saying their lord asked them to do this. He suggests she help instead of just sitting there. The other farm worker declines her help, saying it's okay. He says their dad asked them to do this after all. She calls out to Somi, asking her to come over there. Somi is asked to take a seat beside her and rest. Somi says it's okay. Their dad asked them to do this after all. She wonders if he is training everyone after the Tri-Blade faction incident. She thinks that he's being too harsh on Somi, who's still so young. She recalls the saying, "Those who don't work don't get food." The man with black hair observes that even Somi is working, implying she is worse than a child. She tells him that he shouldn't make some noise when approaching others. She states that she's paying 1 silver niang for these. She insists that she is strictly a customer here. She asks if he wants to make a bet then, looking surprised. The hand points towards the training grounds, discussing who will cultivate from one area to the other first. The character states that the betting amount will be 1 silver niang. Somi is surprised by the proposed betting amount. She repeats the amount, 1 silver. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a traditional building, adorned with text. Somi declares her intent to win. She thinks to herself how simple it will be. On the other hand, at the same time, the scene shifts to the Murim Alliance. A question hangs in the air. Is that the truth? A man on a throne states that the person who calls himself a mystery hunter discovered the martial god's secret cavern on Gentleman Island. The man with the long white beard listens intently. She inclines her head, seemingly agreeing to something with a quiet affirmation. The discovery sent ripples through the land. The corpses of the 3 skies have been found. Ancient figures, robed and bald, stand as silent witnesses to the passage of time and the weight of history. An elder with a flowing white beard seeks answers, his expression grave. Were the corpses of the 3 skies truly present at that location? The response is simple, yet carries the weight of confirmation, right? The 3 skies. Every single martial artist knew of that title. a testament to their unparalleled skill and influence. The Wudong sect's Sanfeng, Shaolin's Dharma, and the demonic cult's heavenly demon. These are the cornerstones of this world. The three skies are the people that have the greatest influence over the Murim, their names spoken with reverence and awe. However, there is something that's different from what the whole Murim knew of, a hidden truth perhaps. The elder's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing. He is sure this is no small matter. The whole central plane would be shaken by this revelation, its foundations trembling with uncertainty. Orthodox, unorthodox, demonic, and the borders, it looks like the Wudong sect will have to visit that place. If it's Wudong sect's Tai Gongjin's corpse, then they ought to go stay Tio Gong, the Wudong sect elder. Zhang Sanfeng, the founder of the Wudong sect, created the Taiji fist. But it was Tai Gongjin who helped Zhang Sanfeng to understand the principles of martial arts. Zhang Sanfeng was able to know Tai Gongjin through the three-element sword formation. It's natural for the current Taoists within the Wudong sect to revere Tai Gongjin. One wrong move, and war will break out between the orthodox and demonic factions. The leaders of the Murim alliance gather to discuss the grave situation at hand. Taking into consideration how grave the situation is, they'll send out 200 martial masters from the Murim alliance. He'll also need help to investigate the secret cavern of the martial god, the leader states. The corpses of Tai Gongjin and Xion Mawang will be taken care of by the Wudong sect and the demonic cult respectively, but something's bothering him. Who on earth is Nam Jurion? She's one of the three skies, but none of her achievements are known to the world compared to the other two. No one knows if she belonged to the orthodox, the unorthodox, or the demonic faction. The disembodied voice admits to having no idea who else might get involved. The heat is becoming unbearable. Duan Yuxian lies exhausted on the ground, sweat pouring from his brow. He groans, lamenting the difficulty of plowing in such heat, wishing he could be playing in a stream. The woman in blue mentions that the water in Dongting Lake is amazing. She suggests they try it, but Duan Yuxian protests that it's too deep and he'd die if he fell in. The woman teases him, saying he might survive since his lips look thick enough to be afloat. Duan Yuxian is enraged by the comment, calling her a little. A man with dark hair suggests they stop fighting and get up. The man with dark hair, the woman in blue, and Somi are now sitting and eating watermelon. The woman tells Somi to eat slowly. The woman wonders if you want to cultivate this land, and the man replies that it's cheaper to eat what you farm than buying from outside. The woman in blue doubts he'd asked them to do this for a reason like that, and a man with dark hair agrees that he's definitely capable of it. But what was the purpose of this tool? Who could have left it here? The question hung in the air, unanswered, as the clouds drifted above. He has such high-level martial arts. Maybe he used to fight for a living. The figures whispered amongst themselves. Somi tilted her head, a puzzled expression on her face. She questioned. It's true. He's the one who fixed this house and also made the storage. Most of the things inside the house were made by him. The woman with long hair looked surprised, her eyes wide with disbelief. No way. Really? She asked. Yeah, really, came the reply. He's that strong. A purple aura emanated from the back of Duan Yuxian, hinting at a power yet unseen. But he was just a carpenter. Hey, Mr. Dan, let's go get some drinks. That's ridiculous. The man with short hair stated, his expression skeptical. Was made by him too. Stop looking into others' past. Somi's eyes widened, an exclamation point appearing above her head. She seemed surprised, asking how he got here. Duan Yuxian stands calmly, arms crossed, listening to her question. He replies that he arrived a while ago. Somi seems annoyed, thinking that a person like him is a carpenter. Elsewhere, a group of people have gathered, seemingly having found something of interest on the ground. The man with long dark hair notes that Yang has been pretty noisy recently. He wonders if anyone knows what's happening there. Somi says she hasn't left this place since coming here. Another man wonders if it could be because of the incident with the Tri-Blade faction, but Duan Yuxian doesn't think so. A girl excitedly exclaims that she knows, and that people were talking about it at school. It seems something has been found. The girl asks the man what it is, giggling and telling him to try to guess. People found something. Meanwhile, a bird flies through the sky, carrying something attached to its leg. Somi holds the bird, noticing the message attached to its leg. She seems surprised by what she sees. A close-up shows the message attached to the bird's leg, revealing a golden tag. The man with long dark hair asks what is wrong, concerned by Somi's expression. It seems she realizes she needs to get back to the Murim alliance, her expression determined. She stands tall, her expression a mask of determination as she prepares to depart. Somi waves goodbye to the group, promising to visit again soon as she heads off. One of the men remarks that she seemed to be in a hurry, wondering what could be so urgent. Another man orders Samte to find out what is going on with Somi. Samte agrees to the task, acknowledging that it always seems to be him getting these jobs. Somi runs with purpose, her long hair flowing behind her as she heads to her destination. She recalls hearing about traces of the martial god and the legend surrounding him. The text reveals that the martial god's secret cavern and the three skies corpses were discovered. Somi continues to run, her mind focused on the urgent task ahead. A man contemplates the martial god's secret cavern, his expression serious. One man remarks that something huge must have happened when he saw her expression. Another confirms it, mentioning Hong Wangchong. A man stands on a raised platform, a child resting in his arms, observing the unfolding events. The man with dark hair states that this isn't a simple matter, his expression grave. Legends say the martial god is also known as the ultimate divine demon. The man with dark hair stands amidst a fiery background, his sword at his side, ready for action. Whispers speak of someone whom no one knows, whether he truly exists after 1,000 years or if the legends are just made up. One of the figures insists they need to get going, seeing it as evidence that the martial god exists. They might even obtain some good items. One of the figures agrees, stating, "That's right, manner." The seated figure mentions hearing about the martial god's secret cavern at school, seeing it as an opportunity. Duan Yushin contemplates the martial god's secret cavern, his expression thoughtful. The question lingers, where did they say it's located? The martial god, also known as the ultimate divine demon, was the subject of many rumors. He wasn't just skilled in martial arts. He was also known to be someone unkillable and able to survive any situation. But in the end, it was said that he was slain by the 8 immortals. Traces of him were passed down in legends, and one man thought he might meet him. What could be more exciting than this for a martial artist? Did he say it was? But the man doesn't look that excited. Gentleman Island. One of the men asks if they are going, but another says it's too far and they won't be going. He wonders if he was really a carpenter. If they really wanted to go, it wouldn't take long to get there. They should get there first before the Murim Alliance or other people get there. There won't be anything for them to obtain, even if they go there. Nothing remains in that place. Do you know that? Why is he talking like he knows that place well? He stared intently, a flicker of recognition sparking in his crimson eyes. Could it truly be? A tale spoke of a simple carpenter, transformed by an encounter with a martial god, his strength ascending to unimaginable heights. Another man, his expression thoughtful, tilted his head slightly. He wondered if that was so. The man's posture suggested a deep contemplation, his mind wrestling with forgotten memories. From across the room, a voice cut through the silence, declaring that whatever he was thinking was wrong. The two figures stood in stark contrast, one cloaked in dark attire, the other in flowing robes, their conversation hanging heavy in the air. The man with dark hair turned his gaze away, a question forming on his lips. Gentleman Island, is that where the Amugi was 1,000 years ago? His brow furrowed, a distant memory stirring within him. He remembered it vaguely, a whisper from forgotten past. Gentleman Island, a place of unimaginable wonders, where the 1,000-year Imugi once resided, its presence shaping the very land. The island teemed with life, both beautiful and deadly. Poisonous herbs and insects thrived, and creatures grew to sizes beyond comprehension. The very air shimmered with an otherworldly energy, a testament to the island's unique and dangerous nature. All of this was due to the immense spiritual power that the Imugi exuded, a force that warped reality itself. It had taken him 20 years to take care of everything there and get out. He had trained until he was 35 before he came out. He experienced defeat repeatedly, facing so many near deaths that it started to become funny. But he still survived in the end, leaving the trace of his training on the cliff. He had gone there when he was 15, but he doesn't have the slightest intention of going back just to see that Manor Master. Somi exclaims that the Murim Alliance leader is heading for Gentleman Island from Hunan, saying that people are calling it a paradise of rare opportunities. The man with short dark hair tells the man with black hair that they don't even have good control over their current abilities, asking how they're going to make use of any new ones. Duan Yushin tells them to stop talking nonsense and start training, adding that if they're lucky, they might find a rare opportunity. Duan Yushin stands with a stoic expression, listening to the conversation. Somi says that even if it wasn't for the rare opportunities, he'd still like to take a look, wondering who knows what could happen. Duan Yushin says that when it'll be available to take a look at it again, they should do it while they can, looking thoughtful. The man with black hair asks what they're talking about, and Somi replies that he's talking about the corpses of the 3 skies. The great Dan Yohyan's gaze drifted, his expression unreadable as skeletal figures loomed in the background. Somi spoke of 3 old corpses, rumored to be the 3 skies, and an ancestral tablet honoring the martial god discovered in that place. The great Dan Yohyan's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he questioned, "And Manor Master?" He changed his mind, a new resolve hardening his features. The decision was made. They would go to Gentleman Island. Meanwhile, the island, a verdant jewel amidst the vast ocean, beckoned them closer. The ship, sails billowing in the wind, cut through the waves, carrying them towards their destination. One of the figures on deck wondered why they had to come along, even though he understood why the Manor Master wanted to go. Another figure, standing at the ship's railing, announced their arrival, shouting, "Manor Master, we're here." Gentleman Island loomed before them, a landscape of lush greenery and rocky shores. The ship approached the island, a tiny speck against the vast expanse of the ocean. A woman with long brown hair looked on in surprise, exclaiming, "Why you guys?" She questions why they are here, also asking about Somi, who is supposedly at Hong Wenchang's house. The woman with brown hair finds it surprising to meet them in a place like this, sighing as she assumes they've heard the rumors too. Duan Yuxian states that the truth is he's not that interested, prompting the woman to ask why he came all this way if he wasn't interested. She retorts that she came because she was interested in the corpses of the three skies. Duan Yuxian questions if she means the corpses of the three skies or the martial god's secret cavern, wondering if she came all this way to see those. The woman with brown hair thought they would already be dealing with the corpses by now, expressing her surprise that they haven't started yet. She knows that the entrances and exits that the person known as the Rare Opportunities Hunter went in to have all collapsed, so they can't go in, possibly due to the recent rain. Duan Yuxian agrees with her statement. The woman with brown hair would like to at least meet that Rare Opportunities Hunter, but reveals that he is dead, discovered with his limbs ripped apart. Duan Yuxian notes that wearing the clothes, they wouldn't even be able to tell it's him. Since the first discoverer might have gotten something, he guesses he became the target of many people. But Manor Master, isn't this place quieter than expected? She explains that it's the sacred ground of the martial god after all, and since the corpses of the three skies are here as well, there probably isn't anyone who would want to cause a ruckus here. He gazed upon the sacred ground of the martial god, finding the name to be quite grand. The stories of the martial god were being told, but to be honest, it was hard to believe he ever existed. It was said that he cut down more than 10,000 people, and even mocked the heavens. Somi stood, listening to the stories of the martial god. Somi asked about the grand name, wondering if he might just exist in legends. She had never seen Duan Yuxian laugh like that before. Somi inquired what he was doing there, explaining that she was just checking if there were any suspicious people coming. Somi recalled another story, where the 8 immortals appeared and he died while trying to run. Fortunately, the talks between the Murim Alliance and the demonic cult ended well, meaning they wouldn't have to fight each other. Duan Yuxian exclaimed that he had found it. Duan Yuxian, Somi, and 2 other figures stood together, looking in the same direction. Someone exclaimed that they had found the entrance to the secret cavern. A shout echoes through the area, the man's voice filled with elation. They have found it. The group stands together, their expressions a mix of anticipation and concern as they consider the implications of their discovery. Based on what they said, the first between the demonic cult and Murim Alliance to find the entrance will be the only ones that can go in. The man wonders what they should do. One of the men instructs the others to stay and observe the situation. Another wonders what they are supposed to do. Duan Yuxian, looking weary, is asked what he's going to do then. He states simply that he will go take a nap. The others are taken aback by his declaration. One wonders if he really said he was going to take a nap. Another remarks that it is expected of their manor master, who is carefree even in such a situation. Another man agrees, stating that he is quite tired after being on the ship for so long, and tells the others to get going. He walks through the bamboo forest, the sound of his footsteps echoing. He wonders where to go next. The voice echoes in his mind. He recalls that the entrance was said to be to the west. He wonders if it's in that direction. He continues through the forest. He walks deeper into the bamboo forest. He grips the hilt of his sword, his arms wrapped in bandages. He stands with another man, both lost in thought. He remembers a time long past, 1,000 years ago. So much time has passed, he reflects. That time is truly past. He continued through the verdant landscape, the path winding ahead. Enough dwelling on the past, he thought. It was time to focus on the present. His boot crunched on the ground with each determined step forward. He thought to himself that he ought to hurry before others arrived. The sound of rushing wind filled the air. The protagonist approached the edge, the sea stretching out before him. He stood at the cliff at the end of Gentleman Island, north of the island. The great Dan Yohyan paused, a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. Was this it? With a final step, he launched himself off the cliff's edge. The sound of his descent echoed. Duan Yuxian stood, arms outstretched, ready to face whatever awaited him. Energy crackled around him. To think this trap formation has remained intact for a millennium. He moves forward, the air thick with unseen dangers. It seems no one else was able to get this far. To get to this place, he must continue in this direction. He thinks he needs to go a little further in. He observes the surroundings, alert to any changes. His hand touches a wall. New cuts are made on this wall, so that no one can recognize it. He studies the carvings, his expression unreadable. The path ahead is lined with stone lanterns. He continues deeper into the unknown. Ahead, several figures in robes kneel in what appears to be a ritual. The air crackles with an unseen energy. They sat in silence for a moment, the skeleton figure in the center breaking the quiet. It's been a while. Duan Yuxian's expression remained stoic, his gaze distant as he listened to the skeleton figure speak. The skeleton figure continued, lamenting the passage of time. Even though 1,000 years have passed, I should have been by your side. But here I am in the living world. The great Dan Yohyan's mind drifted to memories of the past, recalling those who had admired his strength when they were young. He remembered how they constantly sought him out, eager to catch up with him, people that constantly fought whenever they met. A vision of a woman with flowers in her hair surfaced in his thoughts. It might have been a nice life, being called master by someone else. The skeleton figure's words echoed in his mind. They were each like disciples and friends to me. The memory faded, leaving only a glimpse of a green garment. The unstoppable demon god's eyes were closed, his expression a mixture of sorrow and regret. He found himself overcome with boredom, a wide yawn escaping his lips. The red-haired man stood with his hands behind his head, while a companion wondered where the manor master had gone to take a nap. One of the men noticed something in the distance. He pointed out to his companion, identifying the figure as Little Twin Dagger, Quan Mujin. The text explained that the Orthodox faction sautéed Gongjin's corpse, while the demonic cult targeted Cheon Mugwang's. Nam Jorian, however, belonged to neither faction. Duan Yuxian looked up, surprised by the attention he was receiving. He couldn't believe the day had come when others were interested in him. He expressed his annoyance, stating that he didn't want the attention. He didn't understand why people were so interested in him. A man in a red outfit stuttered, denying that he was scared. He seemed flustered by the situation. The man with black hair and a red outfit warned that they might be bored, but shouldn't let their guard down. He questioned who they were comparing him to. The man with black hair told someone to be quiet, stating that there wasn't much of a difference between them. The man with black hair turned his head, asking what was that. A man with a hat asked what they were talking about, as the man with black hair looked over there. A speech bubble revealed that tens of ships armed with cannons were heading their way. He watched as the fleet of ships sailed closer, their dark hulls cutting through the water. The ships advanced, their wooden structures rising and falling with the rhythm of the waves. His eyes widened, and he shouted in disbelief at the sight of the approaching ships. Tens of ships, armed with cannons, are heading their way. The ships approach, cutting through the water. A collective gasp echoes. The man in red robes looks shocked. One of them insists that cannons are impossible, requiring imperial permission. He claims to have excellent eyesight. The group stands on a hill, overlooking the approaching ships. One of the men asks if that sound was terrifying, noting the cannons are aimed at them. Another laughs, suggesting they're joking, but acknowledges that firing cannons would be high treason. Suddenly, a blast rocks the area. The explosion erupts. A sudden, violent explosion rips through the air, shaking the very ground. The figures turn towards the source of the blast, their faces etched with concern. The group stands firm, assessing the situation as the dust settles around them. One of them confirms the presence of cannons, while another states they were being targeted. He shouts that those aren't important now. A character shouts a warning, declaring that it is an enemy attack. A desperate plea echoes through the air. Everyone must run away. The figures heed the warning, turning and fleeing from the unseen threat. One of them glances back, a flicker of fear in their eyes. Meanwhile, a towering structure stands against the sky, ships sailing nearby. The character's eye reflects a deeper understanding, mentioning the martial god's secret cavern and the effort required to find it. A looming silhouette emerges, identified as the First Elder. The figure's form is cloaked in shadow, only the barest details visible. Duan Yuxian clicked his tongue, unable to be certain of the situation. Explosions rocked the area, and a voice declared they needed to escape. The unseen enemy continued their assault, raining down explosions. The woman with brown hair gasped, recognizing the attack. More explosions erupted as she realized it was an enemy attack. She wondered who could afford such expensive cannonballs, but another voice reminded her it wasn't the time to be in awe. The woman felt something was off, and Lady Namgung realized they should examine their surroundings, now that they knew the entrance's location. She realized that Gu Huang of the demonic cult was behind the attack, and that the cult was more than just worried over nothing. The woman wondered what they should do, realizing this was happening just as they reached the entrance. Thinking of it another way, she realized they just needed to defend this place well. The woman agreed with the gray-haired man, stating that they should block the external attacks first, since they didn't know how much further they had to go into the cave. The Murim Alliance Hunan branch leader agreed, stating that while he'd love to see the remains of their ancestor right away, it was more urgent to take care of those who set this sacred land on fire. The woman with long brown hair decides that it is time to take action. The forest erupts in a series of violent explosions, shaking the very ground. The explosions continue to spread, consuming the landscape in fire and smoke. A figure in a red and white outfit prepares for battle amidst the chaos. The figure dashes through the explosions, narrowly avoiding the blasts. Hiding behind a tree, a worried figure in a red hat hopes for victory, wondering when Roll Sir Dan will arrive. Another massive explosion rocks the area, the force of it palpable. Two individuals look up in alarm as a cannonball hurtles towards them from above. The figure in red and white shouts a warning, realizing they can't stop the incoming attack. A foot stomps down, unleashing a wave of energy that ripples outwards. A figure in dark clothing plummets downwards, caught in the blast. Amidst the continuing explosions, the figure lies prone on the ground, seemingly defeated. He is told that the leader of the Seven Swords of Wudong is here. The leader of the Seven Swords of Wudong is here, and they are saved. The masked assailants are told that they must be the ones causing chaos on this sacred land. They are asked where they are from. The masked assailants continue their attack, blood splattering as they fight. The masked assailants continue their assault, yelling as they advance. Meanwhile, on the other hand, at the same time, unknown masked assailants are suddenly attacking the Orthodox Demonic Alliance. Part of Gentleman Island was inevitably quiet because everyone went to stop the ambush. The masked assailants continue to advance. The masked assailants continue to attack. One of the fighters is struck, and he cries out in pain. They decide to head in now, as they only have 30 minutes left. Deep within the earth, a trio of figures clad in dark robes advanced through the winding caverns. One of the hooded figures noted that the cave was proving longer than anticipated, and the flow of air had changed. Another figure, shrouded in shadow, declared that they were getting closer to their destination. Deeper in the cave, a man in a white robe stood tall, his presence commanding the space around him. The hooded figures halted, their gaze fixed upon the man in white, who questioned their identity. With a metallic screech, one of the hooded figures drew a sword, the intent clear. The man in the white robe stared intently, his expression unreadable as the hooded figures approached. The man in white robes remarked that it looked like he had some unexpected guests. The man in the light robe stood tall within the cavern, his expression unreadable. Behind him, two figures knelt, their faces obscured. From the shadows, a masked figure demanded to know their identities, his voice echoing through the cavern. Two more masked figures stood ready, swords drawn. A dark-haired figure watched, a silent hm escaping his lips. Duan Yuxian's face was stoic, his gaze unwavering as he faced the unknown threat before him. The protagonist mused that it seemed they had acquired some unexpected guests, his tone laced with a hint of amusement. The dark-haired figure admitted to staying behind, disliking the sound of the approaching footsteps. One of the masked figures scoffed, remarking that people like them were the first to reach this place. Another masked figure spoke, acknowledging that they had saved him some trouble, though a hint of suspicion lingered in his thoughts. Duan Yuxian revealed he had intended to eliminate them for causing a commotion earlier. The protagonist's eye narrowed, a silent promise of scrutiny hanging in the air as he prepared to assess the situation. They stand firm, their stances betraying a deep understanding of swordsmanship. It's as if the great Dan Yohyan is facing assassins from a forgotten era. One of the figures declares that talking is pointless, ordering the others to kill him. With a burst of speed, the figures launch their attack. Duan Yuxian watches as one of the figures lunges toward him, blade extended. The great Dan Yohyan notes that their formation is quite nice. One of the figures believes that based on his energy, Duan Yuxian is definitely a martial master, but their formation can take on even a supreme peak martial master. The figure's eye narrows, confident that no one caught in their formation has ever survived. The figures declare that they will be taking his life. Duan Yuxian smirks, ready to face their challenge. One of the figures screams, preparing to strike. Duan Yuxian prepares himself, ready to meet their attack head-on. He spins, deflecting the incoming strike with a burst of force. The force of the block sends sparks and debris scattering across the ground. One of the masked figures opens their mouth, perhaps to shout a battle cry. The masked figure is struck, a guttural sound escaping their lips. Another masked figure observes, commenting on the protagonist's mysterious movements. A hand grips a sword tightly, the figure noting that the previous attack has created an opening. Duan Yuxian lets out a fierce yell, surrounded by the dust and debris of battle. The figure with the scar watches the scene unfold, remarking on the foolishness of wanting to die together. The figure continues, musing that their recklessness reminds him of someone. The figure with the scar's expression is unreadable. The sound of blade being sharpened fills the air. The figure with the scar finds the situation quite interesting, a slight smile playing on their lips. The blade sings as it continues its deadly arc. Blood splatters across the ground, painting a grim tableau. Duan Yuxian stands amidst the carnage, his enemies defeated. From the shadows, a hooded figure rasps, "You!" Duan Yuxian, holding a dagger, declares that this is how you use a dagger, adding, "Just because you have internal energy doesn't mean you're invincible." The hooded figure's eyes burn with fury as he demands to know who Duan Yuxian is. With a cry, Duan Yuxian launches another attack. Another enemy falls before Duan Yuxian's relentless assault. The hooded figure observes, a sinister question forming on his lips. "You shouldn't wake those that are sleeping soundly." HM? Duan Yuxian holds up a device, wondering if it's a signal flare. Meanwhile, an unknown force ambushed the Orthodox Demonic Alliance on Gentleman Island. He sends several figures flying backwards, their bodies tumbling through the air after the unseen blow. The text explains that the signal flare is meant for those who ambush the island, signaling them to retreat while they're distracted. A signal flare alerts others that they've obtained their objective, as 3 skeletons sit around the signal. The man with long dark hair observes that things have gotten easier for him, a smug expression on his face. Elsewhere, the signal flare soars into the bright sky, a clear indication of the mission's progress. The signal flare continues its ascent, a fiery streak against the blue. The woman with long brown hair, holding a sword, wonders what that sound was just now, her expression a mix of confusion and concern. Several figures in black are running away, their retreat a hasty scramble. Gu Huang notes that they suddenly stopped attacking and retreated, his brow furrowed in thought. Gu Huang asks if they think they retreated, his expression contemplative. Gu Huang laments that they weren't able to find out who sent them here, adding that those captured alive had all committed suicide by consuming a poison pill. The man with the head wrap says he heard a loud sound right before he notes that they retreated, and the signal was loud, as if to alert them. A flare erupts with a burst of sound, perhaps near the secret cavern. A woman in a blue dress and a man with a staff walk away, their destination unknown. A doorway reveals silhouettes of figures, their purpose unclear. Someone is shocked, realizing the martial god's secret cavern is completely empty. The woman's eyes widen in disbelief at the cavern's emptiness. A man clenches his fist in anger, frustrated that they were fooled by such a simple trick. He agrees with an unseen person, acknowledging they don't have time for this and should chase after them. The man with the staff instructs Lady Namgung to stay behind in case the enemies return. Lady Namgung sighs, lamenting that she was left behind. She expresses her frustration, wondering why nothing is going well recently. She pauses, a flicker of curiosity crossing her features as something catches her attention. Inspecting the object, Lady Namgung realizes it's an ancestral tablet, a relic of the past. Her eyes widen as she examines the tablet more closely, a sudden shock evident on her face. Elsewhere, a lone figure gazes out at the ocean, a name escaping their lips, Dan. The masked figures kneel in unison, their voices echoing as they question, Dan Wuhyun. In the depths of a cavern, a man with long white hair stands silently, the weight of unspoken concerns etched on his face. Another man in robes speaks, his words heavy with resignation. So in the end, he trails off, the implication hanging in the air. The man with long white hair listens intently, as the other man questions the events. We don't know who the attackers were, or who took the corpses of the 3 skies. Another man, his hair bound in a topknot, offers his apologies to the man with long white hair, addressing him as alliance leader. The man with long white hair listens as the man with the topknot continues, lamenting their lack of progress. Not only was Tae Gongjin's corpse gone, we gained nothing out of this. The man with the topknot reflects on their failure, admitting to think things would end up in vain like this. But he insists they're sure of one thing. The man with the topknot elaborates, suggesting the ambush wasn't the work of unorthodox factions. He proposes other possibilities, an unknown force, foreigners, or even the demonic cult. The man with long white hair asks, "What's that?" The man with the topknot faces the alliance leader, who seems surprised by the mention of the demonic cult. "What are you saying?" The man with the topknot clarifies that he's merely speculating about a scheme of the demonic cult, cautioning against believing everything at face value and urging them to keep the possibility open. The man with the topknot admits he hadn't considered the demonic cult's involvement, especially since they had discussed how to proceed with the matter with them. Namgung Chun considers the matters at hand, deciding to look into the demonic cult as well. As the Sword Emperor, he is considered one of the most powerful within the Central Plain. With exceptional intellect and great foresight, it's said that no one can match Namgung Chun. He is glad such a person is the alliance leader, but it's a pity his term will soon end. The man with the orange collar notes that if someone new is elected, then the Murim alliance will be in chaos, which is worrisome. He also notices sore marks. Namgung Chun, accompanied by the man with the orange collar, continues his investigation. The man with the topknot and beard examines the traces, finding them to be useless. Namgung Chun states that it's impossible to get anything further from this. He thought he could finally find something useful. Namgung Chun feels the limits he's been feeling with his sword techniques. He wonders who on earth stole this chance from him. The man with brown hair thinks it's probably something huge since they called them here, secretly to a place like this. He responds, stating it is probably so. Dan Wuhyun asks what Namgung Chun thinks he is doing. He offers to keep a lookout if he needs to go urgently. Namgung Chun thinks to himself that he wants to start training right now. He wonders why the manor master, who wakes up at the slightest sound, goes for an afternoon nap. Namgung Chun says that Dan Wuhyun can't even tell and calls him an idiot. Dan Wuhyun states that it is to teach them even stronger martial arts, but thinks it is a joke and tells him to stop being absurd. Dan Wuhyun suggests that maybe he went into the martial god's secret cavern to get something good for them. He tells Namgung Chun to go back first, stating he has something to give them. Namgung Chun wonders if that's really it. The two men stare intently at each other. Dan Wuhyun carries a sack on his back. Namgung Chun runs towards him, followed by another man. They say yes, my lord, and that they were waiting for him. Duan Yuxian thinks to himself, expressing disbelief that he'd say he's sorry so easily, and wonders if he is dreaming. Nam Gongchun tells him to open this. A large sack sits on the ground. Nam Gongchun looks surprised and excited, wondering what this is. He thinks that it's finally here, and something huge has appeared. 2 shovels are crossed on the ground. Duan Yuxian and another man look distressed, with a question mark above them. He eyed the shovels with confusion. What were these implements for? Dan Wuhyun wondered if they had never seen shovels before. Wuhyun questioned why Nam Gongchun was giving them these tools, but the man simply ordered them to start digging. Nam Gongchun looked back, his expression one of confusion. Pardon, he asked. Nam Gongchun repeated his order, his tone brooking no argument. Start digging. The shovel bit into the earth. The 2 men began to dig, the sounds of their labor echoing through the forest. As they worked, Nam Gongchun watched them, wondering if this was for real. Nam Gongchun urged them to put all their strength into digging. Meanwhile, time passed as the men continued their task. Duan Yuxian wondered if this was enough. Nam Gongchun, inspecting their work, admitted it wasn't bad. Nam Gongchun smiled, acknowledging that they were talented in shoveling, at least. He thanked them. Nam Gongchun declared it was all right now. A bandaged hand points towards a dense bush, ordering Samtae to carefully retrieve what's hidden within. Grumbling, Dan Wuhyun peers into the thick foliage, annoyed at being ordered around once again. He expresses his confusion, questioning why the manor master would think anything is hidden in the bushes. An unseen figure demands that he put out his hand. Dan Wuhyun cautiously extends his hand, submerging it in the water. He wonders if there's a trap formation, questioning what on earth is here. The water glows, revealing a group of seated skeletons surrounding Dan Wuhyun. Dan Wuhyun stares at the skeletons, a look of confusion on his face. Suddenly, an unseen force blasts Dan Wuhyun backward. The seated skeletons remain undisturbed, arranged in a circle. 2 men stand behind Dan Wuhyun, who stutters in shock, questioning the nature of the skeletons. Samtae appears, ordering that the skeletons be buried. 3 figures sit in silent reverence, a hushed respect hanging in the air. The Murim Alliance's Hunan branch stands tall, a silent sentinel under the moonlight. A hand traces the inscriptions, each stroke deliberate and knowing. Dan Wuhyun sits pensively, a candle illuminating her face as she contemplates something deeply. Her thoughts drift to the ancestral tablet, the one the rare opportunities hunter discovered in the secret cavern, a place the 3 skies brought her to pay respects to the martial god. The tablet bears a name, Dan Wuhyun, etched in stone. There's no way it'd be the same Dan Wuhyun, she thinks, since it's possible for 2 different people to have the same name. Grandfather asks what she is thinking about so deeply. He tells Dan Wuhyun to remain seated, inquiring what weighs on her mind, and if it has to do with what happened on Gentleman Island. She wonders if it's possible for humans to live for 1,000 years. Grandfather finds her concern interesting, but Dan Wuhyun insists she's not kidding. She considers the efforts to make the potion of immortality, and how Emperor Qin couldn't escape death in the end. Dan Wuhyun acknowledges that all humans eventually die, but wonders if there are exceptions, beings that appear once in a blue moon. She asks if they are referring to the 8 immortals. Her grandfather speaks of the 8 immortals, who became immortal and protected the Central Plain Murim for a long time, but dismisses it as just a legend with no credibility. Dan Wuhyun ponders the possibility of someone living for 1,000 years if they reach that level, wondering if what she thought was too absurd. The conversation turns to the martial god, and how even though he's pretty strong, it's questioned how he could be the strongest in all of the Central Plain Murim's history. It's considered unlikely that some strange man who steals money from bandits could be on the level of the 8 immortals. Her grandfather expresses his happiness, stating that it's been a long time since he spent time with her. Her grandfather asks Dan Wuhyun if they shall visit Daunting Lake together, and she seems to consider the idea. Dan Wuhyun contemplates the idea of visiting Daunting Lake. A gravesite sits undisturbed, a silent testament to lives lived and lost. The memory of shared drinks lingers, a bittersweet reminder of camaraderie in life. Water flows, a symbolic offering to those who can no longer partake. Dan Wuhyun sits in quiet contemplation, admitting he never thought he'd pour wine for them like this. Duan Yuxian looks on, his expression unreadable as Dan Wuhyun speaks. A sandal rests on the ground, a sign of someone's presence at the gravesite. Dan Wuhyun rises, offering a cup in remembrance, a gesture of respect for the departed. He suggests offering one to them, continuing the ritual of remembrance. He feels like he should be doing this, a sense of duty and longing in his actions. Dan Wuhyun pours the wine, noting that the manor master's back looks exceptionally lonely today. He savors the aroma, wondering if the expensive wine is truly as good as it smells. Before he can take a sip, Duan Yuxian's open palm strikes him, sending the cup flying. The wine sprays from Dan Wuhyun's mouth as he spits it out in shock. Elsewhere, under the light of the full moon, a tense discussion unfolds. Duan Yuxian is confronted about the names on the ancestral tablet, accused of lying about their identities. The other man scoffs, suggesting Duan Yuxian simply misread the names, implying he is an idiot. Duan Yuxian, visibly annoyed, is told not to act this way when speaking to the man who demands to know how he acquired the corpses. The man with black hair clenches his fists, his voice rising as he tells Duan Yuxian to stop acting like this. Dan Wuhyun looks surprised as he's addressed by a voice calling him Mr. Slave, and then asks, Yes, Somi. A small child, Somi, reaches out to grab Dan Wuhyun's leg. A desperate plea echoes, a child's voice calling out that their ball flew over there, and they need help finding it. She tugs on Duan Yuxian's robe, asking some questions for the manor master. Somi wonders why he's holding on to her like that, but remembers her ball. She thanks him. Duan Yuxian wonders if they even have a ball here, chuckling to himself as he carries her. He hugs Somi close, thinking that it's not good to lie, but there are times when white lies are needed. She responds that he's the one who knows him best. But there's something she is curious about. Somi asks what it is. A woman holds a child, wondering what Sohai has been doing since she left in such a rush before. Somi hugs someone tightly. Duan Yuxian says he's not sure. The Muram Alliance must be furious now, since they didn't get anything at all. A door handle turns. Duan Yuxian thinks she'll be busy for a while. Somi responds with an ah. Someone walks. Looks like we have guests at this hour. He stands beside Sohai, who is dressed in a flowing blue and white gown. Dan Wuhyun holds Somi, who calls out, Sohai, with a mix of surprise and curiosity. Sohai greets them with a nervous laugh, saying, Aha, HLO. The intricate details of Sohai's dress are visible, highlighting its elegant design. Dan Wuhyun's sharp gaze is intense as the man with white hair remarks, I guess we have an important guest visiting. Sohai seems to be reacting to something, her expression questioning. The man with white hair chuckles. Ho ho ho. Thank you for considering me important. The back view of the man with white hair shows the simple elegance of his robes. Sohai explains, we were visiting Daunting Lake and tried to get a room at the inn, but there were too many people there. The man with white hair replies, It's okay. Come on in. Sohai seems surprised by something, saying, Pardon? Sohai asks, You're not angry? Her expression is a mix of concern and uncertainty. She listens as the man with white hair comments that he thought the Muram Alliance would be busy. He expresses surprise that they have so much free time. The old man chuckles, stating he's already old and wouldn't be able to take a job where he doesn't have much free time. The man finds it interesting that Duan Yuxian can still laugh even after experiencing something like that. The old man looks expectantly, asking if he could be told more about it. Sohai, Somi, and Dan Wuhyun look on with question marks above their heads, unsure of what is happening. The old man states that while the price for the room is expensive, he'll provide meals for free. With a flourish, the old man gestures, saying that they may use this place. The woman with the high ponytail wonders if he really took down the black faction. She thinks to herself that he didn't admit it, but she is certain of it. The woman thinks that Duan Yuxian is a truly mysterious man. The old man reflects that he knew it from the moment he first met Duan Yuxian's eyes. The old man wonders if it will really be okay, considering things must be chaotic over at the Alliance. He reassures himself that he's an old man who's about to retire anyway. The old man thinks that people will understand, even if he skips work a little. He doesn't think Advisor Jagao will understand, though. Characters express their desire to see Sohai, excited at the prospect of finally seeing her. Sohai stands with open arms, a cheerful expression on her face, ready to greet those who wish to see her. Duan Yuxian and Sohai discuss the difficulty of seeing someone who didn't come alone, referencing a grandfather from earlier. Sohai looks dejected, expressing her desire to see someone despite the difficulties. Another man expresses his worry to Duan Yuxian, addressing him as Manor Master. Duan Yuxian speaks with Sohai, who insists on going to see someone, declaring that it will only be for a little while. It is revealed that the person they're talking about is the Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor stands with his blade, a figure of immense power and skill. A close-up shows the Sword Emperor's hand gripping the hilt of his sword, ready for action. A figure shrouded in white robes and obscured by a face covering stands revealed. That person is the Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor's hand grips the hilt of his blade, a surge of blue energy emanating from the weapon. Duan Yuxian's expression is one of surprise, the revelation echoing in his mind. The Sword Emperor? Another man confirms the identity, adding that he is also the current Muram Alliance leader. He knows this well, being part of the unorthodox faction, and that the 5 emperors are invincible. Duan Yuxian's eyes narrow as he processes this information. It is the Sword Emperor that Namgung Sohai always talks about. The energy emanating from the Sword Emperor is unlike anything he has felt before, setting him apart from other martial artists. Yet, despite the immense power, something seems to be missing. There is no hidden sharpness to be found. Within all that energy of the Sword Emperor, Duan Yuxian senses something incomplete, a missing element. The man in black and gold wonders if their presence is related to the events on Gentleman Island, but Duan Yuxian doubts it, noting their unusual quietness. Whatever the case, Duan Yuxian steels himself, preparing for what may come next. Meanwhile, Sohai and Somi watch a child playing with a pillow, their cheerful shouts filling the room. A fishing rod is cast over the edge of a rocky waterfall. The man stands patiently, holding the fishing rod, waiting for a bite. He sits by the stream, the water flowing gently around the rocks. Ripples spread across the surface of the water, disturbing the calm. The man looks off to the side, a slight smile playing on his lips as he hears, "It seems you like fishing." He recalls, "Ho ho, when I was young, I used to grab a fishing pole and fish all day without ever growing sick of it." The man reflects, "I can't remember the last time that I was able to fish in peace like this." His expression is thoughtful as he remembers the past. He thinks, "I really had close to zero such quiet moments other than when I was young and immature." He continues, "In order to not lose to the other rising martial artists in their 20s, I took up my sword." He grips the hilt of his sword, remembering, "I also did it for the sake of spreading the name of my clan. And as I kept growing up like that, I eventually reached where I am now." Duan Yuxian stood, his sword held low, a shadow falling across his face. His grip tightened on the hilt, a stark reminder. Looking back, he had nothing left. An old man with his hair in a bun gazed off into the distance, lost in thought. He reflected on his past, how he climbed to the highest position to raise his clan's reputation, but nothing he did was what he wanted. Duan Yuxian spoke, thinking that the only thing he tried to do for himself was the Gentleman Islands operation, and it would have been great if it had turned out well. The sounds of nature echoed through the trees, a peaceful backdrop to the man's troubled thoughts. The sound of something splashing in the water broke the silence. A pair of hands struggled to hold onto a large, golden fish, its tail flapping wildly. Somi exclaimed, excited about her catch, showing off the fish she caught. The old man sat fishing as Somi showed off her catch, while Duan Yuxian stood nearby, arms crossed, as the old man said that Somi startled him with her clear voice. Duan Yuxian complimented Somi's good job and suggested they try catching an even bigger one. Somi, determined, declared that she would catch something way bigger next time. She wants to share it all with everyone. The great Dan Yohaian smiles softly, a hint of amusement in his eyes. He agrees to do just that. Somi, nestled in his arms, seems content, her small voice filled with happiness. Together they fish. He recalls a time when a carp bit his hand, prompting him to use his burning fist to punish it. A man with a long white beard wonders where the void he feels is coming from, sensing a strange resemblance. Duan Yuxian's expression shifts slightly, as if he is remembering something, but he guesses he was wrong. A large bear looms in the distance, its presence heavy and ominous. The past, Nam Gongchun. His gaze is stern, his expression unreadable as he stands in a richly decorated room. Two young girls offer birthday wishes to their father, their faces full of innocent joy. Nam Gongchun walks away from the children, his back turned to them as he ascends the stairs. He thinks if you have time to do something like that, go train with your sword instead. He believes weak people are useless. His figure is imposing, his presence commanding. The two children watch him leave, their expressions a mix of sadness and resignation. They stand together, their hands clasped tightly, their faces etched with disappointment. Compared to one who sought only strength, money, and fame, the young girl found something much bigger and better. It truly was all in vain. The harder you try to surpass the wall, the higher it gets. In such times, the more you'll need to look at your surroundings and not the wall. I'm sure there'll be a sudden realization. A figure submerged in water. "You truly are an interesting man," the old man says. "Thanks for thinking that of me." The sound of hurried footsteps echoes as someone rushes forward. "Grandfather, there's trouble." The woman's legs move with urgency. "What has gotten you to kick up such a commotion?" the old man asks as the woman approaches, panting. News arrives from the Alliance. Advisor Jagal has been attacked by unknown assailants and is on the brink of death. A stern gaze pierces the shadows, while in the background, a figure lies prone and unmoving. A distinct sound echoes as Duan Yuxian stands, his back turned to some unknown threat. He walks away, his white robe flowing behind him as he leaves the scene. Duan Yuxian declares that they will be heading back to the branch right away, a sense of urgency in his voice. A man with long black hair holds a child, his expression unreadable as he remains silent. A faint sense of arrogance permeates the air, a subtle but noticeable presence. An energy of death surrounds Duan Yuxian, a palpable aura that hints at danger and mortality. While one shouldn't believe in just energy, there's a sense that something significant is about to happen. The man with long black hair offers a piece of advice, warning to be wary of pride. Arrogance, the man continues, for a martial artist could die at any time. The sky stretches out, vast and indifferent to the events unfolding below. The figure stands silhouetted, their back turned. They offer a polite, if cryptic, farewell. But their tone shifts, hardening with resolve. They have no intention of succumbing easily. A closer look reveals the truth. The figure's mouth is crudely stitched shut. Another figure, face streaked with blood, stares into the distance, unblinking. Elsewhere, the stitched figure reflects on their departure. It is a pity to leave on such short notice. The cascading waterfall provides a serene backdrop. They are grateful for the chance to rest. The figure by the water offers an open invitation. They are welcome to return anytime. The lush greenery sways gently in the breeze. A group of riders gallops across the landscape, a flurry of motion and speed. A grim question hangs in the air. Will they even survive? The child is being held by Duan Yuxian as they discuss recent events. Those who left were totally pale as they packed their luggage and left. The man with the scar acknowledges the information. He heard that the manor master went to Yang yesterday, and there are rumors that a Murim sect has appeared there. Duan Yuxian holds the child close. He agrees that things have been unsettling in both Yiyang and Hunan recently. The child asks if that is so. Duan Yuxian admits he didn't know at all because he was busy looking after Somi. The Scar Man states that they have thoughts of searching the Gentleman Island more to see if there's anything useful there. Duan Yuxian and the child look thoughtful, considering the implications of the recent news. The man with the scar thinks to himself that this is a pain in the ass. If either sects or clans have appeared, then they'll definitely start poking their noses around in various places. Although he enjoyed Daunting Lake, which is located in Yang, one of the main reasons he's enjoyed it was that the village itself is quite quiet and martial artists don't create trouble, so it's been a good place to raise children. He exclaims that Yiyang is theirs, questioning if they should chase the others out right away. The man with long black hair considers the rumors, deciding to observe for now. One of the men acknowledges the manor master, stating that Yiyang has been safe from troubles because of their presence. A clash occurs between two individuals, the sound echoing. The men declare themselves as the Hunan Dan clan, who have ruled over Yiyang. A young girl runs through the landscape. The wind rustles through the trees. A woman releases a white bird, sending it on its way. The woman asks what the man just said, as he explains that they're chasing after the group that ambushed the advisor and are heading towards Anyang. It looks like their enemies are pretty strong. The man on horseback declares he'll head for Anyang straight away, instructing the woman to go back to the branch. The woman with brown hair looks concerned, asking if someone will be all right alone. The old man with a long white beard smiles, thinking they need to be strong to fight him. The woman with brown hair instructs someone to teach them a good lesson, regardless of who they are. The horse gallops forward, its hooves beating a steady rhythm against the ground. The old man with the long white beard rides the horse across the grassy plains. The horse continues its headlong rush, kicking up dust in its wake. The old man with the long white beard glances to the side, his expression unreadable. A close-up reveals the texture of his white hair, flowing in the wind. Meanwhile, the Murim Alliance branch stands bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. The woman with brown hair runs, her determination etched on her face. The woman with brown hair and the second woman's search for Advisor Jagao, concern evident in their voices. Sohai's brow furrows with concern, a bead of sweat trickling down her temple. She hears that he's in the main building. The man in the dark robes asks what is going on, his expression unreadable as he listens intently. Sohai's eyes widen, her expression a mixture of worry and disbelief as she looks towards the source of the commotion. The fabric of Sohai's dress ripples as she moves, the delicate floral pattern a stark contrast to the tension in the air. Sohai's face is etched with shock, her mouth slightly agape as she processes the gravity of the situation. The man sitting at the desk asks if it is Sohai, his tone questioning as he looks up from his work. Panting, Sohai demands to know what happened and where the alliance leader is. The man places a hand on Sohai's shoulder, a puzzled expression on his face as he wonders why she seems perfectly normal. The man's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing as he asks why Sohai would expect him to be injured. Sohai denies hoping for his injury, explaining that she was told they were ambushed and on the brink. The words of death hang ominously in the air, hinting at a dark turn of events. The man's face contorts with anger and concern as he demands to know what on earth Sohai is talking about. The world is a canvas of muted gray, devoid of detail. A horse and rider burst through the trees, hooves pounding the earth. Beneath the crescent moon, the horse continues its frantic pace. The rider, a man with long white hair, is thrown from his mount. The horse's legs churn, but the man with long white hair senses something amiss. His hands tighten on the reins, recalling the urgent message delivered by Pigeon. The blood-stained letter flashes in his mind, a stark warning. He sees no sign of the Murim Alliance, a fact that deepens his unease. The horse cries out as it bucks, throwing the man with long white hair. The horse's powerful legs continue to drive it forward, riderless. The man with long white hair hits the ground hard, a pained gasp escaping his lips. The man with long white hair chuckles, realizing he's fallen for a simple trick. The Sword Emperor senses something is amiss, a subtle shift in the air. Examining his own energy, He realizes this is energy-dissipating poison. He is certain of it. The Sword Emperor can't gather his energy at all. It's a poison that dissipates a martial artist's energy and can be fatal to one's life. How did someone get it? Suddenly, a barrage of arrows streaks toward the poisoned Sword Emperor. The arrows fly with deadly speed, aimed directly at him. Arrows strike, piercing his defenses. Cursing, the Sword Emperor realizes he still can't gather his energy. More arrows find their mark, adding to his pain. An arrow pierces his shoulder. He thinks the Sword Emperor wouldn't go down that easily. In the distance, 3 figures appear. That voice sounds very familiar. His vision blurring, the Sword Emperor struggles to stay conscious. He looks up, realizing this place will become his grave. The Sword Emperor grits his teeth, thinking of the bastards who set him up. Namgung Chun realizes he was the target all along, and if he dies here, so be it. He vows that he won't die that easily. A figure in a hat states that they had already expected this. The Sword Emperor's face is filled with worry as he thinks the Miram alliance is likely to fall apart. 3 figures wielding swords leap towards Namgung Chun, ready to strike him down where he stands. Namgung Chun prepares himself for the coming battle, declaring, "Bring it on." A small boat drifts along the tranquil river, laughter echoing softly. Duan Yuxian muses to himself, considering a boat tour on Dongting Lake. He sits quietly, bandages wrapped around his arm, lost in thought. The protagonist sits on a rock, wondering if Somi would enjoy something like this. Duan Yuxian decides that he'll need to find a boat. A voice booms, demanding that the alliance leader be found immediately. The forest blurs as something moves through it with great speed. 2 figures race through the woods on horseback, kicking up dust and leaves. The riders continue their headlong rush through the dense forest. A woman looks off with a worried expression, a man standing behind her. The great Dan Yohaian orders a thorough search, leaving no stone unturned. They intentionally lured grandfather to be alone. The woman with brown hair is shocked by this revelation. Who on earth would do that? Footsteps echo through the area, the sound of someone moving with purpose. The man in black robes and the crouching man examine the ground. These are traces of a battle. Something happened here. The woman with brown hair is speechless, her expression a mixture of fear and disbelief. She tries to remain calm, knowing she mustn't make any rash decisions. There's no way grandfather would lose. The crouching man identifies traces of explosives. It's hard for anyone to acquire firepower if they're not from the imperial family, though. More traces are found. Something's amiss, the crouching man realizes with growing concern. The man with the angry face grits his teeth, green energy emanating from his body. The woman with brown hair looks on in shock as the great Dan Yohaian stands beside the man with the angry face, green energy swirling around them. She recalls hearing it's a poison that's especially fatal for martial artists, an energy-dissipating poison. The woman with brown hair wonders how the way to make it is supposed to have been long gone, though. He focused if this was truly the trace of energy-dissipating poison, then grandfather. The names of loved ones echoed through the forest, a desperate cry for grandfather and Sohai. A figure rode swiftly through the forest, the sound of hooves beating against the earth. The sound of something snapping echoed in the distance. A man's voice called out, his tone laced with urgency, as he desperately searched for Somi. The child, Somi, explained that she had spent 2 days making all that, and was just trying to help. The man scolded Somi, frustrated that she kept trying to help, but questioned what she had accomplished in the end. Somi looked up, a mix of apprehension and defiance in her eyes, as the man pointed and yelled at her. Somi asked, her voice small and uncertain, if he was really going to scold her. The man, overwhelmed, put his hands on his head, a groan escaping his lips. She runs towards Duan Yuxian, eager to assist, but he insists that nothing good will come from her arguing and that she should not help. An unseen figure expresses anger, questioning why someone is raising their voice at the girl and implying a threat. 2 men stand near the boat, one noting the manor master's return and complaining that Somi keeps getting in the way, while the other inquires about the boat's progress. A voice indicates that the boat is almost finished and requests 15 more minutes to complete it. The camera focuses on the partially completed boat, highlighting the craftsmanship and ongoing construction. A closer view of the boat reveals the details of its construction, emphasizing the materials and techniques used. One of the men comments that the boat looks pretty decent for something that only took 2 days to make, and another thanks him. A man, having received a compliment, muses on whether he is more talented than he thought, deciding to do something later. Duan Yuxian, hammering away, tells Zhang Samte to shut up, explaining that this was only possible because he was focused on it more than when he skipped sleep to train martial arts. Duan Yuxian, holding Somi, asks what they are doing and tells them to get on already. 2 men look up at someone and respond with a "yes, sir," indicating respect and obedience. A landscape with a tree. The sun shines on the cascading waterfall, illuminating the river below. The boat glides along the water, propelled by the soft wind. The horizon of daunting lake stretches out before them, seemingly endless. The rudder cuts through the water, guiding their path. Is this what living is truly like? The waterfall continues its descent, a constant presence in the landscape. He muses that wielding a sword isn't a bad thing for a martial artist. The river flows onward, carrying them towards an unknown destination. Having spilled so much blood, he reflects on the preciousness of freedom. Somi points ahead, her expression bright. Okay, she says. The boat continues its journey, heading towards the base of another waterfall. Somi, standing beside Duan Yuxian, exclaims how beautiful the scenery is and how fun boat rides are. Duan Yuxian's eyes widen in surprise. He utters. Somi's face is filled with shock. What did we just knock into? The boat shook. Duan Yuxian's expression darkens, remembering his words. Although I did say that we should meet again if he doesn't die dash. He found himself in this state again, meeting his foe in such a manner. The name echoed in the stillness, Nam Gongchan. The man with the beard lamented that they really couldn't find any more traces at all. The man with the top knot acknowledged that there were a lot of people after the alliance leader, including unorthodox and demonic groups. He added that even some orthodox groups would benefit if they got rid of him. The man with the top knot found it truly unfortunate that they weren't able to find anything for 1.5 months. He wondered if they should give up if they still couldn't find him. The man with the top knot wondered if it would be up soon. Moang Hakmun stated that what happened at the Gentleman Island got leaked out to the world, and the Murim Alliance was being mocked at. The man with the top knot acknowledged that they were in a situation where they had their hands full with taking care of the assassination attempt. He wondered if they would be announcing that the alliance leader had gone missing after being attacked by unknown assailants. The man with the top knot stated that the Namgung clan had already sent reinforcements. He added that settling the situation in the alliance was top priority right now, and that they needed to believe in the Namgung clan for now. The man with the top knot thought that although he wanted to put aside everything and look for the alliance leader, he would go back to the alliance first. Inside, a hand clenches into a fist, knuckles white with tension. The woman in the blue robe examines something in her hands, while Duan Yuxian stands silently in the background. Clutching a bloodied cloth, she whispers a fearful thought. Her father? Could it be her grandfather? Duan Yuxian, gazing out the window, refuses to believe the worst. His father isn't someone who'd die so easily. The woman in the blue robe embraces Duan Yuxian, seeking comfort in his presence. Her resolve hardens. The woman vows to do anything as long as she can find him. Tears well in her eyes, but her determination remains unshaken. Anything. The season concludes. He stirs, a faint sound escaping his lips as consciousness flickers. The man's mind struggles to grasp his surroundings, questioning his very existence. He wonders if he is still alive, recalling the chi-dispersing poison that should have claimed him. Memories flash of the many foes he faced, a testament to his resilience. He wonders if his survival is due to some divine intervention, some twist of fate. A dry chuckle escapes him, a sound of disbelief and grim acceptance. A sudden realization dawns on him, a spark of understanding in his eyes. Elsewhere, a man stands with arms crossed, his expression unreadable. The fabric of his robe shifts slightly, hinting at a hidden strength. A figure, face obscured by bandages, demands to know who stands before him. The man, a scar visible on his cheek, answers that he is Dan Unhyan. Duan Yuxian looks down at the bedridden man, questioning if he was the one who saved him. The bedridden man replies that he did not save him, and that Duan Yuxian was the one who hid his boat as he pleased. He thanks him anyway, stating that things happened as he said. Meanwhile, it is declared that Namgung Chion, the martial artist, has died. Duan Yuxian offers to alert the Murim Alliance, if that is what he wants. The bedridden man lies silently in his bed. His expression is unreadable. Elsewhere, two figures express their respect for the alliance leader, while another voice declares that the Namgung family exists because the Sword Emperor is there. Three figures stand together, their expressions difficult to discern. The bedridden man, struggling to speak, asks to be let. He stands in a room, looking out the window, lost in thought. The elderly man speaks from his bed, asking what Duan Yuxian wants. Duan Yuxian, his expression unreadable, declares that he won't let him work. The elderly man retorts, questioning if he's being told to earn even in his dying state. The elderly man continues, stating that everyone is equal in this manner, regardless of age or gender. Duan Yuxian stands near the bed as the elderly man lies there. The protagonist tells him that if he's feeling better, he can start working right away. A loud crash echoes through the room. The elderly man sits in a chair, his expression weary. The elderly man recalls a past event, his face etched with pain. His eyes reflect the memory of betrayal and violence. He remembers being ambushed, as if his attackers had been waiting for him. The one behind that, a faceless figure, stands in the shadows. Who in the world could that be? The question hangs in the air. In a situation where the election of the next alliance leader is just around the corner, The only one who would do this. He thinks, don't tell me. Is it an enemy from inside? The speaker reflects, ho ho, now that I'm old, what atrocity are they trying to? Elsewhere, the sky stretches wide, a peaceful vista of blue and green. Mountains rise in the distance, shrouded in mist and lush vegetation. A path winds through a rocky landscape, leading into a dark forest. A hand reaches out, touching a cracked surface. Rough stone and delicate fabric meet, a contrast of textures. He listened as the other figure spoke, relaying that the attack had been very secretive. The figure continued, mentioning father and then grandfather in the same breath. A close-up revealed the speaker's worried expression. Duan Yuxian stated that someone was definitely alive, though the context remained unclear. The figure pressed, confirming that the person in question was in a bad condition. A hand clenched tightly, knuckles white with tension. The figure declared that she would do anything to find her grandfather, her resolve hardening. A shout echoed, announcing the discovery of a bloodstain. Duan Yuxian stood with the figure, an exclamation mark punctuating the urgency of the situation. A hand reached out, touching the pool of crimson blood. He wondered where the bloodstain would lead them, and the figure responded with Anxiang. Duan Yuxian observed that the place had a stream leading to Daunting Lake. He gives the order with urgency, demanding a boat be sent immediately. The text suggests the Sword Emperor is closely tied to the Namgung family, perhaps even a symbol of it. The figure stands amidst a collection of swords, a trail of blood marking a path behind him. Doubts arise about the Sword Emperor's strength, and whether he would want to reappear before the martial alliance in a weakened state. Someone observes that he came all the way to this coastal location. The bloodstain ends at this location, suggesting a point of departure or a final destination. Orders are given to dispatch as many personnel as possible to thoroughly search the surrounding area. The woman reminds someone that alliance strategist Jie Gao is already leading the search, questioning why she wasn't told to look for him. A directive is given to do one's best until the end and find him. The scene shifts to a traditional building, possibly a temple or residence. A wide, excited mouth opens, ready to play. Somi is lifted into the air by her grandfather, ready for a game of peekaboo. The men in the background watch as Somi giggles, clearly enjoying her time with her grandfather. Somi asks her grandfather to take her to a fishing contest again, and he happily agrees. One of the men wonders what is going on with the old hag. The two men observe the grandfather and Somi from a distance, noting his surprisingly quick recovery. Somi embraces the man with black hair, the sound of their affection echoing. Somi excitedly suggests catching an eel with her grandfather, declaring it would be super fun. The grandfather walks with Somi, thinking it's hard to catch those brats, but that it's healthy for her and her dad. Somi runs ahead, assured that she will hold it tightly for him. Somi stands with her arms raised, full of energy and excitement. The grandfather looks on with a smile. She's assured by her grandfather that with her strong arm, they can catch anything. A large fish leaps from the water, a testament to their fishing prowess. The man declares that there's no fish they can't catch, brimming with confidence. He gently holds Somi's hand, seeking confirmation of their shared fishing confidence. The grandfather's face is shown, his expression unreadable behind the gray mask. Something unexpected has occurred, eliciting a silent exclamation. A large tear is visible on the back of the man's clothing, hinting at a recent struggle. Somi watches a fish leap from the water, then turns to the old man. She wonders aloud if he is having a hard time. The old man's words prompt Somi to ask what he means. The old man explains that this manor is far from the streets and school. He adds that it's a remote place with no people Somi's age. The old man and Somi walk along a path, hand in hand. Somi makes a small noise. The old man wonders if Somi is uncomfortable because he doesn't have an arm. The old man thinks to himself that Somi is a nice kid, and that she's worried that this oldie doesn't have an arm. Somi thinks that even if there's nothing in this place, she doesn't find it uncomfortable at all. The man with long dark hair sat with the child, explaining that there were no friends here, only family. Elsewhere, a group of chibi-style children stood together, one thinking that if she slept and went to school, she could meet her friends. The man carried the child on his back as another man stood nearby with a broom, as Somi thought that her family was there when she came back from school. Butterflies fluttered as she declared that she had never thought living here was uncomfortable. Somi looked up, her expression open and earnest. The old man's face was etched with age as Somi pointed out that he didn't have a left arm either. A hand was extended, ready to hold another. Two hands clasped together, a gesture of comfort and connection. The sleeve of a garment was visible, adorned with delicate floral designs. Somi smiled softly, her eyes crinkling at the corners. The texture of the old man's robe was visible, hinting at age and wear. The sky was a brilliant blue, the trees swaying gently as Somi affirmed that what was said was true. The leaves drifted on the wind, carried by the gentle breeze. The branches swayed, rustling softly in the open air. A traditional building stood against the backdrop of a golden sky. The water rippled, the sound echoing in the stillness. A memory flickered. Somi, a child, dancing with joy. His eyes narrowed, a flicker of discomfort crossing his face as he thought of Somi. He stood silently, his back turned, lost in thought. The memory continued. Somi, ever cheerful, offering comfort. He clenched his fist, a surge of frustration rising within him. To think I'll learn from a kid. His hands tightened, knuckles white with suppressed emotion. The man stands tall, his grip firm on the hilt of his sword. He reminds himself that he still has his right arm. The man dashes forward, his sword held ready. His eyes narrow, focused on the battle ahead. His grip tightens on the sword handle. He tenses his neck, preparing for the coming clash. The man moves with purpose, his sword ablur. He lunges, the blade aimed at his unseen foe. The man looks up, his expression grim. The great Dan Yohayan gripped the hilt of his sword, preparing to strike. The old man in the blue robe stood in the courtyard, his back turned. Sweat beaded on the old man's brow as he held his sword at the ready. The old man in the blue robe stood in a field of tall grass, facing the horizon. The old man's expression was grim, his eyes narrowed with determination. The fabric of the old man's robe rippled slightly in the wind. A sudden burst of speed blurred the old man's form. He moved with incredible swiftness, leaving only a faint afterimage. The impact of his movement cracked the nearby wall. The old man in the blue robe spoke, his voice calm. Right, what you say is true. He is asked by the old man if he would like to spar for a while, the old man holding his sword out. The protagonist stands silently, his expression unreadable as he considers the old man's request. The old man assures him that he can take it lightly, confident that he is used to it now, as Duan Yuxian thinks to himself. Even if he can't use sword aura, his basic form and battle style is the heaven and earth splitting sword, which is fundamentally different from Quan Mujin and Zhang Samte. Another character seems to be complaining about something, though it is unclear what. Someone recalls having seen Namgung family's swordsmanship through Namgung so high in advance. A figure walks forward, their destination unknown. But the way the Sword Emperor will use the same technique. Duan Yuxian states that he will take it. A character walks away, offering their thanks. A group of characters are surprised by something. The group discusses who they think will win, with one stating that of course the Manor Master will win. He acknowledges the difficulty of winning against the Sword Emperor with only one arm, wondering if it's even possible. Elsewhere, two figures observe the scene from a distance, their expressions unreadable from afar. The man with long white hair grips his staff, his eyes narrowed in determination as he prepares for the fight. His grip tightens on the staff, the wood worn smooth from years of use. Bandages wrap around his hands, providing a better grip on the weapon. The man's gaze remains fixed, his resolve unwavering as he faces his opponent. Hidden behind foliage, a family watches with bated breath, their faces etched with concern. The man with long dark hair challenges, demanding that his opponent give it his best. His hands tighten around the staff, ready to unleash its power. With a swift movement, he steps forward, initiating the fight. Streaks of light and shadow blur together, an almost blinding display. A face contorts in anger, the Korean character, Og, looming over them. A figure stands silhouetted against the light, a long staff held firmly in hand. Sunlight streams through the wooden framework of a traditional building. A voice echoes in the darkness, a challenge laid bare. Then why don't you give it your best? The world shatters, reality fracturing under an unseen pressure. It was a massive blow, one that reverberated through the very foundations of being. A figure stands defiant amidst the chaos, sword drawn, ready to face the storm. The Sword Emperor's blade gleams, a promise of power and a legacy of conflict. The air crackles with energy, a prelude to a devastating strike. Pride, a single word, a heavy burden, a driving force. A strike lands, the sound echoing with finality. The figure's robes ripple, a testament to the power unleashed. His gaze pierces through the veil, a lifetime of battles etched upon his face. He stood, his back turned, the weight of the moment heavy in the air. A sword clattered against the ground, the sound echoing like a death knell. Someone looked up, their expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. A wave of surprise rippled through the onlookers, their faces mirroring the gravity of the situation. A voice echoed, laced with regret, I must have said it wrong. A fierce gaze met the challenge head-on, the words ringing with defiance. Bring it on with all your might. The figure stood resolute, a sword looming behind them, a testament to their unwavering resolve. A bandaged hand clenched, a silent promise of battles fought and battles yet to come. His hand, weathered and scarred, spoke volumes of a life lived on the edge of a blade. A voice boomed, filled with power and authority. I, Sword Emperor Namgung Chon. The Sword Emperor stood, an imposing figure ready to face whatever may come. It was thought there was nowhere to go up from here. However, he descends with a fierce strike, his blade aimed at the unstoppable demon god. The Sword Emperor's attack collides with Duan Yuxian, sending shockwaves through the area. Duan Yuxian grits his teeth, enduring the force of the blow. The unstoppable demon god's expression is strained as he withstands the assault. Namgung Chion's eyes narrow, focusing intently on his opponent. The Sword Emperor maintains his stance, pressing his advantage. The blade cuts through the air, a testament to his skill. Nearby, an observer remarks that the fight should have been over long ago, implying they've only been playing around. Duan Yuxian struggles to maintain his footing, the force of the attack evident. The Sword Emperor prepares for another strike, his sword positioned for the next attack. He grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow as he endures. His hand trembles, struggling to maintain its grip. How could this Namgung Chion be so powerful? Namgung Chion observes his opponent. He possesses something that surpasses simple strength. Duan Yuxian hangs his head, his dark robe falling around him. His feet remain planted, unmoving despite the strain. Duan Yuxian lifts his gaze, a flicker of defiance in his eyes. Is that all? He asks. He sits on the ground, battered but not broken. No, a bit more, he mutters. Energy begins to surge around Duan Yuxian, crackling with power. His arm glows, the energy focusing into a point. The energy explodes outward. He grits his teeth, the recent battle still weighing heavily on him. The sound echoes, a stark reminder of the clash that just occurred. Birds chirp outside, oblivious to the events that transpired within the room. Duan Yuxian lies still, recovering from the fight. He wonders if the battle was a complete defeat. The sheets are rumpled, evidence of his restless state. A voice speaks, telling him not to be too disappointed. The young man kneels beside Duan Yuxian, his expression concerned. The young man questions what he should call him, if not grandsire. The young man expresses his disappointment, believing the fight should have been more exciting. Duan Yuxian, still in bed, asks about swords. The young man laughs, telling the old man not to even think of fighting him. He declares that he won't let someone off the hook like the Manor Master. Someone clears their throat, stating that since the other is alive and well, they will take their leave. A man stretches his arms behind his head as a small figure runs away in the background. A voice calls out, questioning where the fleeing figure thinks they are going. A man with dark hair looks up, a question mark floating in his thoughts as a figure with white hair stands behind him. A fist clenches tightly, knuckles white with tension. A large, stylized symbol fills the panel, radiating power. A man's face is distorted and covered in bandages, his expression pained. Meanwhile, several figures sit around a table, focused on eating and conversation. An old man with a long beard asks if it would be all right if he stayed there for a little longer. He simply replies, sure. He wonders if his request was accepted too easily, questioning if he is being pitted. Frankly speaking, the old man admits he is completely useless right now as Somi reaches for him. Whatever the reason, the old man thinks it is after losing his left arm. Somi declares that she finally met it, as she wants to stop eating now. She encourages Duan Yuxian to have more eel. The wall that he must overcome looms large in his mind. The town stretches out before them, a picturesque scene of traditional architecture. The old man asks Somi if she likes it that much, holding up a candied treat. Somi exclaims that she really likes going out with grandfather. Somi and the old man enjoy their treat together, surrounded by hearts. Duan Yuxian asks the old man to take and pick up Somi from school. The old man admits he is doing it because he was told to, but this is surprisingly very fun. Somi points, saying this looks fun. She walks along the tiled floor, her grandfather's gaze fixed on something ahead. A display case stands nearby, filled with various masks. He pauses, wondering if this is a store that sells masks. Somi holds up a mask, seemingly enjoying herself. Duan Yuxian turns his head, Somi calling out to him to take a look. A mask sits on a shelf, waiting to be tried on. The mask is described as a super cool mask of Junshin swordsman. Somi holds the mask up, her eyes wide with excitement. She walks, carrying the mask with her. A hand reaches out, touching the mask. Duan Yuxian holds the mask, examining it closely. Elsewhere, children play in a courtyard, their laughter echoing through the air. The question hangs in the air. What in the world is this mask, this Junshin swordsman? The mask itself is a study in contrasts, its stark white surface etched with bold black lines. One man asks what the mask is modeled after, prompting another to respond with a knowing, that's. The man with the top knot points, urging the other to look, as if about to reveal a secret. The scene shifts to a place that organizes puppet shows, the mask used by the protagonist of the play. It's a warrior called the Junshin swordsman, a figure of legend brought to life. He's very popular among the kids these days, a symbol of strength and heroism. The man in the mask muses on the incredible nickname used for the puppet show, a blend of admiration and disbelief in his tone. The Junshin swordsman, masked and imposing, draws the awed attention of onlookers. His presence is met with sparkling admiration. The figure in the white robe, surrounded by a throng of children, acknowledges their cheers. Their excitement fills the air. The sentiment is clear. The Junshin swordsman is the best, a figure of immense coolness in their eyes. The Junshan swordsman stands amidst the adoring children, their cries of affection echoing around him. The masked figure's imposing stature is not lost on the admirers, who whisper about his coolness and size. A child's excitement is palpable, while the Junshan swordsman's masked face remains inscrutable. The child expresses gratitude, and the figure in the white robe responds with a gentle chuckle, inviting them to return. One silver token secures a mask, a testament to the profitable nature of catering to children's desires. The traditional building stands as a backdrop to the unfolding events, a silent witness to the scene. The excited child returns, announcing their arrival, and the seated figure welcomes them back warmly. The figure with dark hair looks up, a flicker of surprise crossing their face as the child approaches. The Junshan swordsman mask is seen once more, as someone notes that they really bought it in the end. He asks if she knew that Somi wanted this mask, the Junshan swordsman. She replies, of course, holding the mask. She looked at it every time they passed by the mask store, filled with Junshan swordsman masks. She even often sang songs about Junshan. There's no way he wouldn't know of it, Duan Yuxian thinks to himself. He says, I see. Duan Yuxian holds Somi close. He tells her that she must be happy now that she got what she wanted. Somi says that she doesn't like this thing very much. It belongs to grandfather, she insists. The Junshan swordsman mask sits on the floor, its black and white design stark against the background. Duan Yuxian observes that she's already tired of it. Somi looks up at him, her expression unreadable. Somi's eyes are wide, and she thinks to herself that he's tired, not her. Somi reaches out to take the mask, her small hand barely able to grasp it. Somi insists that they give this to grandfather, her voice firm. Then, Somi will go inside and study, Duan Yuxian says as she walks away, her small footsteps echoing. Duan Yuxian stands with the old man, who now holds the Junshan swordsman mask. He sighs, realizing how difficult it is to raise a child. The old man, with a long white beard, looks on. The two figures stand in a courtyard, the silence hanging heavy between them as they consider their next words. The old man asks if, by any chance, Duan Yuxian knows anything about the chi-dispersing poison. Duan Yuxian wonders why someone of the Sword Emperor's caliber would ask him such a question. The old man thinks to himself that he thought he knew everything, but now realizes that's not the case. The old man states that gender or age don't matter when it comes to learning, as Duan Yuxian looks on. Duan Yuxian wonders if there might be a chance he knows something the old man doesn't. He states that he does know about poison, his expression unreadable. He recalls that he's encountered it quite a few times before. The old man is surprised, realizing that Duan Yuxian has encountered chi-dispersing poison before. Duan Yuxian looks down at the old man, remarking that they've sparred with swords before. A sword is drawn, the steel glinting ominously in the light. It was clear that his movements were not those of someone who had lost their inner chi. If that was the case, did it mean he had detoxified the chi-dispersing poison? Perhaps he could recover all of his inner chi. Footsteps echoed in the distance. Duan Yuxian, looking surprised, asked if the other man could tell him something. The question lingered, how to make the antidote for the chi-dispersing poison. The man with white hair handed Duan Yuxian something. It was an antidote. The older man was asked how he knew how to make the chi-dispersing poison. The man with white hair wondered if Duan Yuxian thought that the chi-dispersing poison could really disperse all of his inner chi. The question hung in the air. What did he mean? The man with white hair explained that the chi-dispersing poison doesn't disperse inner chi. It only blocks chi circulation. As such, the inner chi he possesses remains intact within his body. However, his inner chi circulation is blocked, as he hasn't been able to overcome the chi-dispersing poison. The older man's eyes widen as he leans in, hope flickering in his gaze. So, does that mean it can be cured? The protagonist turns his head, listening intently. The older man responds, yes, but since the meridians are clogged. If they're clogged, you'll need a hole the size of a needle. A hole the size of a needle? Duan Yuxian looks down at the older man, a puzzled expression on his face. He asks, what in the world does that? Meanwhile, a figure bursts into the scene, shouting, "Man or master?" The urgency in their voice is palpable. The figure launches a powerful kick, the force of it creating a visible shockwave. The figure exclaims, their voice filled with panic. There's been a big problem. The situation seems dire. Another figure responds, their tone laced with annoyance. What is it that you're making such a fuss? The news spreads quickly. The Muram Alliance has crowned a new alliance leader. The older man's expression is unreadable, his eyes narrowed as he listens to the commotion. He observes the scene before him, as another man kneels, begging for pardon from the man in the dark robe. The man in the dark robe states the obvious, unfazed by the situation. Behind him, the man with the long white beard remains silent. The man in the dark robe asks if the other party is shocked, his expression unreadable. The man with long purple hair and beard clears his throat, stating that this outcome was inevitable. The woman with dark hair and a ponytail laments that they haven't known if he was alive for almost 2 months. It is said that if the alliance leader position is empty for long, it will only cause confusion. The text suggests that the leader would naturally be the senior master of Shaolin, and if it's him, there's no one as good as him. The man with the long white beard states that he is the leader. The surprised man with dark hair questions this revelation. The man with dark hair and a hood states that it's neither from Kunlun nor the other option. The man with the long white hair states that the person crowned as the new Sword Emperor is him, as a pair of eyes widen in shock. He grits his teeth, a low sound escaping his throat. The declaration echoes, disbelief hanging heavy in the air. What dash? Meanwhile, a traditional building stands serene, seemingly untouched by the unfolding drama. The man's gaze is cast downward, a subtle smile playing on his lips as it is revealed. The person crowned as the new Sword Emperor is the Sword Sage of the Moyong family, a revelation that elicits shock from the bearded man. A masked figure stands cloaked in a dark robe, dragons embroidered upon its fabric. His eyes widen, reflecting a sudden surge of surprise. The man's face contorts in disbelief as he shouts, questioning the identity of Moyong Hyakman. The older man, agitated, grabs the younger man by his collar, demanding answers as the younger man stammers in response. The strategist of the Muram Alliance resigned as soon as he returned to Hunan, a fact that hangs heavy in the air. His expression is unreadable as he gazes off to the left. A smile plays across his round face, a hint of amusement in his eyes. The revelation that Man Huriang was present at that meeting sparks disbelief and further questions. The great Dan Yohyan's voice booms, filled with anger as he confronts the smaller figure before him. Behind the scenes, whispers circulate, mentioning masters from Shaolin, Kunlun, and Wudong, their influence hanging heavy in the air. The older man's stern gaze hints at the weight of the decisions he carries, his expression unreadable. However, the candidates for the alliance leader position were not only skilled, but possessed outstanding personalities, yet something was amiss. The great Dan Yohyan insists that even if Moyong Hyakman has outstanding martial arts, he must never become the alliance leader. It's said that Man Huriang is an outstanding merchant, but his eyes sparkle with deceit and corruption, a dangerous combination. If this happens, the entire budget of the Muram Alliance will be embezzled by the Moyong family, as if giving Man Huriang a pair of wings. The figure with concerned expression wonders what on earth the others were doing while all of this was happening. To think the entire Muram Alliance turned upside down in such a short time. It's as if they've been waiting for this. The figure with concerned expression looks down at the smaller figure, a sense of unease settling in. The figure with serious expression remains silent, their gaze intense and unwavering. The scene opens on a stark, empty space devoid of detail. A traditional building stands amidst lush greenery, bathed in sunlight. With careful hands, someone trims delicate pink flowers with sharp shears. A single blossom falls to the earth, the sound echoing softly. Characters appear in the sky. A man with a neatly trimmed beard gazes serenely, a small bouquet held in his hand. The intricate floral patterns on his robe are displayed. Elsewhere, a man in a white robe asks, "Have you found him?" The man's expression is grim as he awaits an answer. Another man, with gray hair, replies with regret, "We couldn't." The man in the white robe states that with the chi dispersing poison, he lost his left arm. He continues, saying that after falling from the cliff in that condition, there's no way he'd still be alive. The sound of something breaking echoes in the air. A man raises his sword high above another man. The camera focuses on a torso. The man with the scar grits his teeth, muttering a curse. Someone is being told that everything must be perfect from beginning to end. The man with the rose orders the other to perfectly remove any bud that can grow after this, to which the other apologizes, calling him father. The man asks how things are progressing with the Namgung family. They're still in Hunan, searching for traces of Namgung Cheon. The man states that the Namgung family is also a problem, but the real problem is Jay Galon. The fact that he resigned without any noise, even after Namgung Cheon's sudden disappearance, must be because he noticed the whole picture to some extent. The man stutters, seemingly shocked by something. Someone wonders where Jay Galon is right now. He has departed Hunan, his destination now set firmly towards Hunan, the next stage of his journey. It seems that they intend to join forces with the Namgung family, their goal to locate the Sword Emperor. The man with gray hair and a beard listens intently, absorbing the gravity of the situation. "I see." Blood splatters across the scene, staining the tip of a spear, a grim harbinger of conflict. Gazing out from an elevated vantage point, the person with hair in a bun surveys the landscape before them. The hooded figure speaks of a chaotic Muram, where death has become so commonplace it barely raises an eyebrow. The man with gray hair and a beard looks up, his expression unreadable as he considers the implications. The intricate patterns of the robe hint at a life of luxury and power, a stark contrast to the chaos brewing. The sky glows with the colors of sunset, a fleeting moment of peace before the storm. A foot steps forward, initiating a journey into the unknown, each step carrying the weight of destiny. The figure wielding the spear moves with practiced grace, a whirlwind of motion and deadly intent. The figure with long white hair reels back, a gasp escaping their lips as they are struck by an unseen force. A torn piece of paper is clutched tightly, the message it bears hinting at fractured alliances. The man with long gray hair and a beard observes that someone will not be returning to the Murim alliance. In a serene courtyard, a figure stands with a sword, their purpose yet unknown as they await instructions. The older man with a long white beard wonders aloud what purpose he would serve if he were to return now. The man laments his lost power, realizing that no one would listen to a helpless oldie like him. With arms crossed, the man acknowledges that Moyang Hyakman's rise to the position of alliance leader is thanks to his power. The man with the scar on his face listens as the man with long gray hair and a beard states that Moyang Hyakman seems to be outstanding. The man with long gray hair and a beard continues, adding that Moyang Hyakman was a tough opponent to fight even when he still had his body intact. The man admits that he knows someone is not cut out to become the alliance leader, but he is unsure of what he can do. Duan Yuxian simply states, "I see," absorbing the gravity of the situation. The older man with a long white beard declares that if that is someone's decision, he has no plan on interfering. The rustling of leaves suggests that everything is flowing accordingly, as if guided by an unseen hand. He looked up, his expression unreadable as he considered the implications of the previous conversation. Leaves scattered around his feet as he began to walk, the sound of his footsteps echoing softly. The figure with the red mark on their face spoke, stating that it was uncharacteristic for the other to express concern, offering something interesting in return. One of the chibi characters asked if the other knew someone called the Gold King, their tone curious. The other character responded that they did not, as a narration box explained that the Gold King was the greatest thief of the Central Plains. A figure ran, their movements swift and purposeful, as if chasing after something important. The narration box described that there was no place he couldn't infiltrate and no place he couldn't rob, showing a town in the background. The narration box stated that his Qinggong was so fast that no one in the Central Plains could catch up to him, as the figure continued to run. The narration box mentioned that there was a time this old geezer tried tracking him down for fun, with a sound effect accompanying the text. The narration box stated, and this was what I obtained, as a character held up a scroll, the sound of it rustling in the air. Duan Yuxian looked down at the scroll, his eyes narrowing slightly as he wondered what it was. The old man with the long white beard stated that he knew he wasn't that helpful in this manner, so he would at least give him this. The words floated in the air, promising a path to riches, Gold King's treasure map. He gazed forward, his expression unreadable as the promise of treasure hung in the air. A bandaged hand carefully held a single gold coin, its surface gleaming in the dim light. The great Dan Yahayan sits at the table with Somi, who asked where they are going. Duan Yuxian takes a sip from his cup, his expression unreadable. Somi excitedly explains that she knows Hubei and learned about the Wudong sect at school. The man states that Somi says that place is the land of the Wudong sect. He adds that the atmosphere is grim there these days because they couldn't find corpses of 3 heavens, and that Somi isn't going. Somi looks up at him, a question mark floating above her head. Somi asks why she can't go. He replies that it's too far and that no one else is going, and that she has to go to school. He adds that they can't let the manor be empty. A thought bubble reveals that if everyone leaves the house, all the crops will die, so that's what this is all about. Somi and the man look at each other, both thinking. Somi declares that she'll stay with Somi too. The man asks if it's alright if he doesn't go. He thinks that it has been long since he's lost interest in that kind of thing, and that he should let Grandpa play with Somi while her father is away. Gratitude is expressed, a younger voice thanking who seems to be his grandfather for an unknown kindness. Duan Yuxian's expression is unreadable, his gaze distant and thoughtful as he considers the words spoken. He declares that he will leave Somi and the manor in another's care, the implications of his statement hanging heavy in the air. The rhythmic clatter of hooves echoes as a horse-drawn cart makes its way along a sun-drenched path. Somi speaks, tentatively asking if he may inquire about something that has piqued his curiosity. The sound of footsteps approaches, drawing closer to the seated figures. Duan Yuxian urges him to speak, and Somi wonders aloud why they are going to Hubei, citing the distance as a concern. He then asks if Duan Yuxian knows someone called Gold King, his expression suggesting a deeper meaning behind the question. Somi reveals that he has heard of Gold King, adding that he was rumored to be a big-time thief. A bandaged hand unrolls a scroll, the speaker declaring that this is it, the contents of the scroll yet unseen. The scroll is revealed to be a map given by Namgang Qion, and he claims that it is the key to their destination. He believes the location of the treasure Gold King hid is within the map. Somi expresses her gratitude, promising to never forget this debt to the great Dan Yahayan. Somi cautions against getting too excited, as they haven't found it yet. He vows to find it with all his might. 7 days later, the protagonist trudges onward, sweat beading on his brow as he grips his staff. His hands tighten around the worn wood. Somi wonders if the great Dan Yohayan doesn't get tired at all. He continues through the forest, determined to find their destination. Somi reads from a document, stating that this place is called Hantion. The pair arrive before a building. Inside, the harvest is celebrated with drinks and laughter. The sound of raucous laughter filled the air as several figures celebrated around a table. He listened intently as the others speculated about the identities of the newcomers. They must be bandits, right? The bandits were at an abandoned manor, but those bastards aren't aiming for the treasure either, are they? Suddenly, he was struck with great force, sending him flying backwards from the blow. Staggering, he looked up in disbelief. It was the manor master. The world faded as he lost consciousness. He gasped in pain, blood splattering as he wondered what was happening to him. The manor master stood over him, a look of surprise on his face as he delivered the blow. Meanwhile, elsewhere, others discussed how long they had been settled in this place, and if there was any trace of anyone living there when they arrived. They searched for anything of value, but found nothing of interest. One of the figures thanked the other, calling him Grandmaster. One of them realized that the manor master was being serious about the treasure. A voice commanded Quan Mu Jin to thoroughly examine the surroundings, believing a clue was hidden nearby. Elsewhere, the manor master and Somi searched through a vast library, their eyes scanning the shelves for any sign of what they sought. They continued their search, sifting through various items and containers, hoping to uncover a hidden clue within the seemingly endless collection. Duan Yuxian, kneeling on the ground, brushed away debris, the sound of scraping stone filling the air. He paused, a flicker of realization crossing his face. He had found it. Someone called out, asking if the manor master had finally found their objective. Duan Yuxian's expression hardened. This was it. Meanwhile, the manor master and Somi stood before a weathered stone statue, and he wondered aloud if it was indeed a statue. The statue seemed to stare back, its ancient features prompting a question. Did they not find it strange? The manor master had discovered a large stone ornament. It stood alone in the middle of a rotten pond, unlike anything else in the manor. Quan Mu Jin recalled knocking on it, remembering the hollow sound. He wondered if he should destroy it, but something was inside its mouth. Somi looked surprised. He wondered if there was the location of the treasure. Quan Mu Jin admitted he didn't know about that. Somi countered that there was no mistaking that it was to mark something. The map indicated the location was about 5 kilometers from the west side of the manor. It seemed they were getting closer to the treasure. The prospect excited Somi. The two exchanged a look, hope gleaming in their eyes, as the possibility of treasure drew near. The words Gold King's treasure hung in the air, a promise of riches and adventure. The man struggles, crawling forward, his voice strained as he calls out for his master to wait. The man with long hair looks down, his expression stern. He urges someone to move faster. A figure plummets downwards, a cry of pain echoing as they fall into the abyss. Duan Yuxian gazes ahead, the flames dancing before him. He declares their destination lies where the map indicates. Doubt creeps in as the protagonist questions their path. He voices his desire to abandon everything and return home. The man yearns for comfort, longing to wash up and sleep soundly under his blanket. Climbing with a torch in hand, the man believes they are nearing their destination. Looking down at the flames, the man exclaims in surprise, questioning if it's really his master. A hand firmly grips a torch, the flickering light illuminating the surroundings. The two men stand before drawing, one questioning what it is, identifying it as a drawing. Duan Yuxian looks up, sensing something. He believes it's pointing to something significant. He emanates a palpable intensity, his red eyes burning with inner power. Someone's patience is wearing thin, the situation reaching a boiling point. Quan Mu Jin holds out a torch, as the bandaged figure acknowledges the instruction. The brown-haired man is told to destroy something, but he questions the order, fearing the cave's collapse. A bandaged hand grips tightly, perhaps preparing for a dangerous task. A violent explosion rips through the area, shaking the very foundations. The world outside is seen through a bamboo fence, the scene distorted by the shockwaves. Quan Mu Jin is surprised that the explosion didn't achieve its intended purpose, but scattered debris everywhere. Dust and debris fall as the aftershocks of the blast continue to reverberate. The shocked man is covered in dust, his expression one of utter disbelief. Duan Yuxian looks on with concern, addressing someone as master and questioning the situation. The stone structure crumbles further, the explosion's impact taking its toll. They had come full circle, ending up exactly where they started. The pair walked away from a moss-covered lion statue, unaware of their circular path. The red-haired man stated the obvious, that they were back where they started, but was met with silence. He cursed under his breath, realizing the frustrating truth. They had been going in circles. They had been thoroughly fooled, their efforts leading them nowhere new. He looked up, finally noticing the familiar landmark, a lion statue. The moss-covered lion statue stood silently, a testament to their wasted journey. Suddenly, the red-haired man reacted with surprise, something catching his attention. Elsewhere, a figure with purple hair looked down, their expression unreadable. The red-haired man called out, his voice filled with urgency, questioning if his master was nearby. No matter the danger, the purple-haired figure ran towards the red-haired man, calling out for their master. He was furious, but voice warned against destroying everything in his path. Something was being obliterated, reduced to rubble and dust. The destruction left nothing but fragments scattered across the ground. The man with purple hair confronted Duan Yuxian, complaining about having to go through a fake map and questioning why he wasn't told to destroy the stone statue earlier. He seemed genuinely annoyed by the situation. The man with purple hair stated that this was the first time he had been this angry since the episode of the Blood Demon. A sinister laughter echoed through the scene. A small, blue-haired figure called out to the man with purple hair, addressing him as a master. He responded that they still found it in the end and would hold back from tearing apart the bastard called Gold King. A foot stepped heavily on a scroll and scattered coins. Duan Yuxian and the man with purple hair looked on with surprise. The man with purple hair held up a map as Duan Yuxian watched. The man with purple hair wondered if there might be another map or something else to find. A bandaged hand holds up a piece of paper, the message reading ZONK? Try again next time. Two figures stare at the paper, their expressions a mix of shock and disappointment. The injured man groans as the woman helps him to his feet, a sword lying nearby. The woman helping him asks if he thinks he'll be fine after all of this. Jae Gal-yun watches as Jae Gal-un, former Miram Alliance strategist, laughs, asking if she thinks he'll be fine. One of the onlookers tells them not to talk about the obvious. The man with the stern expression looks on, his face etched with concern. The masked man thinks to himself that he's already received a guarantee from the Moyong family. Jae Gal-un believes he'll receive 500 gold niangs and become their support if he kills Jae Gal-un. It seems like those bastards aren't confident. The woman urges Jae Gal-yun to run away, at least now. He kneels, placing himself between the attacker and his father. He declares he will try by any means to protect him. The attacker sends someone flying backwards. He proclaims that killing two bastards of the Jae Gal family who are weak is nothing, blaming their weakness. The attacker's eyes narrow. He remarks that it has been noisy since earlier. Another figure is sent flying backwards, caught in the wake of the attack. The force of the attack cuts through the air, leaving trails of energy in its wake. The figure screams as they are hurled through the air, the impact of the blow echoing in their cry. Two figures stand close, their faces etched with surprise at the unfolding events. One of the figures remarks that the master looked like he took out his anger on him just now, but the other denies it. Another man, his face contorted in anger, demands to know who that bastard is. Feet shuffle on the ground, the sound of movement barely audible amidst the chaos. Jae Gal-un continues his assault, sending another figure hurtling through the air with explosive force. A figure kneels, struggling to maintain their balance amidst the ongoing onslaught. He descends, weapon raised high, poised to strike a devastating blow. The impact sends a shockwave rippling outwards, a testament to the force unleashed. Jae Gal-un surveys the scene, his words laced with disdain. To think you'd be fighting alone. You have no fear, do you? Jae Gal-yun finds himself the target of a barrage, multiple projectiles hurtling towards him. The projectiles strike as Jae Gal-yun's voice echoes, blaming his cousin's recklessness. A violent explosion erupts, consuming everything in a blinding flash of light and force. From a distance, Jae Gal-un and another figure stand over the prone form of Jae Gal-yun. Through the dissipating smoke, a figure looks up, their expression obscured. Coughing, Jae Gal-yun is supported by another, struggling to regain his composure. The two companions react in disbelief, their faces etched with shock at the unfolding events. Jae Gal-yun's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Amidst the lingering smoke, Jae Gal-un stands tall, an ominous presence on the battlefield. He loomed, a monstrous figure with elongated claws, towering over his smaller opponent. The air crackled with unseen energy. A swift strike landed, sending a spray of blood into the air. A pained cry echoed through the clearing. The force of the blow reverberated, a brutal impact that stole the victim's breath. A strangled ho escaped his lips. Witnesses looked on, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. Where in the world did someone like that appear from? One wondered aloud. Jae Gal-yun's expression hardened, his thoughts heavy with concern. To think I'd meet Jae Gal-un in a place like this, he mused. Jae Gal-yun moved, his companions following close behind. He began, his voice strained. Weiss. From the swirling dust, a pair of eyes emerged, glowing with an unnatural light. The air grew heavy with anticipation. Jae Gal-yun's gaze intensified, his question cutting through the silence. Do you know where the bastard called Gold King is? The two onlookers exchanged a look of stunned disbelief, their faces mirroring a shared sense of dread and uncertainty. One figure kneels, speaking to another who stands before them. The kneeling figure seems to be pleading, while the standing figure responds with a simple affirmation. A cloud of dust billows, obscuring the lower half of a figure. The ground trembles as something powerful makes its presence known. The stern man's gaze pierces through the scene. He demands to know the whereabouts of the bastard called Gold King, his voice laced with menace. The surprised man and woman exchange bewildered glances. They are clearly taken aback by the question, their faces etched with confusion. Quan Mujin urges another figure to leave. The other figure responds with a hesitant agreement, and they both begin to walk away. The surprised man questions where the other appeared from. His brow furrows with concern as he tries to understand the situation. The surprised woman reflects on the person beside him, identifying him as the younger twin blade master. Her expression is one of worry and apprehension. The man walking away is identified as the younger twin blade master. He is also considered an unorthodox martial artist, a fact that seems to trouble the man. The man walking away is a skilled person from the unorthodox faction. The woman states this fact with a tone of resignation. The stern man wonders why this has to happen at this time. His expression is one of frustration and resignation. She states that Quan Mujin, the younger twin blade master, no longer belongs to the unorthodox faction. She adds that Quan Mujin is known to be dead. Father. The man's eyes widen in disbelief. He wonders what in the world is going on. One of the figures declares that this won't do. They must join hands with the Namgung family as soon as possible and find out what's going on. A figure responds with a simple, affirmative, yes. Footsteps echo on the stone path. Meanwhile, a young girl, surrounded by others, happily anticipates a delicious squid snack at what appears to be a festival. The young girl takes a bite of the squid, her expression shifting to confusion as she wonders what's happening. One of the girls suggests going to a place where the adults are. She notes that there are many scary people in the streets these days, causing the other girl to express fear. The young girl's face is filled with joy. The young girl stands alone, facing a group of shadowy figures. The young girl seems to be thinking. Elsewhere, a man tries to convince a woman that she will like martial arts once she learns it, holding her close. Somi sits, listening to a lecture, but she makes it clear, she hates fighting. The older man explains that martial arts aren't just for fighting. He continues, demonstrating how martial arts can be very useful. Somi realizes she may have to learn martial arts to protect what's precious to her. Two chibi-style girls stand together, one expressing surprise at something. Somi is back, cheerfully announcing her return. She exclaims, seemingly surprised by something. Somi sees her dad and calls out to him with excitement as he walks with another man. The two men continue walking, their destination unknown. Somi hugs her dad, relieved that he's back safe and healthy. Somi admits she was a bit angry, but it disappeared as soon as she saw her dad's face. She is startled by something unseen, her eyes widening as she looks up, a sense of unease washing over her. Three figures walk away from an unknown location, one of them carrying a child, their purpose and destination a mystery. The man with the stern expression seems to be in disbelief, his face partially covered, as he wonders what is happening. Somi is in conversation with another figure, her expression conveying concern as she listens to what is being said. The man with two-toned hair looks up, his expression suggesting surprise or realization as he gazes at something above. Two figures speak with Somi, while a man carrying large bags enters the scene, his arrival seemingly unnoticed amidst the ongoing discussion. The man carries Somi, while another man is present, their interaction suggesting a reunion or a return from a journey. The man with dark hair holds a scroll, a subtle smile playing on his lips, hinting at a sense of accomplishment or anticipation. The man with dark hair presents the scroll, prompting a surprised reaction from the man with two-toned hair, who seems to question its significance. The two men discuss the scroll, their conversation hinting at its importance and the circumstances surrounding its discovery. The man with dark hair holds the scroll, his expression suggesting a desire to examine it more closely, perhaps to uncover its secrets. The man with dark hair reads the scroll, his expressions shifting from excitement to contemplation as he discovers its contents and implications. Jae Galun holds up a scroll with a confident smirk. He explains that it is to create these kinds of maps and confuse people. Turning his back, Jae Galun declares that he is the creator of a treasure map that foolish bastards look for. Jae Galun laughs maniacally, remembering that he was going to put feces on the statue that the treasure hunter would find in the end. His smile fades as Jae Galun realizes something. He mutters, wondering why he couldn't do it, because it was too dirty even for him. In the distance, three figures stand as Jae Galun plummets downward. A voice echoes, simply saying, "Wait." Jae Galun looks surprised, clutching a piece of cloth. He wonders why he was holding this. A dark figure with glowing yellow eyes looms over another figure, whispering, "In your Han dash." Jae Galun runs away, claiming he has an urgent matter to attend to. He is desperate to escape. He continues to fall, his expression one of pure terror, as the ground rushes up to meet him. Two figures stand on a balcony, watching Jae Galun fall. One orders, "Get him," and the other responds, "Yes." The perspective shifts, looking down the tower as Jae-gal-un continues his rapid descent. Jae-gal-un screams in agony as he plummets towards the ground, the impact imminent. A figure stood near the waterfall, gazing at the cascading water. He was asked if he had found it. The back of a robe bore the inscription Wind Sword Sect. A voice confirmed the finding. One of the men, his back to the viewer, inquired about a place to stay. The other responded that there was a manor nearby. Duan Yuxian smirked, a subtle amusement playing on his lips as he considered the information. A disembodied voice questioned the mention of a manor, its tone laced with curiosity. Duan Yuxian considers something, a slight frown creasing his brow as he contemplates the situation. The subject of his thoughts, a manor, imposing and grand, looms in the distance. The narrator explains that the manor may be connected to the county's governor, but no one knows the owner in detail. The narrator continues, mentioning a rumor that the martial god is sealed in the deepest part of Daunting Lake. The sect leader of the Wind Sword Sect recalls that traces of the martial god were found on Junshan Island. The man with glasses states that the land around here belongs to the imperial family, so business should be prohibited. He adds that the martial god is no longer a mere legend. The sect leader orders his men to prepare themselves, because he intends to see this manor for himself. The sect leader's men respond with a resounding yes. A man cries, his face contorted in anguish. Duan Yuxian is asked what he is doing and why he is putting down his arms. He knelt, arms raised high above his head, sweat beading on his brow. A figure stood behind him, observing the exhausting display. The protagonist gritted his teeth, frustration etched across his face. He thought, who would have thought that map would fall into this guy's hands? He paused, questioning his own role in the situation. He wondered, how is this my fault, huh? The man kneeling considered the situation. Frankly speaking, isn't it his fault for coveting someone else's treasure, huh? The sound of movement echoed as the observer remained behind him. The man with arms raised continued to kneel. The observer spoke, addressing someone off-panel. He said, manor leader? It seems like there's a guest outside. Another voice responded, directing someone to investigate. The voice commanded, go check them out. The man with arms raised cursed under his breath, determined to complete the task. He thought, fuck, I'll get it done. The man's expression hardened, a flicker of resolve in his eyes. He seemed ready to endure whatever came next. He stood, arms raised, an unwelcome presence lingering in the air. More than one person was outside, their eyes focused on the manor. Who in the world were these people, their intentions unknown? A man with tied-back hair approached, asking if he was speaking to someone from the manor. The man in the dark robe responded, curious as to the identity of the newcomer. The man with tied-back hair introduced himself as Hu Jeriong, the sect leader of the Windsword sect. Hu Jeriong stated that his introduction should suffice, and he'd like to meet the owner of the manor, requesting they wait a moment. The two men watched as Hu Jeriong made his request, wondering what was up with him. The man in the dark robe stated that he had said he wanted to meet him. The man in the dark robe wondered if this man was the owner of this manor. Hu Jeriong, having already heard the introduction, told the man in the dark robe to get to the point. The man in the dark robe looked at Hu Jeriong, thinking about this brat. He stood before his men, barely containing his rage. How dare someone treat him, a sect leader, in such a manner? If that was the case, he would cut to the chase. He demanded that they sell him the manor. A man in a brown outfit looked on, seemingly surprised by the sudden demand. Duan Yuxian remained silent, his expression unreadable. He broke the silence, instructing someone to check something out. A bag of money fell heavily to the ground with a thud. Duan Yuxian briefly imagined himself swimming in riches, overwhelmed by the sheer amount of money. A man with a smirk stated that he had put quite an expensive price on it, confident that it would be liked. Duan Yuxian stared down at the bag of money, his thoughts unreadable. The bag of money was kicked, sending it skidding across the ground. Duan Yuxian stood before his subordinates, the kicked bag of money lying before them. He seemed unimpressed. He declared that it was not enough, his tone firm and unwavering. He faced the crowd, their murmurs rising in disbelief at his demand. Was this man truly insane? They wondered, did he even know who they were? An attendant tried to quiet the growing unrest. But Duan Yuxian's gaze remained fixed, awaiting a counteroffer. How much more would it take, he wondered. Duan Yuxian smirked, hearing the offer of 10 million Niang gold tokens. He considered it, finding their offer amusing. The attendant questioned if he thought it was a joke. Duan Yuxian replied that they had a fun way of saying they had no thoughts of selling it. Elsewhere, a man with long white hair prepared to leave for the day, telling someone to find him if they changed their mind. The man turned, his expression unreadable as he prepared to depart. Two figures watched him leave, commenting on his stance and how he didn't seem like he'd give up easily. They wondered what they should do. The man with white hair considered the situation, thinking about the Windsword sect. Therefore, he recalled hearing about them when he was taking Somi to school, how they had taken control of Yang streets. It was his first time hearing about it. Ultimately, the man stroked his beard, hearing about that sect. He thought it was strange that they'd act up so recklessly, but it was no big deal for sex to appear and disappear every now and then. One man states that when you have the power, it's natural to use it. The other man thinks it must be the same for them. He wonders if there will be any problem. He appears to have some sort of goal. He watches the two figures fight, as one yells for the other to come again. A man strikes a child with a paddle. The daughter attends the pine tree school, and he himself is unemployed, right? He wonders where in the world did he get that much money? Wouldn't it be from inherited wealth? He thought around 200 Niang silver tokens would be enough, but the situation has become tiring. They have no other choice. Let's deal with the school first. Yes. A young girl with brown hair looks up at a blue bird and butterfly. A blue bird flies near a woman's red skirt. If we mess with his daughter, he won't have any other choice, don't you think? A traditional building stands bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. A crowd gathers, their hushed voices creating a low hum of conversation. Somi's eyes sparkle with youthful exuberance, her face alight with joy. She walks alongside a taller figure, their footsteps echoing softly on the stone path. A small creature frolics around Somi, and she giggles, clearly enjoying the game. The man with the long white beard carries Somi gently in his arms. Peeking from behind a wall, a man wonders aloud, "Are you Somi's grandfather?" The fabric of the man's robe drapes softly, hinting at the age and wisdom he carries. Inside, a traditional room awaits, its simple elegance a testament to a bygone era. The great Dan Yohayan stands, listening as another figure asks why he wanted to see him. The man with glasses pores over a book, considering the things Somi has done recently. The great Dan Yohayan is told that Somi is causing a bad influence at school because she eats off the ground. The man's eyes narrow, his expression unreadable as he considers the situation. The great Dan Yohayan questions if eating off the ground is such a serious thing to do. The man with glasses suggests that Somi may simply think she's eating from the ground. It is said that the problem has begun to spread like gambling addiction. As of now, most of the kids have picked up on her, and Dan Somi is always at the center of it. The man with glasses continues to read, absorbing the information before him. The stern face declares that he has nothing to say on the matter. The discussion turns to the bad things Somi did, and whether disciplinary action is enough, considering the children involved are from prestigious families. A figure bows, stating that Dan Somi has ruined the atmosphere, and a lot of other things. The man bows deeply, his head lowered in what seems like either respect or shame. The seated man speaks, beginning to explain the situation at hand, whatever that may be. Hu Jerryong's face is partially obscured by a veil, but his eyes reveal a stern and watchful gaze. The man standing states that he understands and will inform the manor master about the matter at hand. The man thinks to himself that the other has never complained until now, and has pulled an excuse out of nowhere. The man standing in the doorway asks if this is the work of those who came not too long ago. Hu Jerryong looks down at Somi, who is standing before him, waiting for his response. Somi calls out to her grandfather, a bright smile on her face as she looks up at him. The scene shifts to an exterior view of the traditional building where they reside. Somi holds her grandfather's hand, asking if she can't come to school again. Hu Jerryong looks at Somi with a concerned expression, beginning to speak about the matter. Somi insists that she is fine, stating that she likes school, but she also likes her dad, grandfather, and uncles too. An old man with a long beard stands outside, declaring he will teach everything about school. Somi walks alongside the old man, expressing her enthusiasm with a cheerful, "I'd like that." The chibi version of Somi is excited about a large stack of red sweets, exclaiming, "Whoa, sweets!" The old man offers sweets to Somi as another man behind her asks to pack one for them. The old man seems surprised by the request, stating that he isn't selling sweets today. The old man claims to have sold all the sweets, but the man behind Somi questions what else he would call them. The old man abruptly announces that his parents are sick, and he must leave to visit them. The old man's expression is one of concern as he wonders what the other man is talking about. The old man walks away from the sweet stand, seemingly in a hurry. The old man is now running away, his motives unclear. A close-up of the old man's face reveals a hint of desperation in his eyes. Elsewhere, the scene shifts to an exterior shot of a traditional building, perhaps a temple or palace. She sits on Duan Yushin's lap as he tells someone that this is what happened. "God damn it," an older man shouts, wondering what in the world they're trying to do. The older man asks Duan Yushin and Somi what's the matter. Somi explains that they went to the streets to buy what they needed, but there was nothing to buy because everything was sold out. The man with dark hair and a fan asks if this is the work of the Orthodox faction. A man with brown hair asks if those bastards played this prank. Somi asks what he just said. The older man states that what Jang Samtae said is true, regardless of the fact whether they belong to. The man with dark hair and a fan says that isn't it true that there's always one bad apple in every bunch? The man with dark hair says he doesn't know why all of them are so worried. A man with blonde hair yells, "Mean?" A hand is raised, saying it's fine, but at this rate, what are they going to eat and where? She suggests that they can make clothes and hunt for food, just like they used to. The great Dan Yohyan holds Wasomi, agreeing that what she says is true. A man exclaims that nothing changes, adding that Jang Samtae has good dexterity and will do everything. The meeting comes to an end as the group discusses how they are going to obtain blankets and clothes, and where they will get the sauce. Someone announces they're going fishing and wants someone to join them, while another voice calls out for the Manor Master. The call for the Manor Master echoes with urgency. The exterior of a traditional building is shown. Inside, the room is decorated with ornate furniture and curtains. Lying down with a cane, a man thinks that something is strange. Someone reveals they use their means to kick out his daughter from school and tighten the screws of the people they make deals with. Looking off to the side, a man wonders why he hasn't come with his own feet to beg for his life. The man from before is still lying on the floor, and someone is about to reveal something about that. He is living as if proving that they can live without money. They fish at Lake Daunting when they're hungry, and they're making clothes and blankets from the skins of wild animals. They're even showing the thoroughness of growing their own crops to replenish food ingredients. The protagonist lies prone as someone wonders what the deputy governor, the guy they bought, is doing. The deputy governor is informed that the constables are refusing to accompany him. They all rambled about how the man they call the manor master of that manor must be a divine being to them. A man in dark clothing scoffs, finding the situation ridiculous, as he thinks about how they shouldn't mess with that manor. The man in dark clothing decides he has no other choice but to kick them out himself. The deputy governor orders his men to disguise themselves as constables at once and send them to that manor. The deputy governor declares that he is ordering them. Two men discuss leaving this manor. The order is given to act tomorrow at once. The man's expression is stern as he makes his demands. The man questions who he is, not even recognizing the county's deputy governor. The manor master's servants wonder what the fuss is about, as they hear someone is telling them to empty the manor. The man with the scar asks if they didn't hear what Hong Wonchong said. The deputy governor is angered that they dare mention Hong Wonchong's name recklessly, as he is taking charge of his work. The deputy governor states that he told them to empty the manor at once, but the man replies that he has nowhere to go. The deputy governor declares that it's their business, and asks how they dare build a manor on the land of the imperial family. The girl exclaims that her dad didn't build the manor there, and that it was there from the beginning. The deputy governor reiterates that living in this manor isn't permissible under the law, so they must leave this place at once. He observes the scene. He acknowledges that it's late and announces they will leave tomorrow, but a resident questions the decision regarding the manor. The deputy governor smirks, unimpressed by their resistance, and seems to imply they should have done something differently. The men behind the deputy governor affirm his statement with a resounding yes. A resident asks if they will be all right and wonders where they will go if they leave now. The residents are worried about what they will do, fearing the inspection that will come again tomorrow. Duan Yushin watches with a subtle smile, as the deputy governor reveals he has an excellent plan. A foot stomps down with force. The deputy governor demands money, asserting that if they want to do business there, they have to pay him. The deputy governor insists that since the governor isn't there, they have to follow his orders. The deputy governor dismisses the residents, saying that these old geezers just want to live comfortably. A resident asks if another is all right, while the panel reflects on the idea that in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king, and that the servant will mimic the master. They prayed for the governor's quick return, as the king had suddenly summoned him. His return date was uncertain. Hong Wonchong laughed heartily, clearly in a good mood. A woman serving him tea remarked on his cheerful disposition. Of course he was in a good mood. There was no way he couldn't be, he thought, surveying the spread before him. Hong Wonchong took a drink, declaring he had no worries. His backing was solid, and soon he would be. He thought about holding a lot of money. Getting this kind of opportunity as soon as he took charge was great luck. Hong Wonchong considered his connection with the surroundings of Yeyang. They'd also promised to take care of the governor at the Windsword sect. And then, his position will naturally be mine, a figure in black and red, thought to himself. Hong Wonchong thought about the issue regarding the manor that the Windsword sect put up as a condition being resolved. Soon, this place would become his little kingdom. The woman serving tea asked Hong Wonchong if he had heard about the rumors. She then inquired if there wasn't a manor on the western side, causing Hong Wonchong to react with surprise. Hong Wonchong was taken aback. Why had she brought up that topic so soon? It gave him goosebumps. He scoffs, finding the rumors tiresome. It said a hermit lives in that place. Rumors claim the enormous manor was built in a single day. Moreover, whether it was Jiang Bek-san or the Black Sword Society, they all disappeared completely ever since that manor was built. So no one dares to mess with that place. It's also said that the governor pays tribute to that place once every 15 days. Hong Wonchong finds the rumors to be a load of utter bullshit. A woman asks if there are people who still believe in that kind of thing. He wonders if it's true or not. Hong Wonchong insists it's utter bullshit. He demands that she not speak of that nonsense again in front of him. The woman is suddenly dizzy, wondering why. He looks up, his face etched with confusion and a hint of fear. His eyes widen as he mutters, questioning what he is seeing. A strange, cocoon-like object hangs suspended from a tree branch in the dim light. A blinding light fills his vision, and his expression shifts to one of terror. Three masked figures loom over Hong Wunchong, who is now on the ground, seemingly captured. One of them declares that he is awake. Hong Wunchong glares up at his captors, rage contorting his face as he threatens them. One of the masked figures retorts, questioning if he even knows who they are. Now hanging upside down, bound and helpless, Hong Wunchong recognizes his attackers. He demands to be released. The masked figure observes that he still has vigor, addressing someone named Samtae. The masked figure reveals that he knows Hong Wunchong is the Manor Master, confirming his suspicions. Hanging upside down, he curses his captors, promising to kill them all. His struggles are met with the sound of splattering blood. His words become shorter as the blood continues to fall. Blood splatters against a stark white background. He begs for his life, pleading with a great warrior to spare him. Hanging upside down, his face contorts in pain and fear. One of the masked figures states that it's because of the manor and that Hu Jiryong planned everything. The manor is all his to use as he wishes. Another masked figure says he doesn't know which manor they're talking about, but thanks them anyway, adding that they shouldn't be doing this. He continues to beg, but it feels good to his captors. One masked figure questions why it's happening so soon, while the other simply says, man. Another masked figure says it's a waste, but as they wish, as Hong Wunchong continues to thank them. He reached for the rough bark of the tree, fingers straining for purchase. A hand, small and gloved, held a lit match against an unseen surface. Several robed figures stood observing, one questioning what was happening below. Hong Wunchong hung upside down, bound tightly by thick ropes. The masked figure's eyes widened behind the dark fabric. Fuck! He exclaimed. A scream echoed through the night as a figure plummeted downwards. The robed figures remained still, watching the unfolding events below. A sharp crack resonated through the air. The masked figure's expression was hidden, but their postures suggested surprise. Close-ups of two masked figures revealed only their eyes, wide with shock. The texture of the robes suggested a high quality, hinting at the figure's status. 10 days later, a significant amount of time has passed. Duan Yuxian sits in a chair, arms crossed, observing the scene with a discerning eye. Something feels amiss to him. Life continues as usual for some, with the deputy governor seemingly taking care of them. The woman with the box declares that she will take care of it, disappearing from sight. Duan Yuxian looks concerned, wondering how things turned out this way. The men discuss giving up on the manor and ordering a search around Lake Dongting. Someone reflects on the money and time invested in the manor, resolving to get their hands on it no matter what. The sect leader jumps into action. Two men discuss the trouble someone is causing, revealing that a body was found under the cliffs of Mount Yuelu. The man is shocked to learn that the corpse is Deputy Governor Yu Yakyum. The door bursts open with a resounding crash, splintering the wood. He pauses, glancing back over his shoulder, a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. Hong Wunchong demands, "What brings you here?" His expression is stern. Duan Yuxian asks if the rumor about the deputy governor's death is true. Hong Wunchong confirms the grim news. The protagonist declares that he knows who killed the deputy governor, prompting a sharp question from Hong Wunchong. A man with dark hair questions why a healthy person would commit such an act, accusing someone of jumping to conclusions. Hong Wunchong demands to know if there is any evidence to support the claim of a culprit. The protagonist is told to stop talking nonsense and leave, his accuser questioning if he even knows anything. A woman with beads around her neck shouts, demanding to know what all the fuss is about. The man with dark hair stands silently, his expression unreadable. Hong Wunchong is greeted by another, who expresses surprise at his arrival and dismisses the talk of a culprit as nonsense. The man with dark hair wonders aloud who the protagonist is, expressing a desire to know. He asks if Hong Wunchong knows about the manor near Lake Dongting. The man in the black robe confirms that he does, of course. A dark-haired man appears, claiming that the people there are the ones who killed the deputy governor. The dark-haired man's expression is intense, his eyes wide with what seems to be rage. Hong Wunchong is speaking with another man, who says that as the Windsword sect leader who protects Yang, he has no plans on neglecting this matter. He states that he'd like to alert the king about this, his gaze intense. The dark-haired man says he's heard all about what happened during this time, and that a really interesting thing happened. Heavy footsteps approach. The dark-haired man demands that someone listen up. Hong Wunchong and the man with the beard are shown again. The man with the beard says that if you want to live comfortably, get your hands off of that manor. A hand rests on Duan Yuxian's shoulder, the grip firm and perhaps a little threatening. The dark-haired man says that it isn't a place where the likes of you can covet, and that he's saying this for your sake. Hong Wunchong says that if you understand, stop getting involved and leave. The sound of something breaking echoes. His fist clenches, knuckles white with rage, as he vows vengeance. The man in robes questions why others covet the manor so intensely, his displeasure evident. Duan Yuxian's gaze hardens, a declaration forming on his lips. He will rule over Yi Yang. The man orders his subordinate to gather the children, a sinister plan taking shape. His eyes burning with determination, Duan Yuxian proclaims that they will smash the manor down today. The order is given. Leave not even a cornerstone behind in the destruction. Meanwhile, figures descend upon the manor, the sounds of their arrival echoing through the night. The assault continues, each attacker a blur of motion against the night sky. The attackers have breached the defenses, their presence now known within the manor. A grim order is issued, spare none within the manor's walls. A figure descends from above, a triumphant cry escaping their lips. The attacker's hand tightens, preparing for impact as they plummet towards the ground. A crushing blow lands, the sound echoing through the night as a foot stomps down with brutal force. Another figure is sent flying, a testament to the sheer power unleashed. Hong Wenchang observes the scene, a knowing look on his face. He remarks that they are coming. Another man stares intently, his gaze fixed on a distant object. A small rock sits ominously below. The force of the impact sends a body crashing through the air, the sound of destruction filling the night. A figure in a flowing robe descends the steps, their presence adding to the growing tension. Hong Wenchang's expression shifts to concern, a silent question hanging in the air as he witnesses the unfolding events. The man's eyes widen in disbelief, a sense of bewilderment washing over him as he murmurs about what he is seeing. A masked figure emerges, their presence shrouded in an eerie aura. The masked figure stands amidst the fallen, an ominous silence descending upon the scene. The figure stood on the rooftop, the night air thick with tension. One demanded to know who the other was. The masked figure, draped in white, seemed unfazed by the question. Why indeed wear a mask and scale walls at night? The masked figure let out a soft huh, the sound hinting at amusement. Hong Wenchang observed the masked figure with a critical eye. He mused that the figure had a strange hobby for an old man. Hong Wenchang's expression shifted, a flicker of realization crossing his face. It wasn't an old man. With a flourish, the masked figure declared his identity. He was the Junshan swordsman. The Junshan swordsman's blade gleamed in the dim light, a silent promise of the battle to come. Hong Wenchang stood his ground, surrounded by his men. He watched the Junshan swordsman approach. The air crackled with anticipation as Hong Wenchang and the Junshan swordsman prepared to clash. Swords were drawn. The Junshan swordsman shifted his weight, ready to unleash a flurry of attacks. Hong Wenchang taunted his opponent, declaring that he looked like a senile old man fit only for the underworld. The Junshan swordsman's sword was now fully drawn, ready to meet Hong Wenchang's challenge. A voice booms out, demanding death. A sword points skyward, held by a figure clad in black. The figure in black acknowledges the command. The Junshan swordsman stands in the distance, ready to strike. The figure's dark clothing obscures any detail, leaving only a silhouette against the light. The Junshan swordsman declares that he will show the way of the Junshan, his sword gleaming in the moonlight. A furious command echoes as the figure is set upon. The Junshan swordsman, surrounded, promises retribution. Steel sings as a blade is drawn with deadly intent. The Junshan swordsman prepares to unleash his technique. A spectral dragon looms behind him, a harbinger of destruction. One observer finds the swordsman's actions amusing, dismissing him as a crazy old geezer. The Junshan swordsman's expression is unreadable. The swordsman launches into a furious attack. The Junshan swordsman considers the possibility of an all-out assault. Elsewhere, two figures discuss the unlikelihood of the Murim Alliance's involvement. He gazed down, a grin set to his jaw as he considered the approaching threat. There was no way they'd stoop so low. A group of figures advanced, their intentions unclear but undoubtedly hostile. They moved with a swift, coordinated purpose. A man with a long white beard contemplated the situation. He thought to himself, what if they do? In that case, he'd be the one to step up. One of the attackers lunged forward, screaming a battle cry. He was armed and ready to strike. The Junshan swordsman's eyes narrowed, his gaze intense as he prepared to meet the assault. The air crackled with energy. A figure was sent flying backward, engulfed in a burst of energy. The impact was devastating. The Junshan swordsman stood firm, his sword a blur of motion as he defended against the onslaught. Lightning flashed around him. The perspective shifted, looking up at the Junshan swordsman as he moved with incredible speed. His movements were a dance of death. The fallen figure groaned in pain, clutching at their chest. The attack had clearly taken a toll. The Junshan swordsman stood amidst the chaos, surrounded by his enemies. He was a whirlwind of steel and fury. One of the attackers cursed the Junshan swordsman, calling him a crazy old geezer. The fight intensified. A masked figure watched from the shadows, their expression unreadable. They seemed to be observing the battle with a detached interest. The assembled figures radiated a palpable, murderous intent. This wasn't the first time they'd committed such acts, their dark history repeating itself. The Junshan swordsman, hidden behind his mask, felt a pang of realization. He had no idea all this time, the truth obscured from him. He reflected on his position, far removed from the struggles of those below. He had been ignorant of the darkness festering beneath his notice. He had believed in a clear distinction between righteous and evil factions. Now he saw that the righteous could act like demonic cults. The figure stood alone, a stark silhouette against the sky. The weight of his past ignorance pressed down on him. The Junshan swordsman admitted to himself that he was ignorant. Everything, he realized with a sinking heart, was his fault. A foot came down with crushing force, the impact sending blood splattering outwards. The time for reflection was over. The masked figure, now fully revealed, stood ready. The Junshan swordsman prepared to unleash his power, his resolve hardened. His eyes burned with a fierce determination. He would set everything straight, no matter the cost, his gaze unwavering. The sword flashed, a crimson arc cutting through the air. The Junshan swordsman's vengeance was about to be unleashed. The blade descended, a blur of motion and deadly intent. The attack was swift, precise, and utterly unforgiving. Elsewhere, a vase sat serenely on a ledge, overlooking a tranquil scene. The world continued, oblivious to the coming storm. A child sleeps soundly, nestled in someone's lap, oblivious to the impending storm. Elsewhere, the Junshan swordsman's dark eyes narrow, a storm brewing within him as well. With a swift motion, he brings his hand down, striking with immense force. The blade connects, sending a figure flying backward amidst a shower of sparks and shattered stone. The figure plummets through the air, a dark silhouette against the pale energy. A strangled cry escapes the figure's lips as the force of the blow registers. The Junshan swordsman watches with a cold, calculating gaze, his expression unreadable. The aftermath of the attack lingers in the air. The sword continues its descent, a razor-sharp arc against the backdrop of destruction. The swordsman is now surrounded by a swirling vortex of power, ready to strike again. From the sidelines, a man barks orders, focusing on the opponent's weakness, his injured arm. The other figures echo his command, their voices filled with a bloodthirsty eagerness. He plummets from above, his descent a blur of motion and intent. The bandaged figure's eyes glow with an eerie, unnatural light. The masked face contorts as a sharp, metallic sound echoes through the air. The Junshan swordsman's blade finds its mark, sending blood spraying through the air as his opponent cries out. The sound of impact reverberates, a heavy thud that signals a turning point. The Junshan swordsman presses his attack, his blade a blur of motion against his opponent. A look of shock crosses the swordsman's face as he faces his opponent. The Junshan swordsman's eyes narrow, his voice a low growl. Just quietly get into your coffin now. One man asks if the master will be all right. Another responds that it won't be easy fighting a sect leader in his state without any internal arts, adding that he'll have to risk his life. The man with long hair asks, do you know the difference between someone who has risen to the highest place? The man with short hair replies, I'm not sure. A voice wonders if that wouldn't be the effort, but another voice responds, no, it's instinct. He speaks of instinct, the man with long dark hair listening intently while holding a child close. The disembodied voice speaks of natural-born martial artists, those who instinctively find their way in any situation. The Junshan swordsman stands, covered in blood, his masked face an emblem of terror. Blood pools on the stone floor, a grim testament to the battle. The masked figure's voice drips with dark amusement. Ho ho my oh my. The masked figure, bloodied but unbowed, grips their sword. This isn't easy, they admit. The figure with the glowing sword looks down on their opponent. Were you mistaken that you're strong just after wielding your sword a few times? A sinister smile spreads across the man's face. Well, your skills are truly amazing. The masked figure's face is splattered with blood, although you'll be done for after this. The clash of blades echoes, a symphony of destruction. The figure with the glowing sword is surrounded by a vortex of purple energy. The battle continues, a blur of motion and violence. He stares intently, purple energy swirling around him, a clear demonstration of power. The clash of steel echoes, a testament to the skill of both combatants, even if one is an oldie. The masked figure stands, sword raised, but voice notes his inexperience with internal arts. A sphere of purple energy crackles, a dangerous force ready to be unleashed. Duan Yuxian's resolve hardens. He refuses to be defeated by anyone. The figure in the dark robe unleashes a flurry of attacks, each strike imbued with purple energy. The masked figure is now covered in blood, the battle taking a heavy toll. The sword drips crimson, a stark reminder of the brutal exchange. Kneeling amidst falling purple petals, the masked figure appears defeated. Blood stains the ground around the figure's legs, a testament to the severity of the wounds. The masked figure's face is obscured by blood and hair, their condition dire. A hand grips a sword hilt, a question hanging in the air about the figure's motivations. He stood, bloodied and battered, the figure's back turned as if inviting death. Elsewhere, a figure stood in a room, a sword held loosely in their hand, a stark contrast to the previous scene. The Sword Emperor's masked face contorted in frustration, realizing he couldn't win at all. The gap in prowess felt immense. Blood trickled down his face as the Sword Emperor felt a surge of embarrassment. He was ashamed to even call himself the Sword Emperor. But, he thought, would it be weird to be overcome by embarrassment? The feeling was reminiscent of his youth. The Sword Emperor faced a massive tiger, the feeling of encountering something he couldn't overcome with his own strength washing over him. And this blood-boiling desire to overcome it now surged within him, his eyes reflecting the intensity of his will. Matter what, he thought, I thought I could never feel this way anymore. A spark of something long lost ignited within him. The Sword Emperor stood tall, his dark robe billowing around him, ready to face whatever came next. This enjoyment, he thought, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he embraced the challenge. His masked face now a picture of menace, the Sword Emperor challenged his opponent. What are you doing? Bring it on again. The figure's expression hardened, a fierce determination burning in his eyes as he prepared for the next clash. He hears the taunting words, a challenge to his resolve. The voice mocks his current state. A dark energy begins to coalesce, a visual manifestation of the impending conflict. Duan Yuxian stands ready, his sword drawn, the purple energy swirling around him. The sword is raised, ready to strike, the air crackling with anticipation. He takes a step forward, the white energy surging from his feet as he prepares to unleash his power. Elsewhere, a path stretches out, leading to an unknown destination, the ground worn and weathered. The sun shines brightly in the sky, illuminating the world below with its radiant light. A glimpse of the outside world, seen from beneath the eaves of a building, offers a moment of peace. A door creaks open, hinting at a new arrival or a hidden passage. Two men stand face to face, their expressions serious as they engage in hushed conversation. A masked figure stands in a doorway, covered in blood, a silent harbinger of violence. A man with a ponytail stands with his arms crossed, his gaze fixed on something unseen. He returns, his form covered in blood, sword in hand. The unstoppable demon god is back. The aftermath of the battle is gruesome. A figure stands over a body, the scene painted with crimson. The shocked man can't believe what he's seeing. He wonders if he really won, and without his arts. The smirking man looks on, a hint of amusement in his eyes. He comments that the other must have learned a lot. The running woman flees the scene, a trail of blood marking her escape. She shouts in triumph. The yelling man's face is contorted in rage. He demands to know what the other person is. The man in red and black orders the arrest of everyone present. He believes they're involved in something big. The men in red and black uniforms are bewildered by the scene. They wonder what in the world happened. Meanwhile, two men stand together, their expressions unreadable. The air is thick with unspoken words. One of the men reveals that they heard others were caught trying to kill innocent people. The news spreads quickly. One man congratulates another, who responds with disgust. He reflects on the hardships they endured because of those bastards. Elsewhere, a girl looks up, concern etched on her face. She asks her grandfather who he fought with. He denies it, stating he doesn't look like someone who would go around fighting. The old man seems to be trying to convince the young girl. The girl accuses the protagonist of lying, insisting that he was fighting. She declares that fighting is bad, surrounded by onlookers. A close-up shows the faces of the old man, the girl, and a man with dark hair, highlighting their expressions during the exchange. The girl sits on the lap of the man with long black hair, who is surrounded by other men. The atmosphere seems tense. One of the men laughs, stating that their manor master doesn't fight, but throws punches one-sidedly. The others seem to agree. The group stands together, their expressions suggesting a mix of amusement and concern about the recent events. The man with long black hair speaks about the Wind Sword sect being resolved, but warns that it's too early to relax, as similar events might happen again. The man with long black hair addresses the girl, bringing the conversation to his point. Another person stands nearby, listening intently. A close-up reveals a bandaged hand, suggesting an injury sustained in a recent fight. The question lingers. Are there any strong forces in Yang right now? Duan Yuxian suggests putting up a signboard and establishing a renowned family, perhaps as a way to assert their presence and influence. The camera focuses on the man with long black hair's torso and hand, possibly hinting at his next action or the significance of his attire. Someone remarks that it's their first time hearing the nickname Junshan's sword, adding a layer of mystery to the protagonist's identity. He is mentioned as being suspected, along with a puppet show that the kids have been enjoying. It's also noted that the Wind Sword sect was destroyed. A deep, unsettling laugh echoes, a sound that promises malice and chaos. The sentiment is clear, whether it's one person or another, they're all suspicious. Growing weary of the Sword Emperor's disappearance, the man declares his intention to visit those bastards. Elsewhere, the demonic cult leader, Sat Dohak, stand with a tiger, exuding an aura of dark power. A voice suggests establishing their own family with a signboard. Duan Yuxian stands silently, listening to the conversation. Rumors of a renowned martial family exerting influence in Yeyang spread. Someone notes that exasperating matters may occur less frequently. He states that it is impossible and that lesser occurrences will happen even more. Someone adamantly states that people trying to use them will only flock in. A man says that if he had plans to do that, he wouldn't have needed Hong Wenchong in the first place, suggesting they wait out. The conversation is brought to an end. The man with the beard wonders if the manor master isn't interested in establishing a martial family. The child's eyes widened, a look of pure wonder on his face. He looked up at the Junshan swordsman, a question forming in his mind. What is the path of a martial artist? The Junshan swordsman began to explain that the Central Plains have a really long history. The child, perched on the Junshan swordsman's lap, asked how long that history was. The Junshan swordsman mused that it was more than 1,000 years, and the child exclaimed that it was incredible. The Junshan swordsman explained that the ones who paved the way for the current martial society were the martial god, the three heavens, and great master Dharma of Shaolin. The child, listening intently, seemed captivated by the stories of these legendary figures. The Junshan swordsman continued, stating that the three heavens were very great men who exerted a big influence on Murim, and up until now, there have only been 3 people. The Junshan swordsman, holding the child, spoke of those carrying the title heaven. The child, with a curious expression, wondered how great the martial god was if the 3 heavens were such great people. The child listened as the Junshan swordsman explained that the martial god is a legendary being. The Junshan swordsman finished by saying that the martial god is said to have yet been surpassed by anyone even after 1,000 years have passed, and that one swing of his sword cuts through the heavens, and one kick of his could crumble mountains. The great Dan Yohyan stood, a silent figure against the backdrop of swirling energy. It was said that the martial god survived unscathed, even after facing tens of thousands of martial artists. The child gasped, finding it incredible. Junshan swordsman chuckled, admitting he would have asked the martial god to take him as a disciple if they were in the same generation. He then stated he had no plans of taking the red-haired man in. Junshan swordsman and the child looked surprised, their expressions questioning. Duan Yuxian stated he never said he wanted to become Junshan swordsman's disciple. The swordsman responded that the martial god wouldn't have taken him in either. Junshan swordsman asked if he knew that, his tone bewildered. The child and Junshan swordsman exchanged confused glances. The child asked Junshan swordsman if the martial god was the strongest and best person in Murim. Junshan swordsman confirmed that was right. Duan Yuxian questioned why they kept butting in, stating the martial god was certainly the strongest, but he wasn't the best. The child, held by Junshan swordsman, asked who in the world it was then. The great Dan Yohyan paused, lost in thought. Something was crushed with a sickening crack. He kneels before the old man and child, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken words. Another man stands ready with a staff, the air thick with anticipation. A close-up reveals a man's face, the words blood demon hanging in the air. A voice echoes in the darkness, declaring, he's the best one. A pond reflects the crescent moon, its surface undisturbed. Elsewhere, a lone figure sits on a cliff, gazing at a grand structure in the distance. Another man sits upon a rock formation, lost in thought as he looks towards the sky. The words exist behind the manor, and blood demon appear near a man's face. The man with brown hair stares forward, the words, he's the best one, echoing in his mind. The man with white hair looks up at the sky, thinking, how strange. A voice wonders, how does he know something even I don't know about? A disembodied voice wonders just who that is and where they came from. Duan Yuxian stands silently, his expression unreadable as he is being watched. The unseen observer wonders why he hasn't shown himself to the world when he's that strong. Duan Yuxian lets out a soft huh. Elsewhere, the old man with long white hair walks slowly, deep in thought. The more the old man stays here, the more he wonders about this place. He approaches 3 burial mounds, each marked with a stone tablet. The old man wonders why there is a burial mound in this kind of place, noting that it doesn't look like it was made a long time ago. Sunlight filters through the trees, illuminating the 3 mounds and their markers. The old man murmurs the names he sees inscribed. Nam, Jorian. He stares intently at the grave markers, a realization dawning on his face. There's no mistake, the voice declares these are the names of the 3 heavens. The old man wonders why the burial mounds of the 3 heavens are here. He questions if the demonic cult didn't take them away. The woman with brown hair looks up as the old man gazes down at her. He thinks about if people can live up to 1,000 years. A person's eyes widen in shock. They exclaim, no way, seemingly in disbelief at something they've witnessed. A door slides open, revealing a bright light from the outside. A child rushes towards the old man, happily announcing his return. Another person stands nearby, observing the reunion. The person with long black hair looks up, a hint of uncertainty in their eyes. They ask, hey, are you perhaps? The old man and the person with black hair stand together. He inquires if they are related to the martial god. A figure in white robes is questioned by another, cloaked in darkness, their words hanging heavy in the air. The older man observes that the other's inner chi is not suited to his young age, questioning if he is related to the martial god. The protagonist, Duan Yuxian, claims to have no idea what the man is talking about, even when the topic shifts to ancestral tablets and burial mounds near his manor. The older man's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing as he warns Duan Yuxian not to lie, suggesting the burial mounds appeared recently. The scene shifts to a stark declaration. The three heavens were stolen. Someone claims it was a mistake, denying any knowledge of the situation. Duan Yuxian looks down at a book, seemingly unconcerned with the accusations, noting that there can be numerous three heavens in Yiyang. The older man's anger intensifies, warning that Duan Yuxian won't get away with whatever he's planning. The older man and Duan Yuxian are seen together, as someone concludes that he must be a descendant of the martial god. Elsewhere, three figures walk away, their destination unknown. He is met with a surprised expression from a young girl. The protagonist remains stoic, seemingly unfazed by the recent accusations. An old man peers down at Duan Yuxian, his expression unreadable. The tension hangs heavy in the air as the accusations linger. The man in white robe speaks, his words unheard but undoubtedly significant. The legacy of a martial god in this land of Hunan is mentioned. A fist clenches tightly, a symbol of suppressed anger or determination. The conversation turns to the blood demon and the retrieval of the three heavens. The old man accuses him, stating that he must have wanted to bring honor to their souls because he is the descendant of the martial god. The figures in the room listen intently, their expressions hidden in shadow. The weight of the accusation hangs heavy in the air. Duan Yuxian's expression shifts slightly, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. He seems to find the situation intriguing. The old man erupts in maniacal laughter, his outburst unsettling the other figures present. His reaction is extreme, almost theatrical. The group remains in the shadows, their presence ominous and foreboding. They are a silent audience to the unfolding drama. Duan Yuxian calmly states that it's an interesting hypothesis. He adds in a way, it's correct, but in another way, it's wrong. The old man demands to know what he means by wrong, questioning if he is not the descendant. He asks if there's no way he's the martial god himself. Duan Yuxian finally reveals his name, Dan Unhyan. He declares that the people present are his family. He declares that whatever his identity may be, it will not change, questioning what more they need. The man with blue hair seems concerned. Someone clears their throat, announcing that if they're going to say useless things, they will leave. Several figures stand in the background. Whispers fill the air as two figures discuss whether he is really the descendant of a martial god. Another figure thinks so, stating that it just makes sense. The man with the long white beard agrees, adding that he also thinks so. He seems to be in agreement with the whispering figures. The man with the long white beard confirms his agreement, simply stating, yes. His expression is serious and contemplative. A man turns and walks away, seemingly deep in thought. He believes that he may be the best in the world. The man's robes flow behind him as he strides forward, his destination unknown. The scene focuses on his movement. The scene shifts to a distant mountain range, followed by a view of a traditional doorway. The setting is serene and peaceful. The man with the long white beard sits, his hand raised to his head in a gesture of contemplation or perhaps frustration. On the floor lies a sign bearing the words Dan Family of Hunan, splattered with ink. The scene suggests a deliberate act of defacement. A close-up reveals the extent of the ink damage, obscuring the inscription. The act appears recent and intentional. Elsewhere, a chibi character exclaims with excitement that it looks really cool. The tone is lighthearted and contrasting. The old man beams, pleased that the young girl is so excited. She jumps for joy, thrilled to see such cool letters. The old man smiles warmly, promising to teach her calligraphy with all his might. Duan Yuxian watches them, his expression unreadable as he asks what they think they're doing. The old man's eyes widen, his face a mask of shock. The old man explains that he was just making a signboard. He adds that he is certain he said no to establishing a renowned martial family. The old man tells Duan Yuxian not to worry about it too much, as many places hang signboards even if they aren't martial families. He adds that it doesn't have to have a meaning, and it's a relief if that's the case. The young girl tells Duan Yuxian that they're going to hang this in front of the house. She exclaims that it looks really, really cool. Duan Yuxian replies with a simple sure. He then asks if the old man has any plans to return, noting that it's already been a few months. The old man apologizes, stating that he doesn't have any plans to do so. The old man clears his throat. Duan Yuxian thinks that he can't just think of it as an elder finding his gravesite, adding that there's no place to bury him here. The old man says he'll be grateful if they bury him next to the three heavens. Duan Yuxian retorts that he told him they're not the three heavens. The young girl says, right, I guess. Duan Yuxian reflects that it should be 1 year at best, and that this body can hold on. He realizes that now that his inner chi has dispersed, his body will also age quickly. He reflects on his long life, believing it has been a good one. The young girl tugs at Duan Yuxian's robes, her voice filled with worry. She asks if he's going to die. Duan Yuxian embraces Somi, attempting to reassure her. He tells her not to worry, explaining that people are bound to come and go. He acknowledges that his fate is a providence that no one can stop. Duan Yuxian smiles gently at Somi, asking her to remember him occasionally. He assures her that will be enough. Somi bursts into tears, overcome with emotion as Duan Yuxian stands nearby with another robed figure. The old man pats Somi's head, telling her to soothe herself. He wonders aloud if the chi-dispersing poison is truly that strong. Elsewhere, a man with dark hair looks on with a serious expression. A voice suggests recovering from the poison with some spiritual herb. Duan Yuxian holds the sobbing Somi close, offering comfort in her distress. The Junshan swordsman holds Somi, who asks if he can be cured with spiritual herbs. The Junshan swordsman explains that a complete recovery would be difficult, but spiritual herbs could at least unclog his blocked meridians. Teary-eyed, Somi asks her dad what spiritual herbs are. Spiritual herbs are grasses and flowers with spiritual energy gathered inside them. But what kind does he need to eat? Duan Yuxian thinks that it doesn't matter which one it is. The Junshan swordsman is asked if pills work as well, and he explains that there's an elixir called the Azure Pill in the Namgung family, but one must not covet others' possessions. Duan Yuxian thinks that simple spiritual herbs growing in nature have that effect too. The Junshan swordsman thinks that spiritual herbs are originally rare and precious items. It may be impossible to buy them no matter how much money one possesses, thus, to sum it. The Junshan swordsman thinks that there's only one way to get hands on them, and that is to find them himself. But where is he going to find that so-called spiritual herb? Somi wonders if she can't find it unless luck follows her. One of the men expresses his exhaustion at being roused so early, questioning if the spiritual herb even exists on this mountain. The man in robes instructs them to follow him quietly, suggesting there might be some of the herb on this mountain. The old man considers the mountain, acknowledging its vigor and inherent dangers. The group continues their ascent, driven by the high likelihood that spiritual herbs grow in this place. Somi is warned that the surroundings are dangerous and is told not to wander recklessly, but she assures them that she will only look in safe places. She asks if the other person is also going to look for it. The old man smiles, stating that it's for his grandfather. Then, Quan Mujin tells the man in dark clothing that he will leave Somi in his care. Somi waves goodbye, wishing Quan Mujin good luck. The landscape stretches out, but frustration boils over. Someone curses their situation. She wonders if spiritual herbs even exist here. Hours have passed, yet they haven't seen a single one. Quan Mujin admits that while he anticipated difficulty, the reality has exceeded his expectations. The pair acknowledges that discovering a spiritual herb so easily is impossible. Even experts struggle to find a few within a year. The towering cliffs loom in the distance, a silent testament to the arduous journey ahead. Quan Mujin's companion laments that at this rate, they won't find anything at all. He wonders if they should ask for help. The older man refuses to ask for help from the Namgung family, stating he severed his ties with them, making it impossible. Quan Mujin expresses his confusion with the people of the Orthodox faction. He notes strange rumors have been circulating these days. Somi asks what he is talking about, curious about the strange rumors he mentioned. The rumors concern the Sword Sage, the current leader of the Murim Alliance, who is only interested in wielding power. It's said that there are already more than 100 merchants threatened by the Murim Alliance to donate money. Somi dismisses the rumors as nonsense, stating that she has no idea about them, and that they are just rumors. The man explains that the Moyong family is taking control and living luxuriously by extorting money from small business owners. Quan Mujin tells Somi to take a look and to stay still and quiet. Somi responds with an enthusiastic yes. She walks slowly, taking in her surroundings. Somi thinks to herself that she is hungry. She spots something in the distance. Somi realizes that it's arrowroot and something edible. She thinks she should take a lot and share it. Somi is surprised by something she sees. Somi exclaims that there are so many edible things. She walks ahead, lost in thought, while Quan Mujin follows behind her, a concerned expression on his face. He thinks to himself that the old man hasn't said anything since then, wondering if he should have let him in on the rumors. Dust and debris fill the air. Duan Yuxian looks down, pondering what she is trying to do. His expression remains unreadable. Somi digs enthusiastically, scattering dirt and roots around her. The old man looks at her, asking what she is doing. Her eyes wide with excitement, Somi calls out to her grandfather. Duan Yuxian asks what she dug up so much of as Somi sits surrounded by her harvest. She holds up a flower, asking if he would like some. The old man smiles, recognizing the roots as arrowroot. Duan Yuxian observes that she dug up a lot of it, as the bag overflows with plants. Beaming, Somi declares she's going to give the arrowroot to her father. Quan Mujin, looking sullen, wonders if there's nothing for him. The cheerful mood shifts as Somi gasps, seemingly startled by something she sees. The arrowroot begins to glow with a mysterious purple light, catching the attention of both Somi and Quan Mujin. Somi holds the glowing arrowroot, her face lit up with wonder as she examines the strange phenomenon. Quan Mujin's eyes widen in disbelief as he stares intently at the glowing arrowroot, muttering to himself. The men are astonished, realizing that this is a 10,000-year-old ginseng, their faces etched with disbelief. Somi and Quan Mujin are taken aback by the revelation, questioning where she could have found such an ancient treasure. The grandfather points, explaining that it is considered the best among all the spiritual herbs, directing Somi's attention. The hand points towards a specific location, indicating that the ginseng was found behind that boulder. The two men are in utter shock, their expressions reflecting their disbelief at the discovery. Somi and Quan Mujin are praised for their great job, with Somi's grandfather expressing his joy. Somi, overwhelmed by the praise and excitement, feels dizzy and lightheaded. The old man throws his head back, a hearty laugh escaping his lips. He believes he's found luck. One man, breathless and frustrated, questions what lies behind the boulder. He admits he is tired. The two men stand together, their expressions unreadable as they gaze into the distance, perhaps at their destination. Bare tree branches reach towards the sky, a testament to the harshness of the landscape, but worked out well anyway. Birds fly in formation against a backdrop of a pale purple sky, their wings beating in unison. A lone candle burns in the forest, its small flame flickering against the encroaching darkness. Someone was lucky, the candle seems to say. Duan Yuxian sits in a meditative pose, preparing to circulate his qi, his expression serene and focused. The meditating old man, holding a glowing orb, warns that they'll have to be prepared from this point onwards. He sat down with his legs crossed, preparing to circulate his qi. He knew it was going to be extremely painful. Energy crackled around him. A twitch of his finger initiated the process. He sat in meditation, bracing himself. The energy intensified around Duan Yuxian. His fist clenched, blood dripping. A blinding flash erupted. The energy surged. He is surrounded by strange, purple energy as he lies in bed. The energy crackles and swirls, a chaotic display of power. Meanwhile, a crescent moon hangs in the sky above a traditional building. A small bird perches on a branch, seemingly undisturbed by the events unfolding. Duan Yuxian sits in a meditative pose, suspended within a bubble of water. A man asks him, curious about his condition, "How do you feel? Do you feel your internal energy returning?" The man continues, stating that it will take several years, maybe even decades, to recover more than this. He thanks the other figure for their help. Duan Yuxian's expression is unreadable. Somi stands with a basket, stating that she is just helping. A figure walks down the steps. The man looks suspicious, wondering if he is the descendant of the martial god. Speaking of the martial god, he was the public enemy of Murim and undoubtedly a vicious man. He stood with Wa Somi, the two figures small against the vast, bright space. A disembodied voice wondered how his descendant could possess such pure energy. The sky shimmered, a bright light piercing through the clouds. A figure emerged, surrounded by swirling blue energy. The energy intensified, the pressure becoming palpable as the figure descended. Two figures watched, fear etched on their faces. "If we say something wrong now, we'll die." The figure's eye glowed with intense power, the air crackling with energy. The figure's presence overwhelmed everything, a force of nature unleashed. The two figures stumbled back, overwhelmed by the sheer power emanating from the being. One of them gasped, wondering if this was the Sword Emperor. The figure stood tall, bathed in blue light, an imposing presence against the landscape. The Sword Emperor looked on, his expression unreadable. He admits to sensing someone, but now feels embarrassed that it was them. Another figure tries to reassure him, stating that they are all human. The veiled figure states that the bastards who made him this way would have to be careful. One of the figures in the cavernous space admits that he hasn't recovered much of his power. The veiled figure thinks that even though it's uncertain who made him this way, nothing will change. He knows they have to figure them out somehow, as it concerns the safety of the Murim Alliance too. He vows that someone will regret what he did. The veiled figure, standing in a forest, vows to keep chasing after him as long as he lives, even if it takes years or decades. A powerful sound echoes. Two figures flee from the veiled figure. A figure with long hair and a beard looks on. Another powerful sound resonates. A procession of figures winds its way through a dense forest. Two masked figures stand guard as the great Dan Yohayan considers their location. He wonders if this is the manor. One of the masked figures nods in confirmation. Suddenly, the great Dan Yohayan is struck, blood splattering across his face. He cries out in anger, calling his attackers bastards. The masked figures are accused of cowardly targeting an unarmed person. The accuser emphasizes that they are attacking an unarmed person. The great Dan Yohayan stumbles backward, the impact of the blow evident. One of the masked figures demands to know who he is. The masked figure declares that small fries like him don't need to know. A large figure stands ready for battle. The masked figures express their disbelief, calling their opponent an old geezer. The clash of steel echoed as the figure moved with lethal speed. A flurry of blades met in a deadly dance, the air thick with tension. The injured figure spat, declaring the old geezers insignificant. A swordsman lunged forward, blade raised high, ready to strike. Duan Yushin roared, accusing them of acting up because they had a death wish. A figure was sent flying backward, a trail of blood marking their descent. The crimson spray painted a brutal picture of the ongoing conflict. Overhead, birds scattered, fleeing the scene of violence below. Energy crackled around the figure, a display of raw power. The cloaked figure strained, pushing against an unseen force. One of the figures grunted, demanding they stop pushing. Duan Yushin surged forward, a whirlwind of motion and fury. His fist, slick with blood, remains clenched, a testament to the brutal exchange. An enemy cries out, staggered by the force of the blow. The clash continues, a whirlwind of motion and violence. Another foe is sent sprawling, defeated by the onslaught. The protagonist's bloodied fist looms large, a symbol of his relentless power. From afar, a figure observes the battle, noting the protagonist's incredible skill. The observer wonders why. If he intends to fight with his fists, he still carries a sword. A boastful declaration rings out. I am the best under the heavens. Sharp eyes narrow, focusing on the unfolding conflict. The swordsman stands amidst fallen foes, his intentions unclear. He calls out, demanding someone stop right there. The swordsman advances, his purpose yet unknown. A grimy hand descends, as if to deliver a final, crushing blow. The Junshan swordsman's attack lands, a brutal strike against Duan Yushin. The Junshan swordsman's fist connects, a sickening crunch echoing through the air. The Junshan swordsman stands over a fallen figure, his blade glinting in the dim light. The man with dark hair narrows his eyes, his expression unreadable. The fallen figure wonders what he is going to do now. The Dan family of Hunan's sign shines brightly. The man with dark hair and another man look on with surprised expressions. The man on the ground questions what is going on. The man standing orders someone to take him to the room. The man is dropped to the ground, and another questions what kind of person they picked up. Someone wonders what happened that they are all making such a fuss. The man groans under the weight as he carries the great Dan Yohayan. The Junshan swordsman watches with a stoic expression. The Junshan swordsman's face is shown from an inverted angle, his expression unreadable. He seems to be lost in thought. One of the attendants remarks that the Junshan swordsman brought on something odd. He asks the swordsman how he met him. Judging by his appearance, he must have had a fight. The Junshan swordsman states that he met him while taking a walk, and that he saved him. The attendant is shocked, questioning if he was ambushed. The Junshan swordsman's eyes narrow, a hint of suspicion in his gaze as he considers the attendant's words. The Junshan swordsman recalls the events of the other day, when the Wind Sword sect attacked. He wonders if he has a lot of enemies in Murim. The Junshan swordsman replies that it depends on how you see it. He recalls that the bastards that have taken care of him until now, their goal was never him. The Junshan swordsman states that it was. The attendants listen intently, their expressions a mix of concern and curiosity. One of the attendants says that if the Junshan swordsman tells them where he got ambushed, he'll go look at that place. The Junshan swordsman thinks that there's no use even if you go. The scene shows swords stuck in the ground, stained with blood. The text states that the dead guys, they're not in a condition that they can be identified. The attendant asks the Junshan swordsman if the person he brought in earlier is trustworthy, his expression serious. He considered the Junshan swordsman's position. Duan Yushin voiced his suspicion. He may be on the enemy's side. Duan Yushin wasn't so sure. It didn't look that way to him, but he couldn't shake the feeling. The protagonist wondered if they should just leave him be. But if he wanted them to give up the manor again, it would be troublesome. Duan Yushin questioned if that person even existed in this manor. Another voice thought of the one who brought more grudges than him. The two figures walked away, their conversation unresolved, leaving a lingering sense of unease. Meanwhile, an old man with a long white beard pondered something, his expression thoughtful as he looked upwards. The old man chuckled, a deep sound rumbling in his chest. If you say that, I have no excuses. The old man continued to look at someone off-panel, his expression unreadable as he waited for a response. Duan Yushin's face was shown in a close-up, his expression troubled as he breathed heavily. The old man reassured someone, don't worry. Even if you do, I'm not going to throw you out. The old man's face was shown in a close-up, his eyes wide with surprise or concern. He stands, his expression unreadable, a stoic mask upon his face. The man with the long beard declares that, as the owner, he has to put up with the troublesome matters. He is asked if he doesn't hate troublesome matters, but he simply states that he doesn't. Footsteps echo through the courtyard. The buildings stand tall against the backdrop of a distant mountain. Somi peers down, her expression curious. She makes a retching sound, her face scrunched up in disgust. Somi lies on the ground next to a prone figure, as the man with the long beard stands nearby. She wonders if he smells bad. Somi asks if he is a beggar, noting his appearance seems to indicate so. She then insists they must bring him some food first. The man with the long beard says that if he eats something, he'll get better, recalling that Somi was like that too. Somi declares she's going grocery shopping. The man with the long beard remarks that Samtae Ajusi isn't home and that they don't need him. He wonders if the prone figure won't eat anything they serve, even if it's scraps of grass. A voice exclaims, asking if they are really allowed to cook, and receives an affirmative response. She declares that she will be back soon as Somi hurries away from the building. The Junshan swordsman sits next to the prone figure, who is lying on a mat. He says, of course. Another man looms over the Junshan swordsman and the prone figure, his presence heavy in the room. The Junshan swordsman's expression is unreadable as he looks off to the side. The Junshan swordsman wonders how long the prone figure will pretend to be asleep, calling him a bastard. The man with the large build asks if the Junshan swordsman is embarrassed, stating that he was taken down in one strike. The Junshan swordsman sits silently as the man with the large build says there's no way he's in this state unless that's the case. The man with the large build yells that it was an ambush, wondering how someone called the Demon Emperor could be taken down in one. The man with the large build looks down at the Junshan swordsman, who is looking up at him. The man with the large build looks off to the side, his expression unreadable. The man with the large build and the Junshan swordsman stare at each other, the tension palpable. The man with the large build says how pathetic it is. The Junshan swordsman reels, shouting that it was an ambush. Duan Yushin looks on, as the Junshan swordsman expresses his shock. The Junshan swordsman's face contorts with rage as he prepares to retaliate. Duan Yushin clicks his tongue, finding the situation pathetic. The Junshan swordsman sits, thinking about how his strength body protection chi was broken through. He wonders who the attacker is. The Junshan swordsman declares that he can't sit still any longer, standing up. Duan Yushin tells him to stop, saying that it's not right to cause an uproar in a place with children, and that he wants revenge. The Junshan swordsman yells at Duan Yushin, calling him a rotten orthodox faction bastard. The Junshan swordsman is in turmoil, wondering how Duan Yushin can smile so widely. The Junshan swordsman can't stand not getting his revenge. Duan Yushin asks why the Junshan swordsman doesn't have an arm. He wondered if the old man with the white beard had lost his mind. Well, that had happened apparently. These things, the old man with the white beard mused, may happen when one stays at the top for too long. Duan Yushin simply replied. The old man with the white beard simply scoffed, unimpressed by Duan Yushin's terse response. The old man with the white beard wondered what was up with him after getting old. Fortunately, his inner energy had returned, which he called a stroke of great luck. He would love to see the face of the bastard who was responsible for all of this. The old man with the white beard gestured, inviting the sword emperor of this world to follow him this way. Duan Yushin considered that matter a thing for later. Right now, he thought he had something more urgent at hand. He wondered where that bastard from earlier was now, the one who attacked him with the chi-dispersing poison. The old man with the white beard warned that he would really get in big trouble. He thought Duan Yushin should be lying down for a few more days, but he looked fine. Duan Yushin rushed forward, a surge of determination coursing through him. The sound of rapid footsteps echoed through the halls. He confronted the old man with the white beard, his anger palpable. He crouched low, his grip tightening on the hilt of his sword. The blade sang as it left its sheath, a blur of motion. The swordsman moved with impossible speed, a whirlwind of red. Each step was a thunderclap, the ground itself trembling beneath his feet. He became a phantom, a fleeting shadow against the light. Dust billowed in his wake, the air itself vibrating with displaced energy. The red-haired warrior continued his advance, leaving devastation in his wake. An explosion ripped through the area, a testament to his power. The bearded man's eyes widened in disbelief, his face contorted in shock. Another blast shook the room, the force of it palpable even from afar. The cloaked figure was already gone, leaving only a lingering question. HHE's gone. The bearded man roared, his voice filled with fury. Here! A man in dark robes stands at the top of a staircase, looking down at the scene below. Somi presents a bowl to the Junshan swordsman, encouraging him to try it. The Junshan swordsman and Somi stand before a man with long dark hair, who tells him to eat it as punishment for wielding his sword in the house. The Junshan swordsman questions if it is punishment, but Somi insists that it is tasty. The Junshan swordsman thinks to himself that Somi seasoned it properly, but he shouldn't wield his sword where a child is. The man with long dark hair thinks it surprising that Somi would cook something for him. Somi holds out the bowl, and the man with long dark hair says that it is commendable and thanks her. Somi offers the bowl to the Junshan swordsman, who kneels to accept it. Somi looks surprised, then smiles brightly. The Junshan swordsman, whose name is Sa Dohak, thinks to himself that he is Somi, Dan Somi. Somi holds out the bowl, and a man with long dark hair says that Sa Do-hak has a nice name. The man with long dark hair, Sa Do-hak, hugs Somi. He continued to eat, the sounds of swallowing echoing in the room. Sa Do-hak's expression remained serious as he savored the taste. The Junshan swordsman watched, his gaze unwavering. Somi's eyes widened, a question forming in her mind. Suddenly, Sa Do-hak collapsed to the ground. Somi cried out, "Great-grandpa Dash," as she rushed to his side. Meanwhile, the Grand Temple stood silently, a silent witness to the unfolding events. Somi's expression shifted to one of concern. Kneeling beside him, Somi wondered why Sa Do-hak had passed out, even though he said the food was delicious. A close-up revealed hands. Somi's eyes widened in shock, her mouth agape. Green energy emanated from the Junshan swordsman, his face contorted. She decides to shave his beard, recalling that she learned at the academy that one must be clean when sick. Various items are scattered around as Somi shaves Sa Do-hak's beard. Somi peeks out from behind Sa Do-hak, a cutting sound echoing. The girl holds a knife, a glint of light reflecting off the blade. Sa Do-hak lies still, his face partially covered. Somi is seen cutting something, the sound of the blade slicing through the air. The sound of cutting echoes loudly. The sound of cutting continues as Sa Do-hak lets out a small cry. Somi looks on with a concerned expression. Somi sits next to the prone Sa Do-hak, having apparently cut off his beard. Somi looks down, a quiet sound effect accompanying her gaze. Somi realizes she is supposed to go to the streets with her dad today. She declares that she has to hurry, rushing towards a brightly lit doorway. The scene fades to a neutral gradient, a moment of quiet transition. A shelf filled with books and various objects stands in a room, bathed in soft light. Sa Do-hak sits at his desk, reading a document detailing the defeat of a demonic cult leader. A brutal fight leaves one man bloodied and battered, while Duan Yushin watches with a stoic gaze. Someone wonders if his power is extraordinary, questioning if it's on par with the three heavens. The sound of something breaking echoes as a man looks up, his expression one of shock. Amidst the chaos of shattering sounds, a man wonders aloud, his face etched with confusion. The swordsman pauses, a question hanging in the air as he grips his weapon tightly. A foot steps forward with purpose, the sound echoing with each stride. Two men stand silhouetted in a doorway, the atmosphere thick with tension as something breaks nearby. People run in a panic, questioning what is happening amidst the chaos. The expressions on their faces were a mixture of shock and disbelief. A tense silence filled the air. Somi couldn't contain her laughter any longer. The laughing woman's amusement was shared by the man with white hair. Rage contorted the face of the bearded man. He demanded that they stop laughing. The bearded man's anger reached a boiling point. The marketplace bustled with activity, a vibrant tapestry of people and commerce unfolding under the warm light. Wasomi held up two sweetmeats, one for herself and one for her dad, carefully considering her purchases. Her eyes widened, a sudden realization dawning on her as she thought of her father's beard. Somi, standing at the sweetmeat stand, pleaded for 10 sweetmeats, but the vendor warned her against eating too many. Somi insisted that the sweetmeats weren't just for her. She was going to share them with her grandfather. Somi's expression shifted to one of surprise, her eyes widening as she looked at something out of view. The sound of coins clinking filled the air as someone expressed their gratitude and wished her well. Somi walked with the dark-haired man, seemingly excited to bring the sweetmeats to someone special. A flurry of apologies filled the air, directed towards great-grandpa as the situation escalated. Somi ran away, leaving the dark-haired man behind, the urgency clear in her hurried steps. He reflects on something she mentioned earlier, something he didn't understand at the time. The great Dan Yohaian's expression is unreadable, but a hint of concern flickers in his eyes. A man approaches a traditional building, his footsteps echoing in the otherwise silent courtyard. He asks what's the matter. The man stands beside Somi, his presence casting a long shadow over the worried girl. A furious voice shouts to calm down as explosions erupt around a building, signaling a violent confrontation. The man and Somi stand before the ruins of the building, the aftermath of the destructive outburst evident all around them. A man's enraged voice booms, demanding to know who dared to cross him, his fury palpable. He is outraged, declaring that no one has the right to lay a hand on him, his anger reaching a boiling point. Another man speaks to Duan Yushin and Somi, suggesting they leave quickly, implying he has someone in mind to help. The man and Somi remain amidst the destruction, the scene a stark reminder of the chaos that has unfolded. The enraged man continues his tirade, lamenting the effort he put into growing his beard, only to have it disrespected. A hand clenches tightly, the owner of the beard questioning why the other is so angry over something so trivial. The great Dan Yohaian smirked, a sinister glint in his eye. He seemed to enjoy the threat he was making. The unstoppable demon god's rage flared, a fiery aura erupting around him. His anger was palpable. Amidst the dust and debris, one figure commented on the situation. The air was thick with tension. A menacing shadow loomed, its glowing eyes promising danger. Something wicked was approaching. The shield shattered, falling to pieces. It was becoming troublesome, as the text indicated. The broken pieces of the shield scattered. The force of the impact was evident. An explosion rocked the area, the sound echoing. The force was immense. A man was struck, a bandage already adorning his head. He was clearly injured. The man flew through the air, propelled by the force of the blow. He was sent reeling. The sound of impact reverberated. The force was devastating. Two figures stood over the fallen man, questioning his actions. The situation was tense. Eyes widened in shock and disbelief. The situation had taken an unexpected turn. Desperate cries fill the air as people beg for salvation from their man-master. From behind, a figure observes the unfolding chaos, his expression unreadable. A man is seized, his fate hanging precariously in the balance as he's held aloft. Sadohak remarks on the unusual energy exuded by his opponent, acknowledging the need to be serious. The man's face contorts in rage, fueled by the destruction of the manor. He declares his indifference to the identity of his foe, focusing solely on the manor's fate. Duan Yuxian, masked and resolute, prepares to unleash his power. A hand extends, fingers poised to strike with deadly force. Raw energy surges forth, crackling with destructive potential. The blast connects, sending its target reeling from the impact. Struck by the force, the man collapses heavily to the ground, visibly stunned. He struggles to comprehend the sudden, overwhelming assault as Duan Yuxian stands over him. He is engulfed in a swirling vortex of violet energy, a testament to his resolve. The great Dan Yohaian moves with blinding speed, leaving trails of power in his wake. Sadohak scoffs, declaring that it's a different story if the martial artist is weak, accusing his opponent of shamelessly overusing his power. Sadohak laughs, questioning if he shouldn't be able to use his power on Duan Yuxian. The ground trembles as the force of the attack makes itself known. Duan Yuxian, eyes glowing, faces Sadohak, who confidently states that he will play along with his insignificant provocation and show him his place. A brief flashback shows Sadohak grabbing someone, while an older man watches. The ground shatters as the full force of the blow lands. Debris rains down, obscuring the aftermath of the attack. Duan Yuxian stands amidst the destruction, his robe billowing around him. A gaping hole marks the point of impact, a testament to the power unleashed. Sadohak is seen with blood running down his face. He states that the one who told him to come at him first was Sadohak. Energy blades streak through the air. The energy blades hurtle towards Sadohak, who realizes he must have realized his place with that. The energy blades slice through the air, drawing closer. The attack connects, sending Sadohak flying. Sadohak grits his teeth, enduring the pain. The energy blades tear into him, causing a spray of blood. The force of the attack shatters the ground. Sadohak crashes to the ground, defeated. Duan Yuxian stands over him. Sadohak's face is contorted in pain and anger. He thinks it's too early to be surprised, though. Sadohak, enraged, curses Duan Yuxian. He looks down at Sadohak, a cold smile playing on his lips. Duan Yuxian tells the injured man that he will have to fix the manner he destroyed himself, adding, "So don't worry." A voice promises to at least leave his limbs intact. A blinding explosion of light and heat erupts, consuming everything in its path. The force of the blast sends debris flying in all directions, a cataclysmic display of power. The shock wave expands, a destructive force tearing through the very air itself. The explosion intensifies, a maelstrom of energy and destruction unleashed upon the world. The radiant energy burns brighter, a terrifying display of raw, untamed power. Amidst the chaos, a figure grits his teeth, enduring the blast with fierce determination. Emerging from the smoke, a swordsman descends, blade gleaming in the fading light. The swordsman's movements are swift and precise, a dance of death amidst the destruction. He moves with purpose, a dark silhouette against the backdrop of fading energy. The swordsman stands ready, his blade poised to strike, a silent promise of violence. A voice echoes through the devastation, laced with fury. "Are you looking down on me?" Duan Yuxian, eyes narrowed, asks if his opponent is looking down on him, but dismisses it as nothing. The force of the blow sends shockwaves through the air. Sadohak's hand is raised, his expression cold as he declares, "You're weak." Sadohak's face contorts in anger, his teeth bared. A burst of energy explodes outward, centered on Duan Yuxian. Dark energy splatters across the scene. Sadohak grunts in pain, clutching his sword. Blood drips onto the ground. Duan Yuxian clicks his tongue, a dark aura emanating from his feet. More dark energy crackles intensely. The ground shatters under the immense power. The technique is identified as Heavenly Demon's Governing Steps. He clutches the person in his arms, a look of disbelief etched across his face. Something is happening, something unexpected. Dohak prepares his stance, announcing the activation of a fearsome technique, the Heavenly Demon's Governing Steps. Duan Yuxian can only utter a single syllable as he witnesses the unfolding power. The air crackles with energy. The focus tightens on Dohak's feet, each step meticulously placed, channeling immense power into the technique. Duan Yuxian's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he realizes the gravity of the situation. Dohak raises his sword, the blade shimmering with dark energy, poised to unleash the full force of his technique. The ground beneath Dohak cracks and splinters, unable to contain the sheer power he is generating. With a furious yell, Dohak brings his sword down, the air itself seeming to tear apart from the force. Duan Yuxian's gaze is fixed upward, his expression a mixture of shock and grim acceptance as the attack descends. The earth continues to crumble, the very foundations of the battlefield unable to withstand the strain. A cataclysmic explosion erupts, bathing the area in blinding light and earth-shattering force. A lone figure is sent hurtling through the air, a silhouette against the raging inferno, their fate uncertain. Dohak unleashes a furious roar, his face contorted in rage as he screams. His eyes burn with intensity, focused on the battle before him. Crimson streaks tear through the air, a testament to the brutal exchange. A trail of purple energy crackles, a sign of the immense power unleashed. Arcing blue energy explodes outward, another wave of force rippling through the scene. A lone figure plummets through the air, a dark silhouette against the bright sky. A close-up reveals an eye, marred by blood and the harsh realities of combat. Two figures clash in a flurry of motion, their forms obscured by the impact and the spray of blood. A body lies prone on the ground, surrounded by a pool of crimson. The fallen warrior struggles, his face contorted in pain as he desperately tries to rise. Dohak stands victorious, his sword dripping with blood, a grim testament to his power. He stands in the distance, a lone figure silhouetted against the horizon, his fate uncertain. He stood amidst the ruins, the silhouette of his form stark against the distant building. The manor lay in shambles. A figure in a robe asked if he was all right, noting the destruction. Duan Yuxian, face marred by a scar, stated that oldie had provoked him. He added that the oldie tried to harm his family, and that he couldn't. His gaze was intense, a bandage visible near his eye, a testament to the recent battle. The figure in the robe questioned what was the matter all of a sudden as Duan Yuxian walked away. Each step crunched on the broken ground, a path forged through the devastation. It seemed like there was a guest here, he thought, his hand wrapped. He knelt, examining the footprints left behind, a silent investigation amidst the chaos. The figure in the robe asked if he was going to chase after them, his tone laced with concern. His fist clenched, Duan Yuxian declared it was fine, because he could catch them if they came into this place again. He decides that repairing the manor will take priority, for now. Flames lick around Duan Yuxian as he holds a ball of fire in his hand. A vase of roses sits on an ornate table, untouched by the recent violence. A simple black bowl rests on a dark surface. A hand carefully places the bowl down. A man takes a long drink. Elsewhere, a man with a covered face inquires about the mission's progress, revealing that he has lost contact with his subordinates. Another man wonders if the attack seemed to be the Sword Emperor's doing. The man sitting in the chair confirms that it was not the Sword Emperor's martial arts, adding that those who died were killed in a cruel manner. The scene of the attack is shown, blood splattered across the walls. Judging by the traces of demonic arts, the man with the covered face believes that the demonic cult was responsible. The man taking a drink realizes that a master of the demonic cult is hiding in the manor. The ornate ceiling of the manor looms, a silent witness to events unfolding. A figure in black stands before a seated man in yellow, awaiting instructions. Their whereabouts remain unknown, so they have yet to be found. A voice cries out, filled with fear and regret. "I apologize." The man in the mask and hat is shown in close-up. The man in yellow responds with a simple, dismissive no. The masked figure reveals the mission, to eliminate the Sword Emperor. He wonders if that old man is really dead. The man in the mask and hat is ordered to leave Hunan and head for Anhui. He acknowledges the command. A new directive emerges from the darkness. The order is given to take down the Namgung family signboard. The man in yellow is shown in close-up, his expression unreadable as he holds a cup. A figure plummets downwards, their fate uncertain. The falling figure continues their descent, the ground rushing up to meet them. He lay still, unmoving. Then his eyes fluttered open. Somi's face lit up with surprise. "You're awake?" she exclaimed. Somi leaned closer, introducing herself. "I'm Somi, Dan Somi," but he remained unconvinced, thinking, "Sure you are." She offered him water, holding out a teapot. "Would you like some water?" But he refused. Somi then offered food, holding out a bowl. Then, would you like some food? Again, he declined. The room was quiet. The silence hung heavy in the air, punctuated only by unspoken questions. Somi looked up, a flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. I. A voice booms with an apology, the sound echoing through the room. He looks down, confusion etched on his face as he tries to understand the situation. Duan Yuxian's expression hardens as he hears the truth. Somi admits, in truth, I was the one who did it. Bowing deeply, she explains, but I didn't do it intentionally. I was just trying to trim it a little because it looked messy. Duan Yuxian's face remains stern, his eyes narrowed. Somi looks up, pleading. Well, forget it. It has already happened. Are you forgiving me? Duan Yuxian scolds her. Don't smile. And children who make mistakes must be punished. Somi responds with a meek, yes. He commands, so there and put your arms up. Somi's eyes widen, sparkling with anticipation. For real. Of course. If you did something wrong, you should be punished. Duan Yuxian lies in wait. Somi stands before him. Now at once. His fist clenches, ready to deliver the punishment. Duan Yuxian watches as Somi raises her arms, awaiting her punishment. He humphs, his expression conveying displeasure at the situation. The great Dan Yohaian remains silent, his gaze still lowered. Duan Yuxian looks down at Somi, questioning her sudden change of heart. He asks what's so funny all of a sudden, when she was about to cry earlier. Somi giggles, thinking that no one would ever dare to treat her like this, so it's funny. Duan Yuxian is lying down, as Somi stands below him. She wonders what he's going to be when he grows up, since he's so spoiled. Somi thinks about beauty, her hands outstretched. Somi is drawn in a chibi style, with a bright expression. Elsewhere, a voice commands to keep them up, as a large building is shown. The building stands tall, a symbol of power and authority. Meanwhile, Duan Yuxian and Somi are sitting, seemingly in a discussion. Duan Yuxian questions Somi, asking why she is leaving him like this, and if this is a battle of wits or something. She demands to know who he is, stating that if he doesn't open his mouth, she will. The man with long black hair asks if she is a martial master and where she is from. He responds to her question, stating that where he is from can be misleading, as he was there in the past and is there in the present. Duan Yuxian grows angry, asking if he is trying to Zen riddle her right now. The man with long black hair is shown in a close-up, his expression unreadable. A close-up of a sword reveals its intricate details. The man with long black hair stands before a seated man in green robes, remarking that it's a nice sword. Duan Yuxian holds the sword, stating that it is a sword passed down for generations to the cult leaders. Holding the sword, Duan Yuxian realizes that this sword is Chion Mugwan's. The man with long black hair is surprised, wondering how she recognized the old sword. The man in black hair and Duan Yuxian kneel before the seated man in green robes. The man with long black hair tells her to forget it and recover for now, as they have a lot of things to do. The man with long black hair speaks with displeasure, reminding her that she has to completely fix the manor she destroyed, and that she seems to have forgotten who destroyed it real good, and cut off all the remaining beard, as it looks hideous. He is furious, calling someone a hideous bastard. The great Dan Yohaian recognizes the sword of the three heavens and martial arts that don't suit his age. There is more than one strange point about him. Someone is walking quickly down a hallway. The man with the basket continues his journey. The man with the basket stops, looking confused. He runs, carrying a large basket. The man with the basket wonders what the old men are talking about. The man with the basket is laughing hysterically. The laughter continues. Duan Yuxian is still furious, his face contorted in rage. He's a descendant of the martial god. He looks up, a tray of food in his hand, clearly surprised by the commotion. The sound of laughter echoes from a traditional building, the source of the disturbance. Rain falls heavily on the building, the downpour creating a blurry scene. A foot splashes in a puddle, the impact sending ripples through the water. Under the shelter of an umbrella, a man and woman walk together in the rain. A hand reaches out, fingers brushing against a window, the sound of scraping echoing. Figures stand on a staircase, their forms obscured by shadows and the angle of view. The scene fades to black, the details of the environment lost in the darkness. The woman speaks, but the man cuts her off, deciding to remain silent. Someone lies on the ground, the impact marked by a cloud of dust. Duan Yuxian stares intently, his expression unreadable as he focuses on something unseen. The man with sharp teeth expresses his honor, seemingly amused by the situation. A hand reaches down toward a figure lying on the ground, surrounded by debris. The woman with purple hair remains silent, her expression unreadable. A splatter of blood marks the scene, accompanied by an intense sound effect. The man with sharp teeth continues to grin, seemingly unfazed by the unfolding events. Laughter erupts, mocking someone's inability to take a joke. The man with sharp teeth finds the woman uninteresting, his eyes gleaming. Someone questions if the captain was joking, expressing surprise at his seriousness. The woman with red hair stands surrounded by shadowy figures, her expression obscured. The woman with dark hair wonders what is funny about being locked in jail, suspecting something strange. The woman with purple hair stares intently, her blue eyes piercing. The woman with dark hair expresses concern, mentioning the family head and a sense of trouble. A heavy thud echoes, the sound reverberating through the surroundings. A figure kneels, calling out for the family head. Another woman stands in the doorway, questioning what is happening. The message blares. Someone has been kidnapped by unidentified assailants. The woman's eyes widen, a look of surprise washing over her face. A hand grips the hilt of a sword, ready to be drawn. The news spread quickly, the implications of the kidnapping immediately clear. The woman with long purple hair demanded to know if pursuers had been sent after them. Currently, the family head and elders were leading the family's best, she stated. A hand gripped something tightly, knuckles white with strain. The woman with brown hair wondered how those guys could be so relaxed. The man with the beard couldn't believe they took someone from the Namgung family. He exclaimed, impressed. A hand tightened its grip on a rod, ready for action. The woman with brown hair vowed that she would never forgive them. The man with the beard questioned if they could afford to forgive and forget, now that the whole family was out to find the kidnappers. The mouth with sharp teeth remarked that this place was empty now, wasn't it? Who was guarding this place now, someone wondered. The woman moved with incredible speed, a blur of motion and intent. She unleashed a furious shout, her voice echoing with raw power. Amidst the chaos, the woman sat in perfect stillness, a point of calm in the storm. She stood, poised and ready, another figure watching from behind. Her expression tightened, a grim determination etched on her face. Her eyes widened in disbelief, a silent question hanging in the air. What the? Then, a blinding explosion erupted, consuming everything in its path. Bathed in the afterglow, the woman stood silhouetted against the light. The air crackled with residual energy. A face, close and intimate, showed a flicker of something unreadable. The great Dan Yohyan sat in contemplation, his expression unreadable as he stroked his chin. He strode forward, his cape billowing behind him as he approached the pavilion. The great Dan Yohyan continued his walk, the pavilion's architecture looming before him. The Blue Cloud Pavilion stood proudly, a testament to its history and significance. He narrowed his eyes, thinking about the Orthodox sect kid. The great Dan Yohyan saw two figures holding signs, one for the Blue Cloud Pavilion and the other for the Demonic Heaven Pavilion. Were they trying to declare themselves? At this rate, no one will think it's just an ordinary manor. Well, it doesn't really matter to him. He needed to return to the demonic cult soon. He had been away without notice for too long as it is, and he couldn't stay here anymore. The great Dan Yohyan's expression remained serious as he continued his journey. A man stopped him, questioning why he was walking around there. Another man yelled, telling someone to get out because they weren't supposed to be there, accusing them of being a thief. The man who was stopped retorted, asking how dare they call a guest a thief. He shouts, demanding if they remember him ever being their guest. Sat Dohak sighs, telling the brat that there's a limit to jokes. He declares that Duan Yuxian won't confess without being punished first. The figure of Duan Yuxian plummets downwards, engulfed in a fiery aura. The focus shifts to Sat Dohak, his expression unreadable. Duan Yuxian lies on the ground, groaning in pain. The man with the white robe stands nearby, as Sat Dohak insists that Duan Yuxian attacked him first, trying to justify his actions. Duan Yuxian weakly denies it, questioning if he is really Sat Dohak. He wonders why people are making fun of others first thing in the morning. He curses, saying that it hurts. He recalls that his beard was his pride. The man with the white robe comments that Sat Dohak actually looks pretty good like this. A girl approaches, exclaiming that Sat Dohak looks so much better now. Sat Dohak questions if that's so, wondering if he looks better like this, as Duan Yuxian remains on the ground. The girl replies that he looked okay with a beard, but this is much better, asking for everyone's agreement. The great Dan Yohyan lies injured on the ground, surrounded by onlookers. He demands someone take responsibility for his medical bills. Sat Dohak observes the protagonist, commenting on how he can still get up after being beaten so badly. He notes that Duan Yuxian seems to have been born with a strong vitality. Another figure asks Sat Dohak to hand the punk over to him. Sat Dohak questions why he should. The figure insists that this punk's brain doesn't seem to work very well, so he should be allowed to educate him. Duan Yuxian, still on the ground, asks what they mean by educate. A figure kneels on the ground, seemingly in pain. The figure who wants to educate Duan Yuxian says not to worry, because he loves educating little punks. Another figure is crying, seemingly in distress. A figure runs to report bad news to the manor master. Another figure kneels before someone, seemingly awaiting instructions. A figure asks what is going on so early in the morning. Another figure stands before building, asking if he wasn't assigned a task last time, referring to looking into Anhui's situation. He speaks, a bead of sweat trickling down his face, about the Namgung. A somber declaration echoes through the room. The Namgung family has fallen. One figure turns and walks away, the sound of footsteps fading into the distance. A tall man with a long white beard stands silently, observing the scene. Crows call loudly, perched on a branch, their cries piercing the air. Someone runs through a forest, the sound of their footsteps echoing through the trees. A crow takes flight as the person continues to run, their destination unknown. Meanwhile, the liege has summoned someone, and they're being questioned for their tardiness. A nervous response hangs in the air, thick with apprehension. The summoned person looks up, startled by something unseen. The liege arrives, greeted with formal reverence by those awaiting his presence. He stood silhouetted against the misty mountains, a lone figure on the precipice. The liege's robes shifted slightly in the wind, the only sign of movement. Elsewhere, a man with long red hair appeared deeply troubled, his expression etched with worry. A looming figure stands in the distance, shrouded in shadow. Below, a subordinate bows his head, offering greetings to his master. Dread fills the air as a man's expression contorts with fear. Crimson fabric hints at the violence to come. The silhouetted figure demands to know why he has been summoned, impatient with idle chatter. The subordinate reports that the Sword Emperor has been killed, and Muang Hyakman has been elected as the new Miram Alliance leader, adding that the Namgung family is on the brink of collapse. A voice scoffs, questioning if the Namgung family is merely on the brink, rather than already collapsed. The subordinate trembles, sweat beading on his face as he anticipates the coming blow. A swift strike lands, the sound echoing as the man's head snaps back. He is sent flying backward, blood splattering as he falls. A hand, now stained crimson, remains as a testament to the brutal attack. The force of the blow sends the man reeling, the impact echoing through the room. He coughs, blood splattering on the floor as he struggles to breathe. Duan Yuxian stands over him, issuing a chilling order: eliminate every last member of the Namgung family. His feet are planted firmly, showing no remorse for the brutal beating he just delivered. You can't take care of such a simple thing. The man's face contorts in a mask of pain and fear, his eyes wide with terror. Barely clinging to life, he whispers, "I am alive." Duan Yuxian looms over him, his expression cold and unforgiving. "This is your last chance. Erase those Namgung bastards from this world." Another man yells, his face red with fury, or perhaps fear. Kneeling before Duan Yuxian, the injured man pledges, "At your command." His eyes burn with ambition, a desire to be the strongest, a position he could never attain. Duan Yuxian stands tall, a figure of power and authority. The message is clear: failure is not an option. It won't happen again. He emanates a crimson aura, the power thrumming beneath his skin. A cruel smile stretches across Duan Yuxian's face, promising pain. Elsewhere, the wind whispers through the trees, carrying the sound of distant hooves. A young girl peers down, marveling at the towering trees surrounding her home. A watchful eye observes the sound of approaching footsteps growing louder. Two men sit in contemplation, one breaking the silence to ask what's up with them. The man with the mask speaks, explaining that he has no choice because people know about his appearance. The young girl excitedly points out that the mask is the demonic heaven soldiers, comparable to the Junshan swordsmen. One man declares that birds of a feather flock together, as the other looks on with a questioning gaze. A hand violently grabs the mask, the action accompanied by sharp, frantic sounds. The two men grapple, one insisting he's not embarrassed at all amidst the struggle. From atop a building, a figure declares that they are the one who is embarrassed. He senses something is amiss, his gaze drawn to an unseen disturbance. An attendant alerts his master, reporting the presence of a strange group ahead. The sound of approaching footsteps echoes, growing closer with each step. Two figures peer forward, their expressions a mix of concern and anticipation. The aftermath of a struggle is visible, with bodies strewn across the ground. A towering structure looms in the distance, partially obscured by foliage. Duan Yuxian listens intently as the masked figure suggests it's time for him to act. The masked figure questions why the Junshan swordsman has intervened, implying the demonic heaven soldier should also act. A voice declares that there's no need for the Junshan swordsman to step in. A swordsman launches an attack, his blade cutting through the air. The ground trembles as a voice demands to know who is approaching. A group of figures stands ready, their intentions unknown as they face the approaching threat. He narrows his gaze, a deep intensity burning in his crimson eyes. A swift, violent motion cuts through the air with deadly purpose. The attacking figure slashes with their sword, the strike aimed true. A pained cry echoes as the blow lands, the force of it immense. The blade continues its descent, a flash of deadly light. The injured man collapses to his knees, a look of shock and agony etched on his face. The sound of impact reverberates through the air. The man in green robes stands tall as the kneeling man expresses his gratitude, thanking him as Grandmaster. The kneeling man's eyes widen in surprise, questioning what just happened. The man in green robes looms over him, as the injured man gasps, asking what's the matter. The man in green robes demands to know if he's just going to thank him after being saved. The man in green robe questions what he thinks he's doing, asking how he differs from bandits. He questions the morality of receiving rewards for saving lives, contrasting it with the actions of a demonic heaven soldier. A man kneels, seemingly in prayer or contemplation, his expression hidden from view. The sound of rustling fills the air, hinting at unseen activity nearby. The scene shows people scattered on the ground, possibly injured or unconscious. Someone asks what is happening, while another observes that today's harvest is good. A man confidently declares that he has tied them up perfectly. Another man instructs to take good care of them, planning to exchange them for money with the government. A man looks on with a terrified expression, exclaiming about these guys. The group is described as weird people as they stand together. The girl happily munches on a skewer of dango, seemingly unconcerned with the serious matters at hand. He pours himself a drink, the liquid splashing slightly over the rim of the cup. The sounds of slurping and chewing fill the air as the group enjoys their meal. The group sits around the table, the question of how things turned out this way hanging heavy in the air. One of the men offers to provide accommodations, thinking of it as the price for saving their lives. He remarks that the inn is not as good as he thought, suggesting they go to a better place next time. The man with the hat asks if he knows anything about the situation in Anhui, specifically the attack on the Namgung family. He responds that it was shocking. He considers how the murderous blood troop has been active lately, making the attack on the Namgung family somewhat expected. The murderous blood troop appeared suddenly, so their roots are still ambiguous, he thinks. The man with the hat states that they are powerful and took the whole Anhui under their control as soon as they appeared. He wonders if the Murim alliance won't take care of them soon, but there is too little news for that to happen, and even now the future of the Namgung family depends on it. He agrees that what was said is true, but they will be arriving in Anhui soon to confirm everything. The man with the top knot dismisses the need to confirm, stating it's not his business. The small character insists they're simply going there for pleasure. Sightseeing and eating delicious food are enough for her. The man holding the child remains silent, his expression unreadable as he cradles the small figure in his arms. It's Anhui once they pass this mountain. A voice wonders how much it has changed in the last 1,000 years. The wind rustles through the trees, a sound effect emphasizing the natural setting. The capital of Anhui province, Hefei, is shown in a wide view, depicting its architecture and layout. The man laughs heartily, announcing that he shall be taking his leave. A figure runs away from a group of people gathered in what appears to be a courtyard. The masked man expresses disappointment. They were going to treat him real good today. The man with long hair tells the masked man not to worry. They'll meet him again soon. The masked man wonders if he can read God's plans. The masked man contemplates the wind, seemingly receiving a plan from it. The white-haired man asks if the masked man feels the wind too. He responds that he's never felt anything like that, leading the masked man to believe the other is spouting nonsense. The protagonist, Duan Yuxian, is confronted by a young girl who insists that everything her dad says is true, dismissing any contrary opinions. The young girl continues her passionate defense, mentioning Zhang Ajusi and Quan Ajusi, emphasizing her unwavering belief. She declares that if her dad says someone will die, they will die, and even if he claims dog poop is a health remedy, she would eat it to prove her loyalty. Two figures discuss the idea of dog poop, while a third asks if they would be willing to eat it, pushing the absurdity further. Several figures are present, one cautiously suggesting that they will do as master wishes, while another erupts in anger, questioning their sanity. Someone suggests that the previous statement was a joke, and that they should find a place to stay, noting that the sun is setting. The man with long hair observes a group in the distance, contemplating the tasks ahead and expressing anticipation for the following morning, when he will take charge and escort them. A foot steps down, the sound echoing, suggesting a deliberate and perhaps ominous action. The person with long hair offers a solution, stating that they know of a good place to stay, providing a potential direction for the group. The focus shifts to a close-up of a person's clothing, hinting at their identity or perhaps the significance of their attire. A lantern stands outside a building, the scene suggesting a traditional setting and perhaps a moment of quiet anticipation. The young girl's face is shown in a close-up, her expression one of surprise or shock, indicating a sudden change or revelation. The towering and loomed, its many stories illuminated against the night. They approach the entrance, one of them wondering if they would be staying there. Inside, ornate lanterns cast a warm glow on the building's interior. Tables and chairs were neatly arranged, awaiting guests. The group entered the main hall. One of them remarked that this was the nicest inn in Anhui, adding that he had an acquaintance there. A nearby door creaked open, perhaps signaling their arrival. The man with the headband greeted them with a wide smile, welcoming them to the inn. One of the group inquired about a place to rest, specifying that a separate building would be preferable. The man with the headband considered the offer, thinking that 5 silver niangs wasn't enough for an outbuilding. He nervously held the coins, weighing his options. The coins were taken, the deal seemingly struck. The man with the headband explained that renting an outbuilding for a day would cost 1 golden yang, a price that surprised the other man. He overheard the innkeepers discussing other guests. They must be here to brag about their money, one of them remarked. The innkeeper chuckled, finding the thought of those headaches amusing. The door closed behind another guest, signaling their departure. Inside a lavish room, the innkeeper suggested they use this room. The manor master must use the nicest room, he added. The child exclaimed that they were going to brag about this to Jinrang once they got back. The innkeeper expressed his relief that they liked it, noting that this is the Yellow Dragon Inn, famous even in Beijing. The innkeeper tilted his head, a puzzled expression on his face. Elsewhere, a figure knelt, awaiting instructions. A voice told him to come in. Meanwhile, a man peered through a crack in the door, his expression unreadable. The innkeeper welcomed them to their guest house, promising to serve them with all their might. The innkeeper seemed surprised by something, his eyes widening. The man peering through the door realized something shocking. The alliance leader was still alive. He collapses to his knees, a pool of blood forming around him. The protagonist demands that they stop calling him the alliance leader, stating it has been a while since he held that position. From the shadows, a man's voice echoes, pleading with them to keep his survival a secret. Another man assures him not to worry. He wonders if the reason the Sword Emperor has returned is due to the matter with the Namgung family. The scene shifts to an interior, the details of the conversation still unknown. A man's face is shown as he says that it's a long story, and asks if they will be all right with it. Two figures respond that it's fine, and urge him to tell them the story. The protagonist remains kneeling, seemingly understanding that this is the story's beginning. Meanwhile, the narrative shifts back to 2 months prior. Elsewhere, the city sprawled beneath a clear sky, its ancient structures whispering tales of bygone eras. The sounds of daily life echoed through the streets, a constant reminder of the world's ceaseless activity. The man with long hair considered the implications of the murderous blood troop. His expression remained unreadable as he pondered the information. Around a table, a group discussed the location of their enemy's base. Frustration hung in the air as they struggled to pinpoint their target. An old man apologized, regretting his question. He admitted that he shouldn't have asked in the first place, his face etched with remorse. One man offered another the chance to rest. The second man accepted, stating that he would take his leave, bowing respectfully. The man holding the child settled down, placing the child gently on the bed. He wished the child rest, a quiet moment of peace amidst the chaos. The man with long hair stared intently, his gaze sharp and focused. Scars marked his face, a testament to battles fought and survived. A long, drawn-out yawn filled the air, a clear sign of exhaustion and the need for rest. The sound echoed softly in the quiet space. The man holding the child embraced a woman, his arms wrapped protectively around her. Bandages covered his hands, hinting at recent injuries. After sleeping for a while, a child finally woke up, a question mark floating above her head. She seemed disoriented, unsure of her surroundings. He looks down, offering respite to those around him. The great Dan Yohayan suggests they rest. The great Dan Yohayan holds Somi, a small child with a bright smile. He says he will take Somi out for a walk. The man in green offers to accompany them. He states, "I will come with you." The man in green raises his voice, seemingly agitated, and steps forward. A loud crash echoes, the sound effect pang reverberating. A foot stomps down with immense force. Above, a person cries out in distress. Meanwhile, one figure demands to know where the other thinks they are going, ordering them to stay. The other responds with confusion. The man in the dark outfit stands over the kneeling figure, telling them to shut up and sit down. He tells them not to pretend to be weak. Footsteps echo, the sound of someone walking with purpose. The street bustles with activity, people moving about their daily lives. A man with long black hair tells someone to be quiet, his expression serious. He muses that the situation won't be lively, now that the Namgung family, a pillar of trust, has fallen. The hands of the figures tighten around the hilts of their short swords, a silent promise of conflict. Somi finds herself surrounded by many people with swords. Someone remarks that there are always martial artists wherever you go. Somi wonders if they are wanderers, but it wasn't this scary then. Duan Yushin responds, saying maybe, maybe not. The figures discuss how the Namgung family has fallen, so there might be people looking for an opportunity. Somi looks worried, her expression betraying her unease with the surrounding tension. Somi's eyes widen in surprise, her attention caught by something off-panel. A demonic heaven soldier doll is presented, surrounded by sparkling effects. Somi holds the doll, clearly delighted. A voice says she would love this, and that it seems like she's having fun. Duan Yushin asks how much the doll costs, and is told is 3 gold and 7 copper coins. A close-up of the doll shows its intricate details, emphasizing its unique design. Somi holds the doll, her face radiating happiness as she looks at Duan Yushin. The eaves of a building cast long shadows, hinting at secrets hidden within. A merchant beams, coins glittering in his outstretched hands as he expresses his gratitude. Duan Yuxian inquires about the Namgung family residence, catching the merchant off guard. He asks why the protagonist wants to know. The merchant's face contorts in alarm, vehemently warning him to never go near that place. He mentions the murderous blood troop. The protagonist states that he will take care of the problem himself, asking the merchant to simply tell him where it is. The merchant warns that several people who wandered around there a few days ago died, advising Duan Yuxian to not get himself killed. Somi, clutching her doll, asks if they're going to that place, her voice filled with concern. He gently pats Somi's head, reassuring her that they won't go there, offering a comforting gesture. Duan Yuxian, Somi, and another man walk away, their footsteps echoing in the distance. The merchant thinks to himself that if it's Duan Yuxian's first time in Anhui, there are other places he can visit, suggesting he avoid the Namgung family residence. Duan Yuxian reiterates that he will take care of it himself, telling Somi, "Let's go." The group continues their journey, their destination still unknown, but the Namgung family residence looms in their thoughts. A towering structure pierces the night sky, its many stories illuminated from within. Somi sleeps soundly, her small form curled around a plush toy. A gentle hand reaches out, as if to ensure her peaceful slumber. Footsteps echo softly on the wooden floor, a quiet rhythm in the stillness. Two figures sit in contemplation, a game laid out between them on a low table. The white-haired figure speaks, inquiring if Somi is asleep. He is assured that she's being watched over. The figure in the white robe stands tall, his expression unreadable. He confirms his intention, stating, "Let's go to the Namgung family residence." The white robe is pristine, its purple trim a subtle accent. Elsewhere, leaves fall through the air, a silent descent through the forest canopy. A figure plummets downwards, their fate uncertain. She continues to flee, relieved that her pursuers seem to have lost her trail. The Murim Alliance was supposed to send reinforcements, but no updates have arrived. It seems the Alliance is ignoring the dire situation. She realizes there must be a spy within the Murim Alliance. A lone figure walks through a forest. Seeking help from the Murim Alliance would be suicidal, so she decides to look elsewhere. She needs to find a safe place to plan her next move. Meanwhile, a man realizes he should have thought of something sooner. A child runs towards him. The woman decides she should go to Yeyang. Someone recounts how they held onto Namgung Kong and the family head. A foot is wrapped in bandages. The man asks how Namgung Sohai was lost. The man explains that she hid like a rat, making it difficult to find her. The man thinks to himself. Someone asks where the woman disappeared to, noting she went missing near Hubei and Jiangxi. Judging by how she didn't go to the Murim Alliance, she must have determined that even that side wasn't safe. The man wonders where she would be hiding like a rat, given that the Murim Alliance isn't actively stepping in. No matter how much she acts up, she's still going to fall into their hands. It's only a matter of time. Time was of the essence. Catching her mattered little. Taking over Anhui was the true goal, and progress needed to be made. The man with the straw hat declared that at the current rate, Anhui would be theirs in just a few months. A few months? It was already too late. They didn't know when something might happen, so they needed to act quickly. The man with the straw hat inquired if there was anything else to report regarding Anhui. There wasn't much, but a strange group had appeared in Anhui recently. A strange group? The monstrous face seemed to react to the news, its expression shifting slightly. They were currently staying at the Yellow Dragon Inn, and two of them were wearing masks. Masks? Yes, masks of Junshan swordsman and demonic heaven soldier. The man seemed to ponder this information. The monstrous face erupted in laughter, finding the situation amusing. Funny bastards. A sinister smile crept across the man's face, a hint of malice in his eyes as he considered the implications. Over those bastards well too. A hand tightened its grip on a large bag, its contents unknown. Guys who hide their appearances tend to have a stinking side somewhere. Watch over them and don't rush to fight them. Sex will only be provoked if we make matters worse. The man with the straw hat acknowledged the warning. Understood. The order was given to hurry and leave. The speaker proposed taking the Namgung bastards they'd caught as hostages. A figure kneeled, begging to be left alone, pleading for the others to leave it to them. The sound of something hitting the floor echoed as a man sat reading a book in the dim light. Another man tilted his head back, drinking deeply from a large gourd, the liquid gurgling down his throat. A man with a nose ring smirked, his expression sinister and calculating as he rested his chin on his fist. A figure with long, red hair stood before a dark void. It was his will to dry the seeds of the Namgung family. Duan Yuxian sat in contemplation, a gourd resting beside him. His expression was unreadable. A stark declaration echoed. Those who rebel against his will only face death. The sky burned orange above the ruined buildings, a testament to recent destruction. A white dragon spirit coiled around another ruined building, a silent guardian of the desolation. Amidst the rubble, a voice declared the scene. How pathetic, the sentiment hanging heavy in the air. Three figures stood amidst the devastation. One observed that there must have been a lot of them, adding that the explosives aside, the bastards who ambushed were. The protagonist stands alongside a masked figure, the air thick with tension and unspoken questions. The masked figure reflects on their situation, finding it more dire than initially anticipated. The masked figure's eye twitches, a subtle sign of the turmoil within. Amidst the devastation, a figure in white robes surveys the scene, the destruction echoing around them. A hand reaches out, perhaps seeking solace or searching for survivors amidst the wreckage. The masked figure holds a box, its contents unknown, as they let out a soft ho-ho. He stands with the figure in white robes, both silent witnesses to the aftermath of the carnage. He glances around nervously, the sight of bloodstains painting a grim picture of what transpired. Blood and debris litter the ground, a stark reminder of the brutal conflict that unfolded. The figure in white robes expresses relief, noting that not all were killed in the attack. The figure in white robes points out traces of blood, indicating that some victims were dragged away. The masked figure acknowledges the blood traces, confirming the grim reality of the situation. Footsteps echo, the sound sharp against the silence. An angry face contorts in confusion, a silent "huh" escaping his lips. A man extends his hand, a gesture of greeting or warning. Behind him, another figure observes, noting that it seems they have a guest. The imposing structure looms, a silent sentinel against the fiery sky. He continues his advance, each step measured and deliberate. A masked figure demands to know who dares trespass in this place. The thought lingers, a red mask. The man behind wonders if it is the symbol of the murderous blood troop. He continues forward, undeterred by the looming threat. The figure questions what brings them here. The masked figure stands, a silent and imposing presence. The figures stand ready, their red masks a symbol of their purpose. The masked figures stood their ground, their presence heavy with unspoken threats. One of them spoke, his voice muffled by the mask, demanding obedience. The masked figure drew his sword, the metallic screech echoing in the tense air. The masked figure tilted his head, questioning the protagonist's intentions. The masked figure's gaze intensified, his expression unreadable behind a mask. Duan Yuxian smirked, finding the situation to be an uninteresting fight. Surrounded, Duan Yuxian listened to the masked figure's threats, unimpressed. He was sent flying backwards, the force of the blow evident. The masked figures stood over him, their victory seemingly assured. Two masked figures stood side by side, their masks obscuring their intentions. The masked figures descended, their weapons poised to strike. He moves with incredible speed, a blur of red hair and dark robes. The air cracks with a deafening boom. The clash of steel echoed as the unstoppable demon god traded blows with a masked figure, their movements a blur of speed and power. He gripped his sword tightly, the metal gleaming in the dim light as he prepared to strike. Leaping forward, he brought his blade down with incredible force, aiming to cleave through his opponent. The unstoppable demon god moved like a phantom, leaving only a trail of dust in his wake. His eyes narrowed, a fierce determination burning within him as he focused on the battle. Surveying the scene from above, he considered his next move, his gaze intense and calculating. His feet blurred as he executed shadow steps, a technique known for its incredible speed. Looking up, the unstoppable demon god prepared to unleash another devastating attack. The masked figure's face contorted in rage, shouting about the unfairness of fighting a one-armed opponent. His sword ignited with fiery energy, ready to strike down his foe with overwhelming power. The masked figure remarked that the fight ended as expected, with a tone of disappointment. A surge of blue energy crackles through the air. He faces the masked figure, who declares it would still be easy to crush a bunch of ants. The great Dan Yohaian stands firm amidst the swirling dust and debris. The masked figure is struck with immense force, sending debris flying. The masked figure, seemingly unfazed, wonders what that was just now. A sword glows with potent blue energy. So, the white-haired figure warns someone to be careful. Debris rains down from above. Duan Yuxian continues to battle the masked figure. The masked figure grits his teeth. He thinks to himself that the opponent is still good even after losing his arm. But still, the man whose face is being covered has a long way to go to catch up to him. The man in the yellow outfit explains that the shadow steps is a foot technique of the Black Sword Society that disappeared in the past, and asks if they are related to that group. One of the figures fighting asks if they think they would tell them. The masked man says that the other is hastening his death. The figure in the gray robe yells, "Stop." The figure in the white robe says that they should leave at least one mouth alive. The figure with the sword asks if he shouldn't kill all of them. Another figure tells him to do as he pleases unless he doesn't want to find his family. The masked man says that he has no other choice then. The figures continue to fight. A sword pierces through a figure. A hand is shown as a voice says to take turns in introducing themselves before clashing swords. The country elder introduces himself, declaring his name to be Junshan's sword. A distant pagoda stands amidst the chaos, as one wonders what nonsense he is talking about. The crazy old geezer is observed. His senile old man's sword is somewhat violent. A figure lets out a short laugh, the sound echoing in the air. A voice declares that they have no choice but to get violent with this side too. Red energy crackles around the figure, a sign of escalating power. The red energy intensifies, focusing around the figure's arm and shoulder. Another figure questions what is happening, a sense of confusion in their voice. The figure is now completely engulfed in the crimson aura, power radiating outwards. The red energy continues to surge, crackling with violent potential. He wonders if it's a body-strengthening art, but notes that it's incomplete, questioning if they can win. The figure is silhouetted against the intense red glow, their power reaching its peak. He stands firm, a slight smirk playing on his lips, as Junshan's sword declares, "But you shouldn't have asked." The air crackles with anticipation, the silence before the storm heavy with unspoken threats. A fist, wreathed in power, hurtles forward, the force behind it promising devastation. The muscular figure is engulfed in a crimson aura, his power reaching its peak. Debris rains down, the aftermath of a clash of titans shaking the very ground. The figure roars, a primal scream of rage and determination echoing through the battlefield. Duan Yuxian is surrounded by a swirling vortex of blue energy, a stark contrast to the crimson power of his foe. The muscular figure lies prone amidst the rubble, a testament to the force he unleashed. Streaks of blue energy lance through the air, a sign of the power Duan Yuxian wields. The dust settles, revealing the aftermath of the devastating exchange. The muscular figure, struggling to rise, shouts in desperation, "Damn it! Gang up on him at once!" Junshan's sword finds himself surrounded by the muscular figures, their eyes burning with a shared purpose. The ground trembles as heavy footsteps approach, each stride carrying immense power. A boot slams onto the ground, the sound echoing through the battlefield. A figure is blasted backward by a torrent of blue energy amidst the chaotic clash of bodies. The masked assailant wields a blade of pure, crackling energy, its power undeniable. His vision blurred, Junshan's sword struggles to focus, his breath catching in his throat. The voice of one of the attackers rings out, dismissing him and his allies as mere young brats. Turning his back to the chaos, the white-haired figure strides away, confident in the destruction left behind. A defiant challenge echoes across the battlefield. "Come at me." A cataclysmic explosion erupts, sending debris flying in all directions. The sounds of impact and destruction fill the air, a symphony of devastation. Gasping for air, Junshan's sword lies wounded amidst the rubble, his body battered and broken. Confused and in pain, he wonders where these strange and powerful adversaries came from. He lay on his side, pain lancing through his body with each shallow breath. A looming figure peers down at him, their face obscured by shadow. They demand to know who he is, stating they have questions of their own. The figure's words echo in his ears, a strange command amidst the haze of pain. They tell him to rest for now. The tortured man, bloodied and broken, begs for death. His masked captor scoffs at the request, demanding information. The tortured man refuses to yield, even under duress. The masked man is not pleased. The masked man holds the tortured man by the hair, as another man looks on, seemingly disappointed in the captive's resilience. A surge of purple energy emanates from an unseen source. The tortured man, missing a tooth, defiantly tells his captor to continue. The masked man's expression hardens, a cruel smile forming on his face. The masked man threatens to remove the tortured man's fingers and toes. The air crackled with unseen energy, a palpable tension hanging heavy. The path was worn, marked by the passage of many feet over the small mountain. A crude fire pit sat abandoned, a sign of recent habitation in the common street. The group continued their trek, their footsteps echoing softly through the trees. Duan Yuxian stood silently, his expression unreadable as he observed their surroundings. The speaker noted how fearless they were to use such a place as their main base camp. The group pressed on, the sound of their footsteps a steady rhythm in the forest. One of the travelers stated that they couldn't see them because of illusion arts. Another asked what illusion arts were, reminding the others that they had spoken of body-strengthening arts earlier. The traveler wondered if the others had never seen illusion arts or incantations before. The group continued, two of them admitting it was their first time hearing about such things. The masked man questioned if incantations weren't something about exorcising ghosts. A dark mist swirls, hinting at unseen forces at play. Illusion arts, a voice declares, are martial arts that daze people's minds. With incantation arts, one can create a jiangshi or summon ghosts. The voice continues. It is said that those who use these dangerous martial arts have been annihilated in the past. Annihilated, one of the masked figures repeats, questioning the grim fate. Then, the other masked figure asks, is there someone else other than them? There are people using Qigong, one of the figures observes, prompting a question of what it is. It releases the internal energy in your Qi center without using any weapons, a voice explains. A figure stands amidst swirling purple energy, a sword held ready. A lot of people have tried it, but no one has mastered it up until now, one masked figure states. The other replies that the speaker is well informed, but it's common sense. So you're saying that we have no common sense? One of the figures asks. Anyway, there were times when it was all common sense, another replies. Then, let's get moving again, a voice declares, stating that they're wasting time with these unnecessary talks. Jun Shan's sword speaks, suggesting they observe something. He seems to be leading the way, with Duan Yuxian following closely behind. Duan Yuxian's expression is serious as he looks off to the side. He mutters that whatever they seek is somewhere nearby. A hand grips the hilt of a sword. Red energy flares around the blade, hinting at immense power being channeled. A blinding flash erupts, the air crackling with unleashed energy. Glass or ice shatters violently, the fragments glowing with the same ominous red light. Duan Yuxian moves with incredible speed through the debris, his target now visible. Through the shattered remains, Jun Shan, sword can be seen, seemingly caught in the blast. A face contorted in rage or pain is briefly visible through the shattered barrier. The sound of impact echoes as the attack lands, the force palpable. The pair walks away from a group of figures dressed in black. They seem to be leaving the scene of the attack. Jun Shan's sword asks Duan Yuxian if he is a monster. The question hangs in the air, heavy with implication. He took a step forward, the ground crunching beneath his feet. Was that display of power truly something a human could achieve? Duan Yuxian observed the surroundings. It seemed the people of the Namgung family were inside, likely caught in the blast. A masked figure watched with narrowed eyes, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. The masked figure declared, his voice low and menacing, that he would take care of this place. Energy crackled around a shattered blade, remnants of the barrier's destruction still visible. The illusion arts barrier was completely broken, the aftermath of the attack leaving a trail of destruction. The air crackled with residual energy, a testament to the power that had been unleashed. Two figures scrambled through the debris, the sound of their movements echoing in the aftermath. A man with a straw hat grimaced, his face etched with concern as he surveyed the damage. One of the figures exclaimed in disbelief, questioning what had happened and how the illusion arts barrier could have broken. The other figure urged them to check out the situation, his voice filled with urgency and a hint of fear. They moved forward, their footsteps echoing as they rushed to assess the damage and the potential threat. He sprints away, a desperate retreat signaled by the frantic speed lines. The angry man's face contorts with rage, his teeth bared in a furious snarl. Surrounded, the figure in white stands defiant as Duan Yuxian turns to flee the overwhelming force. An order rings out, demanding immediate pursuit. What are you guys doing? Hurry and catch those bastards. The masked figures seethe with anger, their muttered curses echoing their frustration. Bastards! The angry man's face twists further as he shouts, you cowardly cats! A sudden surge of power manifests as the man's eye glows with an eerie blue light. The figure in white robes stands ready, their sword now crackling with the same ominous blue energy. The angry man grits his teeth, a pain escaping his lips as he steels himself. Duan Yuxian pauses, drawing his sword as he faces his pursuer. Sweat beads on the angry man's brow, a silent acknowledgement of the challenge ahead. The man's voice booms, filled with disdain. How reckless are you guys to have messed with the Namgung family? A bunch of small fries like you. He's caught off guard by the masked man's sudden aggression. Duan Yuxian, wearing a conical hat, looks up with a serious expression. The protagonist ignites his sword with flames. He warns, I have no idea who you are, but you must not know how to cherish your own lives. The masked man laughs maniacally, declaring the situation, how ridiculous. The masked man scoffs at his opponents, calling them idiots who can't even read the situation. Duan Yuxian prepares to strike, his flaming sword leaving trails of light. The masked man braces for the attack, energy crackling around him. A figure stands at the entrance to a cave. It seems like the people of the Namgung family are inside. He thinks, wondering what to do. The figure resolves, I'll have to go inside the cave. A white-haired figure stands in a desolate landscape, their destination unknown. The rough stone scrapes against a searching hand. His knuckles raw and bleeding. The unstoppable demon god's thoughts turn to his missing children. Are they even in this place? A memory surfaces, a line of figures in ceremonial garb, perhaps a clue to the nature of this prison. Before him, a lone figure stands before a massive sword, planted point down in the cracked earth. He had intended to remain calm, but the sight of this blatant display is too much to bear. The unstoppable demon god's fist clenches, his knuckles white with rage. The figure in white laments, the terrible conditions for injured people locked away in this place. A swift kick sends the white-robed figure sprawling. The unstoppable demon god's rage boils over. The blue-skinned figures advance, their guttural cries echoing through the chamber. A figure in white stands amidst the chaos, surrounded by fallen foes. The figure in white muses, admitting they have no idea what the body-strengthening art is. The figure in white declares that the blue-skinned figures no longer look like humans. The figure in white holds their sword, a surge of blue energy emanating from the blade. Panic sets in as the blue-skinned figures attempt to flee the approaching onslaught. The figure in white's gaze hardens, their resolve unwavering as they prepare to strike. The figure in white warns that they will have to pay the price for their actions. A blinding explosion erupts, promising devastation for everything they did without exceptions. The blue-skinned figures are sent flying, caught in the blast's unforgiving wake. With a swift motion, the figure in white swings their sword, cutting through the air. The figure in white stands victorious amidst the destruction, their silhouette framed by the aftermath. The great Dan Yuhaian's power emanates from him, a palpable aura of raw energy. His intent is clear. He will show no mercy to his adversaries. The air crackles with unseen forces, a prelude to devastation. A burst of purple energy explodes outward, obliterating everything in its path. One of his foes lies defeated, a foot pressing down on their chest, blood staining the ground. The unstoppable demon god stands triumphant, purple energy swirling around him as he towers over his fallen opponent. His expression is fierce, a whirlwind of power contained within a single gaze. He scoffs at the futility of his enemy's efforts, dismissing their body-strengthening art. The purple energy intensifies, a visual testament to his overwhelming strength. Even with their enhancements, his enemies are no match for his might. He stands over another fallen foe, the embodiment of absolute dominance. Another surge of power erupts, signaling the end for those who dare oppose him. He stands amidst swirling purple energy, a testament to his power. The overwhelming force blasts away a group of figures, sending them flying. The air crackles with residual energy as the sounds of destruction echo. A man in a traditional hat demands to know who Duan Yuxian is and why he interferes. The man recalls the overwhelming power that brought down the Namgung family, wondering who these new enemies are. A lone figure, clad in a simple robe, scans the surroundings, searching for a way out. The figure's sharp eyes dart around, assessing the situation with a focused gaze. The man in the hat grits his teeth, a sinister smile forming as he speaks. Desperate, the man considers taking a hostage, plotting to turn the tables. The man in the hat shouts, ordering someone to seize a target immediately. A figure sprints forward, driven by the urgency of the command. The man in the hat roars, acknowledging his disadvantage and preparing for a desperate gamble. A monstrous silhouette looms, its form a nightmarish distortion of muscle and claw. A lone figure stands silhouetted, a long shadow cast ominously before them. The man's expression hardens, his gaze intense. TSK, are you serious? His eyes glow with inner fire, a smirk playing on his lips. You're pretty smart. Engulfed in flames, the figures writhe, their forms contorted in agony as one looks up. A hand grips the hilt of a sword, a fiery aura emanating from the blade. With a furious cry, the figure in the hat lunges forward, intent on destruction. The world dissolves into chaos, a lone figure standing defiant amidst the destruction. Confusion gives way to rage. What is? The figure's face contorts in fury. No way. Standing amidst the carnage, the figure's resolve hardens. There's no way. He reflects on his ascent to power. He is on the verge of having everything, but it is all falling apart. The man in the hat's face is a mask of grim determination, his eyes promising retribution. He couldn't allow it to happen, the thought echoing with fierce resolve. The masked figure could only utter a surprise ho, while the long-haired figure clicked their tongue in annoyance. The monstrous figure was said to have lost his mind, succumbing to the harmful side. Considering the effect of the body-strengthening art, the figure with sharp eyes decided to put an end to it. With a resounding crash, a fist slammed into the ground, sending shockwaves through the area. The long-haired figure stood with their back turned, seemingly unaffected by the chaos. A hand, seemingly ordinary, was shown amidst the turmoil. The impact sent tremors through the earth, the force of the blow undeniable. The monstrous figure stood poised, ready to unleash further destruction. A close-up revealed the monstrous face contorted in rage, a terrifying sight to behold. A stab sound echoed as a silhouette moved with deadly intent against a red backdrop. The monstrous figure stood silhouetted atop a rise, overlooking the devastation below. A surge of power emanates, the force of it almost visible. A masked man watches, his expression hidden, but his words betray his confidence. As expected, elsewhere, A figure in a blue robe stands, sword at the ready, a low groan escaping them. The protagonist's eyes widen, a single word escaping his lips. Incredible. The air crackled with unseen energy, a palpable tension hanging heavy in the aftermath. The silence was broken only by the lingering echoes of some devastating impact. He remained seated, blood staining his robes, the picture of grim resolve. His eyes narrowed, a storm brewing behind the crimson depths. The man with long hair urged someone to stand up, his expression grim. He remained still, unresponsive, lost in the aftermath of the battle. The masked figures exchanged worried glances, questioning what was happening. A voice wondered if the punitive force had finally arrived on the scene. The man with long hair cautioned someone not to lower their guard, sensing something strange. Panic erupted as figures ran, desperately crying out for help. A lone figure stood in the background, observing the chaos with an unknown intent. He is battered and bloodied, struggling to remain conscious amidst the aftermath of the attack. Coughing violently, he spits blood, his mind reeling from the brutal assault he just endured. What in the world? A figure, face obscured by bandages, moves with purpose through the devastated landscape. The bandaged figure's gaze is stern, his expression unreadable beneath the wrappings. The bandaged figure strides toward a large gate, accompanied by another individual, their destination unknown. His steps are measured, each footfall deliberate as he considers the situation. My. The bandaged figure pauses, a hint of regret in his voice. Should I have spared at least one of them? Elsewhere, a woman with long brown hair stands, her expression thoughtful. Her eyes widen in disbelief as she recognizes the approaching figure. This voice. A wave of realization washes over her, a desperate denial rising within. Don't tell me. Surrounded by others, the woman cries out in anguish, recognizing the bandaged figure. Father Dash. The sound of their collective grief echoes through the air. Whispers spread among the seated figures, questioning if the Sword Emperor is truly alive. The way he speaks and his very presence stirs doubt. Two figures stand, observing the unfolding events with a stoic silence. The air crackles with unseen energy. The masked figure, surrounded by a blue aura, commands someone to get back now. His voice is firm, laced with power. The masked figure stands his ground, energy swirling around him. Another figure watches from behind, seemingly surprised. A surge of power erupts, blurring the world around them. The force of the impact is immense. The masked figure is at the epicenter of a devastating explosion, the force radiating outwards in a blinding flash. Debris rains down, obscuring the scene in a cloud of dust and smoke. The aftermath of the blast is palpable. The ground is shattered, the force of the impact leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The air is thick with tension. The masked figure coughs, struggling to regain his composure amidst the lingering energy. He seems weakened by the blast. A bearded man cries out, his face contorted with a mixture of anguish and desperation. He is clearly searching for someone. The bearded man lunges forward, grabbing the masked figure. He cries out, calling him father, in a voice filled with emotion. The bearded man clutches the masked figure, his voice cracking with emotion. He asks if he knows how desperately they were searching for him. He lay on the ground, his vision blurred. The man's hand twitched, fingers flexing weakly. A hand reached out, seemingly to help him, but the intention behind the gesture remained unclear. Father looked down, concern etched on his weathered face. He noticed the injury, his expression shifting to worry. His voice trembled with a mixture of anger and desperation. Who did this to you? He asked. The injured man's hand was covered in blood. He denied their connection, his voice firm. I'm not your father. Father reached out, attempting to grasp the man's shoulder. The rejection hung heavy in the air between them. He insisted he was someone else entirely. I'm just an old man named Junshan Sword, he declared. The man's face was partially obscured, but his shock was evident. He repeated the word, his voice barely a whisper. Father? Another figure stepped forward, desperation in his voice. What are you? He began, before identifying himself as Elder Namgung Jianzheng. Namgung Jianzheng insisted that Junshan Sword was merely a country bumpkin elder. He claimed he just happened to be there to save them. Namgung Jianzheng questioned how Father could pretend not to know them. Junshan Sword stood with his sword drawn, his expression unreadable. A surge of blue energy erupted around Junshan Sword. The air crackled with power as he prepared for battle. He wondered if he was feeling skeptical because the Namgung family had fallen. Was he trying to leave Miram like this? One of the figures called out to him, addressing him as father. A masked figure stood with his sword, seemingly ready to depart. One of the figures exclaimed, asking if he was just going to leave them behind like this. A hand slammed down with force, expressing disbelief at the situation. The hands rested on the surface, perhaps in resignation or despair. The masked figure was begged not to go, their voice filled with desperation. The man kneeled, pleading with him to stay with them. The figures insisted that they needed the Sword Emperor. The two figures stood together, their expressions a mix of worry and determination. A voice commanded them to stand up, adding that if the Sword Emperor were there, he would be scolding them harshly. The man remained seated, his face etched with sorrow and conflict. He states that they have all lived well until now, adding that the Sword Emperor would be satisfied with just that. But he then mentions the Namgung family. The silhouetted figures listen intently, as they are told they can repair what's broken and build something new. They are also told to work hard, so this doesn't repeat. The father smiles, stating that would be what the Sword Emperor wishes for. His expression shifts to one of concern, a furrow in his brow. Hands grip the hilt of his sword tightly. A voice declares that they understand. Someone is carefully tying a ribbon, their hands precise and deliberate. Father stands among his people, a somber mood hanging in the air. One of the figures urges the elder to get out of there and go to the safe house. Another laments that things wouldn't have turned out this way if not for that general bastard. Blue energy emanates from Father's hands as he vows to pull himself together and find out who's behind this. A book lies open, seemingly hiding secrets. A voice notes that no matter how much they search, there is nothing worth finding here, adding, had you not killed. Someone searches through boxes. Another voice remarks that if they had properly subjugated them, they wouldn't have approached him in the first place. The air crackled with unspoken tension as the group stood assembled. Someone was clearly furious, their anger barely contained. The man with long dark hair considered their options. If things had come to this, was it even possible to catch the mastermind now? A sharp sound echoed through the room, drawing his attention. He turned his gaze towards the source. The old man with the white beard arrived, offering a polite apology. Sorry for making you wait. The man in green robes, visibly agitated, retorted, You bastard, did your reunion go well? He added, I want to say my goodbye. The man in green robes scoffed, observing the old man's expression. Seeing your relieved face, you must have said everything you wanted to. The man with long dark hair declared, his tone decisive. Then, our business in this place is over. Namgung Jianzhong, his face partially obscured, inquired, Can we go to one more place? His voice held a hint of urgency. The question hung in the air, directed towards an unseen listener. To where? The answer came, laced with determination. To Hunan. Against a backdrop of swirling energies, the figures stood resolute, their destination set. The decision was made. He needed to go to Hunan and meet that man, Moyon Hyakman. A sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air. Light streams into the chamber, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. A voice echoes, cold and precise. He cut them off very neatly. Outside and inside, the great Dan Yohayan remains ever vigilant. Three intruders, a voice muses confident in their body-strengthening art, hoping to save the Namgung family. A figure bathed in light is described as being equivalent to the 10 Supreme or the 7 stars, or perhaps not. A cloaked figure stands tall, a sword held at their side, a silent promise of violence. Whispers spread, it's the Sword Emperor himself. The Sword Emperor was alive all along, and he is not alone. With a crushing grip, a stone cylinder is destroyed. Heavy footsteps echo, the Sword Emperor's presence looming large. He held out his hand, a dark silhouette against a backdrop of crimson energy. Darkness seemed to weep from above, like a sky filled with endless tears. Below the dripping forms, a lone figure stood, awaiting commands in the strange downpour. The man with long red hair ordered his subordinates. Find the suspicious people who came in recently. The covered figure demanded that they be brought to him, the voice muffled but firm. Duan Yuxian's eyes glowed with a menacing light, the flames behind him mirroring his inner rage. A promise of death hung in the air. He would make this the last day they lived. A hand shoots up, calling for the waiter's attention. The customer requests 2 more plates of dumplings. The restaurant buzzes with activity, filled with patrons eagerly ordering food. Several voices chime in, requesting 3 more plates of dumplings. 2 men observe the bustling scene. They note that there are a lot of dumpling orders today, more than usual. Another man watches someone eating with great gusto. He remarks that his own mouth is watering just from watching them eat. A child sits surrounded by stacks of dumplings, happily eating. The scene is filled with the sounds of satisfied munching. A voice expresses gratitude, thanking someone for being a bundle of luck. A woman asks if the dumplings are really that good, inquiring about the reason for the dumpling craze. Another woman enthusiastically confirms that they are, indeed, very good. The man from before reflects on how the girl looked very sulky the other day, but the girl thinks to herself that her dad and grandfather only left her behind, but she must be in a good mood today. The adult comforts the child, assuring her that they will return, likely feeling sorry for waking her so soundly. The child looks up, seemingly annoyed, perhaps because they tried to abandon her. She's asked if she likes dumplings. The child's eyes widen as she exclaims, "D dumplings?" Her face lights up with excitement. The scene shifts to the present, where the child is happily eating dumplings with the adult. The adult states that the dumplings here are 100 times better than in Luoyang. The child expresses gratitude. A loud sound is heard, interrupting the peaceful scene. Something has occurred. The adult tells someone they're talking too loudly, for God's sake, looking annoyed at the disturbance. One of the men demands that if they have time to chatter with a little kid, they should hurry and escort them inside, as the place is full. Someone wonders what is happening, recognizing the man as the ex-wandering swordsman, Ma Zhanggang. His sword confirms his identity. A man apologizes, stating that the child is staying in a room in their accommodations and is different from those waiting outside. An angry man questions how they could treat them the same as others, implying they have been taking it easy on them. Two figures discuss the noise, with one telling the other to stop making a fuss as something ominous approaches. He is being watched by a man with a stern expression. The ex-wandering swordsman apologizes, looking down. A child sits at a table, seemingly unaware of the tension. Ma Zhanggang stands behind the child, a silent guardian. A fist clenches and a man yells, "Wait!" The situation is escalating. A hand gently pets the child on the head, a comforting gesture. The child speaks to Ma Zhanggang, seemingly grateful for something. A man looks shocked while Ma Zhanggang gazes down, his expression unreadable. The child sits at the table with Ma Zhanggang, enjoying the dumplings. Ma Zhanggang and the child look at each other, a moment of quiet connection amidst the chaos. A hand reaches out, the intent unclear. A man sweats, looking up with a worried expression. Three men stand together, their presence imposing. He is greeted by a young girl, who excitedly calls out for her dad. One of the men states that nothing happened, and asks if the other finished his business well. One of the men says to take the items to the inn soon, and that he will leave them in their care. The other agrees to take them. The person with long dark hair is holding someone close. Sound effects echo in the air. One of the men wonders who those people might be. The man admits he is not sure, and that he has never seen them before. Three people walk away from a silhouetted figure, their footsteps echoing. Someone wonders if it is Ma Zhanggang. Ma Zhanggang holds a cup, his expression thoughtful. One of the men confirms that there is no mistaking that he's the Wanderer King. The person wonders about the Black Sword Association and why someone like that would be here. He wonders if they didn't finish what they came for anyway, suggesting they prepare to leave now, their business concluded. The night sky hangs heavy over a traditional building, the moon a sliver in the darkness. The incantation arts have been cut, he notes, his expression thoughtful as he gazes into the distance. He reflects that those who knew about incantation arts are now gone, so it can be said that it's extinct, but wonders how that appeared again. He can only think that someone tried to revive them again, and there are a lot of things bothering him, but this unexpectedness is funny. Once again, he cannot separate himself from Urim, the night sky illuminated by a crescent moon. Shall they head for Hunan then? He asks, his expression unreadable as he looks into the distance. Meanwhile, the sound of hooves echoes as a horse-drawn carriage travels along a path. A figure groans from within the carriage, seemingly annoyed by the journey. The frustrated character exclaims that they're going to Hunan again all of a sudden, expressing their displeasure. He demands to go home now, pleading with an unseen person. The driver states that it's master's order, so they have no choice but to follow as the carriage continues its journey. Duan Yuxian's eyes narrow, a barely perceptible shift in his stoic expression. A booming voice shatters the air. It's Ma Zhanggang, standing imposingly with his arms crossed. A voice from the carriage demands to know why their path is being blocked, threatening to trample those in the way. Ma Zhanggang declares that he had intended to let them pass, but he has changed his mind. Duan Yuxian's expression hardens. He thinks it would be a good idea for Ma Zhanggang to change his mind again. Someone suggests that Ma Zhanggang put down his sword, asking if he wants to ask something. Ma Zhanggang simply states, so his eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint in them. Elsewhere, a figure in a dark robe stands amidst a scene of carnage, blood splattered everywhere. The figure asks if anyone knows anything about the 12 ghosts. Chopsticks move, selecting food from the dishes on the table. A spread of food sits on the table, including meat and dumplings. A young girl smiles widely, holding a drink in her hand. Elsewhere, Ma Zhanggang stares intently, remarking on how cute the child is and mentioning he has a child around her age too. Ma Zhanggang sits with a child, reassuring someone that they don't have to worry about that. A man with long black hair asks to be told more about the corpses of the recently deceased, wandering people turning into mummies. Ma Zhanggang explains that the dead wanderers are now referred to as 20 ghosts, prompting a questioning response. It is said that there are people wearing strange outfits and goblin masks. Two masked men sit by a fire, one suggesting they've been mistaken for the 20 ghosts, while the other points out they are wearing strange masks too. The man by the fire expresses his gratitude that Ma Zhanggang thinks so, now feeling the difference between them and others. Duan Yuxian considers the implications of corpses turning into mummies, wondering if it's demonic absorption arts. Another man wonders if a martial art that turns a person into a mummy could possibly exist. The man confirms that it does, stating that it's a kind of demonic art, but not one practiced in the demonic cult. A man sits, seemingly deep in thought, as the conversation continues around him. A woman recalls that such arts existed in the past, specifically the monstrous art of the divine Black Wind Demon. The man admits this is the first time he's heard of that, surprised that someone like the divine Black Wind Demon existed, calling the situation strange. One of the men states that it doesn't seem like the other knows anything about the 20 ghosts. The man thanks someone for the talk. The three men walk away, the conversation seemingly concluded. A man holds a child, as it is heard that unknown martial arts have been appearing these days. The sky hangs heavy as the sun begins to set. He explains that he must go somewhere for a bit, as the child asks him what again. The child asks where he is going now, begging him not to go. He tells the child to stick by the grandfathers, Samtae and Mu Jin, and to ask them to buy anything they want. The child says he's coming back soon, so she shouldn't be so sad. He clasps the child's hand, telling her that he must return quickly. The child responds that it won't take long anyway. The child asks what he's going to do alone again, as he says he's just going to check. The child waves goodbye, telling him to take care. Elsewhere, a figure moves with great speed. Debris flies as something crashes through the air. The ground blurs beneath a rapidly moving form. A figure is sent flying through the air, impacting the ground. He is beset on all sides, the sound of approaching footsteps echoing around him. Cursing under his breath, Ma Jiangang realizes he's been ambushed. He couldn't find them when he was looking for them. Remembering his subordinates turned into mummies, Ma Jiangang recognizes his attackers. There's no mistaking it, they are the 20 ghosts. But none of Ma Jiangang's martial arts seem to be working on them. He wonders what he should do. A hand flashes forward, moving with incredible speed. A figure attacks with a sword, the blow carrying immense force. Ma Jiangang coughs, the impact of the blow staggering him. A large, armored figure looms over him, an implacable foe. Staggering, Ma Jiangang wonders who the hell these guys are. He collapses to the ground, defeated as the 20 ghosts close in. A masked figure watches him, their expression hidden. The masked figure's presence looms large, a symbol of the overwhelming force against him. He grits his teeth, blood and spittle flying as he shouts in pain and fury. The impact echoes, painting the ground with fresh blood. Sitting heavily, Ma Jiangang considers the fallen. He wonders how it felt to cut off their heads, remarking to himself that these guys aren't human. His face bruised and bloody, Ma Jiangang struggles to speak. He manages only a strangled, "Why you?" He rises, addressing someone still on the ground. Ma Jiangang tells them to stay down if they can't move, promising to take care of things. The sound of steel echoes as a blade is drawn. Looking down at a corpse, Ma Jiangang sees a narration box describing it as a corpse that mastered the demonic absorption arts. He thinks it must be a joke, but a pretty good one. Ma Jiangang's expression shifts to confusion and anger. He demands to know what in the world they are talking about. Crimson energy flares intensely. Surrounded by a dark aura, Ma Jiangang cries out. A heavy step lands, crushing something beneath it, leaving a trail of blood. A figure clad in red and black appears, a crimson scarf billowing around them. Under the watchful eye of the crescent moon, dark figures moved along the path. He realized that someone was critically injured. Ma Jiangang knew he had to intervene somehow. The ex-wandering swordsman took a decisive step forward, ready to enter the fray. Duan Yuxian was struck, the force of the blow sending shockwaves through him. The attack left its mark, blood staining his clothes as the battle intensified. A voice echoed, declaring the attack pretty good as the sound of impact reverberated. Surrounded by a storm of debris and raw power, Duan Yuxian was caught in the blast radius. Multiple opponents pressed their advantage, assailing him from all sides. Amidst the chaos, he was battered by fragments of the environment, each hit adding to the damage. Ma Jiangang realized that Duan Yuxian had been attacked, but he couldn't understand how. Despite the onslaught, Duan Yuxian retaliated with a fierce sword strike, infused with crimson energy. He brought his blade down with tremendous force, scattering debris and pushing back his attackers. He moved with incredible speed, a blur of red against the dark backdrop. The ex-wandering swordsman continued his rapid advance, intent on reaching the fray. Ma Jiangang landed gracefully on a branch, observing the ongoing conflict below under the moonlight. Duan Yuxian clashed against an opponent, the sound of their weapons echoing through the night. From afar, a figure in a straw hat watched the battle, wondering who was that guy that he swept over the 20 ghosts that easily. Ma Jiangang realized, I must return right away and report this situation. Duan Yuxian's eyes narrowed, focused on the fight at hand. He demanded, where are you going so urgently? Another figure attacked, their weapon aimed at Duan Yuxian. The swordsman recognized his foe. So it's you. The figure giving orders to the corpses was revealed, as he thought, the bastard who was giving orders to these corpses. The man's face was covered in sweat, his expression one of fear. He is sent flying backwards, his hat and weapon knocked away by an unseen force. A voice booms, demanding to know who is behind the attack, while the speaker is still asking nicely. The figure with long dark hair warns that keeping silent will only bring greater pain, and running away will lead to despair. The figure in red robes, now on the ground, claims to know nothing. The other figure accuses him of using body-strengthening art, demonic absorption arts, and even the undead. The figure with long dark hair glares, his yellow eyes narrowed in suspicion. His weapon and shield lie discarded on the ground, the metal gleaming ominously. From atop a tree, a figure asks if he is from Wudong. The bald figure in red robes realizes he has been caught and now has no other choice. A surge of power emanates from an unseen source. A crimson ribbon whips through the air, a silent harbinger of violence. The figure is surrounded by a whirlwind of power, ready to strike. Duan Yuxian charges forward, a blur of red against the stark background. The older man realizes that if he doesn't have hope of winning, there's only one option left. Someone is rushing to his aid as quickly as possible, a desperate attempt to intervene before it's too late. A bang echoes. The man with the beard is shocked, realizing he can't move his body. The sound of impact reverberates through the air. Duan Yuxian is sent flying backward, a testament to the force of the unseen blow. The sound of a heavy impact rings out as he crashes to the ground, coughing. The bearded man struggles, uttering a pained UGH. A figure stands amidst a splatter of blood, the aftermath of a swift and decisive strike. It's hard to believe, even after seeing it, that someone could be defeated without even being touched. A lone figure stood high above, surveying the world below through an odd device. The world was vast, filled with eccentric people, each with their own story to tell. Bandaged hands, raw and bloodied, spoke of recent battles and desperate struggles. The bandaged figure sat by the water, reflecting, feeling as though he was back in the old days. He reached out, his bandaged hands extended, as if grasping for something just out of reach. The bandaged hands clenched into fists, a silent promise of retribution and resilience. Under the watchful gaze of the crescent moon, the figure thought he had killed every single one of them, but learned nothing. Walking through the woods, he combined incantation arts, body strengthening, the ability to control undead, and demonic absorption arts. A question hung in the air. Were they the descendants of the blood demon? Duan Yuxian knew that if they had joined hands with Wudong, he could only get answers if he went to the Murim Alliance. His eyes narrowed, demanding to know who was there, questioning their presence. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Ma Zhanggang, Grandmaster, announced his arrival. The armored figure stood firm, his boots sinking slightly into the damp earth. He collapsed to his knees, the impact sending a spray of red across the ground. The armored man pleaded, begging to be taken along. Duan Yuxian regarded him with a skeptical eye, questioning his sincerity. The armored man insisted that he wanted to serve him for the rest of his life. He wondered if this meeting was a divine revelation. Duan Yuxian considered the man, noting his strength. Still, he thought the man was too similar to Quan Mu Jin and saw no reason to bring a similar guy in. He turned away, dismissing the armored man's pleas. He muttered to himself to forget it. The armored man called out, begging the Grandmaster to wait. The white-haired man asked if he was going to hunt on. The armored man insisted that he was. He begged to at least stay by his side until then, promising to prove that he was someone he needed. The white-haired man's hand rested on his chest. Duan Yuxian looked out over the forest, lost in thought. The white-haired man agreed, but only until Hunan. He warned that after arriving, the armored man must return if he said he didn't need him. He affirms his decision, resolving to avoid any unnecessary complications caused by others following him. Ma Zhanggang declares that his word is worth 1,000 pounds of gold, and he will keep it at all costs. Ma Zhanggang leads the way, assuring Duan Yuxian that once they cross the ridge, they will be heading straight to Hunan. Duan Yuxian acknowledges this. Ma Zhanggang is unsure, stating that the person in question is more insidious than that Jagal bastard, and wonders if there's a way to know. He thinks about moving alone after leaving Somi behind. Someone asks if something is up. One man asks if the other is hearing him properly, emphasizing that what he's saying is unusual. One of them retorts, questioning if he's being called empty-headed. The other replies that he never said that, but it's not wrong either. The man with black hair accuses the other of picking at every single one of his words, stating that this is why the Orthodox faction bastards are no good. The man with purple hair asks if Samte doesn't think so. One of the characters laughs, stating that the Orthodox faction bastards are so frustrating. The tall, pale man declares that the demonic cult's members are fools, making sure his companion knows it. Mu Jin, looking surprised by the statement, asks for clarification, questioning if the other man truly thinks so. The chibi characters agree that the demonic cult's members are empty-headed, laughing at the thought. The man in traditional clothing questions if someone wasn't from the unorthodox faction, accusing them of supporting the orthodox faction. The man carrying the tray wonders how the unorthodox faction could be the same as the demonic cult. The tall, pale man tells Mu Jin to look at the man, stating that this is why the unorthodox faction members are no good. The man carrying the tray says that the reason why the unorthodox faction exists is because of the demonic cult, all thanks to the Orthodox faction's kindness. Footsteps echo as someone walks forward, their destination unknown. An unseen character agrees with a previous statement, expressing frustration with these damned old men. The man's face contorts in anger, his teeth gritted in frustration. A young person yells, demanding that there be no fighting. The person with dark hair stares intently, a determined look on their face. Someone walks, their feet splashing through unseen water. A brown-haired character declares they'll tell on the grandfathers to their dad. One of the seated figures apologizes to someone named Somi. A smaller character insists that Kwon Ajusi should stop too, their voice filled with playful frustration. Someone clears their throat, drawing attention to their presence. The brown-haired character suggests they prepare dinner amicably. Another character agrees, though with some hesitation. The sky stretches out, a canvas of pale blues and whites. The sun begins to set, painting the sky with hues of orange and gold. Laughter echoes through the air, carried on the wind. A grand building stands silent, seemingly empty. A lone voice whispers, "No one." A foot pauses, a question hanging in the air. Why? The brown-haired character cries out, questioning if anyone is present at a time like this. Mu-jin stands with arms outstretched, her expression a mask of anguish and desperation. Blood stains the figure's dark robes, the light trims stark against the crimson. A deafening roar echoes, shaking the very air. The building stood silent, but someone wondered where everyone had gone. A figure lay sprawled on the ground, unmoving. A woman's growl echoed, her expression fierce. The building stood bathed in the light of the setting sun. The building was grand, but something was not right. A hand reached out, grasping for something just out of reach. First, the woman declared that it was time to fill up her stomach. Her robes flowed around her as she stood. The title of the story was displayed. A room sat empty, waiting for someone to return. "He's later than I thought." Two figures sat at a table, discussing someone who would fly there even if he got lost. No way he would. The masked man listened as one of his companions spoke of the great sword saint's hedonistic indulgences. He also mentioned the criticisms the sword saint has been facing. The companion wasn't sure if the rumors were true. He wondered what the Moyong family was doing, and if they would use the Murim alliance for their own benefit. The figure with long blonde hair announced their arrival. A man walked forward with a child on his shoulders, followed by another man. The child on the man's shoulders cheerfully called for someone to come over. The man with the child asked how it was outside. He was told it was quiet and ordinary, and didn't look like anything special. Someone asked what they planned to do as footsteps approached. Someone realized that Manor Master Dan should come quickly so that they can come to a decision. Kwon Mu-jin was identified. A door was violently broken down. A man wondered who would have thought they'd meet in a place like this, suggesting their opponent had run out of luck. The sound of a struggle echoed. Someone wondered who those guys were, while another noted there were several people holding grudges against them. The child asks where Kwon Ajusi is going, but the figure carrying her assures her that he won't get hurt. The child, still being carried, exclaims in surprise as she seems to slip. A man demands that someone come outside and pay their debt, while the child yells at him not to do that to Ajusi. The child stands protectively in front of Kwon Mu-jin, who is kneeling. Someone questions if she even knows who he is to be protecting him like that. The child declares that she doesn't need to know, because Kwon Ajusi is just her Kwon Ajusi. The man is enraged, calling her a damn child. The man yells for someone to step aside at once, unless they wish to die. Someone is sent flying through the air from a powerful kick. An enraged voice booms, demanding how someone dares raise their voice at his daughter. A close-up reveals a face filled with fury. Duan Yuxian stands with the child, who looks up at him in surprise. The child cries out, calling him Dad. The foot descends, each step deliberate and measured, echoing in the silence. A group gathers, their hushed voices creating a low hum of anticipation and concern. One man wonders aloud what the Murim Alliance is doing, questioning their failure to capture Kwon Mu-jin. Another responds that it seems difficult. Whispers spread among the crowd. They say that he was seen in Hunan, so he must still be alive, despite previous rumors. Duan Yuxian observes the scene, a knowing look in his sharp eyes as he hears that a lot of people have gathered. One man speaks, saying that things are fine and that people should live with a bit of drama. Duan Yuxian sits, listening intently. The man asks what he plans to do now, reminding him that they came to Hunan, as he said. A child sits alone, contemplating their next move. They think to themselves that they'll have to get inside, certain of their decision. A masked figure is shown, the words the Murim Alliance displayed prominently. Duan Yuxian is told that there's a passageway that only the Alliance leader knows of, making him wonder if it's possible. Three men discuss their next steps. One suggests that if they're going to the Murim Alliance, they should take care of those guys first. He sits, listening to the man before him, who dismisses his concerns. The man states that it will be taken care of in no time. The panel shows three different characters with speech bubbles indicating their thoughts. One is considered more foolish than expected, another unexpectedly useful, and the last useless but dependable. The man in the center says to let's see how well you've improved. He confirms that they shall take care of it in no time. The attendant walks down the hallway, glancing back with a questioning look. The sound of footsteps echoes. One of the men asks for pardon, stating that the other learned something from him and should use it. One of the characters says he'll die if he does so. The narration states that a warrior is essentially someone who bravely stands his ground at the tip of a sword. The jumping man asks how could you be scared of death? He is jumping towards the blocking man. The confused man wonders if he's already satisfied with just living in the manor. The jumping man stands with his hands on his hips, looking annoyed. 3 figures stand in a courtyard, the sound of something echoing. 3 figures stand in a room, the sound of something echoing. The blocking man states that even if it's Ma Jang Gang, the Wanderer King, he won't be able to act recklessly with those guys. The sound of footsteps echoed as the former wanderers slowly left. Kwon Mujin watched them go. He wondered aloud, what about the remaining guys? A child looked on with wide eyes as the group departed. An exclamation mark appeared above his head. Kwon Mujin peered down at the child. Let's see what they're going to do, he mused. The conversation continued, the focus remaining on the remaining individuals and their intentions. A booming voice echoes, demanding to know what all the noise is about. The red-haired man remains calm, despite the rising tension in the air. A stern gaze sweeps across the assembled crowd, assessing the situation. A bald monk walks forward, questioning if they have forgotten that this is the territory of the Alliance. The monk's expression hardens, his eyes narrowed as he prepares to speak. The monk declares that the red-haired man is someone from the unorthodox faction and that everyone seems to hold a deep-rooted grudge against him. He states he is representing others. The monk proclaims that if they're trying to point their sword at this young man for the sake of gaining fame, he shall not tolerate it. The group of martial artists are told that if they have a grudge against him, they should come forward confidently and handle it themselves. Another man clenches his fist, declaring that he shall become the witness of that. The bald monk stands his ground as the group of martial artists approach. The red-haired man thanks the monk for helping him before the situation got any worse, noting what a really eccentric party this is. He doesn't recognize the people beside him, but senses they are not ordinary. The man in purple smirks. One of the men asks if they're also being sought. The bald monk states he stopped them to prevent a ruckus in front of the Murim Alliance. He adds that the man may be from the unorthodox sect, and that he heard he also helped. The monk states that he must protect the orthodox path. He continues, saying there's no way he'd drag an innocent man without any reason, glancing intently. The monk says he shall take his leave then. He warns that the place is protected by the Murim Alliance and Shaolin, so please don't cause any ruckus. Footsteps echo as the monk begins to walk away. One of the men remarks that the monk is an interesting man. The man in blue robes says that the monk certainly possesses an excellent vigor. One of the chibi faces remarks that if he's Muho, he should be the prime candidate for the next leader position of Shaolin. The other says that even so, he's still just a monk. The monk continues to walk away, his robes flowing behind him. Darkness falls. A traditional building stands silhouetted against the setting sun. One of the men says something. The other listens intently. The room sits empty, save for the lingering echoes of a recent conversation. The topic, the lesser twin swords. The man considers the group's eccentric nature. He wonders about the strange, elderly people among them, their purpose unclear. One man questions his companion about the identity of the elderly individuals. He is warned to drop the subject before he passes out. The blue-skinned man declares his unwavering loyalty to Grandmaster Dan. He vows to serve him until his death, his sword ready to strike down any enemy. One of the men on the couch questions why they are being followed, given Ma Jiangang's supposed need for care. The other offers to handle the situation. A child wonders what is happening. Are they fighting for the position of the best guard? The child wonders. The man in red stands before the armored figure, who demands to know what he is on about, his tone impatient. Doors are broken down, hinting at a forced entry or a sudden breach of security. The sounds of splintering would fill the air. Holding the child close, Duan Yuxian reflects that Hunan is quieter than he had anticipated, a deceptive calm perhaps. 2 men discuss the unusual quiet. One is certain that something is going on, though the other questions how he could know. It seems that he must go inside the Murim Alliance. The declaration is met with shock and disbelief, as someone questions his seriousness. A masked figure grins, their expression hidden behind sunglasses, adding an air of mystery and perhaps mischief. He affirms his intention to go, knowing why he came all this way. The ghostly figure questions protecting Somi at the inn, but is dismissed. Another man insists on seeing the Murim Alliance for himself. He declares he's going too, despite being told he chose to go to Anhui himself. The woman with blue hair states that if the rumors about Moyong Hyakman are true, she wants to see how he gets rid of him with her own eyes. She admits she has no choice since he's so stubborn. It seems like no one is backing down quietly. The agreement is met with laughter, acknowledging it as a great decision. One of the arguing figures exclaims that it doesn't make sense for the other to go without him. The sound effects suggest a physical altercation. A simple escapes from someone, the context of which is yet unknown. The woman holding the sleeping child notes that Somi is sleeping soundly, even with the loud talking. She adds that it's still morning, though. The woman looking at the child wonders if she must be tired. The scene is quiet, with only the sound of rustling clothes. Someone questions the situation. It's revealed that her acupoints were suppressed, which is why she's sleeping. The sleeping child rests peacefully. It seems like tonight will be pretty noisy, according to a nearby thought. The ghostly figure from earlier seems startled, reacting to something with a gasp. The woman with blue hair, now near a window, asks if something is going on outside, sensing a disturbance. A strange symbol hangs in the air, its meaning yet unknown. Suddenly, a series of explosions erupt near a distant, ornate structure. Duan Yuxian's eyes widen as he registers the distant chaos. The explosions continue, the sound carrying far. That direction? The voice booms, questioning if the explosions are in the direction of the Murim Alliance. A hand grips the hilt of a sword, ready to be drawn. An older man, looking concerned, demands to know what the ruckus is about. The younger man stammers, trying to explain to his father what is happening. A voice speculates that the 9 great schools are trying to take over the alliance. Duan Yuxian's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing as he asks, "What?" A woman exclaims about the small fries, seemingly dismissing the threat. The older man declares he will not spare a single life of those who rebel against him, no matter who they are. He strides forward, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. From a high balcony, one figure demands to know where Man Hiryang is. Another admits to searching, but has no idea where he could have gone. The bearded man's expression hardens, a deep-seated anger etched upon his face. A voice booms, declaring someone as the alliance leader. Purple energy crackles, a sign of immense power being unleashed. Another figure shouts, commanding someone to step down from their position. The man scoffs, dismissing his opponents as small fries. Below, several figures scatter. A chilling voice declares that someone wishes to walk into their own grave. The bearded man acknowledges something with a simple, ominous right. A defiant voice proclaims that someone will try to pull him down. An explosion erupts, consuming everything in its path. He stands amidst the carnage, his sword dripping with the blood of his enemies. A body lies prone, a pool of crimson spreading beneath, marking the end of a life. A furious roar echoes through the battlefield, a testament to the brutal clash of power. The clash of steel rings out as Duan Yuxian engages in fierce combat, blades meeting in a deadly dance. The masked figure stands his ground, his sword ready to strike down any who dare approach. From the shadows, an observing figure wonders, is that guy the Moyang Hyakman? A look of utter shock washes over his face, as if witnessing something incomprehensible. Desperation fills the air as a figure pleads, "Father, please open your eyes. You can't go like this." The question hangs heavy in the air. How did the Murim Alliance turn this way? A heavy thud reverberates, signaling a devastating blow or a tragic fall. The figure declares with chilling resolve, "If you're that sad, I'll let you follow your father." The lifeless face stares blankly, a stark reminder of the battle's grim toll. A blade descends upon him, glinting in the light. The great Dan Yohayan looks up, unflinching in the face of the attack. The sword continues its swift descent. The air crackles with the force of the blow, promising a devastating impact. The swordsman sends Duan Yuxian reeling. With a flourish, Namgung Cheon stands triumphant over his fallen opponent. The blade continues its downward arc. The force of the blow sends the great Dan Yohayan crashing to the ground. Coughing, he demands to know the identity of his attacker. He asks if they even know who he is, his voice laced with anger. The great Dan Yohayan kneels, defeated. His opponent looms over him, a silent testament to his superior power. A sudden realization dawns on him. The great Dan Yohayan recognizes the voice, a flicker of shock crossing his face. He realizes that there's no way he wouldn't recognize the man who always got in his way. He recognizes the energy and spirit. The figure stands tall, bathed in an ethereal blue light. There's no mistaking it. He's Namgung Cheon, the Jumshan sword. Namgung Cheon stands with his sword, the blue light intensifying around him. His presence radiates power and menace. Namgung Cheon speaks, his voice dripping with disdain. He says that Duan Yuxian has survived like a slimy loach, but asks if he has lost any attachments to this world. Namgung Cheon finishes his threat, stating that if Duan Yuxian wishes for death that badly, he can kill him today. The great Dan Yohayan, kneeling, resolves to end things himself. He would appreciate it if no one interfered. Namgung Cheon approaches, chuckling. He finds the situation extremely childish, questioning the mask. A figure shouts, pleading for someone's father to watch out, a desperate warning echoing. A blow lands with brutal force. The struck character cries out in pain. The figure is sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground with a resounding thud. A blue-haired figure intervenes, declaring that one shouldn't, but in on an interesting fight. A symbol glows, resonating with unseen power as the battle intensifies. Namgung Cheon questions if his opponent believes he can win against him with just one arm. At that moment, an old man senses the ridicule hidden under Namgung Cheon's mask. It's a ridicule he's seen since youth. A surge of power erupts, the force of it creating a palpable shift in the atmosphere. A declaration echoes with newfound resolve. This time, things will be different. The struck character, now surrounded by a red aura, expresses surprise. A sharp, blue energy blade cuts through the air with incredible speed. The ethereal blue light intensifies, revealing the power behind the strike. The blue energy collides with a crimson aura, sparks flying as the two forces meet. Above the fray, a figure with a top knot watches as the blue energy continues its assault. Surrounded by a red aura, Duan Yushin declares, "There's nowhere else for you to go anymore." The blue-haired figure retorts, demanding that he stop looking at him with those eyes, insisting he doesn't need sympathy. Namgung Cheon, engulfed in red energy, his face twisted in anger, states that it's too late, accusing someone of trying to teach him again. Then, with fierce determination, Duan Yushin vows, "Then, I'll teach you a lesson this time." A surge of red energy erupts, accompanied by a resounding pagel sound. Feet stomp down with immense force, the sound kung echoing as someone questions if their heart was just called rotten. The figure cries out, demanding to know what makes the other any different from him. A cataclysmic explosion of red energy obliterates the surroundings with a deafening tuckwang. He is engulfed in a fierce aura of red energy, the power radiating intensely. The ground beneath cracks and splinters, unable to contain the force of a collision. A figure descends rapidly, enveloped in a chilling blue aura as they plummet downwards. The figure lands with incredible force, kicking up dust and debris as they make impact. The figure continues their descent, the blue energy intensifying around them. A blue sword is brought to bear, its edge gleaming with deadly intent. The blue sword shatters, the force of impact proving too much for the weapon. Duan Yushin observes the scene, noting that the energy has changed from before. The figure with long white hair wonders how such domineering yin qi can flow from a human's body. The figure's hand grips the hilt of the broken blue sword, ready to strike again. Blood splatters as Duan Yushin is struck, the impact sending him reeling. The figure with long white hair stands tall, the broken blue sword held aloft, radiating an intense blue energy. His eyes glowed with an intense, crimson light, a silent scream building within. The force of the blow sent him spiraling backwards, a dark silhouette against the stark white. Blood splattered as he crashed down, his vision blurring with the impact. A blade gleams, stained crimson. The aftermath of a brutal encounter is visible. Those eyes, filled with murderous intent, betray a grim resolve. He won't stop until he dies. The two figures stand poised for battle, the air thick with tension. Is this really the end? A blade is held ready. The scene unfolds, a silent question hanging in the air. He seems surprised. The sword descends. He declares that it was a pretty good show, but it is time to stop. The force of the blow sends tremors through the immediate surroundings. Moyang Hyakman lunges forward, hand outstretched to seize an advantage. Namgung Cheon, face contorted with rage, shouts his defiance. "How dare you?" Clutching his sword, Namgung Cheon vows that he cannot give up now. The man in brown recalls this precious opportunity, ruined by an unknown bastard. With a furious cry of "Die!" Namgung Cheon plummets from above. The impact is brutal, blood splattering as Namgung Cheon screams in pain and fury. His face contorted, the man reels from the force of the attack. Namgung Cheon cries out in pain as he is sent flying backwards. Moyang Hyakman raises his sword, preparing for another strike. The blade flashes, cutting through the air with deadly speed. Defeated, Namgung Cheon lies on the ground, wondering how this could have happened. Namgung Cheon lies defeated, reflecting on the battle. Not a single one of his sword techniques managed to touch that bastard. Moyang Hyakman looks down on him with disdain. He tells Namgung Cheon that he has a lot of trivial thoughts. Suddenly, Moyang Hyakman is sent flying through the air, crashing towards the ground. An unseen figure declares that Namgung Cheon is so monotonous that it's not even fun. Namgung Cheon sits on the ground, blood pooling around him. Despite his injuries, Namgung Cheon rushes towards the falling Moyang Hyakman. He manages to catch him. Moyang Hyakman, surprised, asks if his father is all right. Namgung Cheon's hands are bloodied. Namgung Cheon is shocked. He stammers, calling him father. Moyang Hyakman wonders about the vicious yin qi flowing around since earlier, realizing it was from Namgung Cheon. He asks who taught him something like that, but Namgung Cheon refuses to tell him. Moyang Hyakman demands that he just disappear now. Moyang Hyakman unleashes a fierce attack on Namgung Cheon. The force of the blow sends tremors through the immediate surroundings. His face contorted with rage, the protagonist's mind is consumed by a singular, violent thought. The mantra echoes in his mind as he raises his weapon. I must kill him. He must be stopped at all costs. The blade descends, a crimson arc against the stark backdrop, fueled by pure, unadulterated fury. Darkness momentarily obscures the scene, a prelude to the continued onslaught. The protagonist's inner turmoil intensifies, a desperate plea echoing within him. Father, please wake up. Despite the internal conflict, the attack continues, driven by an external force he can't seem to control. The sound of impact reverberates as the assault continues, each strike carrying the weight of his internal struggle. Namgung Cheon is sent crashing amidst the debris, the relentless assault leaving him vulnerable. The fallen man struggles to comprehend the situation, his expression a mix of pain and confusion. Namgung Cheon lies defeated, blood staining the ground around him, a testament to the ferocity of the attack. KW Kwan Cheon observes the scene with growing concern, noticing something amiss. What's that wound? He desperately tries to rouse the fallen KW Kwan Cheon, urging him to wake up. Namgung Cheon clutches KW Kwan Cheon, blood staining his hands as he demands an answer. Namgung Cheon looks down at the two figures, commenting on the foolishness of slashing oneself. Duan Yuxian screams, a red slash of energy erupting around him. His eyes widen as Duan Yuxian recognizes the person before him. Duan Yuxian's teeth clench in fury. Namgung Cheon continues to cradle KW Kwan Cheon, the red text amplifying the intensity of the moment. A surge of power explodes outward. The force of the impact sends shockwaves through the environment. KW Kwan Cheon coughs, struggling to breathe. He lies prone on the ground as Duan Yuxian stands over him. A fist clenches, ready to strike. A ghostly figure, face streaked with blood, screams for the violence to end. Namgung Cheon grips KW Kwan Cheon tightly by the neck, his expression unreadable. A figure stands silently, their white robes stained with dark splatters. Rain lashes against the ancient buildings, mirroring the turmoil within. Weakly, KW Kwan Cheon pleads for his release, his face bruised and bloody. A masked man declares that the Orthodox faction are no good, his anger palpable. Namgung Cheon looms over KW Kwan Cheon, the rain washing over them both. Namgung Cheon states he has no choice but to agree, even if the man he wants to kill the most says so. A body lies still in a pool of blood, the rain doing little to wash it away. Heavy footsteps echo as someone walks away from the scene. Rain lashed down, the sound echoing through the desolate landscape. The downpour intensified, obscuring the figure standing alone in the storm. The figure remained motionless, head bowed, as if accepting the deluge as punishment. Water cascaded around his feet, the sound of the rain a constant, mournful dirge. The rain seemed to amplify the weight of his regret, each drop a reminder of past actions. The figure seemed to hear a voice in the storm, a haunting echo of what should have been. Tears mixed with the rain, blurring his vision as the weight of his choices crashed down. The words echoed in his mind, a painful accusation of a missed opportunity, a life not taken. The voice seethed with resentment, accusing Namgung Cheon of humiliating him with misplaced sympathy. The figure seemed to be responding to an unheard question, a denial of any remaining hope. A surge of power erupted, a violent outburst of energy born from despair and regret. The will to extinguish life still burns intensely within someone. That same will threatens to tear someone apart, leaving them alive but broken. A voice observes that it looks like he has seen the darkness itself. Namgung Cheon continues to walk through the downpour. The rain continues to fall as Namgung Cheon walks with an umbrella. Namgung Cheon gazes down, his expression unreadable in the dim light. Duan Yuxian's red eyes gleam with an unsettling intensity. A voice questions if he feels the will to kill, a will that doesn't distinguish fear from endless confidence. Duan Yuxian's eye reflects a burning question. Who on earth is he? Namgung Cheon declares that who he is isn't important. The voice beckons, urging him to follow, promising to take out the darkness inside him. Duan Yuxian and Namgung Cheon stand together, bathed in an ominous red glow. Figures stand near jars, their expressions unreadable in the soft light. A chibi figure laments not being able to see the Shaolin Temple. One of the figures declares that they will show even cooler things once they get home, suggesting a boat trip to Daunting Lake. One figure expresses their desire to go far away, while another still wants to visit the Shaolin Temple. One asks if the other is sad, offering something in return. The figure holds up a small, glowing pagoda. The figure with red hair presents the small pagoda, calling it the Shaolin Temple. Another figure demands to know where the pagoda came from, wanting one as well. The figure with red hair states that they made it themselves. The figure with black hair refuses to make another one. Duan Yuxian declares that he can't be bothered, his expression indifferent. Another man stands silently behind him. Nam Gong-cheon's face is painted red as he angrily questions how, after all they've been through, the other man can't even do this. Nam Gong-cheon suggests that there's a way, his expression intense. The other man listens intently, awaiting further explanation. The two men stand close, the tension palpable between them. The air crackles with unspoken words and unresolved conflict. The fabric rustles as someone shifts, the sound echoing in the otherwise silent space. The movement is subtle, yet deliberate. A figure takes a step, their destination unknown. The path ahead remains shrouded in mystery, each footfall a calculated decision. Coins are exchanged, their metallic clang a stark reminder of the transaction. Was it this easy to get what he wanted? Nam Gong-cheon laments that it's not good for a martial artist to be so obsessed with money. Duan Yushin wonders how he is supposed to raise a child without it. A child expresses their gratitude, receiving something with delight. Their innocent joy provides a brief respite from the surrounding tension. Duan Yushin is reminded of something he said he'd get over with and finish well. The text notes that two people didn't leave because they were protecting Somi last night. An old man claims he's not sure nothing happened at all, despite the chaos he witnessed yesterday. The events of the previous night remain shrouded in mystery. Duan Yushin states that nothing happened, despite having gone with the manor master. He is told that it seems like he wants his mouth twisted today. He carries a large sack, sweat beading on his brow as he nervously insists that nothing is amiss. One of the figures scoffs, unconvinced by the denial. He is sure they messed with the Murim alliance. Duan Yushin feeds a child a snack, but wonders how they are going to take care of the consequences. The man with the sack declares that the family would be lost without him. Duan Yushin reflects on seeing the Murim alliance reduced to ashes from afar. He believes a big revulsion will soon sweep over the Murim. Elsewhere, rain falls on a traditional building. Inside, a figure sits on a raised platform. A glass is placed down with a thud. The Tang family of Sichuan thinks about the Moyang family. Two figures discuss the Sword Saint going too far. They also mention the Wangbo family and the 9 great schools attacking the alliance leader. The figures at the table discuss the Sword Emperor and Sword Saint going missing, and the risk to the stability of the Murim alliance. They discuss the Jigals, wondering what the family head is planning. It seems he is still searching for the Sword Emperor and doesn't plan to cooperate. The man with long white hair notes that it would be difficult for him to stand with them. In any case, it seems like they'll have to call the 5 great families instead of 8. Due to that, they've gathered here to set things straight, to discuss the figures of the 9 great schools. The man with long white hair states that the 8 great families even tried to take the Sword Saint down. Murim is the chaos itself. He suggests that everyone present unifies their goals. The man with short dark hair listens intently. The man with long white hair looks on, thinking of their goals. The man with short dark hair stands beside him. The man with long white hair announces that they shall abandon the no longer functioning Murim alliance. He declares that they will begin anew under the name of Heavenly Blade Association. A bird descends from the sky, its sharp talons extended. The bird flies over a forest as someone wonders what they mean by Heavenly Blade Association. A building stands amidst lush greenery. An old man with a long white beard reads a document, wondering what on earth they are thinking. A man with a beard states that the entire Orthodox faction of Murim will divide into 2, and people who follow the 8 great families will move to the Heavenly Blade Association. A man with silver hair explains that the followers of 9 great sects, one union, will flock to the Murim alliance. A man with black hair says that it may seem peaceful now, but as time passes, the friction between the 2 forces is bound to increase. The old man with the white beard says it's all because he saved that guy named Moyang Hyakman or something. The man with the beard says he told him just to kill him, but he didn't listen. Letting Moyang Hyakman live was their biggest mistake. A man with black hair is seen holding someone, as it is stated that turning a man who had that much power into an enemy was their first mistake. He kneels with his sword, and letting him escape the clutches of 9 great sects, one union, was their second mistake. Had they apprehended him, the formation of the Heavenly Blade Association would have been averted. The man with long hair finds the situation interesting. A child calls out to Moyang Hyakman, addressing him as Manor Lord. A man with a bandage has arrived at their destination, but something seems amiss. Something feels off in the air. A plume of smoke rises in the distance, signaling some kind of trouble. Moyang Hyakman wonders why there is smoke coming from the kitchen. A loud crash echoes. The man with long white hair says he will go check it out, and Moyang Hyakman agrees. Another man suggests they all go together, but Moyang Hyakman insists on letting the old man do what he wants. The man with long white hair approaches the building. Another crash is heard. A traditional building stands serenely under a bright, cloud-streaked sky. He bursts from the building, a look of urgency etched on his face. The fabric of a dark robe shifts, details obscured by shadow. The man in green robes questions the running figure, surrounded by attendants. Moyang Hyakman pauses, his back to the viewer, lost in thought. Hands clasped tightly, a bond forming between 2 individuals. Muang Hyakman suggests that the other man should go instead of him, as someone might be there. The man with dark hair believes there is someone in very good shape. A single boot stands on a wooden floor, the light casting long shadows. The man with dark hair wonders what could make the old man run away like that. A doorway stands open, inviting entry into the unknown. He paused at the doorway, a question forming in his mind. Is someone taking a bath here? His expression hardened. This place, he thought, is only for Somi. Rage began to simmer, and this thief is enjoying a bath in his house. He raised his hands, his anger reaching a boiling point. Let me beat you up. His eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint appearing within them. He approached the bathing area, his intent clear. A woman sat in the bath, unaware of the approaching danger. He stood over the tub, his shadow falling upon the unsuspecting bather. Steam rose from the water, obscuring the scene. He confronted the woman in the bath, his expression a mixture of anger and disbelief. The woman looked up, startled. What are you doing here? She asked. Her eyes widened in terror as she recognized him. The traditional buildings stood tall against the backdrop of a clear sky. Greenery surrounded the building, adding a touch of nature to the scene. Somi's eyes widened in shock, a visible tremor running through her body. She sat huddled, her bare feet peeking out from under a white robe. She lay sprawled on the floor, her dark hair fanned out around her head. Duan Yuxian stared intently, demanding, You did that on purpose, didn't you? Meanwhile, a man with a mask covering his face stood silently, his long gray hair flowing around him. The masked man sat at a table with another man in green, who explained, What are you saying? I ran away because I was surprised. I didn't expect you to open the door without any hesitation. A speech bubble asked, What's wrong? Did something happen there? Did you see a lady taking a bath in there? That would be unfortunate. The masked man gestured with his hand, his expression hidden behind the mask. The man in green thought, This old man wants to tie his granddaughter to that guy. The man in green demanded, Hey, I'm asking if you saw it. Tell us about it. Duan Yuxian stands in contemplation. A question hangs in the air. Will he fall for it? Somi approaches him with another woman. She announces that the woman has something to say. Elsewhere, two figures sit at a table, one concealed behind a mask, the other in a green robe. The woman in blue offers an apology, her expression sincere. Somi stands beside her. Duan Yuxian expresses his own remorse. He didn't mean to trespass into someone's house. The woman assures him not to worry. Girls of Murim don't care about that kind of stuff. The masked figure and the figure in green sit in silence, a teapot between them. The woman in blue confesses she is almost fully healed, but worried about her family. A voice declares that it's worth worrying about. After all, the Namgung family was completely destroyed. A close-up of an eye, filled with an unknown emotion. The woman in blue looks surprised, her eyes wide with shock. A hand holds a small pagoda. A voice exclaims that they went to Hunan. She cries out, asking what happened to her family and the Namgung. A child looks on with concern. The man in the brown robe explains that the buildings were all destroyed. Rebuilding everything will take time. He states firmly that it doesn't matter, his expression resolute despite the grim news. She urgently asks about the people, desperate to know if they are okay amidst the destruction. The man reveals he heard the Namgung warriors annihilated the blood troops before disappearing. Her eyes widen with a mix of shock and horror as she processes the implications of the news. The woman collapses to her knees, overwhelmed by the weight of the information. She stands once more, a wave of relief washing over her as she utters a thankful prayer. The intricate patterns of the floor beneath her serve as a silent witness to her turmoil. Tears stream down her face as she convinces herself that they should be fine, trying to quell her worries. She is startled, recognizing a familiar voice that cuts through the chaos of her thoughts. Elsewhere, she sits at a table with two others, the conversation unheard but clearly important. He stands, masked, as a voice cries out in disbelief, calling him Grandpa. A figure kneels on the patterned floor, as Somi stands before them in a flowing white and blue robe. She grabs the masked figure's shoulders, her voice filled with desperate hope. You are my grandpa, right? The masked figure denies the accusation, claiming ignorance. I don't know what you're talking about. Somi's expression is a mix of confusion and fear as she demands to know what happened. Tears welling in her eyes, Somi asks why the masked figure is here and questions the mask itself. The mask, with its stark white surface and dark accents, stares back, unreadable. Despite the denial, Somi embraces the masked figure tightly, a wave of emotion washing over her. The masked figure, though silent, seems to express gratitude for being alive. The masked figure's eyes reveal a deep-seated relief, as they believe Somi was dead. A sinister laugh echoes, its source unseen. Somi's tears continue to fall as she clings to the masked figure, a complex mix of emotions on her face. A weathered hand clenches, fingers tightening as if grasping something precious or struggling to hold on. The figure of her grandpa appears, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he holds something unseen. Tears welling, The girl exclaims she knew it, questioning why he hadn't contacted her sooner. The girl embraces the man, while Somi watches them from behind, a mix of emotions on her face. Somi declares that her dad was wrong to do this, her expression a mix of anger and sadness. The man walks with Somi, who looks up at him and asks if he means her. Somi's face is filled with determination as she states that then she wouldn't have to cry like that. The man chuckles, admitting she's right, but explaining that the old man didn't want her to know, so he had no right to tell her. Tears stream down Somi's face, her expression a mixture of sadness and longing. The man wonders if Grandpa is going back to his home, admitting he's not sure what they'll do, suggesting they wait and see. Somi declares that she has. Somi imagines her dad and Yuni getting married. Then Grandpa will become her real grandpa, adding that the man likes him. She is told that it makes the man jealous because she likes him more now. Somi insists that she likes her dad the most. The man speaking says that she should say that she likes her dad more in front of her dad, and that she likes Grandpa more in front of Grandpa. The man explains that that's how you live in this world, and that she learned that already at a young age. Somi says that she really meant she likes him the most. The man with her responds, saying he knows. The man wonders if that man can make such a face too. Huh? A crescent moon hangs in the night sky. A bandaged hand pours liquid from bottle. A man stands before a mountain. A person sits before a gate. Someone begs to be spared. The person demands to know what's with the bullshit, stating that they were the one who was attacked first. A woman with braided hair stands over a fallen figure, her sword held loosely in her hand. The fallen figure admits it was their fault, as the woman asks if they are begging for their life. The woman's expression is unreadable, her eyes narrowed as she looks down at the figure before her. Nam Jorian thinks to herself that she cannot die yet, despite the situation. As a sword-wielding warrior, there is nothing more damaging to one's pride than begging for life from your opponent. Still, for some reason, the girl in front of Nam Jorian was trembling in terror. Yet resolutely begging for her life, she seemed worthless but funny. She became one of the three heavens, the sword heaven. When Nam Jorian spared her life, she gave her a name. Two figures stand before a wall, and the name Namgung is mentioned. Nam Jorian gave that name because they first met at the South Gate, but she didn't expect her to use that name like this. Nam Jorian gave her the name. Namgung mused, a wry smile playing on his lips. Destiny, it seemed, had a peculiar sense of humor. He wondered if his destiny was telling him he would never lose his connection with Namgung, even after 1,000 years. Elsewhere, Cheon Mawang had been succeeded by Sa Dohak, while Taegongjin was said to have found succession in Wudong. But they weren't the only ones who had left their inheritance. What he saw there was the divine Black Wind Demon's martial art. A person who would teach those arts without hesitation. There's only one person who would do that, and there must be his successor somewhere. He wanted to leave his old relationships in the past. But if he can't escape this loop, even if he hides and stays quiet, Duan Yuxian will step again into the Central Plains. The signal is given, and the duel is about to commence. The setting for this contest is a grand, traditional building, a testament to the history of martial arts. Duan Yuxian and Nam Jorian face each other, swords drawn. He wonders aloud what they are doing. Nam Jorian questions if this is a duel, expressing surprise and asking if she's going to die. The woman with dark hair scoffs, declaring that it doesn't make sense. She heard that he recently started learning martial arts and can't compete against her. She reminds him that he asked her to duel, not this weak ass. Duan Yuxian thinks to himself that arrogance is the weakest point of martial artists. He believes she will lose to that weak ass if she can't properly use what she has learned from the old man. Nam Jorian, her expression hardening, simply states, "All right then." The two warriors face off, their swords reflecting the tension in the air. The duel is about to begin. An hour ago, Nam Jorian bows before the man, requesting that she may receive his teaching. Her expression is earnest as she awaits his response. The man refuses, stating that it doesn't seem like she can learn anything from him. As the man begins to walk away, Nam Jorian asks if he's running away because he is scared of her. He replies that he doesn't care what she thinks. Nam Jorian draws her sword, demanding a duel. The man refuses to take part in a useless duel, telling her to go to her grandfather if she wants a duel that badly. She retorts that the skill gap between her and her grandfather is too large. The man smirks, unimpressed by her words. In a moment of exasperation, Nam Jorian wonders if someone other than Grandmaster Dan exists. The sound of a sword being drawn echoes. A hand grips the hilt of a sword, ready to strike. Nam Jorian assures someone, her expression determined. She is warned that she won't be able to win against this man. The man with brown hair questions what was just said, but acknowledges that the brat may be pretty good. The man with the sword declares that he will give someone a good scolding. Nam Jorian, serious, declares that she won't hold back. Duan Yuxian states that there is no need to hold back. A sword is swung with great force. A close-up of the man with the sword's face shows his determination. The man with the sword is sweating and breathing heavily. A hand tightens around the hilt of his sword, ready to strike. Nam Jorian stands, her expression a mix of shock and frustration. She wonders how this could be. The attacks of Nam Jorian aren't even touching her opponent. She thinks to herself that he is a weak ass. She stomps her foot, the ground cracking under the force of her frustration. Nam Jorian plummets downwards, thinking that this is ridiculous. He stands with his back turned, his sword raised high, ready to strike. A blinding light erupts as the man with the sword stands his ground, unfazed. The scene unfolds against the backdrop of an ancient building, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. Two figures watch Nam Jorian fall. One comments that she's impatient. The two observers stand side by side, their expressions unreadable as they watch the fight unfold. The observer who spoke seems to be waiting for something. Nam Jorian's face contorts in rage as she falls, her frustration reaching a boiling point. She grits her teeth, a visible sign of her frustration. The compatibility, it seems, is far from ideal. The clash of steel rings out as she continues her assault, the force of the impact echoing through the air. Nam Jorian stands firm, her grip tightening on her sword. She thinks to herself, she has dedicated her life to mastering the blade. Energy crackles around the opponent's arm as he thinks. How could he be losing to someone who has just begun learning martial arts? Her face contorts in fury, the situation utterly ridiculous in her eyes. She cannot believe what is happening. The energy intensifies as their weapons meet once more, a blinding flash erupting from the point of contact. The sound of the impact reverberates, a testament to the power behind the blows. The opponent's face is a mask of shock, his eyes wide with disbelief as he reels from the force. Nam Jorian's gaze is unwavering, her focus absolute as she prepares to deliver the final strike. The opponent is sent flying down the steps, a cry of defeat echoing in the air. "Died!" someone shouts. A woman watches in disbelief, muttering that the attack didn't cut him. How could this be? One man confronts another, demanding to know if he was truly planning to kill him, addressing him as Manor Master. He is told that he did well dodging, and that it is fine since he didn't die. Someone questions how he could say that. The character reflects on pointing his sword with all his strength, without knowledge. Nam Jorian states that the other man won't die from that, and that it seems like the duel is over. The man with short hair questions how this could happen. The woman with long hair is on her knees, her sword next to her. Nam Jorian and the man with short hair stand next to each other, looking in the same direction. The woman with long hair thinks that the attack was akin to a final blow, and that it was not something that someone like Jang Samtae could dodge. The man with short hair wonders how this could happen. He thinks that Nam Jorian is an insect that's not even a third-rate martial artist. Nam Jorian states that with this, their duel will never happen. The man with short hair is told to hurry and prepare breakfast, and he agrees. Meanwhile, Nam Jorian and the man with short hair walk away from the viewer, towards a building. The woman with long hair looks down, seemingly defeated. The man with short hair looks forward with a serious expression. A close-up of the clothing of Nam Jorian. Under the watchful gaze of the crescent moon, a dark mystery begins to unfold. The flickering torchlight reveals a grim scene. Bodies strewn across the ground, their stillness unsettling. Demonic cult strategist Dong Banku surveys the scene, his expression troubled. He mutters that the situation is truly strange. Dong Banku notes the unsettling absence of any signs of battle. No matter how closely they look, there isn't a single trace of a fight. A closer look reveals the bizarre state of the bodies. A voice whispers, noting that around 20 people lie dead, like mummies. The text explains that most of the dead were first-rate martial artists, elite members of the demonic cult, who wouldn't be easily defeated. At first, an ambush was suspected, but there are no traces of struggle. The scene is eerily calm, the bodies arranged as if in slumber. It appears their hearts simply stopped beating, as if they died a natural death. Dong Banku realizes he must find the culprit before the cult leader returns, knowing he'll be in big trouble if he doesn't. The strategist stands amidst the fallen, the weight of the situation heavy on his shoulders. What stand do they have to take going forward? An eye, filled with an unknown intensity, watches from the shadows. A man with purple hair stares intently, his expression unreadable. Elsewhere, a man with long hair looms over another, the scene filled with a sense of impending doom. Two figures stand amidst a scene of carnage, one of them holding a sheathed sword. A face contorted in a feral snarl, teeth bared in a display of predatory hunger. Duan Yuxian stands over a kneeling figure, his blade dripping with fresh blood. A figure holding a torch surveys the scene of bodies, questioning who the attacker is. The old man thinks that the presence is equal to that of the cult leader. No, even more. A disembodied voice booms, commanding someone to kneel down. A close-up of an eye shows the pain and shock of the body being attacked. Duan Yuxian stands tall as another figure kneels before him, seemingly defeated. A booming voice declares, "I am your master." The face with long dark hair is shown again, this time with glowing red eyes. The Heavenly Blade Association stands as the center of the 8 renowned families. The Murim Alliance, in contrast, serves as the center of the 9 great schools. The orthodox path faces an unprecedented crisis as Muang Hyokman steps down. In an attempt to overcome the crisis, the Murim Alliance's waning power is being taken advantage of. An envoy was sent to the Heavenly Blade Association, proposing that they join forces once again. The confrontation between the two forces became imminent as the number of martial artists leaving the Murim Alliance increased. The Murim Alliance slowly weakened, making it difficult to function properly. A faction lay in ambush, waiting for the right moment to strike at the foothills surrounding the Manhwa sect manor. They were a group of the best masters of the unorthodox faction, gathered at what's known as the Yellow Martial Castle. Two children stand together, one offering the other a treat. In the background, a man watches over them. A voice echoes from within the building, questioning if someone is upset. A young woman sits with her arms wrapped around her legs, her expression unreadable. An old man with long white hair apologizes, addressing someone as grandfather. The woman reflects on her loss, questioning why she ended up this way, lamenting that she is of the Namgung family. The old man explains that martial arts involve not only skill, but also compatibility, noting that her movements and swordsmanship are incompatible with Jang Sambi's. The old man continues, telling Sohai that her swordsmanship is fast and lively, but what's contained within is nothing more than a mimicry of his martial arts. Sohai's eyes widen, a mix of shock and realization dawning on her face. The old man states that no matter how fast she is, it is useless against someone faster, adding that this result was inevitable and that she is still unripe. A voice laments having humiliated the name of the Namgung family and damaging their reputation, which should always remain aloof. Tears well up in Sohai's eyes as she reflects on her efforts, especially in front of her grandfather. She wielded the sword, determined to prevent a repeat of recent events. A voice reassured her that there was no need for disappointment or apology, framing it as an experience. The camera focuses on her hands, clasped tightly in her lap, a picture of quiet frustration. An older man with long white hair looked down at her with a gentle expression. Tears welled in her eyes, a visible sign of her inner turmoil. The older man embraced Namgung Sohai, offering comfort and support in her moment of distress. Meanwhile, a man stared at his reflection, muttering about what he should do, remembering how awesome he was. He recalled winning against Namgung Sohai and that Namgung family, his expression a mix of pride and something darker. His fist clenched, a surge of power and determination coursing through him. He launched into a martial arts dance, preparing for a fight. He moved with practiced precision, each strike carrying immense force. He executes a precise kick, the force rippling through the air. He reflects, thinking he never imagined having anything to do with martial arts. Duan Yuxian continues his practice, another kick aimed with practiced precision. He wonders if, at this rate, he is becoming a decent martial artist. A voice erupts in laughter, declaring that Samtea Juicy is strange. A young girl peers cautiously from behind a door, her expression unreadable. The Heavenly Blade Association, upon its formation, acted as if they had been waiting all along. The Murim Alliance stands as a testament to unity in a divided world. The disciples of Manhwa sect managed to stop them, but the damage is serious. Manhwa Elder Moon Baekjung notes that half of the Shaanxi territory has already fallen to the forces of the Yellow Martial Castle and fears a full-blown battle. It will become a war that makes or breaks Manhwa. A gathering of figures discusses matters of grave importance, the fate of many hanging in the balance. The man with a beard laments that they've joined hands with the Northern Sea. He believes it will be difficult for the Manhwa sect to hold on with their own strength. Wudong sect elder Hyo Gong states that they need to prepare for movements from the outside world, including the demonic cult. He acknowledges they are in a difficult situation to freely allocate personnel to offer assistance. The man with the goatee thinks of the situation of Hubei in Wudong, which isn't good either, similar to that of Manhwa. He notes that even the Green Forest Blades have started to act up, taking advantage of the decreasing Murim Alliance forces. Shaolin Temple Sunjin believes the only place where the situation is better now would be the Shaolin Temple. He urges to quickly win over the Jagal family, head to their side, believing they may be able to overcome the current situation if he joins them. A close-up of an eye reveals a character wondering how the movements of the Heavenly Blade Association are progressing. Wudong sect elder Hyo Gong states that there's not much movement. He notes that since there's no one to head it, any decision-making is bound to be difficult to narrow down. He asks if they have located the Jagal family head. The man with the goatee states that it seems like he found something in Hunan. Shaolin Temple Sunjin urges to quickly win over the Jagal family, head to their side. He states that he's the brain of the Jagal family, who moves the entire family great. One of the two people states that for now, the Heavenly Blade Association without the Jagal family is nothing but an empty shell. Shaolin Temple Sunjin says he shall send their Shaolin disciples to Manhwa, and the other person thanks him. The woman asks if someone is truly not coming back. The man with long hair laughs. Hyo Gong states that he has made up his mind not to return. Sunjin sits across from Hyo Gong as he questions what he can do, no longer the alliance leader or the Sword Emperor. She is listening intently. Hyo Gong explains that if they had him, the Heavenly Blade Association might join forces with the Murim Alliance again, but it has been 3 months since the position is vacant. Sunjin looks at Hyo Gong and calls him grandfather. Sunjin says that he should go and forge his own path. Hyo Gong and Sunjin continue their conversation at the table. Meanwhile, a young girl sits on a swing while a man sits beside her, reading a book. Elsewhere, 3 men are engaged in a game of Go, deeply focused on their strategy. Elsewhere, a man practices his swordsmanship, honing his skills with each precise movement. Hyo Gong's expression is thoughtful as he considers the situation. Sunjin is drawn in a chibi style. Sunjin expresses pity for Master Monk Sunjin, the new alliance leader. She had to lose him because of a grandfather whom he can't communicate with. What does she want him to do? Follow her or stay here? Suinjin's voice booms with concern. Grandfather is here. How could she leave him alone? A child's laughter echoes through the room. Somi chuckles, ho ho ho. Hyo Gong and Sunjin sit across from each other at a table. A steaming teapot sits between them, the silence thick with unspoken words. Beneath the table, a glimpse of feet suggests someone else is present, though their identity remains unseen. The forest path winds onward, sunlight dappling through the canopy. Footsteps echo softly on the worn trail. Duan Yuxian walks alongside Hyo Gong, the silence thick with unspoken thoughts. Hyo Gong observes the protagonist, remarking that he looks like he has something to say. Hyo Gong denies having anything to say, but his expression betrays his curiosity. Hyo Gong admits that he is curious as to why he spared Moyang Hyakman. Duan Yuxian thinks to himself that Hyo Gong is still useful and can get stronger than he is now. Hyo Gong wonders what someone needs in order to get stronger: a weapon, suitable martial arts, and talent? Duan Yuxian's jealousy is directed towards someone else. Duan Yuxian states that he has the will to live. Hyo Gong states that he stopped, believing that if it's him, he'll undoubtedly be able to turn Murim into a wasteland. A voice questions turning Murim into a wasteland, asking if he didn't want to take control of Murim and rule over it, calling him a blood demon. Duan Yuxian states that taking control and destroying it are ultimately the same thing, as one must thoroughly dismantle and destroy the existing structure in order to take control of it. Hyo Gong wonders what fun it would be if the process to that were peaceful. His eyes narrowed. Hyo Gong reflects that after the Sword Emperor Namgung Chon died and Moyang Hyakman succeeded him as the Murim Alliance leader, it became clear that the vessel became much smaller. The moment he disappeared, the forces of orthodox factions naturally became divided, and the Yellow Martial Castle, the pillar of unorthodox factions, aimed for that empty gap and began to act. As in the past, the orthodox factions will be unable to unify and will suffer helplessly for a while, as a dark figure grins menacingly. Hyo Gong wonders if the blood demon predicted and intended for this, questioning if it is the same reason as to why he sent the divine black wind demon to the demonic cult. Duan Yuxian chuckles, stating that someone learns 2 things when he just teaches one, adding that he's someone possessing a new body from him. A summoning spell is being cast, and his body may be different from his former self, but it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he possesses a comparable power to that. A dark figure states that he wants that guy to draw out someone into the world. Hyo Gong questions someone as Duan Yuxian smirks, a sinister feeling in the air. He wondered aloud who the mysterious figure might be, his expression thoughtful. Duan Yuxian considered how that bastard would react in the end, his gaze intense. One voice insisted they couldn't find him, no matter how hard they looked, questioning if he was in Hunan. Another voice countered that he was definitely here. The man meditating believed that returning to the world of orthodox Murim was possible if they could just find him. The woman, eating dango, expressed her skepticism, saying she felt like she'd heard that 100 times already. Meanwhile, Hyo Gong sat with the woman, listening to her complaints as she ate her dango. She lamented that it was tormenting to feel her daughter finding her pathetic. Hyo Gong thought that he was acting this way instead of managing the household as the family head. Hyo Gong considers his daughter's perspective, realizing she must be feeling frustrated with him. It's obvious the Murim Alliance is looking for him. Duan Yuxian knows that he must find him as soon as possible. If he doesn't, he is unsure of what will happen. Hyo Gong's expression is unreadable as he contemplates the situation. Namgung Sohai eats dango, seemingly unconcerned with the gravity of the situation. Hyo Gong thinks that it wouldn't be a bad idea to regard this as a vacation between father and daughter in a long time. Namgung Sohai calls out to her father, her expression unreadable. Namgung Sohai asks if he isn't acting this way to avoid doing a bothersome task. Hyo Gong denies that she hasn't given up on looking for that man. Hyo Gong wonders whom she takes after, thinking she's so quick-witted. Hyo Gong and Namgung Sohai are surprised by something. A large fish jumps out of the water, creating a splash. Hyo Gong and Namgung Sohai look at the large fish, surprised by its size. Hyo Gong paused, a flicker of unease crossing his face. He wondered aloud if someone else was nearby, sensing a presence. Beneath the water surface, a large fish hung suspended, caught on a line, its silver scales shimmering. A little girl stood in the shallows, her small hands gripping a fishing rod, seemingly the source of the disturbance. Her eyes widened, a mixture of surprise and excitement on her face as she looked up at something unseen. With a burst of speed, Hyo Gong and Namgung Sohai rushed towards the water, their robes billowing behind them. Hyo Gong splashed through the clear water, his focus solely on reaching the little girl in the distance. Hyo Gong reached the little girl, his hand outstretched as he waded deeper into the water, concern etched on his face. His brow furrowed. Hyo Gong's expression conveyed a deep worry for the child's safety in the water. Hyo Gong looked down at the little girl, who sheepishly admitted that she had failed in her fishing attempt. Despite her words, the little girl beamed, her face radiating pure joy and contentment with her day by the water. Beneath the surface, a school of fish swam, seemingly endless in number, belying the little girl's claim of failure. Hyo Gong, Namgung Sohai, and the little girl gazed down in astonishment at the teeming aquatic life below, a silent question hanging in the air. Somi pouts, saying that while she may be young and wonderful, her dad and grandfather won't come to fish with her. Hyo Gong thinks he knows why Somi is disappointed. They must feel disappointed losing to a little kid. The little girl asks if the two of them would like to visit Somi's house. Namgung Sohai and Hyo Gong are surprised by the question. Namgung Sohai asks, "House?" Somi is excited and says, "Yes, this is Somi's house." Namgung Sohai and Hyo Gong are concerned. No matter how they rummage this area, there's only Lake Daunting around here. Does this mean this child has been living homeless around here? The little girl wonders if she is fishing to make a living. Judging by what she said, Hyo Gong thinks she must be living with adults, yet those adults aren't even here to fish. Hyo Gong wonders how they could exploit such a young and innocent girl. Somi looks up with a smile. Hyo Gong asks the child where her house is, saying he'll have to speak a sword to that man she calls her father. Somi is startled. Hyo Gong holds Somi's hands. Hyo Gong reassured Somi, telling her it wasn't her fault and that she was trying to protect them. He added that even adults are scolded. Somi, with a determined look, told them to follow her. Somi led Namgung Sohai and Hyo Gong forward, prompting a surprised reaction from Namgung. Duan Yuxian's expression was unreadable. Someone noted that they appear to have guests. The man greets the returning young miss with a warm welcome. The man wonders who those people are. The girl seems surprised by something. The man holding Somi announces, "Come in. This is Somi's house." The people talking seem to be in disbelief. The group walks along the path. The man looks off to the side. He can feel the aura of a great master from that man, and it looks like he's seen him somewhere before. The man and woman look around, seemingly searching for something. She thought that, judging by how the child was being treated, she was mistaken about her being exploited. The imposing structure of the manor loomed, its presence heavy with unspoken history. The man's eyes narrowed as he realized this was certainly not an ordinary manor. The man sweeping the floor mused about the possibility of unlimited meat dumplings, or perhaps gold coins would be better. A sudden sound made the man's eyes widen in surprise, a question forming in his mind. The man turned his head, a question mark appearing above him as he looked towards the entrance. The man squinted, wondering who that guy was, noting that his back looked familiar. The man wondered who dared to enter someone else's house, as if they owned the place. The man looked up, his expression shifting as he recognized the figure before him. Duan Yuxian stood tall, his gaze fixed forward, a stoic expression on his face. The man's eyes widened in shock as he realized who it was. This man. He instructs Quan Mu Jin to move forward. Somi confirms, following closely behind the great Dan Yohayan. The pair are seen walking through the manor, the scale of the place becoming apparent. The man in green robes recognizes Duan Yuxian, exclaiming that it was him all along. He seems shocked. The man in green robes stammers, calling the protagonist father. The woman in dark robes looks on. Duan Yuxian thinks to himself that he has been looking for the man. The man in green robes asks Duan Yuxian for what reason he has been looking for him. The woman in dark robes thinks that it is obvious why her father has been looking for Duan Yuxian, to create a stronger Murim. Duan Yuxian thinks that if he recruits that man, he must think that he could create a Murim that's one step better. The woman in dark robes thinks that her father has resigned from the Murim Alliance and left to find someone to take the place of the Sword Emperor, Namgung Cheon. The text speaks of the Murim Alliance trying to take father back, but the Heavenly Blade Association will turn their backs on him, as father will try to remain neutral. For now, the man with dark hair must have judged that finding a master to take the Sword Emperor's place is the top priority. The man's expression is unreadable as he looks down, lost in thought. The man in green robes tells Duan Yuxian that if there is no reason, he should go back, as this isn't a place for him. A hand reaches out, as if to stop someone. "Wait a moment," is exclaimed. The man in green robes asks Duan Yuxian if he would perhaps like to drink. The man in green robes offers Duan Yuxian some 50-year-old Shaoxing wine. Duan Yuxian looks at the bottle of wine, his expression thoughtful. The man in green robes holds up the bottle, thinking about how he had bought the extremely rare wine coincidentally when he was roaming around Hunan. He wonders who would have thought he'd get to use it now. Duan Yuxian looks down, hoping that things will work out. The man in green robes invites Duan Yuxian to come in, saying he'll listen to him for a moment. Duan Yuxian bows his head, thanking the man in green robes. A voice muses that a certain child has brought them luck. The traditional building stands tall against the sky. A bearded man smiles broadly, seemingly enjoying himself. Another man, with a neatly trimmed mustache, holds a cup, a slight smile on his face. Two women stand before the building, their expressions unreadable. Namgung Sohai wonders aloud what brings the Jagal family head to this place. Someone observes that they are even drinking and seem to be getting along well, noting the expensive wine. A banquet of delicious dishes is laid out before them. Grandfather drinks deeply, questioning why that bastard is with them. Grandfather declares he enjoys drinking as much as that brat, as someone asks him to calm down. He insists that of course he is calm. Namgung Sohai realizes that the one the Jagal family head has been looking for must be Master Dan. It was said that he was helped by some master and revealed as an excellent talent. He was to be brought to the Murim Alliance. The man with long white hair scoffed. He doubted that man would ever go to the Murim Alliance. Someone poured the liquid into the cup. He's just wasting good booze, the man thought. Grandfather smiled, thanking someone for saying that. It wouldn't have been easy to obtain such good wine around here, one of the men said. It was worth bringing it here then. The man laughed, agreeing that even this oldie finds this a fine wine. Someone wondered why he kept staying at Hunan looking for him, and why he's willing to serve such a good wine before him. The woman stated that they never said they have been staying in Hunan, though. The reason why I've been looking for you and giving you this good wine is simple, he thought. Grandfather placed his hand on his chest, listening intently. Under the light of the crescent moon, the night is still. Someone sleeps soundly, unaware of the world outside their dreams. Grandfather tells Duan Yuxian that they will see him next time and bring him a better wine. Duan Yuxian replies that he'll be looking forward to it. Duan Yuxian walks away. Jagalon, the man wonders what brings that man here. Grandfather watches as Duan Yuxian leaves. Jagalon seems to be thinking about something. Grandfather offers a taste of something. The liquid is poured into a small cup. Grandfather takes a sip from the cup. Grandfather exclaims that it's extremely tasty. No, it's not only tasty, it's also a good wine. He is asked what the unexpected guest had to say. The guest requested that he protect the orthodox path of Murim together, but Duan Yuxian states he's not interested. Duan Yuxian stands with his arms crossed, seemingly firm in his decision. Grandfather questions if he means he's not interested in creating a just and peaceful world. Duan Yuxian replies that he doesn't know if he'll be of help, asking what's in it for him if he does. Grandfather begins to speak of honor, but Duan Yuxian cuts him off, declaring that honor is the most useless thing. Duan Yuxian thinks to himself, simply protecting. As he walks away, someone asks where he's going all of a sudden. His long hair trails behind him as Duan Yuxian strides away. Duan Yuxian tells them not to follow him. Duan Yuxian tells someone, presumably grandfather, not to come out of the manor either. He pauses, his hands resting on the table before him. A question hangs in the air. Elsewhere, a lone figure walks through a forest, the path ahead unknown. Duan Yuxian's expression is unreadable, his gaze distant as he contemplates something unseen. He wonders if that is all there is to it, the burial mound containing the remains of the three heavens. The protagonist stands before another figure, their presence looming. Duan Yuxian remains stoic, his posture unwavering in the face of the unknown. He reflects, never expecting this person to appear, especially given the techniques of manipulating corpses he's recently witnessed. The newcomer smiles, revealing himself as the blood demon. He recalls shattering Duan Yuxian's skull, expressing surprise at seeing him alive. Duan Yuxian finds this perfect, as he's been bored for 1,000 years. The blood demon laughs, enjoying that Duan Yuxian hasn't changed. He muses that splitting his skull again would bring him entertainment. The blood demon knew Duan Yuxian would say that, so he created that technique. Is it the great heaven-defying arts? Duan Yuxian pours a liquid, his expression unreadable. Duan Yuxian confirms that the blood demon is correct, he knows. From what he knows, the technique involves transporting someone's soul into another body. The technique needs the blood of 500 males and 500 females less than 10 years old. Duan Yuxian states not to look at him with those eyes, as he went through so much hardship finding a body that suits him. The blood demon reveals that Duan Yuxian would sacrifice countless young children just to save himself, adding that his cruel nature hasn't changed after 1,000 years. The blood demon remarks on meeting again after such a long time, suggesting this may be part of the arrangements of those sages Duan Yuxian despises. They must think that Duan Yuxian is the only one who can stop this blood demon. Duan Yuxian, his expression shifting to concern, asks what the blood demon means. He holds a small cup, a single drop escaping its confines. Has he ever considered the truth? The blood demon reveals that the 1,000-year seal Duan Yuxian believed he lifted himself was, in fact, lifted by the sages. A faint smirk plays across the blood demon's lips. The blood demon stands silhouetted, his expression unreadable. Duan Yuxian's expression hardens as he listens to the blood demon's words. He retorts that the blood demon's jokes have improved. The blood demon explains that so much time has passed. A red energy flares around Duan Yuxian. The blood demon states that he has no other choice but to change. Duan Yuxian is engulfed in a red aura, his eyes widening in shock. The red energy intensifies, radiating outward from Duan Yuxian. A surge of power explodes outward, shaking the very ground. Duan Yuxian stands amidst the swirling energy, his body radiating power. He clutches his head, a fragmented memory surfacing. What was he? He was pushed back, but only half a step, it seemed. Duan Yuxian stood in the moonlight, as the figure before him remarked on his expression. The figure with long black hair stood silently, his back to Duan Yuxian. The figure's dark hair flowed down his back, almost obscuring his form. The figure with long red hair taunted, telling him to come up a little higher. The figure with long black hair looked down, questioning what Duan Yuxian was thinking of doing. Duan Yuxian smirked, proposing they fight to determine who is the best and strongest once again. The figure with long black hair stood in the moonlight, speaking of all the central plains. Duan Yuxian stood, his back to the viewer, ready to fight. The figure with long black hair's robes flowed around him. A declaration was made. Everything would be put on the line. The figure with long black hair observes, noting that his opponent is finally showing his true colors. Duan Yuxian smiles, seemingly pleased with the progress. He believes he's giving his opponent a good push, and it fills him with pride. The black-haired figure stands, seemingly unaffected by Duan Yuxian's goading. Energy crackles around Duan Yuxian, a visual testament to the power he is helping to unleash. The black-haired figure's expression remains hidden, but the intensity around him grows. A figure is struck by a blast of green energy, the impact sending shockwaves through the area. A sinister laugh echoes, a sign that something dangerous has been unleashed. Standing on a precipice, Duan Yuxian declares that being killed is simply their life. It is revealed that the divine black wind demon has been unleashed, a force of immense power. A voice wonders if anyone will be able to stop the unleashed demon. Flames engulf Duan Yuxian, the unstoppable demon god, standing firm amidst the inferno. A lone figure stands on a precipice, overlooking the devastation with a drawn sword. A man with long, dark hair gazes forward, his expression unreadable in the dim light. A hand grips the hilt of a sword, a faint purple glow emanating from the blade. From within the building, a shout echoes, cutting through the silence. Two figures clash, their swords meeting with a resounding clang. Two figures stand face to face, the tension palpable as they grip their weapons. Two figures sit at a table, one carefully pouring a drink for the other. A child runs excitedly, calling out to their dad to look at something. He watched the woman in red walk away, a slight breeze rustling through the courtyard. The scar on Duan Yuxian's face was a stark reminder of battles fought and prices paid. He pondered, his mind drifting back to the events of the previous night. The figure, wreathed in crimson energy, was unmistakable. He was neither dreaming nor mistaken. The silhouette solidified the truth. He was the reason the blood demon divine cult rose to prominence. Duan Yuxian stood amidst the swirling red energy, a testament to his power and influence. The words echoed in his mind. The dead divine black wind demon had been unleashed into the world. Bandages wrapped around his hands, Duan Yuxian resolved, I'll have to find him. Elsewhere, the man with long white hair and beard took a sip from his cup, a thoughtful expression on his face. The question hung in the air. Who controls the most money in the Central Plains? The man with long white hair and beard pondered. The one who controls the most money in the Central Plains. A man with a shaved head and a sly grin held his cup, seemingly in anticipation of the answer. He asks if the other man is talking about Man Huriang of the Myriad Gold Merchant Troupe. The man with long white hair confirms that he won't be able to return to the Murim Alliance. The wealth he amassed while operating the Myriad Gold Merchant Troupe is his greatest strength. The protagonist sees a merchant troupe and falls into deep thought. He admits that he is anxious. The man with long white hair asks how much money the Myriad Gold Merchant Troupe earns. The other man says he doesn't know exactly, either. He asks why Duan Yuxian is suddenly interested in creating a merchant troupe, stating that operating a manor and running a merchant troupe are on entirely different levels. In his opinion, the man with long red hair thinks to himself. The man with long white hair states that he has no chance at running a merchant troupe. The man with long white hair says, right, very well. Someone shouts, asking where he is going and telling him not to create a merchant troupe. If that's the case, please stop. Ah, come to think of it, is he not going to return to the demonic cult? The man with long white hair asks. Me? Well, I'm planning to return after getting all I can get from you. Is there a problem? The protagonist asks if he is in contact with the demonic cult. The man with long white hair says he does receive carrier pigeons regularly, but he hasn't heard from them recently. He says someone named Dong Bongu has to contact him, but now that he thinks about it, it's been 1 month since they lost contact. He forgot about it as time passed while he's staying here, but it is indeed strange. He is asked if there is a problem, but the protagonist hesitates, unsure how to answer the question. Another man laughs, declaring that his demonic cult is the headquarters of 100,000 demonic cultists. The man continues, saying that even the master of the Yellow Marshal Castle, Jik Muzong, bows before him these days. A small figure runs towards a larger figure in a courtyard, their destination unknown. Duan Yuxian walks away, seemingly deep in thought about the earlier conversation. A grand building stands tall, its architecture hinting at a place of power and influence. Duan Yuxian's expression is unreadable, his thoughts hidden behind a stoic mask. His gaze hardens, a flicker of determination crossing his face as he considers his next move. Sandaled feet step forward, ready to embark on a new journey, whatever it may hold. Zhang Samte is told that he wasn't called, but he is here. He is informed that there's something he has to do. Zhang Samte is ordered to go to the demonic cult, his expression a mix of shock and resolve. Someone is shocked by the mention of the demonic cult and Elder Sadohak, their eyes wide with fear. He listens as he's told that they don't need to enter the demonic cult headquarters. Just getting near it and gathering news will suffice, a prospect that brings him relief. Another man declares that he'll begin from the house sect and search around. He doesn't care if the rumors are unfounded, he's bringing something back. He is told that if he can't get any information out of them, he can even get it by force. He is assured that someone will take care of the aftermath and given his allowance. The man is surprised that Manor Master is giving him money. He wonders if it must be a really big and serious matter and asks if Manor Master is going somewhere. The man walking away says that he doesn't need to know. He continues on his path, leaving the other man behind. Meanwhile, the text explains that the one who first established the demonic cult was the divine Black Wind Demon. However, upon witnessing his cruelty, one of his subordinates rebelled against him. The text continues, stating that he was Cheon Mawang, one of the three heavens. He was later called the Heavenly Demon and the idol of all the demonic cultists. After fighting for 3 days and 3 nights straight, Cheon Mawang won. The divine Black Wind Demon was forgotten by everyone. Therefore, there was only one place where the revived divine Black Wind Demon could go. The man walks through the forest, seemingly on a mission. The text indicates that a demon could go there. The man thinks to himself that he'll have to find and kill him once again before that happens. Elsewhere, a serene landscape unfolds, revealing traditional buildings nestled amidst rolling hills and distant mountains under a vast, clear sky. The myriad gold merchant troupe announces their arrival, expressing their delight at finally having a customer after a long wait. He clasped his hands together, tears welling in his eyes as Zhang Samte thanked the myriad gold merchant for coming to them. Another man looked on in surprise. He noted that it had been a long time and questioned why they were in such a remote place. A man in a long robe stood tall, a sword at his side. Before him, another figure knelt, head bowed in deference. From behind, a figure watched the man in the robe. He wondered what brought that bastard here again. The man's eyes widened, his mouth agape as he stared upwards in utter shock. A bead of sweat trickled down the man's neck, his expression unreadable. A man questioned the great Dan Yohaian's presence, wondering what brought him to their merchant troupe. Another man wondered if the place made guests stand outside, given the circumstances. Sweat dripped down the man's face as he stammered, confirming that they were, in fact, guests. He offered to escort them inside. The scene shifted to a table with a cup of tea and some cookies, the air still and quiet. The great Dan Yohaian observed that the merchant troupe seemed rather shabby, questioning if running one guaranteed money. The man looked down, his expression hidden in shadow as he listened to the great Dan Yohaian. The man explained that Hunan was already in the hands of the myriad gold merchant troupe, and those not under them mostly fell into this state. The great Dan Yohaian's gaze was intense, his red eyes narrowed as he listened intently. He asked what one needed to grow the merchant troupe, prompting the man to reply that money was, of course, essential, along with a trading partner for consistent deals. He is asked what should be done first and foremost. The man with the hat wonders why he's asking so abruptly. Clearing his throat, Duan Yuxian thinks that if it's Luoyang, he'd likely sell wine that could become a specialty drink. The group agrees that they are right beside the Dongting Lake, so there are many people who drink. To target those people, they make a deal with the Hoyan family. The man with the hat exclaims about the Hoyan family. He explains that they're famous for making wine in the past, that is. The man with the hat thinks of being pushed back by the Chumun family. They don't make wine any longer. However, if they make and sell wine again, it'll definitely make money. The man with the hat thinks that the taste hasn't changed. He believes that after all, there are still rich people who are still unable to forget their wine. Duan Yuxian listens as the man with the hat explains that the other items are already being traded by the existing merchant troops, so it'll be difficult to break through. The man with the hat continues, saying that those are the Western spices and products used in that region. Those are items that the myriad gold merchant troop trade a few times a year, but they're sold at extremely expensive prices. The man with the hat is surprised by the sound of coins. He looks up, startled by the sudden noise. A bag of coins sits on the floor, the source of the sound that caught the man's attention. The man with the hat is confused by what he sees. Duan Yuxian states that it is an advance payment. The man with the hat thinks about creating a merchant troupe that surpasses the myriad gold merchant troupe. He was shocked, the words echoing in his mind. Surpassing the myriad gold merchant troupe? The very idea seemed impossible. The man in the hat spoke, his tone leaving no room for argument. He would leave the money, and Duan Yuxian had 10 days to move to Luoyang. Otherwise, the money would go to the governor. Duan Yuxian's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing. The lower you are, the harder you must grit your teeth and climb up, he thought. The man in the hat scoffed, questioning why he wasn't being given the time to even think about such a grand decision. Duan Yuxian considered the man's words. The more you think, the more courage you lose, he mused, his gaze intense. The man in the hat stood firm, his stance unwavering. The later you make your decision, the more your precious time will be wasted endlessly, he warned. The man in the hat looked forward to meeting again in Luoyang, a subtle threat underlying his words. The man in the hat muttered to himself, frustrated that he hadn't even been given the time to mull it over. The man in the hat's expression softened, a hint of concern in his eyes. Without courage, you can't make decisions for, he trailed off. A table lay laden with gold coins and a heavy bag, the weight of the decision palpable in the air. Duan Yuxian looked up, his brow furrowed in confusion. He really couldn't tell what was what, the situation clouding his judgment. A woman stirs a large pot over a blazing fire, while a man watches over her shoulder. A heavy thud echoes, the source unseen but clearly impactful. A group of people peer down with expressions ranging from concern to outright disgust. The dark, lumpy dish is met with mixed reactions. Some find it delicious, others are less convinced. The woman explains that she tried cooking because Sambi Nim wasn't there, hoping it would be appreciated. Someone warns that it's dangerous, as chopsticks reach out to grab a bite of the questionable food. The group continues to observe the dish, their expressions still a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. One person insists that it's all right and encourages everyone to enjoy, while another questions what they're even eating. Meanwhile, somewhere in the remote mountains, a new scene unfolds. The sound of a crash echoes through the mountains as a cart lies overturned. He stands near the overturned cart, another figure nearby. Accusations fly as the two men argue, each blaming the other for their predicament. He was not letting the coachmen sleep, making them do all kinds of errands, even ordering them to hunt. He wondered if any coachman could handle that. The man with the bandage on his face picks his nose, a look of confusion washing over him. He wonders if that is strange. One man laments his fate, wondering how he ended up stuck with this kind of guard. The other retorts that if he doesn't like it, he can leave. The white-haired man says he may go back, that he can do this alone. He continues to curse, saying he's doing this because he can't do that, calling the other a piece of shit. The man with white hair asks why he's being cursed out, saying it's making him feel upset. Duan Yuxian argues that nothing is working out because of him, questioning why the manor master left this matter to a jerk like him. Duan Yuxian insists that it must be because he's a better choice than the other man. He asks if he's asking for it, saying he may look like this, but he even defeated Namgung so high. He tells the other to shut up. The white-haired man wonders where Ma Zhanggang went with that brat, Zhang Samte. The white-haired man states he sent him out on an errand. He made dumplings in the end, and seems to be thinking about something. Zhang Samte is told that he wasn't sent away because something serious is going on, right? Duan Yuxian walks forward, drawing his sword. He thinks that things may get serious soon. The sword is drawn with a sharp sound. The sword is drawn, and Zhang Samte and the white-haired man observe with concern. The declaration hangs in the air, thick with unspoken implications and rising tension. A surge of power emanates, crackling with barely contained fury. The man in the kimono spits out a curse, his face contorted with rage at the revelation. The realization hits him like a physical blow. The bastard still lives. Ago, Duan Yuxian's scarred eye twitches, a painful reminder of a past encounter. The memory surfaces, a burning question. He thought he was dead. The order rings out, a desperate command. Find him at all costs. The man demands answers, desperate to know how he survived and who aided him. Duan Yuxian remembers the past, fueled by resentment and a thirst for revenge. The man declares that the target is inferior, no matter how hard he tries to escape. A figure lies prone, swords scattered nearby, the aftermath of a brutal encounter. Duan Yuxian stares intently, pressing the man before him for an answer. He wants to know if the man has made his decision. A subordinate bows low, offering to fulfill any request. The man in the hat sits calmly, stating that he didn't summon anyone. The man in the hat explains that he will sponsor the operating funds, but everything must be carried out according to the merchant troop leader's will. He wonders if he can really decide on everything. Duan Yushin questions if the man believes him. The man in the hat thinks to himself that it feels like a dream. The man in the hat reflects that reality is in front of him, so he has to distinguish it well. He assures Duan Yushin that he is, of course, the Grandmaster. The man in the hat leans forward, his expression serious. He states that there is something he would like to ask. The man in the hat's face is obscured by shadow, but the question hangs in the air. Are you? The man in the hat's face is shown in detail, his expression unreadable as he points a finger forward. A view of a city is shown, with the words truly planning to surpass the myriad gold merchant troop displayed. The man in the hat's face is shown again, his expression one of shock as he says, of course. Duan Yushin sits, listening to the man in the hat. The man in the hat thinks about the myriad gold merchant troop and how martial artists use swords. The strong exploit the weak. Merchants who handle money are always at risk, but the balance shifts constantly. He is told that many things will change soon, and he will have to climb to a higher position. The man with brown hair acknowledges this. Everything will go according to plan, or so it seems, as the man's eyes reflect a sense of calculated optimism. With this man, everything he ever imagined might truly be possible, and he is grateful for the belief in him. The great Dan Yohayan feels an inexplicable, strong confidence, a certainty that guides his actions. The great Dan Yohayan instructs the man to go to the government office and find Hong Wenchong first, as he has secured a good spot nearby. The man is told that he can decide on the name himself, and he doesn't need to be told every single thing of what he must do in the future. He is also told to find him or Hong Wenchong if anything happens. Boots step forward, ready to carry out the given instructions, the sound of their movement echoing slightly. He thinks to himself that it's been a while since he last saw Hong Wenchong, a name that brings back memories. Although there's no reason for them to meet if nothing comes up, the figure stands with hands clasped, awaiting further instructions. Eyes narrow, a focused gaze hinting at the determination to fulfill the task at hand, whatever it may be. He observes a figure in the distance, a flicker of recognition crossing his face. That man looks familiar, he thinks. The man walks away, his destination unknown. Where did he see him again, he wonders. The man with brown hair pauses, his expression unreadable as he looks off into the distance. Judging by how he can't recall, the man with brown hair decides the other man must not be someone that important. Suddenly, the man with brown hair shouts, his face contorted in rage. You bastard! Duan Yushin leaps into action, launching himself towards his target with a furious yell. The man with brown hair looks up, startled by the sudden attack from above. He descends from above, a whirlwind of motion and fury, ready to strike. The man with brown hair is struck, his face bloodied and bruised from the unexpected assault. Duan Yushin continues his assault, his movements swift and brutal as he presses his advantage. The clash of steel echoes as the two figures engage in a fierce exchange, their blades meeting with explosive force. His hand wrapped in bandages, the man with brown hair demands to know who dares swing his sword in broad daylight. He stood before the crowd, facing the one-eyed man who dared to challenge him. The man roared, demanding if he had already been forgotten. Duan Yushin tilted his head, a silent question hanging in the air. His crimson eyes narrowed, focusing on his opponent with deadly intent. The one-eyed man sneered, recognizing the dimwit before him. A hand, glowing with power, reached out with lethal speed. The blade flashed, a whirlwind of steel aimed at the man's face. The man gasped, the strike landing with brutal force. He crashed to the ground, the impact shattering the tiles beneath him. The man lay defeated, sprawled amidst the debris of the shattered floor. He cursed, blood streaming from his ruined eye. Duan Yushin stood over the fallen man, remarking, "Nice eye," to Mr. Kim. Though the body may fall, the eyes of a true martial artist never truly die. Mr. Kim, enraged, curses his opponent, promising a brutal end. His vision blurs, the world narrowing to a single, agonizing point. Sweat beads on his brow as the realization dawns. Is this the end? His fist clenches, the name of Ma Dokjin echoing in his mind. A hand extends, a voice questioning the wisdom of seeking revenge without improving one's skills. He feels no need to stain his hands with their blood. He turns and walks away, leaving the aftermath behind. The fallen warrior lies amidst shattered tiles, defeated. In the background, onlookers observe the scene, their expressions unreadable. Mr. Kim's face contorts in a mix of pain and disbelief. A final, cutting command. Never show your face before me again. The question hangs in the air. Had they truly encountered Ma Dokjin? The imposing structure looms, a silent witness to the unfolding events. The man in the brown robe is asked if that was his name, and a small figure confirms it. The girl behind the man with dark hair declares that someone is coming for him. A voice echoes with frustration, lamenting that he had to meet the manor master of all people. The bandaged man cries out in pain, his body contorted in agony. The man with the eye patch is described as not well known, but pretty famous around here. Rumors swirl around him, saying he lives near Daunting Lake, but no one knows exactly about him. Mr. Kim asks if that's all. As it's said, he's occasionally seen with a young girl and bizarre-looking elders. The bandaged man remains kneeling, his head bowed in defeat. The man with the beard and top knot reveals that Kwon Mu-jin is in that place too. The symbol of a yellow martial castle, Yuk Jyeomsa, is displayed. He asks, his expression intense, if that bastard is really there. The muscles of a heavily bandaged arm flex, hinting at underlying power. The man with the beard and necklace states that after asking around, there's no mistaking it. His appearance and features match that person exactly. Duan Yuxian's brow furrows, his gaze fixed on something unseen. The angry man grits his teeth, his eyes narrowed in fury. The man with the fur collar vows to get rid of his daughter and those elders, all of them. He demands to be shown the way. The question hangs in the air. Could he kill Ma Dokjin? Considering Ma Dokjin's nature, there's no way he would ever let a grudge go. The Manor Master wouldn't have anticipated this situation, yet instead of taking direct action, he's asking him this. Even if he can't understand it right now, there must be a reason and a purpose behind it. Duan Yuxian, steeling himself, prepares to answer. Mr. Kim asks again if he can kill that bastard with his own strength alone. The protagonist's eyes narrow, a flicker of determination in their depths. He reflects that if it were in the past, it would have been absolutely impossible. Back then, there was a significant difference in their internal energy, and Ma Dokjin was a much stronger opponent. Duan Yuxian states that Mr. Kim doesn't need to worry at all. Mr. Kim says he will trust him as he walks away. Duan Yuxian thinks to himself that he doesn't know how much time he has left until he faces that bastard, Ma Dokjin, again. But if he manages to cut him down, it will be solid proof that he's truly improved. Until then, he must train even more relentlessly. The protagonist grips his weapon, ready to begin his training. The man with a scar across his face is asked if he is sure about this. He is reminded that Ma Dokjin is a well-known strong fighter, even within Yellow Marshall Castle. Elsewhere, a man with long white hair stands next to a younger man holding a child, their expressions unreadable. The man with spiky hair asks if they were eavesdropping, his tone suggesting suspicion. The man with long white hair replies that if he can't make it on his own, then that's as far as he goes, his words carrying a certain weight. Another man laughs, stating that a man should carve out his own path. He adds that he heard Ma Dokjin was once Kwon Mu-jin's master, and now they're destined to cross swords. The younger man holding the child looks on, his expression thoughtful as he listens to the conversation. The man with long white hair states that whatever the case, the fact that the Yellow Marshall Castle bastards have come down here is not a good sign. He adds that killing Ma Dokjin may be as easy as killing a mosquito for the three of them, but the chaos that will follow is the real problem. A bloody sword is shown, a symbol of the violence to come. The text indicates that if they send their elite to avenge Ma Dokjin's death, they won't be able to prevent a bloodbath. The man with long white hair says that, in other words, this is on a whole different scale than anything they've dealt with before. He pauses, considering the implications. Duan Yuxian's expression hardens, his eyes filled with determination. He thinks that it'll take at least this much to make their presence known. The old man gazes down, his expression grave. Something has caught his attention, prompting a silent exclamation. The eye reflects a deep concern. It seems something serious is unfolding, something that involves stepping into the murum. Even if one stays still, ill-fated ties will find them. No matter how many they sever, they can't escape. How long has it been? Though it was only half a step, the figure realized they were being pushed back, a force acting against them. The figure strides forward, a dark energy emanating from them. They found it incredibly exciting, and the thrill hasn't faded from the character's face, a hint of madness in their eyes as they anticipate the coming events. The scene shifts to a dark, cavernous area, hinting at a hidden location or a journey into the unknown. It seems like it will be fun to make the world tremble at their name once again, the character thinks with a sinister smile. The character stands tall, their long black hair flowing behind them, a picture of quiet confidence and contained power. All right, stop messing around and get back to work, one figure commands. Another mutters about that insolent brat. For some reason, it feels like letting a tiger loose among a group of children, the old man observes with concern. Is it just their imagination? The eye reflects a sense of unease, a question hanging in the air. Duan Yuxian walks through the city, the only person visible. A building stands with red lanterns hanging outside. Food sits on a table. Inside, a shirtless man with a beard sits at a table, his back to Duan Yuxian. A man in red wonders how long that bastard plans to sit around here. The man in red continues, noting that all the customers have stopped coming, but at least he's still paying for a spot. Since a few days ago, those bastards have been stirring up not just the marketplace, but the entire area around Yiyang. It is said that you can't even see a single person on the streets now, and if Yiyang falls into their hands, they might as well consider this business finished. The man in red is told to forget contacting the authorities, as even Lord Hong wouldn't be able to do anything against martial artists like them. The woman with the bun says that she never thought the collapse of the Murim alliance would feel this way, expressing that she is scared. A man clenches his fist, his words echoing with menace. You fool, do you think my words are a joke? A man begs for his life, pleading to be spared. The shirtless man asks if he didn't tell him that if he came in, he'd die, stating that he never heard any warning like that. The great Dan Yohyan's expression hardens, a sense of urgency permeating the air. It was already too late. A sense of foreboding hangs heavy, like a curtain drawn across the world. Meanwhile, word arrives at a traditional estate, the message delivered with a formal cry. Lord Hong. Lord Hong, seated and contemplative, learns of further unrest. Another disturbance has occurred at the guest house. The man in traditional attire expresses his frustration. How many times has it been now? Why are those unorthodox faction bastards causing trouble here? He asks if they found out why they're acting like this. The man behind him replies that the situation is so bad that even going near the guest house could get you cut down. He wonders how many bodies there already are, and that if they want to cause chaos, they should do it in their own. The man in traditional attire is informed that the opponents are unorthodox faction martial artists. Not just any rabble, but those affiliated with Yellow Marshal Castle, which is considered a pillar of the unorthodox faction. One of the men suggests they should arrest them, but the other replies that they might not be able to handle the consequences. He wishes the manor master would step in at a time like this. The man considers the situation. Wait a minute, if they're martial artists from Yellow Marshal Castle, could they be connected to that Quan Mu Jin? He wonders if all this trouble is because of him. After that Hunan incident, it's well known among the Murim that he and Ma Dokjin became enemies. Suddenly, the man is interrupted. Lord, there's a visitor outside. A visitor? Without any notice? A young girl stands outside, her arrival announced by the sound of knocking. A man in traditional attire is greeted by a young girl. She approaches him, offering a cheerful hello. He lifts the girl into his arms, holding her up high. The girl, beaming, declares that her daddy told her to stay here with him. The man's expression shifts to one of surprise, his eyes widening at her words. Under the watchful gaze of the crescent moon, a lone figure stands. From behind, a woman watches, her expression unreadable in the dim light. She remarks that they look like they're going to gang fight. Two swordsmen stand ready, their weapons gleaming faintly in the darkness. Duan Yuxian's gaze is intense, his scar a stark reminder of battles past. He dismisses the gang fight comment, stating they're just going to see someone, but the sight of tough-looking people ganging up is really... The speaker wonders if they have arrived at their destination. A group gathers in a courtyard, the air thick with anticipation. Duan Yuxian stands alongside another man, both ready for what awaits. A smirk plays on Duan Yuxian's lips, a hint of confidence in the face of danger. Someone believes that he must have been waiting for them. He felt their eyes on him from the moment they left the manor. It seems someone had been on their tail for a while. Duan Yuxian knew his subordinates may have reported they're heading to Luoyang, and someone was waiting for them. A voice booms out, filled with rage. The man declares he thought he would die waiting for them, those bastards. Rain falls on the traditional guest house, lanterns swaying gently in the wind. The air is thick with anticipation. Inside, the scene is set. The stage is ready for whatever confrontation awaits them in this place. The man with the eye patch grins, a predatory glint in his visible eye. He seems to relish the coming conflict. The man with the eye patch speaks, holding a bottle. He warns that this isn't the same situation as what happened on the streets last time. He asks if they shall make a bet. He's here to play with them and risk his life, all at once. Duan Yuxian considers the situation. Ma Dokjin is asked what he is thinking about as the tension rises. The man with the eye patch reveals that his underlings are spread all across Luoyang. Duan Yuxian simply responds, so? The man with the eye patch adds that there are a few people in this guest house, too. The threat hangs heavy in the air. Suddenly, something falls to the ground with a thud. The sound echoes in the tense silence. The disembodied voice echoed, declaring this was no place for commoners. The menacing figure sneered, demanding someone like them leave immediately. Mr. Kim, arms crossed, stated that he would kill everyone present. The man with the eye patch continued, suggesting someone was hiding a young daughter. Duan Yuxian declared that if a sword was pointed at him, he would turn Luoyang into a sea of blood. He questioned if they would resist with so few people. His red eyes glowed as he demanded an answer, his voice laced with manic laughter. A voice declared that martial artists were lying in ambush above, while unrelated people were on the lower floor. Duan Yuxian stood on the rooftop, looking down at the figures below, his expression unreadable. A hand gripped the hilt of a sword, ready to be drawn. The sword was swung with incredible speed and force. Duan Yuxian remained on the rooftop as the sword was swung, the attack aimed at an unseen target. Mr. Kim's face contorted in anger, his one visible eye narrowed in fury. Lightning crackled around him, the air thick with ozone and residual energy. The scene was a blur of motion, the aftermath of a devastating attack. Dust and debris rained down from the damaged structure, obscuring the view. Fallen figures lay scattered amidst the wreckage, their forms still and lifeless. A hand twitched, a sign of lingering life amidst the destruction. Ma Dokjin, his face grim, wondered if this was a trap. Someone mused that instead of letting him go, they should go upstairs to see for themselves. Ma Dokjin considered that instead of saving the people, he was going to be caught right away. He wondered if it was him, the guy they were talking about. The man with the eye patch stood with Mr. Kim, the two of them observing the scene. Duan Yuxian, his expression unreadable, seemed to be contemplating something. Mr. Kim watched with a calculating gaze, his intentions unclear. Ma Dokjin chuckled, recalling Yuk Jyeomsa, the one he brought with him. He was a once-in-a-century genius who could have established his own clan. Yuk Jyeomsa would have made a name for himself throughout the entire unorthodox factions. He was one of the 10 strongest people, and a man with power comparable to Ma Dokjin's father. He was too good to be catching someone like Quan Mu Jin. Ma Dokjin wondered if he was strong. Yuk Jyeomsa revealed that he was the bastard who subdued him in the streets. Ma Dokjin found this very interesting. Ma Dokjin hadn't had the chance to warm up these days, and it would be a relief if he could have fun with him. Another man realized that it was Yuk Jyeomsa. Ma Dokjin's companion asked if he was here and if Ma Dokjin knew him. Ma Dokjin said yes and no, and that when he was younger, he gave him a real beating. Ma Dokjin almost killed him, but decided to let him live. Yuk Jyeomsa wondered who they were to bluff like that. Ma Dokjin and Yuk Jyeomsa couldn't recognize them because of their masks. Judging by how they couldn't sense their energy at all, they were obviously small fries who were all talk. They were bragging without even knowing what the future held for them. How pathetic. Yuk Jyeomsa's expression remained unreadable. Duan Yuxian stood, his expression grim. Duan Yuxian thought that the bastard looked young. Ma Dokjin remarked that it was amazing that he subdued Ma Dokjin, but even so, he's just entertainment to him. Yuk Jyeomsa suggested a bet, so it'll only be right to proceed with it. Energy crackled. A vibrant display of fireworks lit up the night sky. A maniacal laugh echoed as a figure brandished a massive blade. Ha ha, if you can. Orders were given to scatter men throughout Luoyang, preventing them from being easily caught. A lone figure soared through the air, declaring that some would follow after him. Ma Dokjin of the Yellow Martial Castle grinned, promising retribution for those who wronged him. The figure continued to fly over the rooftops, a dark silhouette against the night. Yuk Jyeomsa's companion questioned why they let him go, suggesting they could have caught him easily. The man with dark hair listened intently, his expression unreadable. Yuk Jyeomsa remained silent for a moment, considering the situation. Another man, unseen until now, responded with a fervent, "Yes, sir." The masked figure complimented Yuk Jyeomsa, calling him a madman, to which he simply replied, "Yeah, thank you for the compliment." The man with dark hair finally spoke, suggesting that they should do something. The figure suggests that they split up and go their separate ways. The group stood together, discussing their next move. One of them suggested that they should split up and go their separate ways to cover more ground. The man with silver hair declared that he was going to that side, his expression determined. The man with the black hair and beard stated his intention to go there as well, his gaze fixed on a distant point. The woman with long black hair considered the situation, wondering what was left to do in that case. The scene shifted to the red light district, where Yuk Jyeomsa had disappeared to. The woman with long black hair stood beside Yuk Jyeomsa, her expression unreadable. She asked Yuk Jyeomsa if he was scared of that man. Her eyes narrowed slightly. The woman with long black hair exclaimed, her voice filled with disbelief. She was being compared to a gullible woman from the past. She questioned why she was suddenly being compared to another woman, her expression a mix of anger and confusion. Yuk Jyeomsa chose to ignore her outburst. The woman with long black hair wondered if that woman was so wonderful, as she was being compared to someone who wasn't even born with talents like hers. It was said that she overcame everything through sheer effort, a testament to her determination and resilience. He walked along the tiled path, another figure ahead of him. Elsewhere, a crescent moon hangs in the sky. Someone yells at the city, furious at the torment of innocent people. A figure declares that the protector of Luoyang, the demonic heaven soldier of the Dan family of Hunan, will never forgive bad guys like them. A masked figure suggests that they should at least do this to spread the name of their family in Murim. The masked figure notes that there are a lot of rats here. The masked figure states that this will be quite entertaining. The masked figure finds the situation enjoyable. The masked figure leaps down. He descends, energy crackling around his gauntlet as he prepares to strike. The great Dan Yohayan leaps, a dark aura surrounding him as he moves to engage. Someone wonders aloud, admitting they have no idea what Manor Master Rascal is thinking about. Another figure leaps, declaring that the Manor Master makes things so fun that they can't leave this place. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to an exterior view of a traditional building under a dark sky. A figure in a wide-brimmed hat stands before a group, dismissing something with a simple, "Don't mind it." An ominous order echoes, "Kill every human you see." Two figures, faces obscured by wide hats, affirm, "We shall follow that order." Someone expresses concern about the sheer number of people they will have to face. The figures stand in formation, their hats casting long shadows on the tile ground. Elsewhere, Duan Yuxian, masked, confronts someone, asking if they're trying to get inside. The blade drips crimson, a stark contrast to the pale stone beneath. His gaze is intense, focused on an unseen target. From above, a figure surveys the scene. He notes that Quan Mu-jin and the Manor Master, Dan Yohyan, are the ones to watch out for. The man with the hat declares that the others are trash, but the situation suggests otherwise. His intent is clear: slaughter. Swords clash in a flurry of motion, the sounds of combat echoing through the air. A voice rings out, a chilling invitation to a dance of swords. The speaker seems eager for the coming battle. Two figures stand poised in a forest clearing, their swords glinting in the dim light, ready to engage. Duan Yuxian's face is grim, his scar a testament to battles fought. He is ready for what comes next. The two warriors face each other, swords drawn, a silent promise of violence hanging in the air between them. One figure kneels before another, a sign of submission or perhaps defeat. The scene is heavy with unspoken tension. The man with the beard expresses his surprise that Dan Yohyan came alone. He questions his opponent's courage. The confident man, bloodied but unbowed, declares that he is enough, implying that his master need not intervene. His eyes narrow, a fierce determination burning within. He is ready to face whatever comes his way. He considered his opponent strange, but as expected, not in his right mind. Still, where had that bastard been? The man with sunglasses peered intently, questioning if someone had been looking since earlier. The swordsman looked up, his voice laced with challenge. "Are you looking down on me?" Blades flashed, a whirlwind of steel surrounding the swordsman as he faced an unseen foe. Wielding two swords, the swordsman stood firm, dark energy swirling around him as he prepared to strike. The man with the beard declared his intent. He would get his opponent's head and gift it to their father. The swordsman spat out a retort, calling his opponent a lunatic and dismissing him as a fool who can't do anything himself. The man with sunglasses sneered, promising a painful death. First, he ought to pluck out those arrogant eyes. Duan Yuxian admitted he never liked his gaze since earlier. He thought skinning him off wouldn't restore it. The close-up revealed a sinister intent. So let's pluck out his eyes while we're... The figure plummeted downwards, surrounded by swirling darkness and the echoes of battle. The swordsman stood on a precipice, his sword at the ready, as the battle raged on around him. A distant figure is struck by a powerful blow, the force of which echoes outward. The impact craters the earth, sending cracks spiderwebbing across the ground. A man in black points, seemingly issuing orders to Yuk Jayomsa, who stands beside him. Yuk Jayomsa reels, a question mark hovering over his head as he struggles to speak. Sweat beads on his brow, but Yuk Jayomsa steels himself, determination hardening his gaze. A figure kneels, defeated, as others loom nearby, their intentions unclear. Surrounded by masked figures, the woman cries out, unable to keep pace. One of the figures abandons her, declaring she is too slow. A warning flashes on the screen, advertising the website. The great Dan Yohyan stands below, his expression unreadable. The man looms over a fallen figure, his intentions unclear as he towers over the body. The ground is barren, save for a few scattered leaves and small rocks. Duan Yuxian scoffs, remarking on the foolishness of someone who can't recognize him when he's standing right in front of them. In a smaller panel, a man with blue hair is shown. In another inset, the man with the eye patch yells, calling someone a bastard. The swordsman stands over the defeated Yuk Jayomsa, who has been defeated with surprising ease. The man with the eye patch declares that he told someone never to appear before him again. He continues, asking if they're saying they don't care what happens to their daughter. The man with the eye patch reveals that his men are butchering people from all directions. He adds that he sent most of his men to the government office, implying the daughter is in danger. The man with spiky hair exclaims that the bastards were here and wonders if the hide-and-seek is finally over. Two men stand side by side, their bodies covered in blood, suggesting a recent and brutal fight. The man with the eye patch is confronted by two figures. He is surprised by their arrival, while one of them mocks the man's shock. The man with the mask remarks that Yuk Jayomsa, whom he believed in so much, was rendered helpless. He asks what he's going to do as Yuk Jayomsa demands to be released. The masked man states that they killed all of Yuk Jayomsa's men, every single one of them. The man with the beard is shocked by this revelation. He wonders what the old geezer is talking about. The man with the beard recalls bringing more than 50 people in Luoyang. He wonders how they could have all been killed in less than an hour. The man with the beard asks if this is a joke, his expression twisted in disbelief. The man with the beard refuses to believe it, declaring that there is no way. He recalls bringing forces that wouldn't even lose if they were to wage a war with one of the 8 great families. The masked man and 4 others stand in a field. The man with the mask says that even more so, there are just 5 of them. The man with the beard is yelling, asking how that is possible, his face contorted in rage. The man with long hair is speaking to someone. He says that they must be set on deceiving him and asks what they are hesitating for. The man with long hair stands over a dead body, his sword at his side. He orders someone to go and complete what he ordered them to do. A close-up of the man with long hair's eye. He tells someone to decide their own fate. The man with long hair holds two swords, his expression unreadable. He unleashes a flurry of attacks, each strike aimed with lethal precision against his unseen foe. The sounds of clashing metal echo as the battle intensifies, the air filled with maniacal laughter. A hand grips a weapon tightly, knuckles white with strain as the unseen battle rages on. Mr. Kim curses, realizing his opponents have been concealing their true abilities all along. His face contorted in rage, the man grits his teeth, the sounds of battle filling the air. Duan Yuxian is enveloped in a blinding light, channeling immense power into his next move. A figure wonders why Jeek Mu Zong and father would bring in someone like the unstoppable demon god. The blue-haired figure angrily demands that someone stop calling him master, dismissing them as a useless brat. Duan Yuxian reflects on past mistreatment, yet acknowledges his former master, but now he has found someone new to serve. He reveals his new orders, to deliver someone's head, solidifying his resolve to kill. Mr. Kim taunts his unseen opponent, promising a violent end. Duan Yuxian prepares to strike, his figure silhouetted against the chaos of battle. He plummets from above, sword in hand, descending towards the unknown below. Below, a muscular figure gazes upward, his face a mask of fierce anticipation. Duan Yuxian continues his descent, unaware of the power that awaits him. The muscular man's eye glows with an ominous light, a sign of the power he wields. The protagonist's sword crackles with energy, a desperate attempt to turn the tide. Duan Yuxian seems to realize the gravity of his situation, muttering in disbelief. Mr. Kim's foot presses down on Duan Yuxian's chest, a symbol of his dominance. Duan Yuxian curses his opponent, while Mr. Kim responds with cold satisfaction. The protagonist cries out in pain, overwhelmed by the force of the attack. He lies defeated, the battle seemingly lost before it truly began. Duan Yuxian struggles to rise, blood staining the ground beneath him. Mr. Kim reveals his long-held animosity, regretting that he didn't end Duan Yuxian's life sooner. Two masked figures stand tall, looming over Duan Yuxian, who is kneeling before them. They seem to share a sinister thought. A wave of shock and pain washes over him. One of the figures speaks, a familiar voice taunting him with a question. A figure bathed in crimson energy apologizes, but warns that Duan Yuxian has interfered with something forbidden. The defeated protagonist looks up in pain. Duan Yuxian recognizes the familiar energies. It's the Demon Emperor and the Sword Emperor, their presence a terrifying revelation. A voice echoes in the darkness, questioning why these powerful figures have appeared. Ma Dokjin, a young man of 20, looked down at the figure sprawled before him. He questioned if the prone figure would fall over in a duel from a light hit. Lying on the ground, the figure wondered what his father had brought him in for. Standing over him, one of the figures declared that if he were to die, they would simply leave him behind. His hand tightened around the hilt of his sword. Ma Dokjin shouted a warning, alerting his master to someone behind him. The figure stood, gripping two swords, ready to face the threat. A tear welled in his eye as he thought back to a moment in the past. Was it since then? His eye glowed with an intense, burning power. He felt a surge of hatred, thinking how he had come to despise the bastard's eyes. The power emanated from him, a dark and overwhelming force. The great Dan Yohyan and Ma Dokjin clashed, their auras flaring. There was something different about the master, Dokjin realized. Even after being utterly crushed, Ma Dokjin charged forward. He was still charging like a stubborn bull, despite the odds. Ma Dokjin swung his sword, a desperate attempt to gain an advantage against the seemingly unstoppable demon god. The Sword Emperor's movements were precise, each step calculated to maximize his power and minimize his weaknesses. He was moving in, perfectly aiming for his weak point. The Sword Emperor realized, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. Duan Yuxian's expression was grim. His eyes narrowed as he prepared to meet the next attack head-on, unflinching in his resolve. The clash of their weapons echoed, a deafening roar that reverberated through the battlefield as the Sword Emperor's attack landed. The force of the impact sent shockwaves through the air, distorting the very fabric of space around them, a testament to their power. Bastard, Ma Dokjin cursed, his face contorted in pain. He already knew that the great Dan Yohyan had a fierce temper. Dazed and battered, Duan Yuxian struggled to comprehend the situation. But what's going on here? He wondered, confusion clouding his mind. The demon god gritted his teeth, his expression a mask of frustration. The gap in level is too big compared to back then, he thought. Duan Yuxian stumbled back, his body aching from the relentless assault. Damn it, he exclaimed, his voice filled with anger and desperation. He looks up at the great Dan Yohyan, questioning what Yuk Jyomsa is planning. A blinding flash of light erupts. A foot connects with a sickening thud, and the great Dan Yohyan cries out in pain. The force of the blow sends him hurtling upwards. His ascent is quickly reversed, and he plummets back down. Ma Dokjin stands ready, his weapon poised to strike. His weapon finds its mark, the sound echoing through the air. The great Dan Yohyan is struck again, sent flying once more. His face contorts in pain as the blow lands. The impact is brutal, bones cracking under the force. Ma Dokjin continues his assault, each strike landing with devastating power. Another blow connects, and the great Dan Yohyan cries out again, his body reeling from the relentless attacks. The battle intensifies under the watchful gaze of the crescent moon. He coughs, the impact of the blows surprisingly effective. Ma Dokjin chuckles, questioning why his opponent continues to fight. Someone observes that it must be over for Yuk Jayomsa, noting that they are not people whom the likes of him can win against. Ma Dokjin's expression hardens as he declares that even with the forces of the Yellow Martial Castle, his opponent will never win. Duan Yuxian is surrounded by a surge of energy, ready to strike. A figure with purple hair raises a sword, preparing for battle. The sword gleams, reflecting the intensity of the conflict. The figure stands silhouetted, swords at the ready. The blade reflects the dark energy surrounding it. The seated figures observe that Ma Dokjin has finally started to use both of his hands. Another figure notes that he's certainly different from just a while ago. The man with the white beard observes, noting that Ma Dokjin is only using his hands. His companion adds that martial artists conceal 30% of their power. It seems Ma Dokjin is finally showing the remaining 30% of his power, leaving an opening. Duan Yuxian prepares to capitalize on it. The impact echoes, a testament to the force being unleashed in this deadly confrontation. Silhouetted against a crimson backdrop, the battle intensifies, the larger figure dominating the smaller one. Coughing blood, the figure with white fur around his neck reels from the blow. Duan Yuxian watches with a determined gaze. Ma Dokjin declares that he has his opponent, revealing that he stabbed him with the sword he used to stab him with. Duan Yuxian, sword in hand, grits his teeth, calling Ma Dokjin a monster as he struggles against the blade. Ma Dokjin, bloodied and battered, believes his efforts are all in vain as he continues to overpower his opponent. Falling backward, Duan Yuxian realizes he is going to die, the situation looking increasingly dire. The sword pierces through him, blood splattering as Duan Yuxian is impaled, his fate hanging in the balance. The scene focuses on the legs of Ma Dokjin and the sword protruding from Duan Yuxian, a brutal testament to the ongoing battle. Despite the mortal wound, Duan Yuxian thinks that even if he dies here today, he will not give up. He plummets downwards, defeated, muttering that his opponent is a crazy bastard. Ma Dokjin towers over him, declaring that using his master's orders as an excuse to act so viciously is disgusting. The sound of approaching footsteps echoes as Ma Dokjin advances, intent on ending the fight. The sword remains impaled within Duan Yuxian, a testament to Ma Dokjin's brutal strength. Today, Ma Dokjin stands over the fallen Duan Yuxian, the victor in this brutal exchange. Duan Yuxian's face is a mask of pain, but his eyes still burn with defiance. A declaration echoes, "I'm going to kill you." The ground is stained, marked by droplets of fresh blood. A stricken face, slick with blood, contorts in pain as he coughs. Wind howls across the desolate landscape as a lone figure stands silhouetted. Another figure kneels, defeated, on the cold ground. Gasping for air, the wounded man struggles to breathe. A dark silhouette looms, its purpose unknown. His sword clatters to the ground as he collapses to his knees. Blood streaks down his face, obscuring his vision. He falls, defeated, his body hitting the ground with a thud. Two figures plummet from the sky, locked in a final embrace. Lying prone, Ma Dokjin declares his victory, however pyrrhic it may be. It would be difficult to survive, but he followed his master's orders. So, he has no regrets now, lying defeated. His opponent stands over him, declaring that they are no different from corpse now. One of the figures asks what the other plans to do now, since he killed Ma Dokjin. The other replies that he made enemies with the Yellow Martial Castle. The order is given. Send the corpse to the Yellow Martial Castle. A man with long hair and a scar on his face looks on, a question mark floating above his head. Ma Dokjin lies defeated. Yuk Jayomsa is also defeated. The figures order that their corpses be sent back to the Yellow Martial Castle. Meanwhile, on the northern side of the Hunan Castle, streets of Luoyang, someone wonders if this is really the right place. Yellow Martial Castle Master, Jik, Muzong considers something. He surveys the scene, a mess of bodies scattered across the floor. One of his men wonders aloud if someone died. The tiled floor is stained crimson, a testament to the brutality of the recent conflict. The bodies lie still, limbs askew, a silent tableau of death and destruction. The man with the beard orders his subordinate to find out what happened in detail, his expression grim. The man with the beard suspects Ma Dokjin's involvement, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. He thinks to himself that he would have dealt with that scoundrel long ago if it weren't for a close friend's request. The man at attention reports that he can't reach the eldest son, and that they seem to have lost contact with the family's warriors in Hunan. He asks if the castle master would care to look into it. The man with the beard hopes that if they help, he won't forget this forever. He wonders what kind of close friendship could drive him, the yellow martial castle master, to take action. The man with the beard's expression hardens, his resolve firm. Elsewhere, the scene shifts to an exterior view of a traditional building, adorned with hanging lanterns. A woman with a bun hairstyle is startled by a noise, her eyes widening in surprise. Outside, Jeek Muzong sits at a table and tells the woman to tell him what's going on around here. He awakens, bandaged and sore, realizing he is still alive. Someone approaches, their footsteps echoing in the room. The child apologizes, thanking Duan Yuxian for enduring so much. The child mentions that she likes taking care of him, so he shouldn't mention it. The child asks why he got hurt so badly. He is told that Quan Ajusi rolled down the mountain while climbing it, but the child doubts that's what happened to him. The child admits that he hit a sharp rock while falling down. The child looks up at him with wide eyes. The child expresses relief that adults shouldn't go around fighting, saying it's immature when you're old. The child wonders if he's really saying this obliviously. He lay in bed, wrapped in bandages, as a child sat quietly beside him. A man with blue hair stood watching over the scene, lost in thought. The child remained still, a silent guardian watching over the injured man. The room was quiet, filled only with the soft sounds of breathing. A voice called out, addressing someone as master and then dad. The man with long hair seemed to be the one speaking, his expression earnest. The intricate details of the man's robes were visible, hinting at a life of luxury and power. The fabric was rich and ornate. A voice declared that all that had been investigated so far had been gathered. The information seemed to be complete. A hand held a cup of tea, the steam rising gently. The speaker mused that what had been gathered fit with what the servants said to some extent. Two men sat at a table, deep in conversation. The man with the red beard spoke of Ma Dakchin's quick temper and the commotion he caused to bring back one runaway Mujin. The man with the red beard continued, noting that Ma Dakchin had even dragged Yuk Jyomsa into the situation. He wondered where the two of them were now. The man with dark hair listened intently, his expression thoughtful. He seemed to be considering the implications of what he was hearing. The man with the red beard stared intently, his brow furrowed. He seemed concerned about the situation. A traditional building stands serenely, its architecture a testament to a bygone era. Two figures discuss the Hunan Dan family. Their name is spreading far and wide because of this incident. A nobody clan has appeared near Dongting Lake, one they've never even heard of. The figure with blue hair muses, no matter how chaotic the world is with the Heavenly Blade Association or the Murim Alliance, he never thought a ragtag bunch like this could cause such a commotion. They dare touch their yellow martial castle. A sinister smile spreads across a face. It looks like one of the 5 emperors will have to personally teach them a lesson. The figure with blue hair stands before a door, contemplating his next move. Should he break down the door and barge in right away? The sound of something breaking echoes. The Sword Emperor's eyes widen in surprise. Wow, Dad was really... A small child looks up, surprised. I had no idea we had a guest. The sound of something heavy resonates as the figure with blue hair stands in the background. A series of close-ups reveal the shock and surprise at the appearance of a little kid. A little kid, a young girl in traditional clothing approaches, offering a cheerful greeting. A bearded man stands in the doorway, relaying a message. He tells her that her father wants her inside and warns her not to do anything weird outside. She confirms that she was told about someone at the gate. The bearded man wonders why, knowing he was coming, they would send a child like her to greet him. Looking up, Somi cheerfully agrees to lead the way, telling him to follow her. The bearded man and Somi walk away from the main gate, deeper into the estate. The bearded man glances back, realizing the manor is far more than it initially appeared. This place is clearly not some newly established, low-level clan. The landscaping and craftsmanship are the highest quality, touched by expert hands. Somi points ahead, announcing that her father is over there. Beyond the doorway lies an octagonal pavilion above a pond. Somi explains that since it's an adult conversation, she will get out of the way. The bearded man agrees. Somi heads off in another direction. The Sword Emperor looks up, a mixture of disbelief and annoyance etched on his face. He mutters about a scatterbrain kid. Speaking of which, his eyes narrow as he observes figures leisurely playing Go. Are those bastards leisurely playing Go right now? High above, the figures continue their game, seemingly unconcerned. Even with him here? The sound of a ghost stone being placed echoes in the air. A close-up reveals a pair of wide, shocked eyes, hinting at a sudden realization. A figure in a purple robe strides forward, energy crackling around him. Someone shouts for them to stop messing around and sit down. What the hell was that just now? My internal ki scattered in an instant. The Sword Emperor's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing. Is he a master who's been in seclusion? Back at the Go board, the game continues, the players seemingly unfazed by the disturbance. The Sword Emperor confronts the figures. Are you the ones who kill Ma Dokjin and Yuk Jayomsa? He stands over the figure in the light blue robe, who asks if he isn't the one who's deaf. The man in the blue robe wonders if he should at least pretend to listen. The man with the beard states that he is sure he told him to sit down, his hand resting on the head of the figure in the light blue robe. A sudden, powerful force descends. A figure plummets downward, creating a shockwave as it descends. Duan Yuxian lies prone on the ground, seemingly defeated. The man in the light blue robe remarks that it's quiet now, as the man with the beard stands beside him. A close-up of the face shows shock and disbelief. The voice is recognized. The man with the beard smiles, noting that it has been a while, perhaps 10 years. The man with the beard continues, stating he knew something was off. He muses that someone like Huan Mujin could not have killed Ma Dokjin and Yuk Jayomsa. The Sword Emperor asks if it was the others doing, noting that even though he let his guard down for a moment, he didn't even sense his presence. A close-up of an eye reveals the speaker's thoughts, as expected of the Demon Emperor. He wonders if the old man's greeting isn't a bit lacking. The figure in the light blue robe, now revealed to be the Demon Emperor, calls the prone Duan Yuxian a bastard. Duan Yuxian, kneeling on the ground, looks up in disbelief. He wonders how his opponent could still be alive. The Demon Emperor smiles, a sinister glint in his eyes as he faces his opponent. A man with a beard and short hair is confused by the situation. He wonders what is happening. The man with a beard and short hair questions why the leader of the demonic cult and the leader of the Orthodox faction are in the same place. The man with a beard and short hair has a realization, his eyes widening in surprise. The Demon Emperor confronts a man with long white hair, accusing him of teaming up and waging war against him. He demands to know who came up with the scheme. The man with long white hair responds to the Demon Emperor, referring to the man with a beard and short hair as leader. A man with long black hair looks down, his expression unreadable. A close-up shows a man's lap and hands, hinting at a hidden power or secret. The two figures stood opposite each other, tension thick in the air. Accusations flew. Were they trying to team up and wage war? One demanded to know who had devised such a ridiculous scheme. The other figure suggested a simple solution. He said that they should ask their leader about it, implying the leader was responsible for the scheme. The Sword Emperor's face contorted in anger, his brow furrowed. He questioned who was being referred to as the leader. Duan Yuxian remained silent, his gaze lowered. He seemed lost in thought, his expression unreadable. The protagonist continued to look down, his expression still unreadable. The atmosphere was tense. The Sword Emperor stared in disbelief, questioning if Duan Yuxian was the leader they were referring to. Duan Yuxian remained silent. A close-up revealed the intensity in the eyes of the man in light blue robe. He confirmed that the person they were referring to was indeed the leader. A hand gripped the hilt of a sword, a clear sign of rising tension and impending action. The Sword Emperor, now holding his sword, challenged someone to try drawing it. The situation was escalating quickly. His hand tightened around the hilt, but the sword refused to budge. It seemed overwhelmed by an unseen aura. The Sword Emperor gazed into the distance, his frustration mounting. What kind of person would cause such chaos in the world? The figure with long black hair appeared concerned. He thought, it's unfortunate what happened with Ma Dokjin. But thanks to that, our side's kid was able to grow a bit more. I'm grateful for that. The Sword Emperor's voice boomed, echoing with fury. Who the hell are you? He demanded, his eyes blazing. The Sword Emperor stood firm, declaring, I am the master of this manor. His power radiated outwards. The figure with long black hair watched as the Sword Emperor's rage intensified. The Sword Emperor yelled, Nonsense. Do you really need to see blood to come to your senses? A foot stomped down with earth-shattering force. The Sword Emperor's face contorted in fury, his teeth bared. Surrounded by a vortex of fiery energy, the Sword Emperor roared. I'm not the kind of person who can't draw a sword in a place like this. Engulfed in flames, the Sword Emperor screamed in rage and frustration, his power reaching its peak. The fiery energy exploded outwards, consuming everything in its path with intense heat and blinding light. The figure with long black hair stated with a hint of resignation, I told you not to draw it. Two men smiled, one holding the other in his arms, a sense of camaraderie and relief washing over them. A stone plummets from above, impacting the ground with considerable force. Duan Yuxian looks up, utterly bewildered by the sudden impact. Where did that come from? Golden energy erupts, a blinding flash of power unleashed in the wake of the impact. The force of the blow sends debris flying in all directions. The protagonist coughs, a pained expression contorting his face. He recalls being told not to draw it. A man in a green robe stands over Duan Yuxian, who is kneeling and struggling to breathe. The protagonist, disoriented and injured, wonders where he is. More importantly, he struggles to understand how this could have happened. The man in the green robe observes the scene with a knowing look. An old man with a white beard comments on someone's tenacity, holding a staff in his hand. A figure is sent hurtling through the air. The figure is struck by a powerful blow, the impact echoing through the surroundings. He is struck by a powerful force, the impact sending shockwaves through the air. The figure with green hair wonders if Duan Yuxian is trying to escape. The green-haired man thinks that Duan Yuxian's swordsmanship is not lacking compared to Namgung Cheon. However, the observer notes that he only has a good aura. Duan Yuxian, now understanding, prepares to retaliate. The green-haired man continues to observe, commenting on why Namgung Cheon and Sa Dohak don't bother with Duan Yuxian. The observer questions if Duan Yuxian can even be considered a martial artist. Duan Yuxian, enraged, declares that his opponent can only go so far with his words. The green-haired man is seen from behind, still watching. The observer continues his analysis, stating that Duan Yuxian's swordplay is rough and his mindset is that of a scoundrel. Duan Yuxian unleashes a burst of power, preparing to strike. The clash of power creates a shockwave. He moves with incredible speed, his sword slicing through the air. The force of his movement creates a palpable pressure. The surrounding environment seems to warp and distort. The very air itself feels heavy and oppressive. The wind howls as the unseen force intensifies. The trees sway violently, struggling against the mounting pressure. A bearded man looks up, his expression a mix of confusion and concern. He seems to sense the shift in the atmosphere. The fabric of his robe ripples, disturbed by the unseen energy. The air crackles with anticipation. Another man is on the ground, seemingly defeated. He wonders aloud what is happening to him. His eye widens in disbelief, sweat beading on his brow. He is clearly overwhelmed by the power he is witnessing. A figure emerges, silhouetted against the light, with glowing eyes. An immense power radiates from him. Duan Yuxian speaks, declaring that he was always a powerful figure ruling the world. His words carry a weight of authority. A massive snake with glowing red eyes looms over a small figure. The snake seems to be contemplating its current state. Elsewhere, a man with blue hair sits calmly before an enormous serpent. The scene is surreal and dreamlike. The bearded man from before is now on the ground, looking up in fear. He is asked if he is scared, his face contorted in terror. He grits his teeth, a pained expression contorting his face as he struggles against an unseen force. A primal scream tears from his throat, echoing through the unseen space. A wave of laughter erupts, echoing through the surroundings. The man on the ground cries out, overwhelmed by the assault. Another voice interjects, demanding an end to the laughter and questioning its cause. The laughter continues unabated, a manic sound filling the air. The man muses that the amusing guy's name is Jeek Muzong. He confirms that is his name, adding that he almost died from laughing so much, and that he's never met anyone like him. It's surprising that someone as skilled as him didn't even finish things till the end, and ran away. The protagonist, cloaked in red, is one of the greatest martial masters of unorthodox sex. The old man with the beard believes the unorthodox sex will quiet down after this, unless they're fools. In fact, he managed to keep his life because of his skills, since he would have clearly sensed the difference in his and our Manor Master's level. He appears lost in thought, his expression a mask of concern. That leaves one concern weighing heavily on Jeek Muzong's mind. Elsewhere, a man wonders aloud about the well-being of others, a cheerful smile on his face. The demonic cult's manor, nestled in the Tian Shan Mountains, dwarfed even the imperial palace in size, housing a population rumored to reach 100,000. Thus, the demonic cult earned the moniker 100,000 Demons Abode, structured as a massive, circular labyrinth. The closer one got to the center, the more powerful the families and organizations became. Unlike the grim rumors surrounding the demonic cult, its true nature remained shrouded in mystery. The outskirts of the cult served as home to non-martial artists who gathered and formed villages. Way here, Zhang Samte has reached the outskirts of the demonic cult, a large sack slung over his shoulder. He laughs, but the word floating beside him betrays his true state, exhausted. A hand slams heavily onto the ground, the sound echoing in the air. Zhang Samte asks if Duan Yuxian is tired. The great Dan Yohayan simply replies that he is. Zhang Samte expresses his annoyance, saying he has a hard time even looking up. The man with white hair acknowledges that Duan Yuxian has guts, adding that anyone else would not have survived. Duan Yuxian asks if they will find anything soon. Zhang Samte begins to speak, his expression thoughtful. Duan Yuxian observes that the outskirts of Tianshan Mountains aren't so different from an ordinary village. Merchants sell their goods, people work in the fields, and hooligans loiter around. Zhang Samte agrees, but notes that there's something weird about the situation. Zhang Samte recalls traveling all over the Central Plains and visiting the Tianshan Mountains a few times. He notes that he doesn't see a single demonic cult member now. Duan Yuxian hums, considering Zhang Samte's words. Zhang Samte suggests they need to go further inside. He asks Duan Yuxian what he thinks, questioning if he's serious about the demonic cult members only being allowed in there. Duan Yuxian seems to agree, a small ha escaping his lips. Man, whatever. If something happens, I'll run away right then and there, the figure declares, standing before the towering structure. A hand, bound and shackled, hangs suspended from a heavy chain, a symbol of captivity and helplessness. A lone bird perches on a branch, an omen perhaps, as Jang Samtae stands below with arms outstretched, awaiting what is to come. Bare feet stand on the cold stone floor, the figure above them unseen, their fate hanging in the balance. I'll kill, the figure vows, their face contorted with rage, a promise of violence hanging in the air. Jang Samtae stands beside the shackled figure, the scene bathed in a sinister light, the air thick with anticipation. The figure's eye twitches, a sign of the intense emotions brewing within, a storm of rage and vengeance about to break. Of course, where else would I find an opponent like this? The figure muses, observing the scene with a cruel smile. Right? The shock of his son's demise has shattered his mind. The white-haired figure observes, noting the chi deviation. That's right, you'll definitely kill him. The figure with the bun says, their eyes filled with a cold determination. Steel flashes as the figure with the bun plunges a blade into the head of the shackled man, ending his suffering in a brutal act. He intends to rise again, focusing all his energy toward the singular goal of killing. But the voice taunts him, declaring that he has already reached the limit of his talent, that he can make no further progress. The unseen speaker vows to rip him apart, piece by piece, insisting that a rabbit will always be a rabbit, no matter how much it improves. Towering over the shackled Duan Yuxian, the speaker wonders if he is stronger in his current state. Elsewhere, a bald man with a mustache declares death. In the chaotic murim, a figure with a masked face holds a knife, ready to strike. A voice promises, and then rebirth. A hand holding a knife is commanded to work for them, to make for the greatest stage where they fight him. The bald man speaks of the peacefully rotting murim of fucking pigs. The scene shifts to where blood shall splatter, chaotic murim. Duan Yuxian cries out as he is stabbed, blood splattering across the stone. He coughs, vowing that he will kill. He grimaced, the taste of blood acrid on his tongue, and thought of settling scores with another. Elsewhere, a figure mused on how much the world had changed, recalling a smile soaked in blood. Another man wondered what had made someone so boring, his expression a mix of disdain and curiosity. Duan Yuxian's face contorted in anger. He vowed to restore everything to its former state, drenched in blood. A bloody smile spread, a voice promising that even the listener would enjoy the coming events. The red robe seemed to pulse with dark energy, a destiny of violence hanging in the air. Is this really the right place? The building looms, its purpose yet unknown. The wind whistles past the eaves, carrying with it the scent of distant lands. One of the men in blue confirms that this is exactly the famed place. He mentions the Hoyan family, known for their scarlet bloom wine. The man with the scar notes that even beggars would run away if told to stay here. He looks up lost in thought. The man in the gray outfit explains that this is the scarlet bloom wine, a specialty of Yang, made by the Hoyan family. He suggests selling it to counter something. The protagonist considers that the Chumun family can even bring down the influence of the myriad gold merchant troupe. He thinks there must be some story behind the Hoyan family's downfall. Meanwhile, a lone figure calls out, wondering if anyone is present within the seemingly empty building. The man in the blue outfit questions if someone is here. He looks around, his expression a mix of curiosity and concern. The protagonist declares that they have come from Hunan, his gaze intense and unwavering. The man's eye narrows, questioning who the person is. A woman with green hair stands inside the building, holding a hat, her expression unreadable. The protagonist stands, his back to the viewer, ready to face whatever comes next. A figure with purple hair looks up, questioning their identity. The woman with green hair demands to know who they are first. Dan Unhyan introduces herself, while Hoyan Ji identifies herself as the owner of the house. Hoyan Ji remarks on Dan Unhyan's lack of filter. He acknowledges her statement. Hoyan Ji demands an explanation, threatening to report Dan Unhyan for trespassing. The Hoyan family name is displayed on Hoyan Ji's outfit. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the interior of a building. Dan Unhyan sarcastically compliments the place, prompting Hoyan Ji to ask him to refrain from sarcasm. He tries to defuse the situation, while Hoyan Ji notices the strong smell of herbs and wonders if he is planning to open a clinic. Hoyan Ji reveals that her family has been a family of healers for generations. She explained that her family's elders were so fond of brewing alcohol that the family became famous for it. Hoyan Ji admitted that many people had said the same thing, but she wouldn't be making any alcohol because alcohol is what brought this family to ruin. She still thinks back to those moments. The thought still filled her with fear. At the same time, a simmering anger rose up within her. She clenched her fist. A figure in the background declared that their parents' deaths and the state their family is in now is all because of that damned alcohol. Hoyan Ji asked to be left alone, stating that she was sick and tired of it all. A close-up of an eye revealed a deep contemplation. Hoyan Ji looked at Duan Yuxian, a question hanging in the air. Someone recalled that the Hoyan family's alcohol was the best in the Central Plains, though that was in the past, and now, the Chumun family's is the best. Duan Yuxian stood silently as Huiyanji reacted to something, uttering, "Oh, that's..." A man reached into a large container, presumably to retrieve something. The man then drank from the container, savoring the taste. Huiyanji remarked that it wasn't as impressive as she thought, but it was pretty decent. However, it was obvious that the Chumun family's alcohol tasted better. She insists that she didn't create this alcohol to be compared to the likes of the Chumun family. Even so, she can still see potential here. Duan Yuxian stands silently, listening to Huiyanji's passionate declaration, his expression unreadable. He considers brewing alcohol, thinking that he will grant her wish if she does so. Huiyanji laughs, challenging him to guess what her wish might be. Duan Yuxian smirks, his thoughts turning to wiping out the Chumun family. Isn't it obvious? His sinister smile promises a reckoning that comes entirely from this world. Meanwhile, the scene fades, shifting to a new location. The sky stretches wide above a landscape of trees and foliage. A young girl beams, announcing their arrival at the Hunan Dan family. A woman's red skirt sways as she walks. The woman carries a child, approaching Huiyanji. Dan Somi introduces herself, explaining that she will be a guest here from today. Huiyanji confirms her own name. Dan Somi and Duan Yuxian stand together, the latter holding a baby. He asks what her true identity is, but she says he should be able to tell. Huiyanji thinks that he is lying and wonders what is up with this mansion. The palace is more magnificent than the palace she saw from a distance in her childhood. She came along half skeptical. Huiyanji and Duan Yuxian walk along the palace grounds. Huiyanji looks down at the palace grounds, thinking that maybe this could become a new home for her. A person yells, calling someone named Mujin a little brat. Duan Yuxian and Huiyanji stand before a man. He asks if they need something, then demands that Huiyanji be given a separate room. Duan Yuxian says that he can't stand the stench and needs to wash up. Huiyanji says that she can manage that herself. Huiyanji asks where her room is. Duan Yuxian thinks that she should unpack first and then wash up. Someone thinks that they should forget about a new home and just make some wine and head back. Huiyanji stands in a room. A woman squats next to a barrel, and a child asks what she is doing. She explains that she's attempting to make herbal wine, just ensuring she has all the necessary ingredients. Huiyanji seems to be enjoying herself. From behind a wall, a peeking character chimes in, echoing the sentiment with a cheerful "you too." Little Dan Somi, full of energy, eagerly offers her assistance. She wants to help with something. Huiyanji is taken aback by the offer. She questions if Somi truly wants to help her brew liquor. Huiyanji observes the child's enthusiasm. She thinks to herself what an eager child Somi is. Somi confirms her desire to help, grabbing Huiyanji's arm. She also wants to try the liquor. Somi imagines what it would be like to have a younger sibling. She thinks she would feel like this. Huiyanji agrees to let Somi help, but forbids her from tasting or drinking the liquor. Somi is happy just to help. Huiyanji takes Somi's hand, a silent agreement passing between them as they prepare to work together. Meanwhile, two women observe Huiyanji and Somi. One wonders if they should let Somi help. The women discuss Somi's lineage. They speculate if she is a descendant of the Huiyan family's main branch, and if her family makes famous liquor. One of the women questions whether it's appropriate for Somi to be tagging along. Concern is etched on her face. Huiyanji's expression is unreadable as she considers the situation. The question hangs in the air. The man takes a sip from his cup, his expression unreadable. Sometimes, experiencing a bit of despair can be helpful. Dan Somi, eager to assist, asks where they should start. Huiyanji suggests they begin by gathering some herbs, a task Somi enthusiastically agrees with. Somi loves gathering herbs. By the way, Huiyanji expresses surprise at how many herbs they are finding so close to the forest's edge. She wonders why there aren't more herb gatherers around, given the abundance of resources. Huiyanji suggests they focus on what they need. Huiyanji continues to scan the area. Dan Somi kneels, reaching out to gather more herbs. Somi is picking everything, herbs and weeds alike. It is noted that she lives in a grand manner and wouldn't usually need to do this herself. Someone feels a bit envious. She proudly announces that she brought the herbs, holding up the basket. Huiyanji looks at the basket, surprised by the amount. She asks Dan Somi if she isn't tired. Dan Somi replies with a cheerful note. Huiyanji thinks that it's almost too much. Huiyanji admits to herself that she is starting to feel like she gathered too little. Dan Somi says that she is really good at this because she often comes here with her dad. Huiyanji looks at the herbs in her hands, surprised. She pauses, thinking about the herbs. The roots and leaves are all clean, and she shook off the sand perfectly. Huiyanji realizes that these could be sold as high-grade herbs at a medicine shop. She suggests they head back, as she thinks they've got plenty, and Somi is getting hungry. Until a while ago, her job was to gather herbs. Huiyanji thinks to herself that she didn't expect to meet a kid who's better at it than her. She wonders if it's just luck or something else. Elsewhere, a traditional building stands amidst a lush landscape. Food is being prepared, steam rising from a pot. Hoyeon-ji adds herbs to a pot in a kitchen. She's asked by Dan Somi to teach her how to brew. Hoyeon-ji wonders if Somi wants to try making liquor too. Hoyeon-ji tells Dan Somi to remember not to drink any of it. Somi replies that she knows, as she is making it for her dad. Hoyeon-ji says that should be fine then, and that they can start with this. The pair stand in front of a stove. 10 days later, a gourd sits tied with a red string, the brewing process complete. The man observes that it looks like it's ready. Dan Somi replies that she's pretty confident this time around. The man says it's really good, and that they could even sell it. Dan Somi seems surprised by the compliment. The sound of someone gulping down liquid fills the air. Hoyeon-ji looks nervous, thinking that this definitely tastes better than the last batch. The man says it's due to the quality of the ingredients, not necessarily Dan Somi's brewing skills. Somi, offended, asks him to excuse her. Dan Somi expresses her frustration, thinking that she expected it to turn out well because of the top-quality herbs she gathered, but Hoyeon-ji admits that she didn't think he'd notice the difference in quality. An old man asks to have a taste. Dan Somi internally groans, unable to refute the request. She holds out the gourd, her expression hopeful. Dan Somi asks if he will try the one she made. Surrounded by others, Dan Somi is thanked for her hard work. They express their gratitude for the brew. Duan Yushin steps forward, a slight frown on his face. He declares that he will taste her brew. He carefully unwraps the gourd, a stream of purple energy flowing from his hands. Duan Yushin holds the gourd aloft, his expression unreadable. A woman with purple hair watches with anticipation. Dan Somi's eyes widen, her face a mixture of hope and nervousness as she awaits his verdict. Others gather around, eager to sample the brew themselves. One man asks if he could try a cup as well. A woman with green hair looks on in disbelief, questioning if she is smelling the liquor correctly. A hand grips the gourd tightly. The man declares that this could be one of the top 5 best liquors he's ever tasted. The man with the beard nods approvingly, stating that it is good. He tells Duan Yushin to hand it back when he's done. Another man asks if he may have a sip as well. Dan Somi says she'll allow just one mouthful. The woman with green hair takes a swig from the gourd. The aroma is exquisite, though the taste might not match. Her eyes widen, a silent anticipation hanging in the air. A woman stands beneath the blossoming cherry trees, a serene expression on her face. Dan Somi contemplates the taste, her expression unreadable as she holds the container. Footsteps echo as someone approaches, their presence drawing near. A bright smile illuminates her face as she prepares to speak. She calls out, her voice filled with excitement, addressing her master. 1 month later, the Chumun family residence stands tall, a symbol of their legacy. An elder wonders aloud if the Hoyeon family is brewing liquor. The Chumun family's crest is visible on a sign, marking their territory. The man with the long beard sits at a table, his expression unreadable. The man in the hat confirms that he is certain of something. The man with the beard thinks that a place was already absurd. The man in the hat stands, his expression suggesting a slight unease. 2 bottles sit on the table, one being sold for 10 silver niang and the other for just 2 silver niang. The man with the beard looks shocked, wondering if these are really from the Hoyeon family. The text explains that they are completely different grades, with the one on the left no longer available on the open market. The man in the hat and the man with the beard are at the table. The man in the hat says yes. The man with the beard drinks from a bottle, gulping it down. The man with the beard stands next to Hoyeon-ji, realizing it's that girl. Liquor is poured into a small cup. The liquor on the left tasted closer to the original Hoyeon family's brew. It might even be better. The one on the right was decent, but didn't come close to the original flavor. They still told the story of the emperor who sought it out. If the Hoyeon family has truly risen again, this could be a serious threat to us. The man in dark robes inquired as to who was behind this. A subordinate responded with a questioning apology. Hoyeon-ji, enraged, demanded to know which scum had the audacity to distribute their liquor. A man in a hat reported that it was the Myriad Gold Merchant Troupe. The man in dark robes ordered them to investigate the Myriad Gold Merchant Troupe thoroughly. The subordinate confirmed the order. Meanwhile, a woman with blue hair wondered why she couldn't do it, just why. She was getting better little by little, but this was it, she just couldn't catch up. A man asked her why she was in such despair. A man in a purple robe kneels on the floor, while another man in a lavender robe stands behind him. The man in the lavender robe asks him to make some noise when he walks around, finding his silence unnerving. The man in the purple robe sighs, frustrated that he can't brew like Somi. He followed her recipe precisely, but the results are not the same. The man in the lavender robe states that Somi is a little special, his golden eyes gleaming. Somi is described as kind-hearted and always caring for the people around her. Her devotion is reflected in her craft. A close-up shows the bottom of a red robe and brown shoes, the scene bathed in a golden light. The man in the purple robe asks the man in the lavender robe why he is telling him this, his expression questioning. A woman with green hair is described as also being lucky. She seems confused by this statement. The man in the lavender robe continues, stating that she's not just a little lucky, but blessed by the luck of the heavens, which is why she succeeds in whatever she tries. The man in the purple robe wonders what the man in the lavender robe is getting at, his brow furrowed in thought. The man in the lavender robe advises him to focus on brewing something that's truly his, rather than copying Somi. A close-up shows the bottom of the man in the purple robe's robe and his hands clasped together. The man in the purple robe contemplates brewing something that's truly his eyes reflecting the light. The girl stares with wide eyes at the doorway, a bright light emanating from within. Someone was just observing, giving her advice on a basic principle under the light of the moon. The larger man laughs, agreeing that she just needed to think a bit more creatively. The man with the goatee contemplates that someone is trying to dig up information on them. The man with purple hair states that it's probably the Chumun family. The liquor Somi brewed had quite the impact, and they didn't expect them to make a move so quickly. They must be getting desperate. Every new batch is still selling out completely, as the people celebrate. The man with the goatee thinks that he may lack in some areas, but when it comes to business, he's a natural. The man with purple hair thinks that's good to hear. The bearded man guesses he had his eyes on GM Yunhak from the beginning, seriously giving him goosebumps. It's like he can see right through everything, the man with purple hair thinks. The great Dan Yohayan reclines, considering the situation. Not only is he perceptive, but he can spot talent at a glance. Even Namgung Chun doesn't have that kind of insight. The man with blue hair stands tall. Having just one of these skills could allow someone to dominate the entire Jianghu, but he has them all. He could be the martial god. Duan Yuxian asks about the plan. He wants Hong Wenchang brought to him. He intends to give him the liquor that Somi made. The man with blue hair questions why. If he's going to give it to someone, it'd be better to give it to him instead. Duan Yuxian intends to send that liquor to the imperial family. The older man with the white beard states that there's a substantial amount of liquor flowing into the imperial court right now. He likely plans to steal that contract and cut off the Chumun family's main source of funds. The man with blue hair says all right, and the older man says he'll see him later then. The man with blue hair wonders why he is naturally running errands for him. He wonders if he's overthinking this. What? The older man with the white beard speaks. What is it? The Hoyan family has started distributing within the imperial court. What? The man in the tan robe asserts that they already have a monopoly on all the deals there. The other figure seems hesitant to agree. The man in the green robe speaks of Hong Wenchang, the one who captured Zhang Bexan, recovered the golden Buddha statue, and defeated countless bandits. Duan Yuxian, face stern, acknowledges that he knows who Hong Wenchang is, but he questions what that has to do with the current situation. The man in the tan robe clears his throat, revealing that the Hoyan family struck some kind of deal with him. So, a cart sits waiting. The man in the green robe asks if Duan Yuxian just needs him to bring this to the imperial office. He awaits confirmation. A chest is opened, revealing a bottle nestled inside on a red cushion. The contents glow faintly. Hoyan-ji remarks that the fallen Hoyan family has made a comeback by selling famous liquor. The man admits he searched everywhere to taste the liquor, never expecting it to be from Hoyan-ji's manor. Hoyan-ji clarifies that Dan Somi was the one who made the liquor, not the real Hoyan family. The man is shocked to hear that Dan Somi made the liquor. Hoyan-ji's companion notes that she's learned something new again, and Hoyan-ji resolves to make sure she becomes his daughter-in-law. GM Yunhak will accompany the man, handling the merchant side of things and introducing him to the imperial office. The man agrees. Dan Somi is informed that due to financial issues with the gold exchange merchants, they can't afford proper bodyguards, so Mu Jin will accompany her instead. The man is shocked by the news. The man in blue clothing tells Hoyan-ji that he will be traveling with them from now on, greeting him as governor. Hoyan-ji thinks that this was just a simple errand for transporting liquor. He considered the younger twin blade master, Quan Mu Jin, would be their bodyguard. Just how dangerous was this journey? Someone had tricked him again. Elsewhere, a woman with long brown hair walked away. Dan Somi stated that she didn't call for him. She added that she would go too, but the man questioned why. The man with long brown hair responded that he didn't want people calling him a freeloader. He reluctantly agreed, stating, "Fine then." Dan Somi smiled and thanked him. Hoyan-ji believed he had said everything he needed to and wished them a safe journey. He noted that the liquor they were transporting wasn't the real Hoyan family's liquor. A man with long black hair looked to the side, while Dan Somi gasped. A man with red hair looked to the side, thinking about the woman. A man with green hair hunched over, questioning, Hoyan family? Hoyan-ji stood with another man, who commented on the number of visitors that day. Hoyan-ji asked what was the matter. Dan Somi looked worried. She asks if that liquor is the one being sent to the imperial office. Hoyan-ji confirms it with a simple yes. Dan Somi looks concerned. In that case, she asks Hoyan-ji to take a look at this liquor. Hoyan-ji takes the bottle. He tells the other person to hand it over. Hoyan-ji examines the liquor, his expression unreadable. Dan Somi notes that this has a different taste from what she made. Hoyan-ji thinks he can't read the other person's expression. He wonders if it tastes good or not. Dan Somi looks surprised, perhaps at the other person's reaction. Hoyan-ji mentions that he added a little honey to it, asking if it's better this time. He acknowledges it's different from Somi's liquor. A woman asks if she may try cup 2, her eyes wide with anticipation. Another woman chimes in, wanting to try it as well, adding to the growing excitement. A crowd gathers, eager to taste the honey liquor. One woman insists that whoever holds it first gets to try it first. The discussion continues, with the consensus being that Somi's liquor was special, but this honey liquor is pretty good, with something that can't be tasted in Somi's. He savors the experience, surprised that even after 1,000 years, he can still taste something special in the honey liquor. In the past, Duan Yuxian used to enjoy this drink under the moonlight, finding solace in its familiar taste. Meanwhile, under the demonic cult, a different scene unfolds, one of suffering and despair. Groans echo through the dimly lit chamber, the air thick with the stench of pain and fear. One man, lying prone, laments that this is killing him, even as those damn bastards continue their torment. Another wonders if they're being treated too harshly, his face contorted in pain and resentment. The man with purple hair recalls that he told the man with white hair not to go, as the two are whipped. Coughing, the man with white hair asks what they should do now, and the other replies that they need to run away. Hoyanji remarks that it's a miracle they haven't lost their heads yet. Dan Somi retorts that it's all Hoyan's fault. Dan Somi knows Sad Dohak, or rather, he knows their cult leader. He expresses his annoyance. The disembodied voice booms, blaming someone for attracting attention by mentioning Sad Dohak's name. Dan Somi demands to know what the other man is talking about, insisting they need to know they're acquainted with him before they'll tell them anything. Hoyanji explains that they charged at them the moment they heard his name and beat them like dogs. He adds that demonic cultists have a deep loyalty to their cult leader. Dan Somi realizes that it's suspicious they didn't confirm who they were, but just beat them up and lock them in. Dan Somi admits that Hoyanji actually said something that makes sense. Dan Somi wonders if someone made any noise until now. Hoyanji looks surprised as he hears a cough. A figure coughs in the darkness, making a metallic sound. Hoyanji asks if the figure knows their cult leader. Dan Somi is shocked, realizing that Sat Dohak is alive and well. He chuckled, a deep, rumbling sound. Dan Somi felt a wave of relief wash over him, glad to hear the news. Hoyanji stated that he didn't sense any bloodlust from the other prisoner, meaning he wasn't hostile towards Sat Dohak. If that was the case, why was he locked up here? He demanded to know who the other man was. A voice echoed from the shadows. Dan Somi revealed that he was once the demonic cult's advisor, his words hanging heavy in the air. One of them recognizes the name. It's Dongfang Gu, but the other finds the name rather silly. The white-haired man presses the issue, asking if Dongfang Gu is not the chief advisor of the demonic cult. Dongfang Gu, kneeling on the ground, coughs violently. He wonders how he could be imprisoned when their cult leader is still alive. The white-haired man looks down at Dongfang Gu. He asks if someone revolted against him. Dongfang Gu is surrounded by blood. He seems to be in a very bad state after the storm. Dongfang Gu coughs again as the white-haired man and another figure stand over him, observing his suffering. He struggles with the door, but it won't budge. Dongfang Gu curses, unable to open it. The white-haired man wonders what they should do. The other figure says that if they leave Dongfang Gu like this, he'll die. The white-haired man notes that there are no guards, meaning the prison is sturdy. He thinks there should be a way to destroy it, though. Dongfang Gu, still struggling, realizes the ceiling of this place is made of special steel. The white-haired man thinks that unless they use the spiral heavenly art, they won't be able to destroy it. He sat, injured, as the other man suggested a way out. The man with purple hair suggested they use that, then told him to stop wasting his strength. The man with purple hair told him to sit down, explaining that only one person in the world could use that. When asked who it was, he revealed it was cult leader Sa Dohak. Dongfang Gu explained that heavenly art is passed down only to the heavenly demons. But since Sa Dohak is in Hunan now, the man with blue hair said that they could say they have no choice but to remain trapped here. He countered that that's not true, since he can use it. A glowing orb of energy formed in the hand of the man with blue hair. The man with blue hair stood, the orb of energy swirling in his palm, ready to be unleashed. Dongfang Gu watched with a surprised expression. Dongfang Gu looked on with shock. The man with purple hair exclaimed that it's definitely the spiral heavenly art, questioning how he can use it. The man with blue hair responded that it was because Sir Dohak taught it to him. Dongfang Gu was shocked that he did. Sa Dohak was shown lying on the ground, as the man with blue hair said that he was really tortured in all sorts of ways just to learn it. The man with blue hair explained that he was forced to train until he fainted, and when he woke up, the process repeated itself. After a few times, he started to become capable of using it. He appears concerned. The mention of the heavenly demon's spiral heavenly art weighing heavily on his mind. Sa Dohak manipulates a glowing orb, scoffing at the idea of kindness. He insists he was tortured. The man with blue hair seems taken aback. He wonders what this heavenly demon business is all about. Duan Yuxian and Dongfang Gu are shocked. They realize Sa Dohak is using the heavenly demon's sacred art, and they question if he learned it unknowingly. The great Daniel Hyan is stunned by this revelation. He can't believe Sadohak learned it without knowing anything. Elsewhere, sunlight filters through the leaves of a tree, illuminating a peaceful scene. Samtae lies bored, next to a sleeping Moojin. He complains about his lack of entertainment. The pair rest side by side, the room bathed in warm light. Samtae laments that he has no one to bully, as Moojin is out with Sohai. The man lying down decides to pinch the sleeping girl's cheeks, finding it the only fun he can have. Moojin's face is scrunched up as Samtae pinches her cheeks. He finds himself pretty bored today. Another man believes he should have been sent instead, stating that this is not fun at all. The man lying down is told that he looks like he's enjoying himself. He denies it. The bearded man wonders when Samtae is coming back, as he's feeling more bored without him. He is assured that Samtae will be back soon, safely and in one piece. Duan Yuxian is told that he's only skilled in mobility arts, and someone questions how he can be so sure he'll be alright. It's revealed that Duan Yuxian was taught the heavenly demon sacred art. The man's face is shown in a close-up, his expression stern. The man standing admits he taught it to him, but it was just a few martial arts. He is then asked if he intends to take him in as his disciple, to which he responds that they are out of their mind. Duan Yuxian is shown with a speech bubble indicating that real danger might appear soon. A man states that not only did they mess with the golden merchants, but the biggest problem would be the Chumoon clan. A person lying down is told that they must know the Chumoon clan well. Someone recalls a time when they wanted to do some trading and sent subordinates to them, but things didn't work out. Everyone they sent had died. The man's face is shown again, stating that there's something going on there and they mustn't act rashly and mess with them. He wondered if they intended to simply leave them be, a question hanging heavy in the air. The older man, clad in green, reasoned that they were too old to start a war. Wars, he mused, were for the young to break their backs over. Though, vengeance burned in his eyes, a promise to avenge the blood of his subordinates who had gone to the afterworld. If a chance arose for him to charge, the figure surrounded by flames would do so without worry. He was confident he could erase the Golden Merchants or the Chumoon clan from the face of the earth. The question still lingered in his mind. He was told to contain his bloodlust, as Somi was sleeping, prompting an apologetic oops. Elsewhere, the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with fiery hues over the distant mountains. The demonic cult Heavenly Mountains loomed, as someone breathed heavily. A command echoed through the mountain pass. Search thoroughly. From behind a rocky outcrop, a figure urged that they not be allowed to get away. The order is given to find them, no matter the cost. The man with dark hair is worried they will be caught again soon. He wonders why they're being so persistent. The prison of the demonic cult has not allowed any escapees so far. This is a grave matter that will be recorded in the history of the demonic cult, which is why they are so desperate. He thinks the situation isn't good, and they just keep running. They are still not out of the Heavenly Mountains yet, and he needs to do something. A man coughs up blood. The protagonist tells the man with white hair to leave him there and go. The man with white hair asks if he is awake. The protagonist coughs and tells him to listen carefully. Close-up of hands. The protagonist asks what he is talking about, and mentions the group that has sworn their loyalty to him. The older man with a beard says that all of them have been slaughtered. The demonic cult has been taken over by the Black Storm sacred demon. Footsteps echo as someone flees through the forest, sandals kicking up dirt and leaves. The figure tumbles through the air, a desperate huff, escaping their lips as they lose their footing. Arms flail, grasping at nothing as the fall continues, another huff, marking the impact to come. A close-up reveals a face streaked with sweat and dirt, eyes narrowed in desperate focus. The question hangs in the air. Could the demonic cult truly be controlled by a single person? Two men stand together, one speaking with urgency, relaying information that is hard to believe, but true. The man with the beard is told to inform the cult leader of the demonic cult's betrayal. The man's face is covered in blood, his expression pained as he hears the plea, "Help him." The final moment of clarity flickers across his face before the darkness descends. He has finally regained his sanity, but it may be too late as death approaches. Coughing, Duan Yuxian clutches at his chest, blood staining his hands as he struggles to speak. He is told that he will be able to escape the Heavenly Mountains. The man with the sword asks what about him. The determined man in dark clothes says he won't last much longer. He believes he will only be a burden to the two of them. He resolves to buy as much time as he can, so the others can escape right now. His brow furrows with determination. The man with the sword tells Duan Yuxian that he knows it might not mean much, but he will definitely avenge him. A figure laughs maniacally, the sound echoing with unsettling glee. The determined man states he'll be leaving the cult leader in their hands, his expression grim. A member of the chasing group is out of breath, wondering how long the crazy bastards intend to chase them for. Two figures continue to flee through the forest, desperately trying to outrun their pursuers. The injured blond man is asked if he is all right, as it's clear he has lost some blood. He is lying on the ground. The man grits his teeth, pushing himself forward despite his injuries. Sweat drips from his brow as he crawls. The determined man replies to the unseen speaker, saying he is not as injured as they are. The injured blond man thinks to himself that he can't die in a place like this, his eyes filled with anger. He declares that even if his time is up, he'll become an old grandpa and die with Somi by his side. Another man agrees, and they continue running together. Meanwhile, a bottle of Hunan Imperial liquor sits on a table, sparkling invitingly. The man with a mustache asks if this is the liquor he was told about. He confirms that it is, and offers a taste of the liquor. The man expresses how much he wanted to drink this, even offering 2 gold niang for a bottle. The man with a mustache apologizes for not introducing him, explaining that he is the leader of the gold exchange merchants. He then introduces Jiam Yunhak. Another man recognizes him as the person who found this liquor from the shadows. The man with the mustache confirms that's correct, and that he was able to recruit one of the Hoyan clan members into his merchant guild. The man with the mustache says he'll do it, and offers to send the liquor anytime. He laughs, declaring his love for the sound of money. Good liquor, he thinks, must be bought to be truly delicious. Next time, one of the figures says he will wait until the liquor is brewed and go over to drink it in person. It work, he thinks. The man drinking is known for living a life of integrity and isn't swayed by benefits or emotions. This means the opportunity to supply the imperial family with this liquor has just opened up. Jiam Yunhak holds the cup, declaring that it is truly very delicious. He would gladly pay gold to drink this. The seated figure tells the others not to stand around, but to have a drink. Drinks are the most delicious when drunk with company, he says. The others thank him. Meanwhile, the Kaimun clan has failed. A fist clenches in anger. Did you just say they? The standing figure confirms that the liquor of the Hoyan clan has already been delivered to the imperial office. Didn't I tell you to resort to all means to stop that from happening? The speaker demands that assassins and whatever else is needed be used to stop them. The standing figure reports that they sent assassins, but all of them were found dead. The pair receive reports that Namgung Sohai and Quan Mujin were seen patrolling the imperial office. The man with the beard erupts in disbelief, questioning what Namgung Sohai and Quan Mujin are doing there. Based on various sources, the two of them are reportedly staying at the Dan family manor in Yiyang. The cloaked figure stands silently as the seated man reviews documents at his desk. Someone exclaims, surprised by the mention of the Dan family, questioning when such a family existed. The man's expression is stern as he listens to the reports. The speaker recalls hearing the rumor before that strange old men would appear to deal with anyone causing trouble in Yiyang. The man confirms that, according to information from the Hao faction, they're also probably staying in the Dan family manor. The man sighs, annoyed that nobodies are appearing out of nowhere and messing with him. He then wonders about the daughter of the Hoyan clan. It's speculated that she's probably in the Dan family manor, and the order is given to drag Hoyan Ji out first. The order is given to send a letter to the Hunan merchants, instructing them to pressure or eliminate the gold exchange merchants. The figure wearing the hat asks what they should do about the Dan family. The man in the hat requests that the Assassin Pavilion be contacted discreetly. The Assassin Pavilion is known as the strongest assassin group in the Central Plains. They pride themselves on being able to kill anyone with the right price, even the Emperor himself. A voice commands that all of them be killed, leaving no one alive. The man in the hat confirms that he will tell them right away. The Assassin Pavilion stands tall, bathed in the light of the setting sun. Blood drips from a hand, a sign of violence. The man with blood on his robes stands firm, the sound of impact echoing around him. The ground is littered with bodies, a testament to the brutal efficiency of the attack. The man with the beard asks about the Assassin Pavilion as he surveys the scene. The man with the scar confirms they suddenly charged in. The man with the beard heard the Assassin Pavilion has the most vicious assassins. He finds it interesting that they are targeting this place. The man with the scar guesses the Chumun clan guys are very angry, but there's no solid evidence to show that the Chumun clan is behind this. He doesn't care. Lying in bed, the child's eyes widen with worry. He couldn't believe they would send assassins to a manor where Somi was. A close-up revealed an eye, glowing with an unnatural pink light, as if imbued with some strange power. Another eye, this one glowing with a cool, ethereal blue, stared out with an intensity that belied its color. Surrounded by swirling energy, a muscular figure stood beside a taller, more ethereal being. The muscular figure declared that something really gets on my nerves. The rain falls heavily, the sound echoing through the empty space. The downpour continues, each drop a sharp, distinct sound against the silence. Under the relentless rain, a group stands over a fallen figure, their expressions unreadable. The old man chuckles softly, a sound lost in the drumming of the rain. The man with long hair is identified as Moon Jahak, captain of the Silver Shadow Corps, involved in the end. The rain intensifies as the fallen figure lies motionless, the Silver Shadow Corps a topic of discussion. The speaker emphasizes that the fallen figure owes his current position to another, questioning the betrayal of the Silver Shadow Corps. The old man affirms his understanding, yet expresses disbelief at the quickness of the betrayal. A figure wonders if the Black Storm Sacred Demon is truly that powerful. The figure questions if the Black Storm Sacred Demon is even more powerful than the cult leader. Moon Juhak speaks of the current cult leader's strength, deeming himself unworthy to even speak of it, before coughing. He chuckled, a hint of amusement in his eyes as he considered the statement about the former cult leader. The man's expression shifted, his gaze hardening as he demanded to know the whereabouts of the former cult leader. His eyes narrowed, a silent pause hanging in the air as he waited for an answer to his pressing question. One figure questioned where the other was going, frustrated at being left to protect the cult alone. Moon Juhak stated he would return soon, claiming a strange manner had appeared in Yang and he would take a quick look. The man was shocked that Moon Juhak would leave like this, and that he should at least say when he'd be back. The cult leader asked if he was worried, reassuring him that he had him there and that he trusted him, his friend. The cult leader's expression was confident as he looked off into the distance, seemingly unconcerned by the other's worries. Moon Juhak entrusted the demonic cult into the other's hands while he was away, a serious expression on his face. Moon Juhak's face was downcast, his eyes closed as if burdened by a heavy decision or a deep sadness. Elsewhere, a sinister chuckle escaped from the man's lips, a hint of darkness lurking beneath the surface. The sound of rain intensified as the man under the umbrella muttered that he was just cut off. His head already felt heavy, the rain doing little to ease the pain. Damn it, he thought, lamenting the waste of such talent in death. The clash echoed, a brutal dance of shadows ending with a decisive blow. He had really cut him down, the rain washing away the remnants of the fight. The somber group absorbed the news. He had been killed. The order came down, go after the bastards that escaped with him. They must know where the former cult leader is. Yes, sir, the men replied in unison, ready to follow orders. Dongfanggu lamented that they had wasted too much time already. Dongfanggu realized that this must be what they were after all along. To place him in jail and interrogate him was a mistake. He couldn't recover anymore due to all sorts of tortures that were used on him. That's why he was dying such a pointless death here. Dongfanggu knew that, for now, they had to catch those bastards that escaped. Elsewhere, a group moved through the night, leaving bodies in their wake. Dongfanggu, breathing heavily, wondered what was happening. The man with dark hair watched, thinking, he's killing the pursuers faster than I am. Dongfanggu looked up, considering maybe he's actually stronger than me. Amidst the fallen, a lone figure knelt. Dongfanggu, his face contorted in anger, demanded, "What are you doing?" The man with dark hair offered something, explaining, "Here, I was checking to see if there's anything useful. Take this for now." Dongfanggu pressed, "What about you?" The kneeling figure stated, "We need to shake off those pursuers first, don't we? I'll go in the..." He shouts instructions, urging someone to go ahead and catch up later, warning them not to die on him. A massive pursuer looms, its immense size dwarfing everything around it as it gives chase. He wonders what the pursuer is trying to do, concern etched on his face as he glances back. The pursuer's movements create a swirling vortex of energy, closing in on him. He recognizes the cylinder from the pursuer's clothes as a signal flare. He realizes the flare is used to signal when they've found their target and formulates a plan to lure them by firing it after getting far enough away. A confident grin spreads across his face as he declares himself a genius. Huffing and puffing, he pauses in the forest, illuminated by an eerie glow. He wonders aloud if he is far enough away to execute his plan. His stance is firm, ready to put his plan into action. His feet are clad in simple sandals, ready to move swiftly. His eyes widen with determination as he questions if he is far enough. A towering figure stands silhouetted, exuding an aura of immense power. The rough, dark stone looms, a silent witness to the unfolding events. The cloaked figure boasts, claiming to have tracked their target by wind movements. The individual considers the tracker's skill, wondering just how adept they are. A fist clenches, knuckles white with tension, a silent promise of violence. The eye narrows, filled with arrogant confidence. "You're no match for me." Bloodied and battered, he can only manage a confused, "What?" His brow furrows in confusion, the question hanging in the air, "Huh?" Despite the blood staining his clothes, the bearded man stands firm, resolute. Sandaled feet stand on the dusty ground, ready for whatever comes next. A small, cheerful figure discovers a cat, her face lighting up with joy. Elsewhere, at the same time, Somi managed to find a cat. He is covered in blood, some dripping from his mouth. The protagonist looks around, utterly bewildered. "What?" he mutters. His eyes dart around, trying to make sense of his surroundings. He seems to be in a forest. "Huh?" he asks, even more confused than before. Elsewhere, a man stands, his hands and clothes stained crimson. His expression is unreadable, his gaze fixed on something unseen. The bloody man's feet are clad in simple sandals, his stance firm and unwavering on the rough ground. A sharp sound echoes through the forest. A man in a purple robe sprints away, his sandals kicking up dust as he flees from a looming figure in the distance. The fleeing man glances back, his expression a mixture of fear and desperation as he looks over his shoulder. Panting heavily, the man in purple collapses, catching his breath. Huff, huff. I thought I was going to die. The protagonist, still disoriented, looks up at someone. Who are you? He asks, his voice trembling slightly. He stood, legs braced, ready for whatever came next in the desolate landscape. The figure with the purple aura admitted he got lucky dodging as fast as he could. The figure with the purple aura thought to himself. He definitely felt his sword cutting him, wondering what just happened. The figure with the purple aura declared it was useless looking at him like that, stating he wasn't the manner master, so he wasn't afraid at all. The figure with the purple aura's expression became menacing, his teeth bared. The figure with the purple aura stated that if he wanted to know who he was. The figure with the purple aura perched atop a jagged rock formation, looking down. The figure with the purple aura told someone to go to the afterworld and ask the dead there. The figure with the purple aura's hair billowed dramatically as he spoke. He looked up, startled by the pronouncement. His face registered shock, his eyes wide with surprise. A swooshing sound echoed through the air. He cries out, recoiling from an unseen attack. The force sends him staggering backward. A voice observes his efforts. The figure in the vest seems confident in his assessment of the situation. The figure in the vest stands with arms outstretched, ready to strike. His posture exudes a sense of control. Duan Yuxian is struck. The blow sends him flying back, a visible impact resonating through the air. He realizes the truth with dawning horror. His opponent is not just fast, but anticipating his every move. The figure in the vest moves with blinding speed. The world blurs around him as he closes the distance. Steel flashes, and a sharp pain erupts. He is cut, the wound instantly drawing blood. The figure in the vest stands over him, stating the obvious. Duan Yuxian's movements are too predictable. He falls defeated and wounded. The ground rushes up to meet him as his vision blurs. His eyes narrow, a flicker of defiance in their depths. He is not ready to give up. Despite the pain, he steels himself. No matter what, he will continue to fight. His gaze hardens, resolve burning in his eyes. He prepares to face his opponent once more. Red energy crackles intensely, the air thick with unseen power. The energy explodes outward in a devastating wave. He is sent hurtling backwards, crashing against the ground. Coughing up blood, the figure with glowing eyes is confronted. A voice demands answers. The man in dark robes presses the kneeling figure. He wants to know who sent them to the demonic cult, and if Sadohak was involved. A figure leaps through the air, sword glinting in the dim light. The man states that it doesn't matter if they remain silent. He is coming for Sadohak and everyone else. The injured man vows to track down and kill them all. Meanwhile, a child's voice calls out, simply saying, Mr. The child's plea becomes more urgent. Mr. Samte, come back quickly. The child's face is filled with worry. A close-up reveals a face contorted in pain. A wave of searing energy erupts, bathing the area in a blinding light. A voice echoes through the chaos, taunting, questioning if the fight has been given up. The man with the sword prepares to strike, declaring that it is time to end things. A figure plummets downwards, the single word die escaping their lips. The man with the sword stands triumphant, his blade held high above his defeated foe. Duan Yuxian's eye widens in disbelief, realizing the gravity of the situation. A surge of pink energy explodes outwards, a desperate attempt to turn the tide. He cries out, blood staining his face, a testament to the brutal exchange. The energy intensifies around Duan Yuxian, a last-ditch effort to unleash his power. Orange clashes with pink as the two forces collide, a visual representation of the struggle. The pink energy continues to surge, pushing back against the encroaching darkness. The landscape is bathed in the ethereal glow of the unleashed power. The sky hangs heavy, the clouds swirling with residual energy. A lone figure stands atop a cliff, catching their breath in the aftermath. The cliff edge crumbles, a testament to the battle's intensity. A triumphant shout echoes, declaring victory over a hated foe. He stands victorious, arms raised above a defeated opponent amidst shattered earth. The battle is won. Meanwhile, the sign for Chu Moon stands against a clear sky. Elsewhere, the Chu Moon clan's headquarters looms, a symbol of power. A man wonders aloud if anything happened to the Dan family, seeking confirmation. Voices rise in anger, questioning the assassin pavilion's competence and demanding answers for their failure. Someone stammers, struggling to deliver terrible news. The inn, believed to be the assassin pavilion's headquarters, has been razed to the ground, the messenger reports. The man is shocked by the news, his face a mask of disbelief and confusion. A few days before, the city was shrouded in rain as the sounds of conflict echoed. It seemed those assassins kept coming back. One man observed, noting that their information was being leaked somewhere, compromising their position. Purple energy emanated from Duan Yuxian, his expression hardening with resolve. Standing amidst the rubble, Duan Yuxian declared he would simply go destroy their headquarters. Meanwhile, inside a building adorned with ornate decorations, the topic of conversation shifts to the source of leaked information. The man with the long beard wonders aloud who could be providing information on them. The man with short hair suggests that merchants may have leaked the information before trailing off. Silhouettes of three figures stand against a stark white background, their intentions unknown. The figures are framed by a circular window, as one of them identifies the House sect and the Beggar sect. The man with short hair explains that the Beggar sect belongs to the Orthodox faction, so they would only provide information to the Murim Alliance, unless money is involved. He clears his throat meaningfully. The man with long dark hair lists the House sect, the Beggar sect, and the Assassin Pavilion as potential sources. The man with short hair reveals that the Assassin Pavilion has a branch in Changsha, and that he has trained assassins known as the Silver Shadow Corps. The man with short hair admits to having information on assassin groups, and having disliked the Assassin Emperor for a long time. The smiling man, with a red sword visible, expresses his desire to kill the Assassin Emperor if the opportunity arises. Duan Yuxian, standing before the shadowed figures, declares his intent to personally visit the Assassin Pavilion to exact retribution. The man with white hair responds that, in that case, he will go to the Beggar sect, things probably. Duan Yuxian is asked if he'll be alright, and is warned that if he messes with the Beggar sect, the old man there won't be happy. The sect leader of 100,000 beggars, one of the 5 emperors, the Beggar Emperor, is known to destroy whoever dares. The man with white hair assures him not to worry. He'll talk to him nicely, very nicely, about messing with the Beggar sect. Someone guesses that the House sect is the remaining group, as the two stand together. A close-up of a face is shown, the expression unreadable. The man declares that they will end all of this by tonight. Duan Yuxian wakes up, his expression unreadable. It's not past the hour of the ox yet, as lanterns glow in the night. The building is lit by lanterns, the sounds of the city echoing in the night. A bald man in red demands his money back, accusing the taller, spiky-haired man of being a con artist. The spiky-haired man retorts, claiming he lost the bet. Elsewhere, a woman in a red and green robe stands beside a figure cloaked in black, the air thick with unspoken tension. Heavy footsteps echo on the stone floor, the sound reverberating through the silent courtyard. Duan Yuxian walks through the courtyard, his destination unknown, but his purpose clear. An angry man wonders who Duan Yuxian is, his expression a mix of curiosity and suspicion. The House sect Yang branch looms in the background, a silent witness to the unfolding events. Duan Yuxian continues his walk, the lanterns casting long shadows as he approaches the building. He moves through the courtyard, the air growing heavy with anticipation as he nears his goal. Several figures watch him approach, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. 2 figures observe Duan Yuxian, one commenting on his cockiness, unaware of the danger he might be walking into. A voice calls out, questioning if he is lost, the speaker's tone laced with veiled threat. 3 figures stand their ground, declaring that there is no place for the likes of him beyond this point, their stance defiant. He stood before the assembled figures, their intentions unclear as they towered over him. Duan Yuxian tilted his head, a question forming on his lips. Why so? One of the men scoffed, dismissing Duan Yuxian as merely the courtesan housemaster. Another figure, standing before a larger group, questioned if he was facing the branch leader. An order was given to tell him that a special customer had arrived, and he should come out quickly, lest he be beaten up. The man in the long robe, face contorted with rage, called Duan Yuxian a bastard. The fight began, the first attacker already overwhelmed by Duan Yuxian's speed. The sound of impact echoed as more figures were sent flying. Another body crashed downwards, defeated. 2 more enemies charged, one yelling for Duan Yuxian to go to hell. Duan Yuxian's expression hardened, his eyes narrowed as he prepared to meet their attack. Yet another body fell, the battle continuing to rage. He declares that this floor will be unlike the ones below, raising his sword menacingly. The sound of impact echoes through the chamber. One of the men coughs up blood, collapsing to the floor. Others kneel, trembling in fear of the unstoppable demon god. One of the men apologizes as he walks away from the carnage. The aftermath of the battle leaves a trail of bodies strewn across the floor. Someone anticipates the arrival of their leader. The moment for the leader's appearance is imminent. The camera pans up to the ceiling. The man walking away glances up, noticing something above. A sword is drawn, ready for the next attack. A swift slash cuts through the air. They streak through the air, a deadly rain of sharpened steel. Duan Yuxian gazes upward, his expression unreadable as the blades descend. The blades hurtle closer, each one a potential death sentence. The polished wooden floor reflects the deadly scene above. The air crackles as a volley of shurikens hurtles forward. He stands firm as the deadly projectiles fly past him, narrowly missing their mark. The sound of the attack echoes through the hall. Each shuriken is razor-sharp, designed for maximum lethality. Another figure stands at the end of the hallway, watching the assault unfold. His feet are planted firmly on the ground, ready for what comes next. A voice cuts through the air, promising a grim fate. If you want to live. An old man sits surrounded by the weapons he has unleashed. The branch leader of the house sect, Yang Branch, a.k.a. Chanjin, looks on with a grim expression. A thick haze hangs over the Hongshan House sect headquarters. The imposing structure stands silhouetted against the night sky. Inside, a.k.a. Chanjin sits in meditation, facing away from an unseen presence. His expression is unreadable, his eyes closed in contemplation. Duan Yuxian's voice echoes, demanding to know who a.k.a. Chanjin is. A.k.a. Chanjin opens his eyes slightly, his gaze fixed on the protagonist. Suddenly, a flurry of unseen blows rains down on Duan Yuxian. The force of the attack sends him reeling, staggering backward. A.k.a. Chanjin remarks that Duan Yuxian has done too much and needs rest now. Dazed and injured, Duan Yuxian demands to know where the attack came from, realizing he can't gather strength after being hit. A.k.a. Chanjin reveals the attacker's affiliation, the Hunan Dan family. Another blow lands, the impact echoing through the room. He pleaded for his life, the ornate room doing little to soften the dire situation. The protagonist lay prone, vulnerable on the floor. Towering over him, the man declared himself the house sect leader, scoffing at the idea of being a mere martial artist. Dust swirled around Duan Yuxian as he knelt, recovering from the unseen assault. He swore not to trade any information about the Hunan Dan family, his mouth covered to ensure his compliance. Panic etched itself onto his face, the situation spiraling out of control. The house sect leader stood beside another figure, his scarred face a stark contrast to the other man's round features. The man with long hair was asked if information on Man Hiriang was more valuable than his own life. The man with white hair realized he was in a terrible predicament. Elsewhere, a distant street scene, a building, and hands digging in the dirt hinted at other events unfolding. An old man with a staff stood over a fallen body, the scene shrouded in mystery. A man with long white hair and a beard confronts someone, drawing his sword. He shouts, demanding to know why they are causing trouble, recognizing them as part of the beggar sect. Another man looks on in shock. He wonders if the beggar sect is not what it used to be, given that a mere three-knot beggar is a branch leader. The white-haired man swings his sword with furious speed, ready to strike down anyone who dares insult the beggar sect. The force of the blow sends a shockwave through the air. The scene shifts to an exterior view of a traditional building. The shocked man realizes that his opponent has vanished before his eyes. A figure in dark clothing is sent flying backwards from an unseen blow. The white-haired man warns that he was being merciful. He gives a final warning not to sell the Hunan's Dan family's information, or things will end badly. The shocked man groans in pain, clutching his chest. A man in a white robe stands amidst several fallen figures, wondering if the destruction of the beggar sect was all for naught. Another figure in dark clothing is struck and sent flying. The scene returns to the exterior of the building, the sounds of fighting echoing. Footsteps echo through the halls, the sound crisp and deliberate. A figure in yellow robes offers a polite greeting. Welcome. The man continues his walk, the sound of his footsteps filling the space. The man in yellow muses to himself, unimpressed. He finds the situation utterly boring. A figure finds himself surrounded, blades drawn and ready. A masked assailant declares they will kill him painlessly. He finds the reaction boring. The man surrounded by swords speaks, suggesting he had other places he'd rather be. A disembodied voice speaks of uprooting dangerous variables, a price to pay for barging into houses. The surrounded man lies defeated on the ground, his fate uncertain. A voice declares his erasure from the world. Meanwhile, the scene shifts, returning to the present. The man in yellow robes questions the destruction of the assassin pavilion, wondering if it's a lie. The man with the long braid reports the inn in Changsha is destroyed. He adds that there are no signs of any human presence. The man in the conical hat states that both the beggar sect and house sect have refused to provide information on Hunan's Dan family. The same goes for the vagrants. The older man with the beard looks surprised by the news. He asks, with a raised voice, what is going on. It is revealed that the Chumun clan has given the beggar sect a substantial amount of money behind the scenes. The speaker questions if those cursed beggars dare to betray them. They also wonder if even the house sect, known for doing anything for money, is involved. The man in the conical hat is told that the sudden change in attitude is strange. He is ordered to get out there and try to contact the gold exchange merchants. The older man declares that they're all useless. He vows to deal with them soon, clicking his tongue in annoyance. The man asks another what they think of the situation, seeking their opinion on the unfolding events. A man shrouded in shadow responds, questioning if the speaker is asking him directly for his thoughts. The older man asks who else would he be talking to. He admits he's never thought much about what the others actually do. Someone suggests that the older man should provide help, considering the amount of money he's been given. He retorts that he's already doing what he should, but may need help again soon. The question is posed. Who in their right minds would dare to pick a fight with them, given their power and influence? The great Dan Yohyan's face contorts with fury, his scar prominent as he vows vengeance. Merchant leader Mak Chung-hyun asks what brought the man to his establishment. The man stands, a slight smile playing on his lips as he listens to Mak Chung-hyun. Mak Chung-hyun acknowledges that it has been a while since their last meeting. The man pours a drink for Mak Chung-hyun, who remarks that it is already time for such things. Mak Chung-hyun recalls the man coming to him, looking for work, and reminds him that he wouldn't be where he is now if he hadn't helped him back then. Mak Chung-hyun reminds him that there's no way he'd forget the time when his whole family was treated like beasts, but now he's turned his life around and set up a full-fledged store. The man smiles, listening intently to Mak Chung-hyun's words. Mak Chung-hyun laughs, saying that it's natural and that there's no way the man can catch up to him, not for someone like him. Mak Chung-hyun reveals that he heard the man was selling liquor from the Hoyan clan. He mused that he somehow managed to get the deal to sell it. The liquor of the Hoyan clan was pretty good, he thought. The man scoffed, declaring that it was still a long way off compared to the liquor of the Chumun clan, and chuckled. The man countered that this wasn't necessarily true. Their liquor had been selling at pretty high prices lately. The two men sat across from each other at the table, the conversation growing more intense with each passing moment. The man stated that he was simply proud of the liquor that he sold, his expression hardening with conviction. His eyes narrowed, a flicker of intensity betraying the surface calm he tried to project. The intensity in his gaze deepened, a silent challenge hanging in the air between them. The man remarked that he saw, and that the other was confident of the liquor that he sold. Huh? Mak Chung-hyun looked up, suggesting that he let him take that liquor off his hands then, his tone laced with a subtle threat. The man's surprise was evident, his eyes widening as he processed the unexpected offer. He demands, with a stern look, that the debt be settled by handing something over. A red bag is placed on the table, seemingly in response to the demand. The sound of coins echoes as they spill onto the surface. A single gold coin reflects the light, its value hanging in the balance. Mak Chung-hyun sits at the table, observing the offering with a calculating gaze. The red bag waits, ready to receive its contents. He declares that the money isn't even enough for 10% of what it costs. More gold coins are carefully placed into the red bag, adding to the sum. The man with the stern expression warns that joking around might shorten the other's life. Mak Chung-hyun retorts that he'll take care of his own lifespan, and the other needn't worry about it. That being said, if they're speaking about lifespan, he thinks he is the one who should be concerned over his own. The sound of footsteps echoes through the house, and a voice notes that the house is a little noisy. The man with long dark hair, tied back, asks if someone had a guest, his back turned to the others in the room. The man with the top knot confirms that this is merchant leader Mak of the Hunan merchants. The man with the top knot clears his throat, addressing Mak Chung-hyun directly. The man with long dark hair, tied back, stands silently, observing the interaction. A man realizes that the other man is the patriarch of the Dan clan. The man with long dark hair tied back stands in a room as another man mentions that someone wanted to buy all of the Hoyan clan's liquor. A voice declares that they want just 50 gold niangs. The tension in the room is palpable. The man with long dark hair tied back offers to make an offer too. Mak Chung-hyun thinks to himself that merchants have always negotiated for what they want. A hand hovers, a spark of energy dancing between its outstretched fingers. An offer is made. Give this, and the Hunan merchants can be handed over. Mak Chung-hyun eyes the offering. A mere silver niang? His face contorts in anger, calling the other a bastard. The protagonist, Duan Yuxian, calmly states that he'll add one more thing. Your life. With a flick, the coin spins into the air. Mak Chung-hyun explodes, asking if Duan Yuxian is out of his mind. Duan Yuxian advises him to take the deal while he can, as this chance won't come again. Mak Chung-hyun shouts, questioning if Duan Yuxian knows who he is. He orders his men to teach that arrogant bastard some manners. Feet pound against the floor, rushing forward. A group of men brandish their swords, ready to attack. He is surrounded, blades drawn, and aimed inward. The air crackles with anticipation of the coming assault. Duan Yuxian's crimson eyes narrow, a storm brewing within their depths as he prepares to meet the onslaught. The swords descend, a flurry of steel and lethal intent. A burst of raw energy explodes outward. Debris rains down amidst the fading light. The force of the attack leaves a lingering, palpable tension. A nearby man's eyes widen in terror, his face a mask of utter shock and disbelief at the display. More figures in black approach, their expressions a mix of surprise and apprehension as they witness the aftermath. A sinister smile spreads across a face, hinting at dark intentions and a cruel satisfaction. Duan Yuxian scoffs, his gaze sweeping over the scene. Oh my, look at all these guys who aren't worth even a silver niang. A voice asks, do you wish to continue? The speaker's face is etched with concern. A vow echoes, filled with bitterness and resolve. I will not forget the humiliation I've suffered today. The world blurs, a transition into a new scene or a shift in perspective. Sunlight filters through the bamboo, a moment of peace amidst the storm of conflict. The riders moved with haste through the dense forest, their mounts kicking up dirt. One of the riders declared that the Dan clan must not be underestimated. One figure questioned if the other had read the Chumun clan's letter. They were ordered to end the gold exchange merchants. One voice wondered if the Chumun clan was discarding them, but another dismissed the idea. The riders continued through the forest, one stating they had a trusted relationship built over years of dealings. The figures discussed who was currently dealing with the gold exchange merchants. The men drank, as it was said that all the inns and rich people within Yang were drinking the Hoyan clan's liquor. The figure ordered pressure to be put on the gold exchange merchants, threatening to cut off their funds. An underling responded with a resounding, "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, the landscape stretched out, revealing mountains under a bright sky. The mountains rose high, covered in lush greenery. Clear water flowed between the rocks and plants. A serene landscape unfolds, showcasing majestic mountains and a cascading waterfall. The waterfall plunges into a crystal-clear pool, surrounded by lush greenery. Two fishermen sit patiently by the water's edge. One wonders aloud what is so fun about fishing. Their fishing baskets sit nearby, currently empty, awaiting a catch. The fishermen's expressions change as they haul in a sizable fish, a sign of success. The sound of the catch echoes, a sharp whack breaking the tranquility. A girl proudly displays a large fish, a basket overflowing with her successful catches at her feet. One fisherman mocks the other's empty basket, questioning how he can even call it fishing. Suddenly, a distressed man bursts onto the scene, shouting that there's trouble. The distressed man reveals that a thief has broken into the storage, stealing all the money and silk. Adding to the disaster, the brewed liquor has also been stolen, compounding their losses. The magistrate, Hong, has arrived and begun his investigation, but the situation remains unclear. The search yields nothing. There are no traces to be found, deepening the mystery. He is overcome with guilt, believing he deserves to die for what has transpired. A figure kneels, perhaps in prayer or supplication, weighed down by the gravity of the situation. Duan Yuxian's expression is grim as he wonders what they have left in the wake of recent events. Another bows his head, the weight of responsibility pressing heavily upon him. The man holding the child laughs nervously, acknowledging the enormity of the problem they face. A voice acknowledges the universal truth. People make mistakes, and he is no exception. The man's silence speaks volumes, hinting at the internal turmoil he is experiencing. The two men discuss the situation, agreeing that this particular issue cannot be overlooked. Duan Yuxian's gaze is intense, his expression unreadable as he contemplates the path ahead. An order rings out, demanding the presence of Quan Mujin and Namgung Sohai. The woman with hair in a ponytail presses him, asking what happened. She wonders where they are going. The woman with hair in a ponytail demands to know why he won't say anything. He's been silent ever since he said something was up. He remains silent, his expression unreadable. The woman with hair in a ponytail wonders if he wanted to be alone with her. He finally speaks, revealing that the gold exchange merchants have been robbed. She looks up, her blue eyes wide with disbelief. The woman can't believe the scale of the robbery. He confirms the news, his gaze steady. Duan Yuxian states that they are currently looking for the thieves. A foot steps forward, the speaker questioning their objective. Are they searching for the thieves or the stolen goods themselves? The man with the bag answers simply. He wants both the thieves and the stolen goods recovered. A woman lies prone on the floor, unmoving. The scene is cast in a dim, reddish light. The woman in the blue outfit expresses her doubts. She wonders if finding either the thieves or the goods will be difficult in the back alleys. The man in the dark outfit explains their approach. He believes their opponent is not a simple thief, requiring a different strategy. The woman questions his certainty. The man explains that a simple thief couldn't have moved that much in one night. The woman points out the nature of their destination. She notes that the place in front of them is just a gambling den filled with petty criminals, and asks if he really thinks the thief is in there. Duan Yuxian pauses, considering her words. He simply responds with a thoughtful, well. A bandaged hand reaches for the door. The group decides to proceed, resolving to go in for now. The red patterned wall looms, a silent sentinel. The group prepares to enter the gambling den. He and a woman with her hair in a ponytail stand in a room adorned with red curtains, their backs turned to the viewer as they take in the scene. The woman wrinkles her nose. An unpleasant smell permeates the air, causing her to cover her mouth and nose in distaste. The pair stands close, the source of the odor still unknown as they continue to investigate the room. The woman with the ponytail speaks, revealing that they were expected. She states that she's been waiting for him. A man in a red hat and robe gestures for them to enter. He welcomes them into the room with a cordial invitation. A plate of cookies sits on a table, perhaps offered as a gesture of hospitality or a subtle distraction. Duan Yuxian and the woman with the ponytail sit at a table, the cookies between them, as they prepare to discuss business. Another figure with white hair sits at the table, their presence adding to the intrigue of the meeting. The woman with the ponytail expresses her concern, wondering aloud what is happening. She explains that she mobilized her resources upon receiving a letter, but gathering information proved difficult. The woman reveals that the thief thoroughly cleaned away all traces. Duan Yushin notes that even the Hao sect couldn't find anything, piquing the white-haired figure's interest as they exclaim about the Hao faction. He expressed his gratitude, but also stated that certain tasks were simply impossible to complete given the limited time they had been allotted. The great Dan Yahayan considered their options, his expression thoughtful as he listened intently to the information being presented to him. The woman with dark hair inquired if they had looked into the matter further, seeking more details about the situation at hand. Duan Yushin sat at the table, his gaze distant as he recalled the details of their investigation into the matter at hand. They had observed the figures searching for a trading place, but were unable to gather any information due to their tight-lipped nature. The great Dan Yohayan confirmed that something was indeed amiss, acknowledging the difficulty in obtaining information from the merchants. Duan Yushin inquired if there was anything else, mentioning that they couldn't find any evidence, but if... The woman with dark hair responded that it was fine, but suggested that they could give them more time to investigate further. The great Dan Yohayan instructed the woman to find out where the Hunan merchants were going and when they would depart, then sent a letter with those details. Duan Yushin stated that would be enough and told the woman that he would contact her again soon, thanking her for her business. The two figures stood in the hallway, their conversation seemingly concluded for the time being as they prepared to depart. The woman with dark hair questioned if they hadn't paid too much for that information, expressing her concern about the cost. He mutters something under his breath, his expression unreadable. Suddenly, a hand clamps down hard, seizing another's wrist with brutal force. The world blurs as they are pulled along at breakneck speed. One figure carries another, fleeing through the building's corridors. Let's go quickly. The worn tiles of the floor rush by in a blur. Her eyes widen, a mixture of shock and fear etched on her face. Inside the building, shelves are stacked high with goods. The white-haired man smiles faintly. I'm glad he's still reasonable. He holds out a bag of coins, considering the value. He thinks, I was wondering if the information I gave was too little. This must be a lot of silver Niang. The coins spill out, a cascade of wealth. The sound of the coins echoes. Chardu. A hand cradles the overflowing bounty of coins. His eyes narrow, a hint of calculation in his gaze. The protagonist, Duan Yushin, held something small in his open palm. A wide, unsettling smile stretched across the man's face, revealing his teeth. From atop the building, a voice shouted in disbelief, demanding to know what was happening. Two figures ran quickly along a tiled path, their destination unknown. Heavy rain poured down, obscuring the world in a veil of water. Under the light of the crescent moon, a traditional building stood silhouetted against the night sky. A hand reached out, as if offering something or seeking a connection. The woman with a ponytail stared at her own hand, her heart pounding in her chest as she thought about holding a man's hand for the first time. Though, she mused, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. The man with a scar across his face wondered why it seemed like it didn't bother him at all. He then inquired if the woman in white had found out information about the Chamun clan. A voice echoed with frustration, questioning why they had to go there and why they were called. Two figures stood with their backs turned, their purpose and destination remaining a mystery. He, the chief administrator, reveals that they've recently acquired some new information. The Chamun clan has been secretly visiting the Hunan merchants, he explains. It's not Mak Chunghyun, it's Mak Chunghin. Yes, and with that, they're certain that they're working together. But the Chamun clan hasn't shown any movements after that, the chief administrator notes. Even the merchant leader of the Hunan merchants is moving, though. The Chamun clan must have paid quite a lot of money to steal their goods this time. In any case, they heard the Hunan merchants are preparing to go on a huge business trip. He wonders if it's a business trip. Looking at how long they're taking to prepare, they must be trying to sell off the stolen goods as safely as possible. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, someone says, since they started stealing first. He smiles, a plan forming in his mind. They'll steal from them now. His eyes widen, a visible expression of shock spreading across his face. A figure with dark hair partially obscuring their face stares back, their expression unreadable. He voices his confusion, questioning what he just heard. Pardon? 3 days later, deep within a forest near Changsha, the group finds themselves at their destination. One of them confirms that they are really there. The figure with brown hair wonders if the three of them will be enough to handle the task at hand. From their vantage point, they observe a rather large trade expedition group making its way through the forest. One of the figures asks if the other does not trust him. The masked figure assures him that, of course, he does, and suggests they rob them right away. The figure with brown hair suggests they wait a bit, as something doesn't feel right. The masked figure questions what he is suddenly talking about. A close-up reveals the masked figure's piercing gaze. The figure with brown hair believes an uninvited visitor came before them. The trade expedition continues its journey through the forest, unaware of the eyes watching them. The size of the trade expedition is unprecedented. There are easily over 50 people, even if only counting the bodyguards. The forest is silent, save for the distant sounds of their travel. One of the riders questions why they are taking the mountain route. Another responds that the main roads are not guaranteed to be safer. The advice is given to focus and quietly watch their surroundings, as danger could be near. The man with the fur collar remains vigilant, his expression unreadable. The man in the straw hat wonders what kind of lunatic would dare to mess with the Hunan merchants, musing if Jang Baekson might be involved. Duan Yuxian's gaze is intense, his eyes narrowed as he considers the possibilities. The size of the trade expedition is so large that it would make even normal bandits lose their rationale. His eye twitches slightly, a sign of growing unease. The forest path winds onward, the trees casting long shadows. A lone figure rides ahead, seemingly unaware of any danger. Something is wrong with this tree, a traveler notes with concern. From above, the caravan of horses and carriages moved along the road. Suddenly, a blinding flash filled the air, signaling an imminent explosion. A man shouted, ordering everyone to stop them, his face contorted with urgency. His hand clenched, a gesture of frustration or perhaps resignation to the unfolding disaster. The ground erupted as the explosion sent debris flying in all directions. The force of the blast ripped through the surrounding area, leaving devastation in its wake. Carriages lay overturned, and people were scattered amidst the wreckage, victims of the sudden catastrophe. An injured man offered his apologies, his head bowed in shame or regret. He lamented the loss of all their carriages due to his negligence, his voice heavy with guilt. The man who had shouted earlier declared that he would immediately form a pursuit squad. The man's expression was grim, a silent acknowledgement of the severity of the situation. Another man questioned him, seeking clarification or perhaps expressing disbelief at the events that had transpired. A sinister smile spreads across a face, teeth bared in anticipation. The man with white hair insists that everything is fine, despite the unfolding events. Chief Supervisor Gong Juk, stroking his cat, declares that everything is going according to plan. Meanwhile, somewhere near Daunting Lake, unseen forces are at play. From within a carriage, voices celebrate their apparent success. Bandit boss Yang Chulsang admits he had worried needlessly about robbing the Hunan merchants. The bandits exclaim that they are now rich. One of the bandits believes their score could last for 3 generations. A stern voice commands that the bandits be arrested. Figures in red clothing engage in combat. Yang Chulsang is shocked to see constables within the carriages. A figure orders that anyone be killed. A voice booms out, demanding to know who dares to resist. He muses that perhaps arriving a step later was a blessing from the heavens. One of them remarks that, thankfully, someone tried to rob them before they did. A voice notes that if they had gone ahead recklessly, they would have been the ones caught. He thinks that they probably weren't expecting the bandits, and likely laid a trap expecting them to come. Fortunately, Master Dan noticed that people were in the carriages instead of the goods. Someone admits they weren't expecting the constables to be in the carriages, adding that if they had gone for the carriages, they would have put up wanted posters on the streets if they had managed to escape. He voices his disbelief that they're making use of the fact that government officials can't be messed around with, calling it truly atrocious. The two figures stood close, their conversation private and unheard. The masked figure admitted to underestimating their opponents. Master Dan turned, the sound of his movement echoing slightly. One of the figures asked if they were leaving, and the masked figure confirmed it. A lone figure announced that they would leave for the day. As they walked away, one of the figures responded, "Yes, Master Dan." Elsewhere, the sky burned with the colors of sunset, painting the horizon in fiery hues. The Hunan merchants' building stood tall, a testament to their wealth and influence. Inside, a voice exclaimed in disbelief that they were just normal bandits. The figure lowered his head, confirming that this was the information they received. The older man expressed his disbelief that the Dan family didn't make a move. He slammed his fists on the table, a visible sign of building frustration. Someone mused if their stillness was due to flies getting in the way, deciding the Dan family was lucky. Master Dan gripped the table, wondering aloud what they should do next. The sound of impact echoed. Elsewhere, a traditional building stood silhouetted against the vibrant hues of the setting sun. A man with a dark beard erupted in anger, questioning if they had obtained anything. Another man, bloodied and tearful, was mocked for always acting so smart, only to be defeated. One character remarked that being both strong and smart would be inhuman, prompting another to tell them to shut up. One man told another that he needed to be a little stupid to look more human. In a light-hearted exchange, one asked if the other meant stupid like himself, to which the other agreed. Yang Chulsang's face contorts in fury, demanding to know what was just said. An older man attempts to defuse the situation, chuckling and telling them to stop fighting. Duan Yuxian reflects on the situation, impressed that they were able to deceive him. The room is filled with onlookers, all watching the unfolding drama. The older man continues to chuckle, seemingly pleased that they were able to deceive Duan Yuxian. Another man holds a bottle of liquor, recognizing Jae Woon as someone he met before who brought good liquor. Duan Yuxian's expression hardens as he contemplates his next move. He orders someone to call Jae Woon to his location. Jae Woon is mentioned, with the speaker questioning why not Dong Fanggu instead. Yang Chulsang is surprised to hear Jae Woon's name, questioning if he's not retired yet. The figures discuss needing someone like Jae Woon to keep their identities safe. Someone angrily questions if the other is saying Dong Fanggu isn't trustworthy. The man with the beard says to call Jae Woon here too, stating that without him, the demonic cult will definitely be turned upside down. The man asks if that is what the other really wants. Yang Chulsang looks shocked. Yang Chulsang coughs. In the past, the center of the orthodox factions was the Murim Alliance. The Murim Alliance's pillars of support had departed, now part of something new. That something new was the Heavenly Sword Society, a rising power in the martial world. For a long time, the Murim Alliance was considered the center of the orthodox faction, the only place of its kind. But after the Heavenly Sword Society was formed, people stopped saying that, questioning the old order. Now, numerous martial artists harbor doubts, unsure of where true power lies. The balance of power was shifting, allegiances tested, and the future uncertain. The question lingered, is the Heavenly Sword Society or the Murim Alliance stronger? 6 out of 10 martial artists believed that the Heavenly Sword Society held the greater strength. Because if the Namgung clan, who had produced the Sword Emperor, was still fine, along with both the Moyong and Jaegao clan joining the Heavenly Sword Society, then they would definitely be an immensely powerful force. The Peng clan patriarch, Peng Duong, was serving as the Heavenly Sword Society leader, but Peng Duong stood with his arms crossed, a stoic expression on his face. Whispers followed, a constant undercurrent of doubt. Many believed he couldn't possibly unite the great 8 clans within the Heavenly Sword Society. To silence the doubters, to prove his leadership, Peng Duong knew what he had to do. He considered the task ahead, the weight of expectation heavy on his shoulders. The scroll depicted a stern face, a reminder of the power he needed to secure. That power lay in recruiting the Jaegao clan patriarch, the advisor to the Heavenly Sword Society. The man with the top knot admitted to himself that he felt like he was trying to find a needle in the desert. To establish his dominance, he needed the strength of the Jaegao clan. It had been many months since he went missing, a fact that weighed heavily on everyone's minds. A glint of determination sparked in his eye, a promise of action to come. Heavenly Sword Society's Sichuan clan patriarch, Tang Jungake, was the key to everything. A palpable tension filled the room as the figures stood in silent anticipation. The air crackled with unspoken words, the weight of their mission pressing down on them. Tang Jungake, they said, possessed a talent rivaling the Sword Emperor himself, a comparison often made since his youth. Now that the Sword Emperor is gone, Peng Duong believes he exerts considerable influence within the Heavenly Sword Society. While following orders due to his position, Peng Duong knows it's no good if negative remarks affect the society's members. Peng Duong laments that he can't resolve anything himself, whether in terms of martial prowess or strategic thinking, especially concerning Jaegao Woon. An unseen figure's frustration echoes, a desperate cry. Where in the world are you? Meanwhile, waterfalls cascade down mossy cliffs, a hidden sanctuary veiled in mist and ancient trees. Sunlight filters through the canopy, illuminating a tranquil pond nestled amongst weathered rocks and verdant foliage. A weary sigh escapes the lips of someone unseen, their expression hidden in shadow. An exasperated man, accompanied by his dog, mutters that something is driving him nuts. A lone figure laments living in such a secluded place, fearing discovery by the Murim Alliance or the Heavenly Sword Society. Another voice chimes in, questioning if they aren't practically beggars in their current state. These people just seem like a fool walking down the street, she thinks, her expression troubled. From the foliage, a voice booms out, declaring that Jaegao Woon has finally been found. Hidden amongst the trees, one of the figures asks who is approaching. She didn't detect any incoming presence, which means that person is a martial master, she realizes with growing alarm. He asks if the other person knows why he is here, and if he understands why he showed up. The man is revealed to be Wu Gokjin, one of the Murim's 18 public enemies. Through so much to survive the pursuit squad sent from the Alliance, this day still came for him. Wu Gokjin asks if there is no need for any more talking, his expression hardening. The man coughs, his face contorted in pain. The Dan family estate looms, its traditional architecture a testament to history. A man with long, dark hair observes a sword practice. He finds the swordsmanship lacking, declaring it too slow and weak. He stands with his arms crossed, a picture of stoic disapproval. The woman struggles, sweat beading on her brow as she wields her sword with effort. Her blue eyes reflect a fierce determination, despite the harsh criticism. The man watches her, explaining that the celestial sword art focuses on the flow. He continues, suggesting that a woman is actually more suited to use it than a man. A vision appears, a glowing female figure encouraging her to bring out more of her potential. Kneeling before him, the woman is taken aback by his words. She wonders if the limitless celestial sword art is more suitable for women. Footsteps echo in the training hall. The woman's eyes widen in surprise. She thinks to herself that she has never heard of that before. She grips her sword, contemplating the implications of his statement. Master Dan strokes his long white beard, lost in thought. He seems to be contemplating something deeply. The protagonist wonders if the Manor Master sees something that he himself is missing. What could it be? Duan Yuxian reflects on a cryptic saying, "Flow can be found within illusion, and illusion can be found within swiftness." The illusory celestial sword art, based on the limitless celestial sword art, is shown in a burst of light. The ultimate technique of Namjorian, one of the three skies, is displayed with a gleaming sword. The sword is shown in detail, its blade reflecting the light. Master Dan and Jaegal Woon stand on the steps, while the person below looks up at them. The master asks what she just said. Duan Yuxian clarifies that he said it's the illusory celestial sword art, then asks no. After that, Master Dan is shocked that he knows the name Namjorian. How does he know that name? Jaegal Woon stands silently, her expression unreadable as the conversation unfolds. The old man with white hair contemplates the implications. He speaks of the limitless celestial sword art. Behind him, the woman with dark hair considers the founder of the Namgung clan, her expression thoughtful. The man with dark hair simply states, yes, his gaze intense. The woman with braided red hair is revealed to be Namjorian. The man with dark hair looks up, his arms crossed, seemingly awaiting further information. The old man and the woman with dark hair react with shock, their eyes wide with surprise. The man with dark hair questions their reaction, asking why they appear so shocked by the revelation. The man with dark hair and the old man stand close, expressing disbelief at the unfolding events. The old man confirms that he had heard the founder of the Namgung clan was a woman, but dismissed it due to lack of information. It was unexpected that she was one of the top 3 strongest martial artists. To think, Namjorian is one of the 3 skies. A figure with long, braided hair stands, a sword held firmly in their grasp. It said that she roamed the world freely, refusing to join any groups. Then, she suddenly hid herself from the world. Yet she's the one who founded the Namgung clan? Is all of that true, they wonder. Namjorian's expression is one of disbelief. Come on, you're joking around, aren't you? How would you know something like that? She asks. Another woman responds, believe me if you want to, otherwise, simply ignore me. She hates the tone and expression he's making. The group stands together, the revelation about Namjorian hanging heavy in the air. The tension is palpable. A foot steps forward, the sound echoing in the silence. A figure in a dark robe rushes forward, propelled by an unknown urgency. The man asks, a beggar? The woman looks concerned, telling him to wait. Namjorian's eyes widen in shock, her expression a mixture of fear and disbelief. The woman in the dark robe cries out, Wai Yun, her voice filled with anguish. Bare feet stand on the cracked earth, as if rooted in place. Namjorian comforts the woman, concerned by her bare feet. She asks what happened. The man with long dark hair says that it's not important and asks what the matter is. The woman with short dark hair cries out that their father might die and begs for help. The angry man with the beard demands to know where Jaegal Woon is. The woman points, stating that he is in the south, near Daunting Lake. The woman falls, the sound of impact echoing. She continues to fall, the ground rushing up to meet her. The visual effect emphasizes the speed and force of her descent. The woman kneels distraught, wondering what to do about her father. The woman with short dark hair cries, overwhelmed by the situation. Namjorian embraces the woman, reassuring her that her grandfather has gone to look for him and he'll be safe. She clutches the child tightly, tears streaming down her face as sobs rack her body. Her expression is one of pure anguish, the weight of the situation pressing down on her. A voice wonders what Sohai is doing, then recalls an old man who resembled the Sword Emperor. Someone reflects on a figure who is thought to be dead, adding to the mystery. A woman wonders aloud if the dead Sword Emperor ran off to save her father, her face etched with concern. A figure in brown robes is shown, their purpose and identity still unknown. Blood splatters across the ground, hinting at violence and conflict. 2 figures stand poised with swords, ready to engage in battle. A chaotic scene unfolds as multiple figures clash with swords, a whirlwind of steel and motion. Information surfaces, stating that the Jaegal clan is considered the worst in martial arts among the 8 great clans. A smiling man considers that a rumor might not be true after all, his expression hinting at a hidden agenda. A man, catching his breath, remarks on someone being still alive, adding another layer of intrigue. The blade hangs suspended, a silent promise of finality in the air. His green hair slightly disheveled, the man's sinister smile widened as he spoke of collecting heads. The sword gleamed, reflecting the light with deadly precision. He sat, sword in hand, urging his opponent to cease their futile escape. He rose, sword raised, ready to strike with lethal intent. The sound of tearing flesh echoed through the air. The man cried out, blood splattering as the attack landed. Darkness descended, stained with the crimson of spilled blood. Coughing and gasping, the man struggled for breath as his opponent laughed triumphantly. The green-haired man mused on his opponent's instincts, lamenting the missed vital points. He scoffed, suggesting that perhaps his opponent's sword techniques had simply grown dull. The man sneered, noting that his opponent still talked big, even on death's door. He struggles to catch his breath, each inhale a ragged gasp. The weight of his sword feels heavier with every passing moment. Someone is watching Nam Jurian, assessing his deteriorating condition. They believe he is already near death. The observer notes that Nam Jurian's strength is visibly fading from his eyes. His defeat seems inevitable. One of the men suggests to his boss that he could take a break and cleanly decapitate Nam Jurian, ending the fight quickly. Nam Jurian wonders if Yun managed to escape safely. He knows they can't let him die easily. They want to make his end as painful as possible. Nam Jurian accepts his fate, believing he is already finished. He has nothing left to give. Soon, Nam Jurian thinks he will join the Alliance leader. His thoughts drift to the afterlife. A sword is swung with incredible speed, the air itself seeming to crackle with energy. The blade descends, poised to strike a devastating blow. The outcome hangs in the balance. The sound of the blade echoes, a harbinger of destruction and despair. A man with long white hair screams, his face contorted in rage or anguish. Another man, his purple hair disheveled, looks on in shock and horror at the unfolding events. He is overcome with terror, a silent scream escaping his lips. His breath hitches in his throat, a strangled gasp for air. He recognizes that voice, his eyes widening in disbelief and horror. Dark energy gathers around a hand, while below, glowing eyes pierce the shadows. A figure in dark robes stands tall, a sword at their side. It's the Alliance leader. A dense bamboo forest rustled in the wind, the leaves whispering secrets to the ancient trees. There was no martial artist who didn't know that face, the text declared, describing one with white hair, a long robe, and a sword. The sword, held in his one and only hand, gleamed faintly in the dim light. Just the sight of him brought immense pressure, a disembodied voice declared. A lone silhouette sat in the forest, seemingly meditating, but a thought bubble revealed his inner turmoil. What was the Alliance leader doing in a place like this? The injured man's eyes widened in terror, blood streaking down his face. The figure in the long robe stood silently, his presence radiating an almost palpable aura of power. The white-haired figure's gaze was intense, as the soldiers around him seemed wary. If the man in front of him was really the Sword Emperor, the man thought, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Then he must flee right away, Namgung Sohai realized, his face etched with fear. To raise one's sword against the Sword Emperor, the thought alone was enough to inspire terror. To defy him is to invite one's own demise, a fool's errand with fatal consequences. A figure advances, sword in hand, a silent promise of violence hanging in the air. The man's expression is unreadable, a mask of cold indifference that chills the bone. The question hangs in the air, a challenge and a threat intertwined. Namgung Sohai looks up, the weight of the unspoken question pressing down on her. A crimson eye watches, an ominous symbol of impending doom. The swordsman stands ready, his posture radiating lethal intent. The man's thoughts betray his fear, the Sword Emperor's presence a terrifying reality. The bearded man speaks with finality, sealing their fate with a grim pronouncement. The group surrounds them, a silent circle of impending death closing in. The offer is brutal, a choice between life and dismemberment, a twisted mercy. The man's desperate plea reveals the true horror of their situation, a fate worse than death. Agony etched itself into his face, a silent scream trapped within his throat. The man's eyes widened in terror, a strangled "Yua" escaping his lips as the attack commenced. A blade descended with lethal grace, a harbinger of swift and merciless death. The sword continued its deadly arc, a silver streak against a smoky backdrop. The air crackled with violent energy as the blade cut through flesh and bone. Vertical lines blurred into a cascade of motion, illustrating the sheer speed of the attack. With a final, desperate cry, the man fell, blood splattering as his life was extinguished. The sword plunged downward, a final, decisive strike that sealed his fate. The injured man, impaled and bleeding, questioned his reality. Am I dead and seeing illusions right now? His face, a mask of pain and disbelief, was stained with the crimson of his own blood. Despite his wounds, he focused, a grim understanding dawning in his eyes. I see. Recognition sparked in his mind as he gazed upon the figure. It truly is the Sword Emperor. Later, 10 days had passed since the Sword Emperor's presence was revealed. A stunned silence hangs in the air, thick with unspoken anxieties. The world outside seemed to continue as normal, oblivious to the turmoil. Yun walks along the stone path, her expression unreadable as she approaches. She asks, her voice soft, inquiring about the other's well-being. The woman's face contorts in anger, her voice rising with resentment. It had been 10 days since everything ended, and her father's near death felt like a distant dream. But, while she and her father struggled to hide, others lived without a care. Her frustration boils over, her fist clenched in barely suppressed rage. She grinned, crushing something in her hand. Also here, when we brought liquor here previously, right? The words echoed, revealing a past search. We searched everywhere for your grandfather. The voice continued, the speaker unseen. And when we heard that you also went missing, we also searched everywhere for you. Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. You ignored us even though you were here back then? She exclaimed, her voice rising. A sinister smile spread across the other woman's face. You bitch. Yun, now outside, turned away, recoiling from the insult. Ugh, she gasped, stumbling slightly. Her legs gave way beneath her, and she collapsed to the ground. Yun, kneeling on the ground, looked up in shock. Bitch. What? Meanwhile, the scene shifted to a traditional building, its architecture suggesting a place of healing or contemplation. A man in a brown robe looked down, concern etched on his face. Do you feel better now? He asked. Another man, seated, responded, I haven't recovered completely, but thanks to the elixir you had given me, my life is no longer in danger. Thank you. The Sword Emperor is thanked by Jae Woon, who is told that he no longer needs to use that title. Jae Woon expresses his gratitude for the Sword Emperor being alive, stating he is really glad to see him. The Sword Emperor pats Jae Woon on the back, glad that he is well and still among the living. Someone wonders aloud if the white-masked swordsman was Jae Woon all along. The Sword Emperor seems confused, asking what the others are talking about. The one-armed old man that wears a white mask is described as such by an unseen speaker. And Jae Woon makes a displeased noise, seemingly annoyed by the conversation. Someone observes that 2 of the 5 emperors are gathered in one place, and others would faint if they knew. Living under one roof, the place is still quiet, but is that the power of the man with the scar on his face? Jae Woon states that he wishes to help even in the slightest. He stood with his cane, his expression unreadable as he looked down. The offer hung in the air, a question posed with an uncertain weight. Would they accept Jae Yuan's help? The man with short dark hair asks if he will accept his help. Duan Yushin replies that it's not a bad idea if he's offering to handle that right now. The man with short dark hair stares intently. Duan Yushin is told that before he is accepted as part of this family, the man with short dark hair states that he needs to first see how capable he is. Duan Yushin thinks to himself that he doesn't know if this means he's accepted or not. The man with long dark hair has never faced anyone with such an aura before, and feels like he can't even breathe well. The man with short dark hair says that in that case, Duan Yushin should also show him what he's capable of, so that he can know if he's someone worthy of his service. The man with short dark hair thinks that it's as expected of someone who's an intellect, that he's already weighing his options. He stands, listening to the unseen speaker, who declares that if that's all he can see, there's nothing more to discuss. The man with the beard remarks that the unseen person is that kind of person. The unseen person states that they had to resolve themselves to say that. The unseen speaker continues, noting that he was then rejected immediately after playing hard to get. The man with the beard smirks, finding him fairly interesting. Duan Yushin stands silently, his back to the viewer. The unseen person's eyes are shown in a close-up. Yun sits with her head down, hugging her knees. A close-up shows Duan Yushin's shoulder. Yun looks up at the man with the scar, who asks what she is doing. Yun states that she is trying to pull herself back together. The man with the scar says he has no idea what that even means. She stands looking down, seemingly lost in thought. Master Dan stands beside her, his expression unreadable. He prompts her to speak her mind. In a moment of self-doubt, Yun insists that she doesn't have anything to say. Master Dan turns to leave, prompting Yun to call out to him. Yun speaks of the ultimate technique of Namjorian, one of the 3 skies. She implores Master Dan to teach her the illusory, celestial sword art, pleading with him to impart his knowledge. Her expression is earnest, her hands clasped together in supplication. Master Dan walks away, contemplating the ultimate technique of the Namgung clan. Her eyes filled with determination. Yun declares her desire to become stronger. Master Dan stops, turning back to her. He questions why she believes he possesses such knowledge. His expression is inscrutable as he awaits her answer. The answer hangs in the air, because she stares up at Master Dan, her eyes wide with a mixture of hope and anticipation. The Master's expression hardens as he hears her words. He is the martial god himself, after all. The air crackles with tension as they stand in the courtyard, the silence broken only by the rustling of leaves. Master Dan's stance shifts, a subtle change that speaks volumes. He denies any knowledge of what she is talking about. Yun's brow furrows in confusion. Why is he not saying anything? Is he hiding something? The master's gaze is distant, lost in thought. What is he contemplating? She has never seen him so flustered before. Was that supposed to be a secret? The master continues to deny any knowledge, his expression unreadable as he looks away from Yun. Yun laughs nervously, trying to brush off her previous statement. She claims she was just saying that for fun. Master Dan admits he only came to know of Nam Jorian's martial art coincidentally, and he does remember it, but he can't guarantee that it's perfect. She looks up at Master Dan, her eyes full of hope. Yun asks him to teach her. He agrees, telling her it's not too tough to do. Master Dan instructs her to come to the open area tomorrow morning. Yun responds with an enthusiastic, okay. Yun's face lights up with excitement. She is clearly overjoyed at the prospect of learning from him. With a cheerful woo, Yun skips away, eager for the training to begin. Master Dan watches her go, a thoughtful expression on his face as he remains silent. He reflects, a sense of unease creeping in. He had gotten the sense that she'd realized who he is. Master Dan wonders how she found out. It wasn't like he was trying hard to hide that fact, though. After all, he muses, living for 1,000 years. Isn't something a mere human body can do, he thinks, considering his own existence. Despite using all sorts of sorcery, he still wasn't able to withstand the flow of time, which forced him to keep replacing his physical body, a burden he has carried for centuries. That was why he let his guard down, as he thought no one would figure it out. Yun stares ahead, a flicker of certainty visible in her eyes, or so it seems. Master Dan, his gaze averted, wonders if the recent chaos was also her doing. He reflects that her pranks always go overboard, a constant source of exasperation. The man in the white robe finishes his explanation, recounting the recent events to Master Dan. Master Dan listens intently to the report, stating that he roughly understands what's happening now. Yun stands nearby as Master Dan admits he wasn't expecting the Hunan merchants to set up a trap. Master Dan's expression is serious as he contemplates the situation. He wonders aloud what the gold exchange merchants are doing currently. The man with the top knot explains that they've hired more than 10 vagrants. They are setting up a tight security perimeter around the merchant estate. The two men walk away, seemingly to discuss a plan. The man with the top knot raises a finger, stating that he has something in mind. Master Dan looks intently at the man, curious about what he is planning. The man with the top knot reveals his plan to uproot most of the Hunan merchants and everyone related to them. Word arrives that contact has been made with their spy. The gold exchange merchants have gathered 50 vagabonds and are preparing for a large-scale trade expedition, their destination being Beijing. The man considers the news. They are on a trade expedition to Beijing. The gold exchange merchants still have that much money and items to sell. They stole quite a lot of silk and liquor from them, though. If they're heading to Beijing, then it must be to sell the Hoyan clan's liquor. Beijing is a place where high-ranking offices are gathered, so they likely intend to sell the liquor to them. Right now, the Chumun clan is the one that's in charge of the liquor market in Beijing. The reason they stole from the gold exchange merchants previously was due to the request of the Chumun clan as well. It's a little strange that they haven't received any contact from them. He wonders if it's okay for him to proceed without any contact. Not too long ago, they were trying to eradicate the gold exchange merchants with a fake trade expedition, but that ended in utter failure. Now the gold exchange merchants are preparing for a trade expedition as if they had been waiting to do it. There's indeed a high chance that this is a trap. The great Dan Yohyan's face contorted in rage, his voice booming through the room. News had reached him. The gold exchange merchants were preparing for a trade expedition to Beijing. He demanded to know what they were doing, his anger palpable. A figure in the background agreed with his assessment. Another voice worried that the timing was too coincidental, suspecting a trap. The great Dan Yohyan was told to stop those arrogant assholes. A subordinate watched him, sweat beading on his brow. The great Dan Yohyan questioned if the man was out of his mind, scolding him for his lack of foresight. The subordinate, a merchant leader, listened intently. The merchant leader, Go Chuizhen, was ordered to gather a team and go after them. The sweat on Go Chuizhen's face glistened under the dim light. Another man wondered why he hadn't thought of Go Chuizhen. He resolved that whether it was a trap or not, they just needed to destroy everything with brute strength. The great Dan Yohyan added that they should also get Jian Sekun, since he was the best person to sell the stolen goods to. Go Chuizhen acknowledged the order with a respectful, "Yes, sir." He bows his head in acknowledgement. The protagonist accepts the gesture, his expression unreadable as he watches the other man. The man with the long braid walks along the path, eyeing the caravan. He thinks to himself that he will be paid 100 silver for this job. Go Chuizhen wonders if he should destroy those guys. He is a former demonic cultist. The man with long white hair agrees that this ought to be simple. The man instructs that it's okay if the others get away, but Jiam Yunhak must be killed. He also reminds him to be careful not to damage the goods. The man with the stern expression replies that of course he will be careful. He is reminded that Go Chuizhen is a demonic cult trader that escaped from him. It is said that Go Chuizhen is very skilled, worthy to have his name among the 100 greatest martial masters. He had heard rumors that he could crush a boulder with his bare fists. This would be a piece of cake, he thought. The air crackled with energy. The attack descended. The forest floor became the target. The force of the blow sent a figure flying. The air vibrated with power. A voice boomed, demanding to know who was Jiam Yunhak. The air crackled. The attack continued. The man in purple robes stood his ground, facing Go Chuizhen and his men. The men with hats stood ready. He wonders who that person is, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. Go Chuizhen demands that the unseen person reveal themselves, his voice echoing through the forest as his subordinates stand ready. A crushing sound echoes as Go Chuizhen's hand clenches tightly. The sound of something being pulverized fills the air as Go Chuizhen's face contorts with rage. The name Jiam Yunhak hangs in the air, a question and a threat all in one. One of Go Chuizhen's subordinates looks on, fear etched across his face. Another subordinate cries out for help, overwhelmed by the unfolding events. Go Chuizhen laughs, dismissing the gold exchange merchants as a joke. One subordinate asks if the administrator is satisfied, but the other thinks it is not good enough. The administrator orders them to bring the chest to the merchant leader immediately. A sinister chuckle emanates from the chest, followed by a declaration of all right. A voice booms out, greeting Sir Jian, noting it has been a long time since their last meeting. The speaker is a man of considerable girth, his expression jovial. Jian Sekun acknowledges the greeting, agreeing that it has indeed been a while. Jian Sekun then asks why he is suddenly being sought out. The large man chuckles, explaining he was lucky enough to acquire some high-grade goods and wanted to show them to Jian Sekun first. The man suggests that they take a look at the goods. The goods are revealed to be Huiyan clan's liquor and silk. Jian Sekun is shocked, questioning where the man got such goods, as they are not even available for purchase these days. The large man, Mak Chunghin, laughs, boasting that there is nothing he cannot get. Mak Chunghin thanks Jian Sekun and says he will load these onto a horse carriage then. He prepared to taste the Huiyan clan's liquor, intending to savor the experience. Jian Sekun recalled acquiring the liquor and silk at such a bargain. He'd even had a lucky dream foretelling this event. Suddenly, Jian Sekun's eyes widened in shock, his expression shifting to one of disgust. He recoiled violently from the cup, a visible wave of revulsion washing over him. Jian Sekun erupted in anger, feeling utterly mocked. He cursed, regretting not seeing through the deception earlier. Mak Chunghin questioned Jian Sekun's outburst, concern etched on his face. The stench assaulted his nostrils, a foul odor that made his eyes water. Jian Sekun demanded to know why the liquor reeked of urine. His face contorted in disgust as he stared at the bottle. Doubt crept into his mind. Jian Sekun wondered if the goods they had stolen from the gold exchange merchants were even real. He considered the possibility that their entire trade expedition had been a carefully laid trap. Jian Sekun's eye twitched as he tried to understand the purpose of such a deception. Alone, Jian Sekun cursed Mak Chunghin, realizing he should have trusted his instincts about the man's con artist nature. He felt a sudden surge of uneasiness, setting aside the failed deal with Jian Sekun. Last night, the silhouetted figure cursed, realizing that the theft must have been their true objective. The man commanded someone to get Go Chuizhen, his voice laced with suppressed fury. The man's face contorted in rage. The Dan family dared to mock him. He vowed to erase them from the land of Yiyang, his voice a low growl of menace. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a chibi-style figure admired a jade ring, exclaiming how pretty it looked, admitting to stealing it on the way back. The two figures approached the manor. One wondered if this place belonged to that Dan family. The other confirmed that it was correct. They rode closer to the manor. Jian Sekun scoffed, remarking that for a manor located in the outskirts, it was far too big. Jian Sekun cursed under his breath, annoyed that the fog was so thick. It had been quite some time since they stepped foot into Yiyang, but the fog wasn't going away at all. Go Chuizhen asked if it was really okay for them to kill everyone. Jian Sekun simply responded with, "Oh." Jian Sekun continued, stating that of course, but before that, Go Chuizhen declared that they would set this place on fire. The building was engulfed in flames. The entrance to the building stood ominously. The Dan family manor blazes, flames licking at the eaves as the structure begins to collapse. A group of figures stand, watching the inferno consume everything. Jian Sekun spreads his arms wide, a satisfied smirk on his face. He declares that they should have done this from the start. A man orders Go Chuizhen to kill anyone who tries to escape the burning manor. He adds that their corpses can be used as pig feed, showing no remorse. Another man notes that no one seems to be coming out. The flames continue to engulf the manor, smoke billowing into the sky. The destruction is nearly complete. Brandishing a torch, Go Chuizhen shouts into the inferno, demanding that the inhabitants come out. His voice is harsh and unforgiving. A foot comes down with force, the sound echoing in the air. The action is decisive and threatening. The doors to a building are slightly ajar, a small opening revealing the darkness within. A faint creaking sound can be heard. A man's face is etched with anger, his brow furrowed and his eyes narrowed. He appears to be in deep thought, plotting his next move. Hands clenched tightly, knuckles white with tension. The gesture speaks of suppressed rage and a desire for action. A man, face contorted with fury, accuses someone of attacking a government office. He demands to know if they are out of their mind. A close-up reveals ornate clothing, suggesting a person of high rank or authority. The details are rich and elaborate. He shouts in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock at the unfolding chaos. Confusion sets in as one wonders what is happening. An authoritative voice condemns those present as scumbags. The man in traditional clothing maintains a stern gaze amidst the turmoil. The assembled group is accused of treason, charged with attacking a government office. Duan Yuxian stands before kneeling figures, the scene suggesting a swift and brutal takeover. A man grimaces in pain, the situation rapidly deteriorating. As the manor burns, another cries out, questioning the unfolding events. Panic begins to set in as one wonders how the Dan family manor became a government office, suspecting a trap. The figures discuss the possibility of trap enchantments and the involvement of Go Chuizhen, formerly of the demonic cult. Elsewhere, Go Chuizhen stands with Jian Sekun, observing the chaos from a distance. Whispers circulate about a skilled individual responsible for the deaths of numerous orthodox martial masters. Glowing eyes narrow, recognizing something familiar about the masked figures, yet unable to place them. One of the masked figures asks how many martial masters there are in the demonic cult. Go Chuizhen's face contorts in rage, calling someone those assholes. He orders the killing of those fuckers, starting with those guys. A close-up reveals the intricate details of his red and black robe. The man in the hat looks to the side, questioning if they've really gone crazy. Go Chuizhen declares they can't avoid being charged with treason anyway, ordering everyone to be killed and ensuring no one ever finds out. He questions if they thought they'd just let themselves be captured after being deceived by a mere trap enchantment, asking what everyone is doing. The order is given to kill them all now, and the figures in hats respond with, "Yes, sir." Two figures in hats clash, their swords meeting with a resounding clang. One of the figures is sent flying backwards, crying out in pain. Another figure stands over the fallen one, sword raised high, ready to strike. A pained groan escapes the victim. The fallen figure is now pinned to the ground, stepped on, and cries out in agony. He seems taken aback, questioning what is happening around him. Go Chuizhen, unimpressed, declares that fighting the weaklings holds no appeal. The expression on Go Chuizhen's face shows his utter disdain. Pages rustle, as someone rapidly flips through them, searching for something. A figure with long, flowing purple hair plummets downwards, caught in a whirlwind of motion. The person with the long braid reels back, eyes wide with alarm. The scene fades, the background blurring into an indistinguishable mess. The person with dark hair stares intently, their blue eyes narrowed in focus. The intricate details of the fabric are highlighted, showing its texture and design. The person's face contorts in a scream, their eyes wide with terror. The white-haired figure questions if the other is Namgung Sohai. The person with the sword stands their ground, another figure watching from behind. She is questioned about her presence and whether she became a mercenary for the Dan family. Was it all to restore her fallen family? A foot descends, the sound echoing in the tense atmosphere. A large group stands in formation, their purpose yet unknown. The group remains assembled, as Namgung Sohai observes them. She silently judges them to be more foolish than she initially believed. Namgung Sohai is told to go and give it a try, a challenge laid before her. A man questions if she lacks confidence. Namgung Sohai is taken aback, vehemently denying the accusation. Namgung Sohai exclaims, her voice filled with conviction, that she is confident. A hand suddenly grabs Namgung Sohai's wrist, the sound echoing sharply. The woman's face is struck with brutal force, blood splattering from the impact. The figure is sent flying backwards from the blow. The figure plummets downwards, out of control. A chaotic sword fight erupts, multiple figures clashing amidst a flurry of motion. She swings her sword, the blade whistling through the air as she aims to strike. The man with braided hair intercepts the blow, recognizing an opening in her stance. Namgung Sohai believes victory is at hand, a smug confidence in her eyes. Her sword gleams, poised to strike the final blow, or so she thinks. A fist hurtles towards her, a swift and brutal counterattack. The force of the blow sends Namgung Sohai crashing to the ground. Dazed, she wonders how her attack failed so miserably. Namgung Sohai lies prone, the battle turning against her. She can't believe it, questioning how her attack could have been so easily thwarted. The man's laughter echoes, a triumphant sound of victory. He boasts of his impenetrable defense, mocking her failed attempt. The man stands tall, radiating confidence and power. The man's chest is revealed, bearing a prominent scar. Namgung Sohai's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down her face as she grips her sword. Namgung Sohai stands firm, declaring her body's resilience with a confident smirk. Duan Yuxian scoffs, dismissing her confidence as arrogance. The great Dan Yohayan chuckles, finding her efforts amusing. Namgung Sohai steels herself, declaring that it is her turn to strike. Duan Yuxian's hand tenses, ready to retaliate. Namgung Sohai lunges forward, her sword aimed at her opponent. A powerful impact echoes as the attack lands. Despite her confidence, she is sent hurtling downwards. Namgung Sohai kneels, struggling to maintain her stance. He mused about his own resilience, referring to it as a diamond body. She wondered how she was supposed to deal with such power. The protagonist descended quickly, sword raised high above his head. Namgung Sohai raised her own blade, preparing to meet the blow. The swords collided with a resounding crash, sending splinters of energy in all directions. The force of the impact sent her flying backwards. He declared that she should consider it an honor to die by his hand. Purple energy began to emanate from him, crackling with power. The energy exploded outwards, shaking the very foundations of the area. Coughing, Namgung Sohai struggled to regain her footing. The purple energy continued to surge, a testament to his overwhelming strength. He looked down at her, the victor standing over the defeated. She lies defeated, the words echoing in her mind. I lost. The great Dan Yohayan declares that she is unlucky to have him as her opponent, promising to show her some mercy. He stands over Namgung Sohai, his gaze cold and unforgiving as he towers over her kneeling form. Namgung Sohai looks up, tears welling in her eyes, as Duan Yuxian promises to send her off painlessly. A chilling laugh escapes him, a cruel farewell echoing through the air. With a surge of power, Duan Yuxian unleashes a devastating purple energy attack upon Namgung Sohai. Caught in the blast, Namgung Sohai can only manage a confused as the energy engulfs her. The purple energy dissipates, leaving a lingering trace of its destructive force. A cloud of dust obscures the aftermath, as Namgung Sohai wonders if the air got trapped in her lungs. Duan Yuxian expresses his confusion at her continued laughter, finding nothing amusing about the situation. The protagonist stands over a large crater, surveying the damage he has wrought. Looking up from the crater floor, Namgung Sohai notices that Duan Yuxian's clothes are in tatters. He surveys the scene, a faint smile playing on the unstoppable demon god's lips. She can only utter a single word, a bewildered, "What?" as the attack lands. Namgung Sohai struggles to comprehend the damage. A diamond physique, yet her body has holes in it? How could this be? Something makes this impossible. She thinks, her face contorted in rage. No sense can be made of this. She thinks, her brow furrowed in confusion. Namgung Sohai is sent flying backwards, defeated. The crowd of onlookers can only watch as Namgung Sohai crashes to the ground. Two men in black hats look on in disbelief. Impossible, one of them mutters. One of the men with the hat speaks to the man with purple hair. He defeated Go Chwizen in one strike. The man with the hat trembles, fear evident in his eyes. The men whisper amongst themselves. A merchant leader, what do we do now? Another man's face is a mask of pure terror. The impossible had occurred. A martial master from the demonic cult, Go Chwizen, had been defeated without even putting up a proper fight. The cracking sound filled the air as someone wondered aloud if they were trapped within a nightmare. Duan Yuxian's strike connected with brutal force, sending Namgung Sohai flying through the air amidst a flurry of impacts. The figure crashed heavily to the ground, defeated and vulnerable. A blade descended, poised to strike a fatal blow, the sound echoing ominously. Duan Yuxian stood over Namgung Sohai, a massive blade held ready in his hands. A voice declared that resistance was futile. The end had already arrived, as Namgung Sohai could only express shock. Duan Yuxian turned and walked away from the fallen Namgung Sohai, followed by several figures. Elsewhere, a traditional building stood beneath a bright sky. The architecture of the buildings spoke of history and tradition. A line of men, bound together, are led forward, their heads bowed. The crowd murmurs, trying to understand what has just occurred, the confusion palpable in the air. The focus shifts to the merchant's leader, Mak Chunghan, his face bearing the marks of recent conflict. It's revealed that Mak Chunghan ordered attacks on the magistrate and the constables, escalating the situation. One man questions the madness of a merchant leader taking such drastic actions, seeking answers in the chaos. The depth of his greed is discussed, how he leached off the people's blood and sweat, yet it was never enough. The narrative shifts to Hunan's Dan, his expression unreadable as he contemplates the unfolding events. The incident is traced back to a grand manor that appeared near Dongting Lake in Hunan, sparking curiosity and speculation. If a certain truth is revealed, then everything that has happened would suddenly make sense, the pieces falling into place. The question arises, who could have foreseen such atrocities and prepared to stop them, hinting at a hidden force at play? The hand continues to write, Hunan's Dan, solidifying the connection and perhaps a declaration of intent. The scene shifts to the Chumoon clan, specifically Chumoon One's office, revealing a new player in this unfolding drama. The sound of something breaking echoes through the building. A fist clenches tightly, knuckles white with strain. Mak Chunghin demands, "What do you mean the Hunan merchants have collapsed?" He wonders what happened to all of the Hunan trading group's assets. A figure stands silently, listening to the unfolding crisis. Mak Chunghin continues, realizing that the majority of the recovered assets from this incident will end up in the hands of the gold exchange merchants. The figure in the hat and cape replies, "Merchant leader, this is serious." Mak Chunghin recalls investing a fortune into raising the Hunan merchants. Mak Chunghin urgently demands, "You need to come outside right now." His face contorted with anger, he shouts, "What is it now?" A man reports with wide eyes, "The government troops have surrounded us." His eye reflects the growing panic. Mak Chunghin gestures wildly, caught between disbelief and fury. The building is surrounded, the sound of drums echoing ominously. Two figures clad in dark attire stand guard on either side of a central figure adorned in red and white. The man's face contorts in fury, demanding to know the meaning of the current situation. Figures stand in the courtyard, the atmosphere thick with tension as they await a response. A voice booms out, questioning the mobilization of government forces around the main estate. The speaker declares that the place has deep ties with the imperial court, identifying himself as Patriarch Chumoon. A woman lists the crimes, attacking the Hoyan clan, killing its members, and causing its downfall, as well as using force to... Another man states that they will oppress the innocent and seize their property. The man demands that they submit quietly to the many offenses that have come to light. Patriarch Chumoon questions the accusations, demanding evidence for the nonsense he is hearing. A man in traditional clothing calls for a witness to step forward. A man is shown kneeling, his hands bound tightly behind his back. Patriarch Chumoon, enraged, calls someone a bastard. He stands, clad in his robes, awaiting the next accusation. Bound tightly, Patriarch Chumoon cries out, his face contorted in anguish. The bound man's testimony is damning. It was Patriarch Chumoon who ordered everything. A woman in dark clothing claims she only did what she was told, prompting a question about her actions. The bound man continues, his words painting a picture of complete control. Under his, a horrifying flashback surfaces, masked figures setting fire to the Hoyan estate, slaughtering those who resisted and casting children into the river. Patriarch Chumoon shouts for silence, revealing another atrocity, the enslavement of the master brewers. The bound man's accusations continue, stating that they also attacked the patriarch of the Hoyan clan. A shuriken flies through the air, a deadly projectile aimed at its target. A swift kick lands, the force of the blow evident in the blurred motion. Patriarch Chumoon is struck, blood erupting from the wound as he cries out in pain. The blow leaves him gasping for air, the impact clearly taking its toll. He looked down, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as the accusations weighed heavily on him. A figure loomed over Patriarch Chumoon, who was now kneeling, seemingly helpless before the imposing presence. The patriarch collapsed to the ground, the sound of his fall echoing in the chamber. One of the men questioned if Patriarch Chumoon had truly gone mad, the accusation hanging in the air amidst the surrounding crowd. Patriarch Chumoon reflected, regretting his decision to kill someone and lamenting that he should have quietly submitted to arrest, leveraging his imperial court connections. He clenched his teeth, resolving to prove his innocence later, no matter the cost. Patriarch Chumoon stood before a gathering of men, their expressions unreadable as they awaited his next move. The crowd surged forward, a wave of bodies rushing toward Patriarch Chumoon, their intentions unclear. One of the men expressed his worry about whether Mujin could handle the situation alone, hinting at a larger conflict to come. He walks with two figures, seemingly unfazed. One comments that Patriarch Chumoon seems stronger than expected in terms of martial prowess. Another voice chimes in, assessing someone's skill. He believes this person is a step above even Ma Jiankong, the vagrant king. Someone worries that Sohai was injured. He thinks it would have been better for them to handle the situation, fearing Mujin might be overwhelmed. Another man responds, his expression grim. Driving him back alone won't be enough. To capture the man, they must subdue him completely. The man continues, stating that just buying time will suffice for now. His gaze is intense, focused on some unseen threat. Below, a man with dark hair looks up, his expression unreadable as he observes the conversation above. The sound of chai echoes as a sword is swung with incredible speed and force, a blur of motion. The sword strike unleashes a wave of energy, visualized as a series of intense, radiating lines. With a resounding quack, the sword connects, impacting its target with devastating power. The sword is aimed, the sound of cam emphasizing the precision and deadly intent behind the attack. The force of the blow sends a figure flying through the air, a testament to the sheer strength of the swordsman. Below, the man with black hair looks up, his eyes narrowed as he thinks to himself, this guy. The blade gleams, ready to strike with deadly precision. Patriarch Chumun grits his teeth, thinking he's stronger than he appears. A flurry of red energy explodes as the sword cuts through the air. Duan Yuxian clashes with Patriarch Chumun, their blades meeting in a shower of sparks. The force of the attack sends shockwaves rippling outwards. The sword continues its descent, a blur of motion and power. Patriarch Chumun's eyes widen in shock as he realizes the intensity of the blow. The sword is poised to strike, ready to deliver a devastating blow. Patriarch Chumun braces himself, knowing he's about to face a powerful attack. The sword crashes down, sending debris flying in all directions. Duan Yuxian's attack connects, sending Patriarch Chumun flying backwards. Despite the force of the blow, Patriarch Chumun thinks to himself that he's incredibly strong. He is sent hurtling backwards through the air, the force of the blow evident. Duan Yuxian stands firm, his swords glinting in the light. Several figures watch from the shadows, observing the clash of power. It's clear the Chumun clan holds immense strength. Chumun One skill is said to rank among the top 100 martial artists in the world, a testament to his clan's power and influence. An orange aura flares around Patriarch Chumun, a visual display of his martial prowess and the energy he commands. One of the figures behind Duan Yuxian asks if he is all right, concern etched on their face as they witness the battle. Duan Yuxian, though seemingly unfazed, replies that he will manage somehow, his determination unwavering despite the challenge. Another observer notes that Duan Yuxian doesn't look easy to handle, recognizing the protagonist's formidable strength and skill. Duan Yuxian stands with his back to the viewer, his sword held loosely at his side, ready for the next attack. Patriarch Chumun is sent flying once more, the impact of Duan Yuxian's attacks taking a visible toll on the elder warrior. Despite the repeated blows, Patriarch Chumun insists he is fine and orders others to stand back, his pride and resolve unwavering. Duan Yuxian delivers a powerful kick, sending Patriarch Chumun reeling from the force of the blow. Patriarch Chumun crashes to the ground, the sound of impact echoing as he struggles to regain his footing after the brutal assault. The two men looked on in shock, one gripping his sword tightly. From a high vantage point, the man in the center observed, noting the increasing danger. His expression was unreadable, his gaze intense. Duan Yuxian felt a shift in the air, a subtle change he couldn't ignore. He mused about the wind. The group stood together, aware that the flow of battle could change at any moment. One man turned to the other, curious about the commotion in the distance. One of the men politely requested permission to ask a question. The man inquired if they had arrived at the Chumun estate. The man clutched his prayer beads tightly. The bald man announced that they had finally arrived. The group approached the entrance. A foot descends with crushing force, poised to deliver a devastating blow. The figure in the brown robe strikes, the impact echoing through the surroundings. The force of the blow sends Duan Yuxian hurtling backwards through the air. Duan Yuxian's eyes widen in disbelief as the attack connects. The impact throws Duan Yuxian back, the force of the blow undeniable. The figure in the brown robe stands firm, sword in hand, ready for the next strike. Dazed, Duan Yuxian grits his teeth, cursing his misfortune. He realizes, too late, the gravity of his miscalculation. The foot crashes down again, a display of overwhelming power. The world blurs as the battle intensifies. Duan Yuxian lies defeated, his sword scattered beside him. He coughs, the weight of Patriarch Chumun's foot pressing down on his chest, stealing the air from his lungs. The Patriarch asks if bringing the Imperial Army and a magistrate would change anything. Patriarch Chumun continues, declaring that Duan Yuxian and others are nothing more than insects to him. A figure wielding a sword moves with incredible speed, closing the distance. The figure attacks Patriarch Chumun, the blade a blur against the sky as Duan Yuxian remains pinned beneath the Patriarch's foot. The clash of steel echoes as the figure's attack intensifies. Patriarch Chumun finds it amusing to see others squirm once they are trampled upon. The figure with the sword wonders if they are just a bug in the grand scheme of things. Duan Yuxian, struggling beneath the Patriarch, thinks that only one person is allowed to treat him this way. He thinks that this person is his lord. Duan Yuxian wonders if this person will take the cool roles for themselves. The figure with the sword stands their ground, facing Patriarch Chumun. He looks back, startled, sweat beading on his brow as he takes in the scene. Ma Jiankong watches the unfolding events with a stern expression, his gaze fixed on something beyond. A bald monk turns his head, his expression unreadable as he glances to the side. Duan Yuxian's eyes widen in disbelief. He asks if the monk is Samte. Ma Jiankong tells him to leave it be, his tone firm and unwavering. The older man chants Ba as someone wonders if the monk is Ma Jiankong. He stands with his back to the unfolding conflict, seemingly unaware of the danger. A foot moves with incredible speed, poised to strike. Duan Yuxian shouts a warning, realizing the imminent threat. The bald monk is struck, the force of the blow sending shockwaves through the air. The impact resonates with a deafening roar, the air crackling with energy. A massive explosion erupts, engulfing the surroundings in a blinding flash of light and raw power. The hands clasp together, a desperate block against overwhelming force. The monk, hands pressed together, pleads for peace. Please, good sir, stop the killing and violence. But the man in ornate robes is undeterred. The monk is shocked by the sudden turn of events. The man in robes is stunned. He thinks, he blocked my attack with his bare hands? A mere monk did that. The monk retaliates, unleashing a powerful palm strike with focused energy. The monk stands poised, ready to strike. The man in ornate robes is about to face the consequences. The palm connects with devastating force, a surge of energy erupting on impact. The man in robes coughs up blood, the force of the blow sending shockwaves through his body. Duan Yuxian watches intently, recognizing something familiar in the monk's movements. That move! Duan Yuxian realizes what he's seeing. A palm strike? No, wait. If I'm not mistaken, that's definitely. The monk's technique is revealed. The great palm strike technique from the temple of Patala Palace. The man in ornate robes is sent flying backward, the monk's palm strike proving too powerful to withstand. A hand crackles with potent, violet energy, ready to unleash its power. The energy surges outward, engulfing the monk, Jiang Samte, as he prepares to strike. The force of the blow sends his opponent reeling back, gasping for air. The purple energy dissipates, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. With a grunt, Jiang Samte shifts his stance, preparing for the next attack. The clash of steel echoes as the fight intensifies, blades meeting with furious speed. His opponent cries out, accusing him of being cheap for fighting 3 against 1. Jiang Samte stands firm, unfazed by the accusation, ready to continue the battle. Meanwhile, from a distance, observers watch the unfolding conflict, one remarking that he can stop worrying about them. The violet energy flares once more, a sign that the battle is far from over, and it is time to act. The speaker declares that he will handle his own business. Another observer, Chumun 1, expresses his disappointment, calling someone a fool. From above, someone observes that lending a hand wouldn't save him now. The dark demon Lord watches with a stern gaze, his expression unreadable. Another man declares that all he can do now is cut ties and report back to his lord. A sudden strike lands, and the victim cries out, demanding to know who their attacker is. The man's face contorts in shock as the attack lands, leaving him stunned. Blood drips from a cut on his hand, a sign of the fierce battle. With a resounding crash, a figure plummets downwards, the impact echoing through the air. The falling figure blurs as they descend rapidly, their fate uncertain. Chumun 1 prepares himself, his face set with grim determination. A brutal punch connects, the force of the blow eliciting a pained grunt. He coughs, pinned beneath the weight of his unseen attacker. It was him, the one who killed his men, he realizes. The dark demon Lord roars, demanding to know who Chumun 1 is. Someone watches with wide eyes, noticing the figure below. Isn't that the demon emperor? He actually showed up. The demon emperor, Sat Dohak, stand with his arms crossed, recalling when he saw Chumun 1. The observer's eyes narrow, realizing that Chumun 1 was strong, but not strong enough to kill all of their men. The observer wonders if someone else is pulling the strings behind him. He finds it incredible. Sat Dohak stands before Chumun 1, who is lying on the ground. The observer remarks that there's some weird guy around. The dark demon lord is shocked. The sword emperor is here, someone realizes. The dark demon lord realizes that he's seen Sat Dohak's face in the wanted posters. Well then. The air hangs heavy as the figures sit in silence, heads bowed, the weight of unspoken words pressing down on them. From above, the scene reveals the full scope of the gathering, each member seemingly lost in their own thoughts. Duan Yuxian, his hands wrapped in bandages, finally breaks the silence. So then, he begins, his voice low. The words echo with the weight of the fallen. The dark demon lord is dead, a consequence of someone's failure to control their own strength. A man's eyes widen in shock. The news of the dark demon lord's demise clearly unexpected and unsettling. Panic sets in as Patriarch Chumun makes his escape. And Chumun 1 escaped? Someone exclaims, the realization dawning. Duan Yuxian lowers his head, the implications of Chumun 1's escape weighing heavily on his mind. He issues a command, his voice firm despite the turmoil. Everyone besides our elders, place your head on the ground. The order is absolute, the dust motes dancing in the air as the command is followed without question. So, the aftermath of Chumun 1's escape lingers in the air. Duan Yuxian is asked how he intends to track down and capture the escaped Chumun 1. The weight of the question hangs heavy, the silence amplifying the tension. One monk suggests that perhaps letting the man drift would be a mercy from Buddha, as he has lost everything. The group is shocked by the suggestion, their faces reflecting disbelief and concern. Another man asks what in the world happened, seeking an explanation for the current situation. The man with white hair responds that it's a very long story, suggesting a complex and difficult explanation. While leaving the heavenly mountains, they were soon pursued, managing to escape by following the rivers. The pursuers chased them until the very end, and during their escape, they were injured. The monks of the Patala Palace rescued them, offering aid and shelter to the injured travelers. They traveled with the monks all the way to Gansu, and those monks were moved by Sambi's food. Two monks stand side by side, their hands pressed together in silent contemplation. Duan Yushin listens to the story, asking what happened next in the tale. The white-haired man speaks of an idiot who fully gave into something. Another monk reflects that being a disciple isn't just about learning martial arts. To become a Buddhist, one had to correct their impudent behavior first, resulting in beatings day and night. The monk wonders if this was the result of becoming a monk. The monk stands silently, his expression unreadable. His hands remain pressed together, a sign of devotion. Someone declares they will re-educate this corrupted martial artist with pure martial techniques. The bearded man smiles, his expression suggesting a sinister intent. A hand reaches out, its purpose unknown. A hand descends towards the monk's head, accompanied by a dark invitation. Follow me. It'll only take a moment. He felt a sudden wave of exhaustion washing over him, a weariness settling deep in his bones. His eye glows with a strange, unnatural light, a flicker of violet energy. Something falls with a crash, the sound echoing through the halls. The crashing continues, a cacophony of destruction filling the air. A grotesque mass of flesh pulsates, a disturbing sight. The monk stands silently, his expression unreadable. The armored figure looms over another, inspiring terror. He's terrifying, the smaller figure thinks. Duan Yushin winces, remarking that something like that could happen, but questioning the need for such a beating. The man with dark hair shouts at the monk, his face contorted in anger. The man with dark hair reads a book, seemingly unconcerned with Duan Yushin's presence. Duan Yushin thinks about the manor master, finding the thought repulsive as the man with dark hair stand behind him. A hand holds a scroll, demanding to know the reason for letting the fatty escape. He insists that he was able to pursue him just fine. A smaller image shows the protagonist looking down. But when a shadowy figure saw his face as he was running away, he got an uneasy feeling. The bandaged face recalls that if he had pursued any further, someone would really die. Duan Yushin looks off to the side, his expression unreadable as he considers the implications. The man with white hair states that it can't be helped then, and asks if he has something he needs to tell him. The man with the beard and green robe asks why he went to the heavenly mountains. The white-haired man says what he's about to say might take but it's something very important, so please listen carefully, he urges the man with the beard. The man with white hair looks intently, as Duan Yushin is shown in the panel below. The man with the beard and green robe stands with his arms crossed, awaiting the important news. The man with the beard and green robe is shown in two panels, listening intently. The man reveals the demonic cult, his demonic cult, and is asked what happened to it. The man's expression is stern, his gaze fixed on something unseen. Somi is asked if she intends to continue working in this location. She replies that she believes there are many good herbs around this area. The man with long hair advises someone named Somi to stay in the mountains for the time being, as it's best to stay away from all the noise. Somi thinks to herself that she honestly can't tell what that man is thinking inside. Somi agrees to go dig over there. Somi notices a kitty. She calls out to the kitty, asking it not to go and to play with her. A large, orange fox sleeps soundly, its fur matted with splatters of blood. She tends to the woman with a bandage, a small frown on her face. Somi asks if she fought elsewhere again, calling her a bad grown-up. The fox limps forward, its fur matted with dirt and blood. Somi spots the injured creature, her eyes widening with concern. A kitty, she wonders. The fox's paw is clearly injured, dragging slightly as it moves. Somi's expression is filled with worry as she watches the animal. The fox collapses, panting heavily. Is it hurt? A voice echoes in the air. The fox struggles to stand, its body trembling with pain. Somi approaches cautiously, her small hands outstretched in a gesture of peace. The fox cries out in pain, its teeth bared in a defensive snarl. Somi flinches, startled by the fox's reaction. Ah, she exclaims. Despite her fear, Somi remains determined to help the injured animal. She is met with barks as she approaches. The fox seems wary, its small body tense with distrust. Somi looks at the fox, trying to project a sense of calm. She speaks softly, hoping to reassure the injured animal. She presents the remedy, a bag of physical injury balm. It promises to ease the fox's pain. The fox looks up, its expression unreadable. It seems to be considering Somi's intentions. Somi kneels, trying to appear non-threatening. She assures the fox that she means no harm, hoping it will trust her. She holds out the bag of balm, her expression gentle. Somi asks if the fox can trust her, hoping to gain its cooperation. The bag of balm is ready, promising relief. It is a simple remedy, but it might be enough to help the injured creature. They're surrounded by the forest. Somi hopes to ease the fox's pain in this quiet place. Somi remains kneeling, patient and still. The fox sniffs her, perhaps sensing her sincerity. The balm is applied generously to the fox's paw. The fox seems to accept the treatment, however reluctantly. Somi watches carefully as the balm is applied. She hopes it will bring the fox some comfort. Somi prepares to wrap the paw. She intends to do it gently and securely. The fox stands on its hind legs, bandages wrapped around its body. Somi smiles, asking if the fox feels better after the treatment. The sun sets behind the trees, casting long shadows across the forest. She calls out, her voice echoing through the trees. Somi stands in the forest, looking around. She wonders where the person she's looking for has gone, noting the setting sun. Somi walks deeper into the forest, searching. Meanwhile, a bare foot steps onto the forest floor. A silhouetted figure struggles up a steep incline, breathing heavily. The man with the long beard expresses his frustration. His steps were heavy as he trudged along the dirt path, leaning on his staff for support. The great Dan Yohayan knew his internal injuries were far too severe to continue at this pace. Clutching the staff, Duan Yuxian realized that in his current condition, he couldn't even withstand a punch from a child. Below, a bald man seethed with rage, promising to kill every last one of the Dan family scum. A group of people stood with hands clasped in prayer, their faces serene. But before any of that could happen, Duan Yuxian collapsed to the ground, realizing he needed to find some physical injury balm. He reached for medicinal herbs, hoping to treat his body, while calling out, "Kitty, wait for me." Another man with a traditional hat thought to himself that if he applied more of the physical injury balm, it would heal faster. Meanwhile, Somi, running through the forest, paused, wondering what was happening. Duan Yuxian's eyes widened as he realized what he needed, physical injury balm. Somi realized that what she held in her hands was definitely the physical injury balm. He calls out, his voice raspy and strained, begging Somi to come to him. Weakened, Duan Yuxian collapses heavily to the ground, his body unable to support him. Nearby, Somi pauses, a small jar clutched in her hands, her expression unreadable. Duan Yuxian's face is etched with pain, his eyes squeezed shut against the throbbing in his head. His brow furrows, a silent testament to the agony he's enduring, his breathing shallow and ragged. His eyes flutter open, confusion clouding his gaze as he whispers, questioning his surroundings. Dazed and disoriented, Duan Yuxian lies sprawled on the ground, his body aching with every movement. Somi kneels nearby, carefully gathering herbs and sticks, her brow furrowed in concentration. The child glances over at Duan Yuxian, her expression a mix of concern and determination. Somi stands over him, her voice firm as she admits to being the one who caused his current predicament. She questions his need for a reason to help someone in pain, her tone laced with a hint of defiance. Duan Yuxian struggles to sit up, but Somi quickly intervenes, urging him to stay down and rest. She tells Patriarch Chumun that when he's sick, the best medicine is to lie down and sleep. As Somi walks away, the woman calls out to her. The woman asks Somi if she knows how long she was looking for her, adding that a small child like her shouldn't wander around alone. The woman looks confused. Somi wonders what's with that animal, feeling that something feels off about it. The woman coughs, stating that she heard something deeper inside the cave, implying that there's someone there. The woman looks scared. Patriarch Chumun is present with Somi. Patriarch Chumun looks surprised, exclaiming, "Why you're—" The woman looks serious. The woman looks terrified. The panel shows white lines on a red background, suggesting a sudden shift or danger. The old man speaks, his words hanging heavy in the air. His weathered face betrays nothing of the tale he is about to tell. The woman's eyes widen, her voice trembling as she recognizes something. Her expression is a mask of shock and disbelief. She demands an explanation, her voice laced with a chilling intensity. The man speaks of orders, revealing a name, Chumun 1. A horrifying account unfolds. Masks, fire, and the slaughter of innocents. The man's face is grim as he recalls the events. He spat out a curse, recognizing the child. She was from the Hoyan clan. His hand clenched, knuckles white with rage. Damn it all. A voice echoed, surprised by the child's lineage. She hadn't expected Somi to be from the Dan family. The figure held the fox-like creature close, its expression hidden. Somi looked up at Chumun 1, a question in her voice. Mister, she began. Someone was running towards them, the sound of their footsteps growing louder. The person with brown hair held a sword over a basket of flowers, their face contorted with rage. You bastard, they growled. The person's anger reached a boiling point. You damn bastard dash. Let go of her, they screamed. The person with brown hair gripped the knife tightly, their resolve hardening. They ran, their movements swift and determined. The person with brown hair wondered why Chumoon-won was there. It was dangerous. Somi's eyes widened with fear. If it was him, he wouldn't care if it was a child. He'd hurt her. She had barely escaped when Chumoon-won, enraged, began to speak, his face contorted in fury. Clutching the fox tightly, Somi's eyes widened with fear, her small body trembling. Despite his injuries, Patriarch Shamun's resolve hardened, a desperate plan forming in his mind. Her voice barely a whisper, Somi struggled to speak, her fear paralyzing her. Tears welled in Somi's eyes as she hugged the fox closer, overwhelmed by the terrifying situation. The fox remained still, its eyes closed, seemingly unaware of the danger surrounding them. A sudden, brutal attack sliced through the air, the sound of tearing flesh echoing. Blood splattered as the fox was struck, the force of the blow also injuring Somi. Patriarch Chumoon roared in fury, his attack having struck its mark, though Somi was now in harm's way. The fox's eyes remained closed, but a subtle shift betrayed its awareness of the impending danger. Chumoon-won's rage intensified, his voice booming as he condemned the creature before him. Flames erupted around Chumoon-won's hand, a terrifying display of power ready to be unleashed. The explosion throws debris into the air as the fox cries out. Somi's eyes widen in shock, calling out to the injured fox. Roll Patriarch Shamun advances, his footsteps heavy as he approaches the pair. He coughs, furious that someone dared to attack his eyes, asking if the fox is okay. Somi kneels beside the fox, desperately wondering what to do, calling out to it. Roll Patriarch Shamun declares that if he weren't injured, he would smash them into the ground. His face is marred by bloody scratches, his expression one of pure rage as he demands they get back over there. Roll Patriarch Shamun's hand clenches, blood dripping from his knuckles as he vows to finish them off once and for all. Somi stands protectively in front of the fox, arms outstretched, determined to defend it. Roll Patriarch Shamun believes the heavens must be on his side to meet them both here, completely defenseless. Roll Patriarch Shamun advances, and someone shouts Somi's name in warning. Another character warns Somi to run, stating that Roll Patriarch Shamun isn't like the others and is seriously dangerous. She stands firm, telling someone not to look back but to run. Somi's small feet are planted, refusing to yield. A voice booms out, demanding that Chumoon-won leave the child alone. Chumoon-won's face is marred with cuts, blood trickling down his weathered skin. His torso is similarly wounded, a testament to the ferocity of the unseen attack. Someone nearby looks up, fear etched on their face as they wonder what is happening. Somi is pulled into a protective embrace, told to be quiet. A massive paw descends, claws extended and ready. A low growl rumbles as someone realizes the impossible. A white tiger? The white tiger stands revealed, a majestic and fearsome guardian. The tiger's paw hovers, ready to strike. Chumoon-won looks up in terror at the massive beast, its growl a promise of pain. He glances back, just as a massive white tiger descends the hill toward him, its eyes fixed on its prey. Clutching the fox, Somi wonders if the approaching tiger is a friend. Chumoon-won hesitates, but knows he must take this chance. The child looks up, a question forming on her lips as she wonders what is happening around her. The air cracks with the sound of immense power being unleashed. The white tiger lunges, its massive paw swinging down with terrifying force. The tiger's claws tear through the air, leaving streaks of displaced energy in their wake. The tiger's attack connects, sending Patriarch Chumoon flying backward amidst a burst of golden light. He cries out as the force of the blow sends him crashing through the air. The sound of impact echoes through the forest as Chumoon-won slams into the ground. His hand trembles, stained with blood, as Patriarch Chumoon realizes he is severely weakened. Coughing, Chumoon-won admits to himself that he cannot possibly handle this situation alone. Struggling to rise, Chumoon-won stares up at the approaching tiger, his face a mask of pain and desperation. The sound of a heavy thud echoes as blood splatters on the ground. A bloodied hand lies limp, the attack having clearly landed with brutal force. A deep, resonant sound fills the air, signaling a powerful presence. The white tiger stands over Chumoon-won, its blue eyes gleaming with predatory intent as blood drips from its jaws. He lies prone, gravely wounded, as Somi lies beside him, seemingly unharmed. Somi, wide-eyed with terror, can only manage a whispered, "What is this?" Tears stream down the child's face, a portrait of pure, unadulterated fear. Another pained groan escapes Chumoon-won as he struggles against the encroaching darkness. Elsewhere, a desperate plea rises from the flames, a voice begging, "Spare us." Amidst the chaos, a man cries out, pleading for the life of a child. "Please, at least spare the child." Two figures clutch a child tightly, one hand stained crimson, a silent testament to unspeakable violence. A malevolent energy gathers, swirling like a harbinger of destruction. The sound of tearing flesh echoed through the clearing. A desperate cry of denial pierced the air. A viscous liquid dripped, splattering on the parched earth. The figure trembled, hands pressed against their face, stained crimson. More liquid descended, joining the growing pool of blood below. The wounded patriarch, Chumun-1, gasped, his back covered in blood. A hand reached out, hovering uncertainly. Somi stared, wide-eyed with fear, at the gruesome scene before her. She sobbed, clinging to Chumun-1, burying her face in his robes. Blood soaked the patriarch's clothing, a grim testament to his grievous wounds. The traditional building stood silently, a testament to bygone eras. So then, Chumun-1 died just like that, and Somi took them in. Duan Yuxian, still bearing the marks of battle, stood quietly. Yes, and this one let us ride on it and guided us back. Somi was so shaken from Chumun-1 that she could barely walk. A lone figure walked away from the building, their purpose unknown. And Somi took them in? Duan Yuxian thought I'd meet Chumun-1 who was escaping there? In a way, I feel like it was divine intervention. I never imagined I'd get to avenge things with my own hands. I see. Somi called out, Dad. Dad. The child looked up at Duan Yuxian, pleading, Can we keep them? Who would have thought? He thought, I'll clean their poop, give them baths, and feed them all by myself. Please. He seems amused, a slight smile playing on his lips. A firm refusal cuts through the air. Absolutely not. The response is firm, unyielding. Duan Yuxian smiles, a hint of amusement in his eyes. A confused sound escapes someone's lips. Somi's eyes widen, a hopeful expression on her face. A gentle hand rests on Somi's head, offering comfort and support. Somi considers the possibility of friendship. Duan Yuxian reflects on Somi's unique ability to connect with even non-human beings. Somi's face lights up as she exclaims, Friends. Somi declares that she'll do her best, as Duan Yuxian tells her to wash up and get some sleep, but someone questions his easy agreement. Duan Yuxian is now seen as a stay-at-home father, and Somi thinks he's the best. Duan Yuxian's expression is soft. A drink is poured, each drop a silent offering to the past. The man with dark hair holds the bottle, a bittersweet memory surfacing. He wonders if it's sweet. Another man is labeled as a cult leader, described as brilliantly intelligent and loyal. The man looks up, remembering who built the foundations behind him. The man with dark hair stands before graves, stating he's lived 20 years longer than someone. The man drinks, regretting that he should have never left the demonic cult. He pours the drink onto a grave, a somber ritual under the indifferent gaze of the heavens. The man's face contorts in anger, cursing heaven and its will. He stands with his back turned, as the other man faces him. Duan Yuxian smirks, asking if the man with long hair is thinking of returning to the demonic cult. Duan Yuxian holds a cup, stating that a gentleman's revenge is like this, even if it takes 10 years. The man with long hair replies that it can still be like trying to crack a rock with an egg. Duan Yuxian looks at the man with long hair, who simply asks, What? The man with long hair says that Duan Yuxian doesn't have the strength. The man with long hair remains silent as Duan Yuxian thinks about his opponent, who claims to be the Black Storm's sacred demon, and that he'll never win. Duan Yuxian declares that he is the demon emperor, questioning if the man with long hair is talking about him. The man with long hair remains silent, his expression unreadable. Duan Yuxian looks directly at the man with long hair, beginning to speak. Duan Yuxian asks if the man with long hair knows about him. The man with long hair remains silent, his gaze intense. A close-up reveals the man with long hair's sharp eyes. A hand presents a swirling, white object identified as the Black Storm's sacred demon. The hand remains outstretched, the speaker offering an apology, citing interference from the Patala Palace. Duan Yuxian sits upon a raised platform, his expression unreadable as he states they lost 2 of them. The view shifts, showing the back of the platform where Duan Yuxian sits. A close-up reveals Duan Yuxian's intense red eye, conveying a sense of unwavering resolve. The hands are clasped, perhaps in anticipation or suppressed anger. The man with the large hat stands with his hands clasped. Duan Yuxian, seated, leans forward, demanding the man with the large hat to speak louder. The man with the large hat responds with a hesitant, Why yes, sir. A hand strikes out with violent speed. The man with the large hat is struck by Duan Yuxian, crying out in pain as the blow lands. The sound of impact echoes. A figure sits, back turned, as another stands behind him, hand outstretched. A glowing orb illuminates the scene. The standing figure clutches his arm, a pained expression etched on his face. In my arm. The seated figure speaks, his voice calm and measured. Good, your voice needs to be at least that loud. A pendant hangs from the seated figure's neck, glinting in the dim light. He speaks, his gaze intense. The long-haired figure with a scar states, he's someone like the founder of the demonic cult. The bearded figure's expression is grim, his eyes narrowed in thought. Duan Yuxian questions the statement. What? What kind of nonsense is that? The founder? The demonic cult has existed for over 1,000 years. The bearded figure nods in agreement. Exactly. The Black Storm, sacred demon. The bearded figure continues, his voice grave. Everything you have likely came from him. He, the unseen speaker observes, doesn't seem to be joking. Elsewhere, a serene landscape unfolds, trees swaying gently under a clear sky. Somi's eyes remain closed, a single leaf resting gently on his hair. He sits quietly, leaning against the massive, striped form. Softly. The white tiger statue looms, its painted stripes stark against the light. Somi opens his eyes, a flicker of concern in his gaze. A sudden realization strikes him. Dad, he calls out. Somi hurries down the hallway, his small footsteps echoing in the silence. His eyes widen with worry. Where did he go again? Somi asks, his voice tinged with anxiety. The woman's voice is soft as she explains. If you mean the manor master, he's been getting ready to leave for a while now. Somi hugs the woman tightly, his face etched with concern. Dad's going out again? He asks, his voice small. His face crumples, the thought of abandonment looming large. Don't tell me, he's planning to leave me behind and go far away again, isn't he? The woman holds Somi close, her expression gentle, and that this time he'll have to be gone for several months. He looks up, a worried expression etched on his young face. Someone's hands clench into fists, knuckles white with tension. The eaves of a traditional building reach towards the sky. Dad, he calls out, his voice filled with desperation. Duan Yuxian stands tall, his expression unreadable. A cartoonish creature cries out, Dad dash, mirroring Somi's distress. Duan Yuxian looms over Somi, his face partially obscured. Why are you trying to go and leave me behind again? He asks, his voice trembling. I don't want to be apart from you. Duan Yuxian gently embraces Somi, holding him close. Somi looks up at his father, his expression a mix of sadness and hope. An idea sparks in Duan Yuxian's mind. Duan Yuxian smiles softly. Let's go together then. A table overflows with a feast of crabs, grilled meats, and other delicacies. More dishes crowd the table, a testament to the abundance of the meal. Somi beams, her eyes wide with anticipation for the food. Somi declares the food is really good as she eats. Duan Yuxian stands behind her, a pleased expression on his face. Duan Yuxian moves away from the table, preparing for training. Somi watches him. Duan Yuxian's brow furrows, and he wonders what's wrong. An old man with white hair chuckles, telling him not to worry. The old man questions how Duan Yuxian will withstand the trials of training with such a timid heart. Flames erupt as Duan Yuxian begins his training. Duan Yuxian shouts as he manipulates the fire, his face contorted in effort. Duan Yuxian coughs, struggling with the fire. Two figures observe someone with what they consider an interesting face to make. A sudden noise startles a man awake, causing him to sit up abruptly. Another man states that since he's up, he should take over for a bit, as he needs some sleep. The startled man looks around, clearly confused by the situation. The man, still disoriented, wonders aloud what is going on, mentioning he was sleeping in his quarters. The other man reveals that he's decided to take a trip around the Central Plains again. The startled man's eyes widen in disbelief and shock. He exclaims that he just came back from a long journey across the Central Plains a few days ago. The other man simply states, I know. The startled man reiterates that he needed rest, to which the other man replies that's why he didn't wake him. The man explains that since Somi will be joining them on this trip, he couldn't very well leave him behind, could he? The startled man stammers, but then says that traveling with Somi sounds wonderful. Somi, with a cheerful expression, asks, right? She watches as the man falls to the ground, a look of concern on her face. Elsewhere, a large bird pulls a carriage, carrying two figures towards an unknown destination. Meanwhile, a man with long, dark hair glances to the side, his expression unreadable. A voice suggests a detour, a stop in Sichuan. A grand building stands tall, its architecture intricate and imposing. Elsewhere, two men stand in a room, engaged in what seems to be a serious discussion. The man's expression is stern as he looks to the side. The man laments the fall of the Chumun clan and the loss of funds from Hunan, accepting it as unavoidable. Tea is poured into a cup, the stream steady and precise. A voice warns that sending men to the enemy's territory would only result in losses. The man holds a cup, his gaze intense as he considers the situation. Patriarch Chumun stands, hands clasped, as he hears that he has made a wise decision. A voice echoes, seemingly from a figure with glowing eyes hidden in the shadows. Patriarch Chumun acknowledges the presence, stating, My lord, you're here. Duan Yuxian walks away, his expression unreadable as he moves through the halls. The protagonist sits, contemplating the situation. He believes there are times when one must know how to abandon things boldly. Patriarch Chumun wonders when the Black Storm's sacred demon will reach Hunan. Duan Yuxian is described as a man of impulsive temperament. A figure with long blue hair meditates, believing that once he regains his strength, he'll move immediately. A thought arises, what if the man in Hunan acts first? A nearby person reacts with shock to the thought. Duan Yuxian remains rooted in one place, always looking down upon the weak with that lofty gaze, and because of that, Duan Yuxian believes that this time, he will be crushed completely. Patriarch Chu Moon stands amidst the wreckage of a broken teapot. The room is silent, save for the tension hanging heavy in the air. An overturned cup lies on the floor as a man warns that inaction will lead to a festering end. Duan Yuxian's crimson eyes narrow, his expression unreadable as he considers the implications. Duan Yuxian contemplates the black storm sacred demon and the potential fall of the martial god should they cross swords. His red hair frames his face as he continues to ponder the situation. Meanwhile, a bird's-eye view reveals a traditional town, seemingly peaceful and unaware of the looming threat. A man carries Somi, wrapped in a red cloth, away from a building as another man gestures in their direction. The man with bandages asks if they are certain about bringing Somi along on their journey. The man carrying Somi looks down, his expression suggesting a heavy burden of responsibility. The group stands together, the man still holding Somi protectively as the word sword hangs in the air. A man with long white hair reflects on the danger of swords, stating they're only dangerous when aimed at someone. A bearded man admits to simply watching and pretending not to notice, suggesting a passive role in past events. She beams, her small hands reaching out with innocent joy. An aged man with a long white beard observes, his expression unreadable. Another man, face framed by a dark beard, watches with a stern gaze. Duan Yuxian carries Somi on his back, determination etched on his face. He knows a sword must be drawn with care. The protagonist's expression hardens, a promise of ruthless efficiency in his eyes. He intends to leave nothing intact. Tensions simmer. The situation between the Chumun clan and the Hunan merchants remains unresolved. Three figures stand in a courtyard, discussing the aftermath of some unseen conflict. They know they'll need to handle it. He continues onward, Somi resting peacefully on his back. He still has things to do. Elsewhere, the name of the Hunan clan is displayed prominently. A grand building complex looms, a declaration echoing, Alliance leader. Inside a room filled with alchemical equipment, someone is being addressed. Manor Master. From within the room, a voice calls out, Somi. The courtyard was eerily silent, devoid of any presence. The man in traditional clothing searched frantically, his voice echoing in the emptiness. He stood alone on the stone path, realizing the others had abandoned him. A traditional building stands beneath a sky dotted with decorative lanterns. Inside a bustling restaurant, patrons sit at tables as a waiter navigates the space with a tray. From above, the restaurant's layout is revealed, showcasing the numerous tables and customers enjoying their meals. Somi reads intently, murmuring to herself that this is Sichuan, and from here, Somi, now standing with two adults, hears one say they'll buy a few necessary items, then head straight to Shining. Reading her book, Somi is surprised. That person, she wonders before exclaiming, it's Jayak. A hand points emphatically, questioning Dan Somi. Two girls face each other, one with a shocked expression, as the other speaks. Somi, with the two adults, hears one say, with my dad, my uncle, my older sister, and both of my grandpas. Somi asks, her eyes wide, to Sichuan, for a picnic? One of the adults responds, you have business in Sichuan? He pauses, adding, it seems. She is told that she didn't come here alone, the words hanging in the air. The child laughs, revealing that they came for a treasure hunt, a scroll visible on their back. The child's expression is unreadable as she looks down. A map lies on the table, suggesting the treasure hunt is about to begin. Jiang Samte is asked if the scroll belongs to them, the question laced with suspicion. The scroll reads, at the next opportunity, as the man repeats his question, pressing for an answer. The child vehemently denies that the scroll is theirs, begging to be believed. The man steps on the scroll, a sharp sound accompanying the action, causing the child to gasp. The child claims they spilled water on the scroll, perhaps in an attempt to explain its condition. Silence descends as the man examines the scroll more closely. The man finds the situation interesting, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. He declares that he will take the scroll, his intentions unclear. Under the strange, dripping substance, Somi looks up, her expression a mix of surprise and confusion. The man walks away, muttering that it's already his third visit to Shining, a place he'd really prefer not to return to. The younger man speaks, a hint of resignation in his voice. If he meets them one more time, he might have to shave his head again. Two figures stand, looking up at something unseen, their expressions unreadable from this angle. A voice speaks of a foreboding wind blowing, a sense of unease permeating the air. The man with long dark hair looks down at Somi, his expression serious and contemplative. The woman holding Somi instructs her to go inside first, a note of urgency in her voice. The bearded man speaks, inviting someone to come with him, stating they have somewhere to visit. Hands clasped together, a silent promise or agreement passing between them. A hand clenches tightly onto a piece of cloth, knuckles white. Jiang Samte smiles reassuringly. He says not to worry. They'll be there by the time the other wakes up. The journey continues, marked by streaks of light and swirling energy. A man in a dark robe flies through the air, questioning their destination. The man continues his flight, his destination still unknown. A voice promises that the destination will be revealed upon arrival. The 9 great sects, specifically the Kunlun sect, are mentioned. A building is engulfed in flames, signaling chaos and destruction. A massive explosion rocks the area, sending debris flying. 3 figures flee the scene as the destruction unfolds around them. The streets are ablaze, the fire consuming everything in its path. A person in a robe stands amidst the inferno, seemingly unfazed by the surrounding destruction. He surveys the scene, a deep frown etching itself onto his face. What could have inspired such cruelty, he wonders. A surge of pink energy crackles around a hand. Someone gasps, seemingly in shock at what they are witnessing. The air crackles with an unknown force. A disembodied voice wonders if this is some kind of energy. A masked figure stands amidst the swirling pink energy, an ominous presence in the devastated landscape. The figure stands firm, a sword held loosely at their side as the strange energy swirls around their feet. A voice filled with manic glee echoes through the ruins. The speaker taunts someone, remarking on their continued survival. Jiang Samte's eyes widen as he recognizes the energy. He utters a name, Moyong Hyukmin. Moyong Hyukmin stands amidst the destruction, the pink energy radiating from him in waves. The scene shows the aftermath of a brutal encounter, one figure standing over another who is kneeling in defeat. Jiang Samte observes the scene with concern. He wonders how someone could still use martial arts after losing their energy core. A close-up reveals a single, intense red eye, filled with an unknown power. The figure stands tall, bathed in an ethereal light. Someone calls out, recognizing him as Dan Wuhyun. Enraged, Duan Yuxian, surrounded by a pink aura, vows to kill his unseen enemy. The pink energy crackles around the blade, promising a swift and brutal end. The man with red hair, his arm bandaged, calmly states that he is not the true opponent. The man with long white hair declares that the time has come to end it, pink energy swirling behind him. His expression is cold, his eyes betraying a long-held resolve. Elsewhere, the scene shifts to a lush forest, hinting at a battle about to unfold. 2 figures clash amidst the trees, their movements blurred by speed and power. Dan Wuhyun, face contorted with determination, vows to win this time. The young woman, resigned, tells him to do as he will, lamenting their lost friendship. 2 hands raise cups in a silent toast, a moment of peace before the storm. Under the crescent moon, Dan Wuhyun tells his companion that there's no drinking partner like him. A man warns to be quiet, lest they get caught sneaking food from the kitchen again. Duan Yuxian gazes into his cup, a somber expression on his face as he reflects on their shared path. A foot steps forward, surrounded by a swirling aura of blue energy, as a quiet thank you echoes. The long-haired man with a white beard declares to the Manor Master that he will personally end things, his sword crackling with blue energy. The man's eyes glow with a menacing red light, as he states that this will be his final act of mercy for his old friend. Red energy emanates from a figure's chest, while below, another figure clad in dark clothing is surrounded by blue energy. The figure in dark clothing wields a sword, now surrounded by a swirling vortex of pink energy. A burst of energy explodes outward, the force of the impact shaking the very air. The figure with long hair narrows his eyes, his gaze intense and focused on the battle ahead. Red eyes glow with power as the unstoppable demon god unleashes a devastating attack. The sound of the impact reverberates, a sharp, cracking echo that signals a powerful blow. The clash of blades sends sparks flying, the air shimmering with heat and displaced energy. The unstoppable demon god descends, his power creating a shockwave as he strikes downward. Dan Wuhyun grits his teeth, thinking that he wouldn't have been able to block that in the past. The force of the blow sends debris scattering, the landscape distorted by the sheer power unleashed. Blue energy crackles and surges, a visible manifestation of the martial skill being employed. The unstoppable demon god's attack intensifies, the impact creating a deafening roar. The 2 figures clash again, the force of their blows carving deep fissures into the ground. He is surrounded by a dark aura, his eyes glowing with an ominous red light. Dan Wuhyun unleashes a powerful energy slash, the force of it cutting through the air. Dan Wuhyun's expression is grim as he stares down at his opponent, his long white hair flowing around him. Dan Wuhyun questions, "So, you've sold your soul to the demons?" He continues, stating that ordinary techniques won't be enough now, as Duan Yuxian has touched upon a forbidden power. The energy around Dan Wuhyun intensifies, swirling around his robes as he prepares for another attack. More energy slashes streak through the air, signs of the escalating battle between the 2 warriors. A blade of pure energy forms in Dan Woohyun's hand, crackling with immense power. Dan Woohyun's face is partially obscured by the energy, but his gaze remains fixed on Duan Yuxian. Duan Yuxian's eye glows intensely as he prepares to unleash the Emperor's sword art. A close-up reveals Duan Yuxian's teeth bared, a sign of the immense strain and power he is exerting. Duan Yuxian launches himself forward, a whirlwind of dark energy surrounding him as he screams. Dan Woohyun watches as Duan Yuxian attacks, bracing himself for the impact. The Emperor's sword art manifests as a swirling vortex of raw power. The force of the technique explodes outward as the swords meet with a deafening crash. Duan Yuxian's Emperor's sword art clashes against his opponent's blade. Dan Woohyun watches the fight, muttering in disbelief at the power he sees. Dan Woohyun wonders how Duan Yuxian developed such a powerful sword art. The protagonist is wreathed in a pink aura, his sword poised to strike. Blood splatters across the hand gripping the sword, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. The sword cuts deep, drawing a spray of blood from the wounded warrior. The warrior's face is covered in blood, his eyes wide with pain and shock. A pool of blood spreads on the ground, a grim reminder of the battle's cost. Despite grievous wounds, the warrior descends from above, sword in hand, ready to strike again. Dan Woohyun is astonished, realizing that his opponent seems impervious to pain. The wounded warrior lunges, attacking Duan Yuxian with renewed ferocity. He is sent crashing downward, the force of the blow evident. Dan Woohyun stares intently, his expression unreadable. The man's gaze remains fixed, a faint blue energy beginning to emanate from him. White lightning crackles around the falling figure, a sign of immense power. The sword glows with a malevolent energy, a mix of blue and red swirling around its blade. Dan Woohyun stands defiant, his arms spread wide as the blue energy intensifies around him. A bloodied sword stands plunged into the ground. A voice echoes, lamenting the loss of a sword saint. An older man's weathered face shows a hint of sadness, his eyes reflecting a distant memory. The sword gleams, and a voice whispers, "My old friend." Elsewhere, a serene landscape unfolds, a peaceful contrast to the preceding battle. A distant view shows figures seated at a table within a traditional building. The table is laden with dishes and a white bottle, hinting at shared meal. From above, two men sit opposite each other, the details of their conversation obscured by distance. The man with long hair is revealed to be Bang Nobek, the beggar emperor, surprised to be found in such a place. The man with short hair asks if the other has heard what happened to the Kunlun sect. The man with long hair listens as the other reveals that out of 300 Kunlun Taoists, less than 40 survived. Bang Nobek stares intently, absorbing the gravity of the news. The truth is laid bare. The Kunlun sect was annihilated. The man with short hair states that Moyang Hyukmin was the culprit. The man with short hair contemplates how one man could wipe out the Kunlun sect. The man with short hair considers that someone out there has the power to completely restore a shattered energy core and a severed limbs. A close-up of a man's eyes suggests that perhaps Man Huryang is involved. The reason the Manor Master left him behind was likely to prevent the Dan clan from being left unguarded. Bang Nobek sits across from Moyang Hyukmin. He admits he asked him here because he has a favor to request. Moyang Hyukmin seems surprised by the request. He asks what the favor is. Nearby, a woman stands with her arms crossed, thinking that her father must have truly lost his mind. If not, there's no reason he'd do that. A masked man holds a sword. He wonders if it's the so-called gentleman's sword that the kids are obsessed with. The masked man stands before another man, who exclaims that he knows of it. One person remarks that the famous gentleman's sword causing such a stir would be in the Dan clan. Another never imagined that eccentric old man was from their clan. A man stands over another who is on the ground, questioning who gave them permission to set up shop without a say-so. He adds that it suits them well. A man with a surprised expression thinks that it's perfect timing, and something's happening. A man pushes the masked man away, telling him to go quickly, now that he knows of it. A group of people are fighting, declaring that this is about upholding justice. The masked figure reacts in disbelief, hearing that they're the gentleman's sword, after all. At a table, a group of figures sit, while another stands, then growing noisy around them. A figure rushes through the inn, carrying a container of food, perhaps to escape the growing commotion. A child peers intently at a plate of dumplings, their eyes wide with curiosity or anticipation. Dan Woohyun sits at the table with his child, who urges him to eat first as the inn grows noisy. Two figures discuss the annihilation of the Kunlun sect, one seemingly unsurprised by the news. The figures react with surprise, one exclaiming they had no idea what happened, despite the earlier conversation. A man watches Dan Woohyun and his child with suspicion, wondering if they are involved in something. Two men are confronted, one denying any involvement when asked if they were involved. A man recites Namo Amitba, possibly in response to the troubling events unfolding. Two monks stand together, their expressions unreadable, perhaps observing the chaos around them. That voice. He recognizes it, a sudden shock running through him as he hears the familiar tone. Two figures stand together, one a bald monk in a red robe, the other an elder with a long white beard. Two individuals react with shock, exclaiming about the presence of certain people. A gathering takes place within a hall, with two figures observing the assembled group. Duan Yuxian sits at a table, while a man with short brown hair stands behind him, a question hanging in the air. The elder with the white beard appears thoughtful, escaping his lips. Duan Yuxian explains to the elder that he came because he saw a familiar face behind him. The three figures walk away, their destination unknown. A voice confirms that something is right, as the group continues to walk. The man with short brown hair greets someone, stammering as he asks how they have been, addressing them as a master. The elder with the white beard simply states that he is back, and the man with short brown hair agrees that with time, things tend to grow again. The great Dan Yohyan scolds someone, calling them a rascal with a stern look. He recalls teaching that a monk must abandon worldly desires and devote himself to ascetic practice. The great Dan Yohyan is taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief at the response that he is not a monk. He questions why the other party learned their martial arts if they plan to break their vows. Two figures in dark robes laugh heartily while enjoying a meal. Someone retorts that they learned because he offered to teach them, asking if he thought they'd shave their head again. A figure is surrounded by a burst of yellow energy, facing the great Dan Yohyan. A determined expression hardens on a face as power gathers. Energy crackles and streaks across the scene, a prelude to action. A single red eye stares intensely, hinting at immense power or monstrous intent. The figures in dark robes remain at the table, seemingly unconcerned by the gathering storm. The red eye warns against recklessly using martial arts, a final caution before the clash. The monk in a yellow robe asks if the man in dark robes is all right, his face etched with concern. The man in dark robes admits to making a mistake, then asks Dan Wuxian for his name, addressing him politely. The red eye declares that it has never heard of it, though it acknowledges that the Central Plains are full of extraordinary people. The man in dark robes with a long white beard observes that whoever those men were, their aura was not ordinary. The man in dark robes announces that they will take their leave now, as the other figures remain seated in the background. The man with the bandage on his face appears to be recovering, his expression one of slight discomfort. A close-up reveals hands, perhaps in a moment of relief or exhaustion, as a soft sigh escapes. The child in the brown robe praises Dan Wuxian, who responds by telling him to stop making a fuss and sit still. Someone exclaims that the man they just drove out was the Golden Heaven Hand King, their tone laced with disbelief. The man in the hood questions if they're saying that the guy was the Golden Heaven Hand King, his expression skeptical. Dan Wuxian finds the situation impressive, adding that outside the murim, they say, the child is happy that something means no more, and Dan Wuxian asks what he means by that. He wondered if it was really that bad, but the shorter figure seemed unconvinced about the bald head. It was just so ugly, she thought, her face scrunched up in playful disgust. Dan Wuxian looked up, his expression a mix of surprise and concern as he touched his head. The taller figure's robe shifted slightly as he listened to the conversation. He declared that next time Dan Wuxian shaved his head, they would chase him far away. A smaller figure protested, insisting they should just ignore him until his hair grew back. The shorter figure seemed to relent, muttering an "oh." Elsewhere, the moon hung in the sky, a silent witness to the events unfolding below. A lone figure sat on a rooftop, gazing out at the city, a bottle beside them. Another figure studied a map or document, the city lights casting long shadows. The figure continued to examine the document, its contents unknown. The map revealed intricate details, marked with symbols and lines, under the watchful eye of a crescent moon. A map details the location of a blood demon, its paths marked in ominous red. Duan Yuxian's gaze is intense, his thoughts unreadable as he stares forward. Elsewhere, a man enjoys wine by himself, seemingly unbothered by the world around him. Dan Wuxian's expression is thoughtful, his gaze fixed on something unseen. Dan Wuxian speaks, suggesting a detour before their main objective. Zhang Samte inquires as to their destination. Dan Wuxian reveals their destination, the main house of Dongfanggu, conveniently located near the Heavenly Mountains. Duan Yuxian repeats the name, questioning if this is the same Dongfanggu known as someone's right hand. Under the moonlight, Dan Wuxian confirms his desire to check on Dongfanggu, to which Zhang Samte simply acknowledges. The decision is made, they will stop by Dongfanggu's estate. The Dongfang estate is revealed, a sprawling complex nestled amongst trees. The architecture is traditional, with dark-tiled roofs and intricate details. Meanwhile, Dan Wuxian, Zhang Samte, and another man arrive at their destination, noting the passage of time. The group made their way along the stone path, deeper into the estate. A child, hand in hand with an adult, looked around with curiosity. Dan Wuxian smiled faintly, but inwardly, She couldn't believe she was walking into demonic cult territory. The old man with the white beard seemed unconcerned, lost in his own thoughts. Duan Yuxian glanced around, a nervous smile on his face, as if trying to reassure himself. Someone cautioned him to stop looking around so much, as it made them look suspicious, but he retorted that they looked suspicious no matter where they went. The man in brown robes stopped walking, his footfalls echoing slightly. A man with a beard stood with his arms crossed, observing their surroundings. They had arrived at Dongfang Gu's main house. The building loomed before them, its large doors closed and silent. The man with the beard commented on how strangely quiet it was for such a large estate. He added that it was odd indeed, and the only way to find out what was going on was to open the doors. A hand extends, fingers outstretched, reaching for the ornate door. The hand grips the door, ready to push it open, but a voice shouts a warning. An unseen man demands, his voice echoing with authority, to know what they think they're doing. Duan Yuxian pauses, his gaze lifting to meet the unseen speaker's challenge. He turns his head slightly, questioning if there's a reason they shouldn't enter. Another man, his face contorted in anger, warns that they'll bring disaster upon themselves. Nearby, two men converse, one anxiously asking if anyone is watching them. One of the men whispers, cautioning that no one should ever enter that place, prompting a confused inquiry as to why. The older man explains that the house is empty now, and they must never get involved with the family that used to live there. The sign declares the location as belonging to the Dongfang clan. A man shouts a dire warning, promising a brutal fate to anyone who dares to loiter recklessly in the territory of the Paijin sect. The Paijin sect, a name whispered with a mix of fear and respect, was under the protection of Elder Dakomun. These sects, all subservient to the demonic cult, had once clashed fiercely with the Dongfang clan over territory. Demonic cult first Elder Dakomun oversaw their operations. Now that Dongfang Gu had disappeared, a sinister smile crept across the man's face, hinting at the power vacuum that had formed. The Paijin sect had successfully monopolized the protection of the demonic cult, seizing control over the outer regions and consolidating their influence. And with that newfound power, they began to relentlessly oppress the remnants of the once proud Dongfang clan, crushing any resistance. The hand clenched, a silent signal of the ruthless ambition that drove the Paijin sect's ascent to dominance. A shadowy figure loomed, their voice echoing with a chilling question, of the Dongfang clan now? One of them gestures emphatically, questioning the desire to sleep outdoors, a stark contrast to the power struggles unfolding elsewhere. He agrees with someone's unseen suggestion. The voice notes that the village is nearby, filled with inns. Duan Yuxian, looking annoyed, declares he'll take Somi to sleep at an inn instead. Somi walks beside him, seemingly unaware of his frustration. He pauses, carrying Somi, looking surprised by something ahead. A fox-like creature stares back at them with curiosity. Somi, looking up, says she actually likes the outdoors, her expression bright. An old man with a long white beard presents a large root vegetable. He points out that they even have plenty of food. The old man explains that the root vegetable is a samuro, noting that it's actually pretty rare. A small figure asks if they can make something yummy now. Duan Yuxian, looking determined, says to just leave it to him, his expression serious. He stands with his hand on his chest, confidently volunteering. Two other figures stand behind him, one with blue skin. A woman with a ponytail looks at him, stating that he is frivolous. She seems annoyed by his behavior. Close-up of hands, wrapped in bandages, holding the samuro root. Tiny figures are visible nearby. Duan Yuxian crouches down, preparing a fire in the forest, ready to cook the samuro. Elsewhere, a traditional building stands against the colorful sunset sky, hinting at a peaceful evening. He stood, blades drawn, the dim light glinting off the sharpened edges. Two figures emerged, their voices echoing, demanding to know who he was. His eyes glowed with an inner power, a silent warning. Get out of his way. Duan Yuxian moved with blinding speed, his blade a blur of motion. A sudden, sharp intake of breath marked the beginning of the onslaught. Someone watched in horror, their face contorted in a grimace of pain and disbelief. The sound of impact echoed through the area. A foot came down with crushing force. His enemies lay defeated, scattered like broken dolls before the unstoppable demon god. A voice cried out, questioning the sudden chaos. Surrounded by crackling purple energy, Duan Yuxian stood triumphant. The power surged within him, his eyes burning with otherworldly light. He stands amidst the shattered remains of his foes, a storm of purple energy swirling around him. Another figure is launched through the air, caught in the wake of Duan Yuxian's devastating power. Blood streaks Duan Yuxian's face, but his expression remains stoic, his red eyes burning with inner power. One of the attackers coughs up blood, the force of the blow leaving him reeling. The unstoppable demon god stands silhouetted, a beacon of destructive energy against the light. The sound of impact echoes through the battlefield. A close-up reveals the brutal aftermath, a face contorted in pain and covered in blood. One of the remaining figures cries out, calling Duan Yuxian a bastard as he surveys the carnage. A gleaming blade reflects the carnage around it. More enemies are impaled by spears of purple energy, their screams of agony filling the air. Another trembles, fear gripping him as he questions the identity of the unstoppable force before him. A foot steps forward, the speaker hinting at a desire for something more. An ominous declaration hangs in the air, a promise of pain. The unseen speaker vows to crush their target for a long time. A shadowy figure looms over a kneeling subordinate, lamenting being stopped. A disembodied voice declares what a listener should do. The name of Dongfang Gu is revealed. A man with an eye patch stares intently, his expression unreadable. The words "Sea Cult Leader" hang in the air, a question of identity. A man's face contorts in terror, his eyes wide with fear. The Pyojin sect leader is attacked, crying out in pain. The shadowy figure expresses gratitude to Dongfang Gu as a man begs for forgiveness. A close-up reveals a face pleading for mercy, his expression desperate. A silhouette stands against a red backdrop, a symbol of impending doom. His hand falls, leaving a trail of blood on the floor. A vow echoes in the air. He will take it all back. Dongfang Gu stares at his blood-stained hands, the weight of his actions heavy on him. The once grand building stands silhouetted against the dark and ominous sky. Ruin and devastation mark the landscape, a testament to the recent conflict. Dongfang Gu walks through the aftermath, surrounded by the fallen. His boot falls heavily on the blood-soaked ground, each step a reminder of the price paid. He stands over the bodies, a grim tableau of loss and destruction. Alone in the dimly lit room, Dongfang Gu is a figure consumed by regret. He laments his arrogance, realizing it was his own hubris that led to this tragedy, his desire to save his family twisted into ruin. Even in his absence, Dongfang Gu never imagined anyone would dare harm his friend's clan. But regret lingers as he clutches a bottle, a symbol of his despair. He is told that nothing changes now, and that he must control his anger, but the words seem to fall on deaf ears. Another man, his face contorted in rage, demands if he is expected to simply sit still after witnessing such a sight. A figure with long hair asks if the favor hasn't already been repaid in blood, questioning what remains after the slaughter. In a blood-splattered room, a man wonders aloud if the so-called Black Storm sacred demon is truly strong, as he was told. The man is told that the demon was stronger before, and a shadowy figure with glowing eyes seems to confirm this with a single word: good. The situation escalates, with the implication that whatever is about to happen is worth going all out for. The demonic cult leader, Sat Dohak, sits surrounded by death, embodying the principle that the strong devour the weak, knowing the world's laws better than anyone. Having been a predator his whole life, the text suggests that he would, for the first time, taste what it means to be prey as a hand reaches for a flame. And yet, despite that looming threat, a figure stands defiant against a fiery backdrop, seemingly undeterred. A close-up reveals the lower half of a figure, their hand gripping the hilt of a sword, ready for battle. The text emphasizes that the blade hidden within his heart held not a shred of fear or hesitation, suggesting unwavering resolve. Elsewhere, a traditional building stands peacefully, a stark contrast to the turmoil and conflict brewing elsewhere. He sits at the table, listening as the other figure confirms that all of them are dead. It's said that the guards near the Dan family were all killed. Disturbances in Yang Market are always followed by masked figures. Dongfang Gu wonders aloud, his brow furrowed in thought, about who killed Moyong Hyukman. The person with the hat looks surprised, a thought bubble forming. Could it be? Dongfang Gu clicks his tongue, considering the loss of a useful pawn and what he's supposed to tell his lord. The text declares that the Black Storm sacred demon will begin to move. A close-up of a face shows a grimace, perhaps of anticipation or hunger. The darkness obscures most details, but the outline of a face is visible. Saliva drips from a mouth, the word "finally," suggesting a long-awaited moment. A figure with long hair stands amidst a dark, swirling aura, their expression hidden. Abstract shapes of red and black create a chaotic and ominous atmosphere. The group surveys a sprawling complex from a high vantage point, the setting sun casting long shadows across the rooftops. The declaration rings out, the speaker marveling at the grandeur of the location. It seemed a place fit for immortals. The man with the beard and golden armor holds Child Somi close, his voice booming with pride. He declares that his cult has stood for 1,000 years. Child Somi looks up at the man, her expression a mixture of curiosity and affection. The man continues, stating that this is the place he once held in his hands, and the place Child Somi will rule from in the future. From the shadows, a dark figure with glowing eyes speaks, suggesting that she might rule it. The man with the beard looks surprised, seemingly taken aback by the suggestion. He questions if he can do something like that. Another figure chides the man, telling him not to speak to a child like that, even as a joke. The man wonders what he did. A man with long dark hair is seen, and it seems he is moving. The group is now together, including the man with the beard, Child Somi, the man with long dark hair, and a man with white hair. Someone wonders about the wind. He stood opposite another figure, the air around them shimmering with barely contained power. The woman watched them, noting that he always had such a surprising presence. Child Somi stared ahead, as someone wondered just how strong he was. The man with the white beard stated that 3 of them should be enough. The 2 men continued their discussion, their expressions serious. Elsewhere, demonic cult's first elder, Dako Moon, sat in contemplation. Overnight, the Pyjin sect had collapsed, though within the demonic cult, it was only a minor sect. If it was the work of the disappeared cult leader, one man wanted that Black Storm sacred demon to be killed too. It would be even better if they all perished together, the sinister man thought with a cruel smile. Dako Moon ordered everyone to evacuate at once, something having caught his attention. He unleashes a furious roar, the sound echoing through the halls of the collapsing sect. The first elder stands over a fallen figure, the ground stained with blood from the brutal attack. He places his foot on the fallen man, sneering that even as the first elder, he can't sense his presence. Elsewhere, the battle rages on, a chaotic clash of power and desperation. A subordinate observes that at least their subordinates are full of bravado, even in defeat. The members of the Pyjin sect kneel before Dako Moon, their faces etched with fear and uncertainty. Meanwhile, within the demon cult's domain, life continues as usual, seemingly untouched by the sect's collapse. The demonic cult's second elder, Chu Bangyak, and 5th elder, No Sehyun, share a meal, seemingly unconcerned with the unfolding events. One of the elders remarks that when Sa Dohak and Dongfangu were around, it was hard just to have a quiet drink. Another elder adds that the Black Storm sacred demon only cares about looking good in public and ignores things like this, after all. Suddenly, the elder is caught off guard, reacting with surprise as an unseen force strikes. A blinding flash erupts, signaling the start of a fierce confrontation. The force of the blow sends one of the combatants hurtling backwards. He crashes violently into a table, sending dishes and debris flying through the air. Dongfangu stands at the head of a long, ornate table, seemingly untouched by the chaos. Dongfangu's face contorts in rage. "Who the hell did this?" he roars. Elsewhere, a hooded figure with glowing red eyes watches from the shadows. The hooded figure strides forward, their presence radiating an ominous aura. Dongfangu speaks to another man. "Kukuku, a madman has appeared. Perfect timing. I was bored." The hooded figure is framed by text. The demonic cult has rotted this far, so Dongfangu was guarding this place alone. Dongfangu is sent flying through the air. "Ak, how are you here?" The hooded figure looms over the scene, their expression hidden in shadow. A new man with dark hair and glowing purple eyes appears, a sinister aura surrounding him. Darkness descends, obscuring the scene in a veil of shadow. A lone candle flickers, casting dancing shadows on the ornate walls. A figure sits upon a throne, framed by the intricate carvings of the room. The man on the throne reflects, regretting his interest in the demonic cult's founding. A moment of quiet contemplation hangs in the air. Dongfangu wonders if someone is the ultimate divine demon. The man with the red headband says that rumor says he's stronger than the blood demon. Another man wonders where that bastard is, determined to prove he is the greatest under heaven. Dongfangu stands, sword drawn, facing an unseen opponent. A distant building stands amidst the falling leaves. A man stands before a stone wall, the green leaves adding a touch of serenity. The sound of something approaching echoes through the air. He stands, his expression unreadable as he faces an unseen threat. Before Dongfangu, a group of subordinates stand ready, awaiting his command. The supporting figure showed no special reaction, even with the demonic cult's elite before him. He simply raised his sword, the movement indifferent and without hesitation. The sword descends, a flash of steel against the dim light. The blade strikes down into the ground, unleashing a burst of energy. The aftermath of the strike leaves the subordinates defeated, scattered around Dongfangu. That single strike cost him all the subordinates he took with it. Dongfangu reflects, thinking he'd finally found a worthy opponent. His eyes narrow, a flicker of something dangerous within them. A twisted grin spreads across his face as he admits he couldn't contain his spirit of competitiveness that began to rise. He muttered, consumed by a burning desire for vengeance. He wanted to be the first to kill the blood demon. The figure sat upon the throne, seemingly unfazed by the impending conflict. Footsteps echoed through the chamber, each step heavy with anticipation. The figure on the throne spoke, a chilling calmness in their voice. "I've been waiting." The ultimate divine demon's eyes glowed with malevolent power, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Duan Yuxian's expression hardened, his gaze unwavering. He declared, "I was already planning to seek you out anyway." A vortex of dark energy swirled above the throne, a sign of immense power gathering. The sound of a powerful impact reverberated, shaking the very foundations of the chamber. A chaotic clash of forces erupted, blurring the line between attacker and defender. Duan Yuxian stood firm, his swords crossed, ready to meet the challenge head-on. The ultimate divine demon roared, his red eyes blazing with fury. You came to seek your own death. You saved me the trouble. The weapon crackled with blue energy, poised to strike a decisive blow. He wonders if this will be his end, but a cruel smile spreads across his face. He'll see about that. A pair of eyes, one orange and one red, stare intently. A blade gleams, ready for the coming conflict. The grin widens, revealing a set of teeth that promise pain and suffering to come. The world blurs as the battle begins, a rush of speed and power unleashed. The ancient structure groaned under immense pressure, dust and debris scattering. The impact point radiated energy, a testament to the sheer force unleashed. The walls fractured and splintered, the very foundations of the building threatened. A sinister grin spread across the man's face. He cackled, relishing the power he witnessed. Ha ha, exactly what I'd expect from the one they called martial god. The man's expression hardened, boredom evident in his eyes. I was getting bored fighting nothing but cultists. A cataclysmic explosion engulfed the area, the force of it threatening to tear everything apart. A voice echoed through the destruction, laced with amusement. Cuckoo, you haven't gotten serious yet, huh? Amidst the chaos, Duan Yuxian stood firm, his robe swaying in the turbulent air. The man with long black hair gathered energy in his hand, a dark promise in his words. Then I'll show you the power I gathered to kill the blood demon. A torrent of energy surged forth, aimed directly at the protagonist. Duan Yuxian was consumed by the blast, the raw power threatening to overwhelm him. A figure with piercing yellow eyes senses a shift in the atmosphere. What a foul wind, he remarks. Suddenly, a cataclysmic explosion erupts, bathing the world in searing orange light. The force of the blast sends debris flying, buildings crumbling under the immense power. Elsewhere, a grand palace stands silhouetted against a fiery sunset, seemingly untouched by the distant chaos. Two figures grovel before Duan Yuxian, begging for their lives. Spare me. One manages to choke out. The protagonist's face is grim, splattered with blood, his expression unreadable as he gazes down at the kneeling figures. He scoffs, his eyes narrowed. You're not even worth drawing my sword over. A sudden tremor shakes the room. The man with the long beard looks up, his face etched with shock and pain. Duan Yuxian turns his head sharply, his eyes widening slightly. What was that? He demands. Both men turn towards the source of the disturbance, a sense of unease settling over them. He listens intently as the old man speaks, his expression unreadable. The old man's words hang in the air, unanswered. The aftermath of destruction is laid bare. The force of the blast has leveled structures, leaving a scene of devastation. A dark silhouette of a building stands amidst the chaos. Its form is barely visible against the backdrop of ruin. A man with a neatly trimmed beard looks on, his eyes wide with surprise. He seems taken aback by the scene before him. What? He mutters. The man's surprise turns to rage, his face contorted in anger. What are you doing, you lunatic? He shouts, his voice filled with fury. His face is a mask of fury, teeth bared and eyes blazing. He demands to know if they understand the value of what they've destroyed. The devastation is widespread, the building reduced to rubble. Debris litters the landscape, a testament to the destructive power unleashed. He stands over a kneeling figure, his presence imposing. The kneeling figure is silhouetted, their expression hidden from view. The angry man confronts him, his rage palpable. The kneeling figure remains in the background, seemingly forgotten in the heat of the moment. The angry man points accusingly, declaring that he is wrong. The tension between them is thick, a confrontation brewing. The man's face is a study in fury, his words laced with venom. He emphasizes the age of the building, 1,000 years of history now gone. The angry man questions him about the demonic cult, specifically asking if he is the previous cult leader, Sut Dohak. The kneeling figure remains silent. He is asked how the cult is his. Tears stream down his face as he smiles. The man with the beard stares intensely. The man with the beard shouts, calling him a bastard. The man with the beard continues to yell. One figure kicks another with explosive force. The kick sends a figure flying. Duan Yuxian says, with a worm like you as the cult leader. The man with the beard says, no wonder it's fallen to this state. The man with the beard yells, calling him little. The figure continues to kick the other figure. The figure is sent flying from the kick. He stomps down with incredible force, the ground cracking beneath his foot. A figure in green strikes with a sword, the attack aimed directly at Duan Yuxian. The sword connects, the impact creating a burst of energy and debris. The figure in green demands, what are you doing? His expression is one of disbelief. The figure in green is surprised by something, his eyes widening in shock. Blood stains the chest of the figure in green, indicating a serious wound. A figure with long black hair warns, "Stay back." The figure in green is supported by another, his injury clearly hampering him. "Let's just," he begins. The figure with long white hair states that they are beings on. The figure with long black hair and the figure in green stand together, facing an unseen threat. A close-up reveals an eye with a strange, red circle in the center. The figure with long black hair declares, "We'll see who's truly the strongest." He stood, the air crackling with unseen energy around him. The grip on his sword tightened, ready for what was to come. A figure emerged, wreathed in a dark, ominous aura, and declared, "You!" Duan Yuxian, sword in hand, stared intently at his opponent, ready to strike. Sword! His grip tightened further, the blade gleaming with anticipation. Two figures watched the unfolding scene. One questioned, "Are those even humans?" The other responded, "I can't." Duan Yuxian lowered his stance, preparing for a swift and decisive strike. An old man, witnessing the power, could only utter, "Tifats." Energy surged around Duan Yuxian as he unleashed his technique. Sword control art. His gaze hardened, focused solely on the looming threat before him. The dark figure pulsed with raw power, a vortex of chaotic energy. Duan Yuxian stood ready, facing the immense power of the dark figure, prepared to fight. Duan Yuxian observes his opponent, declaring that he has seen enough of their skills. The cloaked figure stands silently, blood dripping from their mouth. The cloaked figure towers over Duan Yuxian, admitting they only wanted to see how strong someone revived through descent arts could become. The figure looks down on Duan Yuxian, now kneeling, and declares that he was a waste of their time. The cloaked figure raises their sword, a furious yell escaping their lips. A single, menacing red eye pierces the gloom. The sword descends, cleaving through the air and scattering debris. The cloaked figure stands with their sword, gazing down at their opponent. The blade gleams, reflecting the light. The cloaked figure's face contorts as they mutter about an ultimate divine demon. A blur of motion as the figure moves. The strength of an absolute being is unleashed. He is caught in the blast of a massive explosion, debris flying in all directions. One man wonders aloud just how strong the Manor Master truly is, his companion listening intently. The man in the green outfit yells, calling someone a crazy bastard. The building stood in ruins, debris raining down from the shattered structure. On what remained of the platform, Duan Yuxian stood with two others, surveying the damage. The man in the light robe suggested they simply repair what was broken, but the man in the green outfit retorted that both the sacred treasure and reconstruction funds were gone. The man with dark hair demanded to know if someone was going to pay for the destruction. Accusations flew as one voice declared it wasn't them, while another insisted it was. The man in the green outfit blamed the Black Storm sacred demon, a claim the man in the light robe dismissed as nonsense. The bearded man looked away, his expression a mix of frustration and resignation. The man in the green outfit insisted that, being rich, someone should at least cover the repair costs, before realizing someone had vanished. Unbelievable, the man thought, as a silhouette leaped away into the night. The ornate interior of the building stood silent, expectant. He sat upon his throne, a silent observer overlooking the kneeling man below. Duan Yuxian's expression shifted, a subtle furrow of his brow betraying his curiosity. The man in yellow robes groveled, his voice trembling as he spoke to the red-haired protagonist. The message hung in the air, heavy with implication. The Black Storm sacred demon is dead. Duan Yuxian's eyes widened, disbelief etched across his face. "What did you say?" he questioned. His shock turned to rage, the scar on his face seeming to deepen as he roared. "I said he's dead." The kneeling man collapsed, fear consuming him as he fell to the ground. His face contorted in terror, the man's eyes darted about, seeking escape from the protagonist's wrath. Duan Yuxian's expression hardened, his voice dripping with menace as he questioned. "Wrong?" With a sudden movement, the protagonist rose from his throne, his dark robes billowing around him. Duan Yuxian's mind raced, the news forcing him to reevaluate his position. He had underestimated his opponent. A lone campfire crackles in the dark forest, its light pushing back the shadows. Something is amiss. A child beams, seemingly unaffected by the earlier disturbance. Had something driven someone to move? The child declares the food is incredibly delicious. The man with long black hair is glad they like it. The man with long black hair holds the child close, asking if they went out to catch this for him. Another man recounts hearing loud noises and feeling the ground shake while he was asleep. He mentions an earthquake and Somi. The child says they don't really know what it was, but accuses the man with long black hair of being responsible. The child tells the man with long black hair that he's always a bit slow. The man asks if that's so, as a plate of meat sits before them. The man with long black hair, Duan Yuxian, offers the Manor Master some of the meat. He says it's not good. The woman with long black hair says it's bad. The other man says he poured his heart into this for him. Chopsticks delicately pick up a piece of the meat. Duan Yuxian's eyes shown in close-up, a question mark hanging in the air. Duan Yuxian and the child sit together, eating in silence. He sits cross-legged, a plate of food balanced carefully in one hand. Duan Yuxian sits by the fire, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. Damn, even though I made it myself, it's still amazing. With practiced ease, he lifts a piece of the meat with his chopsticks. The young girl, Somi, offers the food forward, her face beaming. Dad, eat up. He looks on, a gentle smile gracing his features as he watches Somi. The smile remains, a silent acknowledgement of the offering. He happily accepts the food from Somi. Tastes even better when Somi gives it to me. But as he chews, his expression twists in disgust. Guh. Nearby, Uncle Samte coughs roughly. Somi asks, Are you all right, Uncle Samte? Why? One of the figures sighs, observing, There's never a quiet day around here. The figure's hands rest idly, waiting for the next disturbance. He wondered if the Black Storm Sacred Demon was truly dead. The man with long hair confirmed it. He was dead. The man with long hair mused about the martial art that had been used, saying he'd never seen anything like it. Duan Yuxian seemed to know what they were talking about. The man with long hair dismissed it, saying he just swung his sword. A voice expressed disbelief that a simple swing could slice an entire pavilion apart. The speaker found it astounding. The man with long hair noted that the sun was rising, and it was time to wrap things up. The scene shifted to a view of a traditional building. An authoritative voice commanded everyone to listen carefully. The same voice ordered that not a word of the incident must leak outside. Duan Yuxian's expression was intense. The man's expression was severe, his words a clear warning. He declared that anyone who dared to speak carelessly would face consequences. The group of men responded with nervous agreement, acknowledging the unspoken threat. They seemed eager to appease the man's anger. The man with the beard explained to Somi that he would remain behind to clean up the demonic cult. He promised to return later. With a soft sound, a hand carefully wrapped a bandage around someone's neck, providing comfort and support. The man in the robe commanded the fallen figure to stay where they were, his tone leaving no room for argument. Somi questioned why the man wasn't coming with them, her expression showing confusion and concern. The man with long hair reassured Somi that he would follow soon after, offering a comforting smile. Somi asked if he would come soon, seeking confirmation and reassurance in her wide-eyed gaze. The man with long hair questioned why he was there, as another voice reminded him that someone had to run errands. The two men wondered where they were going this time, their gazes fixed on the approaching carriage. The text described a place known as one of the 5 great peaks of the Central Plains, an enchanted mountain where spiritual energy gathers. Someone wondered where that was. The man looked shocked, his eyes wide with surprise and disbelief at what he had just heard. He is aghast at the idea of going to Mount Changbai. The protagonist questions the sanity of traveling there with so few people. Someone shouts in response, questioning the sanity of the plan. They plead with Somi to take them along on the journey. The red-haired man is thrown upwards with great force. The impact sends him flying into the air. A rock falls downwards, perhaps dislodged by the force of the earlier impact. A figure runs, a bag slung over their shoulder, seemingly fleeing the scene. The sound of something being torn or broken echoes through the air. Elsewhere, a serene landscape unfolds, with rolling green hills stretching towards a clear sky. The sun sets, painting the sky with vibrant hues of orange and yellow. The landscape transitions from a vibrant green to a dark, ominous black. A figure stands silhouetted against a bright light, pondering a question. He wonders if Somi took care of him. The protagonist kneels on the ground, looking down in confusion. He seems unsure of what he is seeing. He notices saliva on his hand, deepening his confusion and disgust. A massive brown bear stands amidst the sun-drenched trees, drool dripping from its jaws. He sits on the ground, looking up in shock as a colossal bear paw looms behind him. The wind rustles through the trees as birds take flight. The sun hangs low, casting long shadows across the landscape. Something approaches, unseen, unheard, until it is nearly upon them. What is that? A massive bear towers over the forest floor. A bear! The man looks up, his face etched with terror as the bear looms closer. A deafening roar tears through the air. Claws slash through the air, a brutal assault begins. The force of the attack sends debris flying. Perched in a tree, another man cries out, "Why are you doing this to me?" The bear looks up at the man in the tree, thinking, "It won't climb all the way up here, will it?" The bear's eyes gleam with predatory hunger, its teeth bared. The force of the impact sends tremors through the forest. The bear's massive form looms, a dark silhouette against the light. Duan Yuxian, caught off guard, can only manage a stunned huh. He braces himself, preparing for the next attack. The cavernous space glows with an ominous red light. He realizes the bear's strength is immense. It knocked down an entire tree. That's insane. The bear's claws extend, ready to strike as it roars, "Grow!" The beast's maw opens wide, revealing rows of sharp teeth. Duan Yuxian steels himself, resolving, "I have no choice." He prepares to unleash a counterattack, energy surging around him. He faces the bear, questioning its resilience. Gur, it's not budging. The bear's eyes glow with a menacing red light as it growls no. He is about to be crushed. The bear descends, roaring, as the man cries out, believing he is done for. The bear's massive form fills the vision of the man below, blood splattering as it descends. A white streak cuts across the panel, hinting at a swift, unseen force. The bear is sent flying backwards, away from the man it was about to crush. The man who was nearly crushed lies on the ground, the bear's shadow receding. The man cries out, barely able to get out of dash. The bear crashes into the ground, as the man shouts for the manor master. Duan Yuxian stands over the fallen man, looking down at him. Duan Yuxian scolds the man, remarking on his inability to defeat even a single bear. The man protests that it wasn't a normal bear, suggesting it was an enchanted beast. Duan Yuxian replies that a bear is a bear. The man exclaims, questioning why he wasn't saved sooner and accusing Duan Yuxian of not caring about what happens to him. Duan Yuxian, with a smirk, reveals he was checking the man's skills. He reflects on his fighting style, acknowledging that he has survived so far purely off his mobility arts and skill level. Duan Yuxian mentions that he also knows the Great Palm Strike and the Spiral Heavenly Art. He is then asked who taught him to use mobility art as a footwork technique. With a sack slung over his shoulder, Duan Yuxian replies that elders saw taught him these techniques. He tells the man that the great unheavenly arts doesn't suit him. Duan Yuxian warns him to never use the martial arts of the Patala Palace again. Carrying a deer over his shoulder, Duan Yuxian tells the man to skin it and cook it, as they have a long way to go. Looking at the arrows sticking out of the deer, Duan Yuxian wonders about them. He realizes that these arrows must have been what killed the bear they encountered earlier. The man seems surprised, exclaiming, "And Manor Master? Don't tell me." An arrow flies through the air. Duan Yuxian realizes that they stole someone's hunt. A man with long brown hair appears, his expression serious. The man with long brown hair stands in the background as Duan Yuxian and the man he saved look surprised. The bandits look up, sensing something amiss in the forest. He stands, arrows protruding from his back, seemingly unfazed. One of the bandits cries out, realizing their prey has been touched. A hooded figure warns to keep their energy sense spread at all times, calling someone an insane bastard. He screams as red energy beams strike him. The man grits his teeth, knowing that for a martial artist, nothing is more important than energy sense. He continues to scream as the energy attacks intensify, remembering that there's no need to fear numbers. A hand displays 3 fingers, a reminder that death is not decided by the number of opponents. The large bandit with the axe steps forward, declaring that they've been messed with. The large bandit stands with his comrades, ready for a fight. Elsewhere, 2 men arrive at the scene, one exclaiming in shock at what has happened to their chief. An axe lies on the ground, a silent testament to the battle, a reminder to become accustomed to fighting outnumbered. He reels back, his eyes wide with disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. "What?" he exclaims. The village lies quiet, seemingly untouched by the recent conflict, but the aftermath is yet to be revealed. Duan Yuxian stares, his hand raised to his mouth in utter shock. "This is insane," he mutters, barely audible. The bandits lie scattered, defeated and still. Their weapons are strewn about, a testament to the swiftness of their downfall. Meanwhile, a man with long dark hair examines a small object, a look of disdain on his face. This is all they had. Pathetic, he says. He stands amidst the fallen bandits, his robes swaying slightly in the breeze, seemingly unfazed by the carnage around him. Elsewhere, a man and a child stand before large, weathered stones. The man speaks, addressing someone unseen, "Manor Master." The man's expression is resolute as he considers the task ahead. "Fine," he concedes, accepting the burden. His hand clenches into a fist, determination etched on his face. They have gathered what they need, and now it is time to act. Energy crackles around his outstretched hand, a fiery aura building as he prepares to unleash his power. A building is consumed by a roaring inferno, the flames reaching high into the sky. He watches the blaze, and another man approaches, questioning how he managed to do that. The man with long hair matter-of-factly states that their heads just went pop, pop. A boy with a bandage on his face asks if he can learn it, his eyes wide with anticipation. The boy is shocked, exclaiming, "What? Emmy?" The boy contemplates the potential consequences, thinking it might require shaving his head or being tortured. The boy states he doesn't want any more suffering, but the man with long hair says it is the martial god's martial art. The boy trembles slightly, considering the implications. The boy's eyes widen as he asks if it's really the martial god's martial art. The boy leaps into the air, determined to learn it, while the man with long hair warns that he'll end up dead in a roadside ditch if he doesn't master it. Duan Yuxian watches on. The man with long hair states that if he does learn it, he should learn it well. A voice echoes, promising survival regardless of the path ahead. A figure's expression is obscured, but their distress is palpable. Amidst the inferno consuming the village, a lone figure questions their fate. A cart sits alone in the aftermath. The cart sits as someone expresses their annoyance. A worried child wonders where their father is gone. A girl stares ahead, her expression unreadable.